Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Antenna also became a little nervous. Lulu, this I'm sorry, I didn't expect to make it difficult for you. Nothing, although I can't reveal any information at this stage. I've actually revealed quite a bit, it's no big deal. Antenna leaned close to Zhang Yu's ear. The temple is in the endless forest, right? Antenna continued, the reason why our team went to Black Forest Town was to investigate the new forces in the endless forest. You look like you are new to the world. I suspected that you just came from the Elf Kingdom. Now that you say that, you clearly came from the temple in the endless forest, and you look a little different from the elves from the Elf Kingdom. Lulu, you were not born in the kingdom and grew up in the temple, right? Zhang Yu was speechless. Don't you know that knowing too much will kill you? You should be able to see that it's easy to kill you with the power of the temple. Antenna said softly. Then will you kill me? Antenna continued, I have undoubtedly offended the majesty of the temple. I just want to know more about you. Zhang Yu felt a little dangerous. Hey, is it too late for me to switch seats with Sister Katie now? Antenna said helplessly, that's too much, Lulu, to say such cruel words. Zhang Yu sighed. Well, I did grow up in the temple, so I'm not familiar with the Elf Kingdom. Now, if possible, please introduce some basic information about the Elf Kingdom so that I can learn more about it first. After arriving in the Elf Kingdom, not knowing anything would only make people more suspicious. Now is a good time to have a suitable excuse. Of course, I won't refuse Leolio's request, but before that, can you tell me about your situation first? I was adopted by the people inside the temple when I was young. Every day I just studied and practiced. There wasn't much to it. All my memories from my childhood were in the temple. As for my origins, I didn't know and I didn't care. I was allowed to travel outside only after my strength reached the second level. That's about it. Then the message you suddenly received before was not from the kingdom but from the temple, right? That's right, you are really a clever little ghost. Zhang Yu nodded secretly. Yes, it is true. But how did the temple know about the kingdom's situation? Even though there is an ocean between us, the temple was able to obtain information faster than my family. Could it be that the temple also has spies in the kingdom? The power of the temple is beyond your imagination. Speaking of which, the more you know, the more dangerous it is. I'm really not trying to scare you. If the temple feels you are a threat, although they won't kill you, you may be imprisoned and unable to leave forever. I'm not kidding. Antenna's face turned serious. I know, let's stop here. I won't talk about the temple anymore. Let me tell you about the Elf Kingdom. Although she was very worried, Antenna had great confidence in the Elf Kingdom. She believed that the demon invasion would never shake the foundation of the Elf Kingdom. Antenna was talking about the Elf Kingdom, but Katie and her duo not far away naturally did not hear their conversation. The dwarf stared at Zhang Yu and said with an unhappy look on his face, why are they always together? It was obviously me who came here first. Well, maybe Antenna has a better impression of Lulu. The two of them have similar personalities. Some people get along really well after meeting each other. I guess this is the case. He's clearly a guy with unknown origins. So what on earth is this temple she mentioned before? Is it some kind of powerful organization? It might be a temple dedicated to a certain god. You can ask about it later. You better be quiet and don't move around. I can't save you if you fall. TSK, got it. The dragon was very fast, and it felt even faster than the airplanes in the original world. However, they set out from the kingdom of Norton early in the morning and only resisted the kingdom of Elf after the sun had completely set. With the deterrent of the giant dragon, we didn't encounter any blind guys along the way. After arriving at the coast, Xiaohong and Xiuhei landed on an open space on the coast. Sorry, we can only go here. You have to go the rest by yourselves. It is not convenient for us to appear in the Elf Kingdom for the time being. Of course, you can summon us if you really encounter any life-threatening danger, Xiaohong said to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu nodded. As apostles, they had obvious temple marks on their bodies, and the dragon was too big a target. If there really was a powerful demon, the dragon would be a target. On the other hand, Zhang Yu's body was that of an elf, and he did not have too many temple marks on his body. It was just that there were some problems with his soul, but don't mistake soul fragments for souls. Most people could not see the problem with Zhang Yu. You guys go back. Do you need me to open the portal for you? No need. The spatial fluctuations of the portal are a bit dangerous. We can just fly back directly. Even if we really encounter some danger on the way, it doesn't matter. Then be careful along the way. Xiaohong nodded and then took off again with Xiuhei. Seeing the two dragons leave, the dwarf said with regret, what a pity. If I return home riding a dragon, my parents will be so surprised. No, now is not the time to talk about this, Captain. What should we do next? Aunt Anna took out a map and began to determine the location. We are probably in this area now. The most important thing now is to head to the nearest town and find out what happened. If we move at the fastest speed, we can reach the town in about 2 hours. Sister Katie, please use your reconnaissance magic to be alert. Learn. After determining the location, Aunt Anna led the team towards the town. After the two of them walked away, they came to the outside of the town. Although night had fallen, they could still see the situation in the town clearly. However, all they saw were ruins, demons wandering around the town, and shocking blood everywhere. Aunt Anna had a gloomy face, and the dwarf finally became nervous. He didn't expect that this demon invasion would be so serious, that even a small town like this would be destroyed. This demon invasion may have risen to the level of war. Captain, what should we do? Katie, is there still life in this town? Wait a moment, I need to investigate. Katie began to chant a spell to investigate while the others were on guard. There are actually very few demons wandering around the town. Most of them are demon servants. After the demon invasion, demon warlocks often use existing creatures to create a large number of demon servants. These servants, who are not afraid of death, are the most loyal servants of the demon and are also the vanguards in the charge. What they have to face now are these demon servants. According to Zhang Yu's observation, these demon servants in the town are basically around the first level. Their individual strength is not strong, but there are many of them. After a moment, Katie opened her eyes. There's a faint smell of life in the cellar of one of the houses in between. Well, prepare to sneak in, Lulu. You don't have enough combat experience, so you can support us here. Zhang Yu knew that his mediocre skills wouldn't be of much help, so he nodded obediently. Okay. Aunt Anna waved her hand and the team of 3 set off while Zhang Yu hid aside and watched them go away. They followed a hidden route and killed any demons they encountered, instantly cooperating with each other very tacitly. It's so boring their fighting, and I can only watch from the side, Zhang Yu muttered. If there is, damn, there really is. Zhang Yu's face changed and he turned around quickly. Several vicious black dogs appeared not far away. Their eyes were bloodshot and the evil aura on their bodies was floating like smoke. Is it the demon servant that was lured here just now? Fortunately, they are all first level. I can handle it. He drew his long sword from his back. The sword is 3 feet and 3 inches long with an emerald green blade like a piece of bamboo. This is Ike's masterpiece. It has no name, but its quality is basically the highest level among magic props, only second to artifacts. Of course, there are also many magic props of the highest level. These magic props are qualified to be included in the treasury of the temple. The heroes look down on them, but a rookie like Zhang Yu naturally needs these weapons. This green weapon is more in line with his identity, so Zhang Yu used it. I had considered before whether I should name it the Sword of Heronbell, but then I thought about it carefully and realized that this name was a curse on myself. Although this sword looks ordinary, it is very likely to be the best sword on the planet. The demon dogs pounced on her, but Zhang Yu was not at all panicked. With her second-level physical fitness, these demon dogs were no problem at all for her. The long sword is swung crash. Just like cutting tofu, one demon dog had half of its body chopped off in an instant and the red stuff scattered all over the ground. Zhang Yu was stunned, but during this moment of distraction another demon dog had already pounced on him and bit Zhang Yu's thigh. This guy was also cunning, knowing that he might be hit by Zhang Yu's sword if he pounced on him, so he simply attacked his lower body. Zhang Yu screamed in pain. Shit, I've been in this world for so many years. I've beaten up the Dragon King, caught ghosts, and even teased the princess. I was invincible in the world, but today I was bitten by a dog. This was the first time I was injured since I came to this world, and my first drop of blood was shed here. In a rage, Zhang Yu used a double attack and directly chopped off the demon dog's head, but the guy's head was still biting his thigh tightly and refused to let go. The other 2 demons seized the opportunity and rushed forward. Zhang Yu reacted quickly. Even if he didn't have much combat experience, his physical fitness was there and he had the best sword in the world in his hand. Basically anyone who was touched would die and anyone who was touched would be injured, not to mention these demon dogs. Even a dragon could be easily chopped down. With 2 swipes of the sword, Zhang Yu easily dealt with the 2 demons. After making sure there was no danger around, Zhang Yu took off the dog head hanging on his thigh. There were several bloody holes bitten on his thigh and it was bleeding. Zhang Yu grimaced in pain. It hurts so much. I should have used a mage earlier. Why play melee? I'm obviously not good at this. Isn't this asking for trouble? If I were a mage, would I do this? I don't know if I will get rabies after being bitten by a dog. Fortunately, Zhang Yu is a second-level knight. If he were an ordinary person, this bite would have directly bitten off his thigh. After searching for a long time in the storage ring, she finally found some magic potions in the corner. With a gloomy face, she used the detoxification potion and then used the advanced life recovery potion. Then something happened that made Zhang Yu speechless. The wound was filled with black energy, which was the breath of the devil. If the demon aura is not removed, magic potions cannot be used. The method to remove the demon aura is also very simple. Use healing magic with divine or natural attributes. Use some related magic scrolls and use divine potions. The divine potion is also a first level magic potion, but Zhang Yu does not have these things. There are advanced, even the highest level life restoring potions, but there are no lowest level sacred potions. What a ripoff! Zhang Yu was furious. If not, he could just let the main body be airdropped over. After all, there was something as convenient as the spacetime gate. No, the spatial fluctuations were too obvious. It would attract the attention of some powerful demons. He couldn't use the spacetime gate casually. He could just bandage it first. Anyway, the invasion of the demonic aura would take time. With the Great Knight's powerful physique, 10 days or half a month would be no problem. Just wait for Katie to come back and let her clean it up. As a professional nanny, she can use both holy healing and natural healing. If that doesn't work, she should always have some holy potions on her. Although demons are rare in this world, undead are not that rare. These things are also effective against death energy. Every professional nanny should be prepared. It's a bummer I must prepare everything. Well, next time I go out I have to report this situation to the main body later. Maybe other people will encounter similar situations. After waiting for half a day, Zhang Yu was almost dying of pain. Aunt Anna and the others finally came back, hurriedly carrying a little girl. Aunt Anna had a lot of blood on her body and seemed to have experienced a lot of battles. When they saw Zhang Yu leaning against a tree with his thighs randomly bandaged and blood all over, they quickly realized something. What a shame, only 4 demon dogs got injured. The dwarf mocked and was then punched viciously by Katie, who then hurried over to help Zhang Yu treat his wounds. Sorry, I don't have much combat experience, I'm ashamed. Well, actually I should have thought of it earlier. You're left here alone with no one to take care of you, Katie whispered, then carefully cleaned Zhang Yu's wound, removed the devil's aura and then used healing magic, applied medicine and tied it up with a new bandage. Zhang Yu actually said that he had an advanced life potion which could heal this kind of wound in 1 minute after taking a bottle of it. However, seeing the other party's serious expression, Zhang Yu still did not take out the potion. Advanced life potions are truly priceless treasures if left outside and are basically impossible to find on the market. It is true that Zhang Yu brought some with him, but after all they are not the real ones. It is better to use them sparingly in the absence of subsequent supplies. This kind of thing must be saved for critical moments. Judging from the current situation, there will probably be more battles in the future. I don't know what's happening in other places. This demon invasion is definitely not simple. Lulu, how do you feel now? Aunt Anna asked with concern. Yeah, much better. Who is this little girl? The little girl looked up at Zhang Yu. Although there was still panic on her face, she was at least calm. The town was attacked by demons and many townspeople died in the battle, but more townspeople have taken refuge in the nearby city. The child's parents died in the battle and she was left in the cellar. If it weren't for the low-level protective magic circle in the cellar, the child would have been in danger. A low-level protective magic circle? It seems that Katie's detection magic is good and she can find it in this situation. It's completely dark now, it's too dangerous to travel. Let's find a place far away from this town and go to the city tomorrow morning, Aunt Anna said. Good. Sister Katie, you carry Xiaolei on your back and I'll be Lulu. Zhang Yu looked embarrassed. No need, this is just a minor injury, I can walk. I'm a strong man, how can I let you carry me on your back? No. Aunt Anna was unhappy. There's no time to waste, hurry up. Okay. Although Aunt Anna's body is slender, she has an inexplicable power that makes people feel at ease. Using Katie's reconnaissance magic, they quickly found a safe place to set up camp. Zhang Yu and Xiaolei were left nearby to rest. Aunt Anna and the dwarf made a fire and set up the camp while Katie set up magic traps and defensive magic. Only Zhang Yu and the little girl were idle. Your name is Xiaolei, right? Yeah, the other party nodded. It doesn't look like her parents have died. Are all elf girls so mature? She wouldn't be scared after being trapped in the cellar for so long? Aren't you afraid? What do you mean? When we were trapped in the cellar. Nothing, they're not even afraid of dying in battle, so why should they be afraid of being trapped in a cellar? Zhang Yu is not very good at talking, let alone comforting people. Normal people should try to avoid talking about sad topics in this situation, but Zhang Yu lacks this awareness. Are you sad that your parents died in the war? Can't you tell? Should I cry loudly then? The little elf girl is so amazing. She looks only 11 or 12 years old, but she is so amazing. Zhang Yu asked, how old are you this year? 53 years old. Zhang Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long while she finally said, it doesn't look like that at all, little girl, you look really young. Others have said the same thing. Are you kidding me? It turns out that this person is an old lady and I am less than half her age. Wouldn't it be better to call her grandma? But strictly speaking, this age is still considered a young girl among the elves. Aunt Anna is estimated to be over 100 years old. As for the dwarf, although she is short, she is actually older than Aunt Anna. The elves are truly blessed by nature. Not only do they have a long lifespan, but they are all handsome and beautiful. They age very slowly and have pointed ears. The creator is truly unfair. What about you? What's your name? My name is Lulu. You seem different from them. How are they different? We are all elves. Are you talking about names? The name is a little strange, but more importantly, you give me a different feeling from them. What's going on? Does this naughty kid have some strange abilities? Could she tell that I'm not a pure elf? What feels different? Zhang Yu asked. It's hard to say except for Katie. The other two are pure elves blessed by nature, but you are different. You give people the feeling of a dog. Although you look the same, your inner self is completely different. Zhang Yu angrily said, Are you tired of living, you little bastard? How dare you call me a dog? The other person stared at Zhang Yu with dead fish eyes, and Zhang Yu stared back without showing any weakness. In the end, the little girl backed off and looked away. That's probably how it feels. Why does it feel like you're still scolding me? You must be itching for something. By the way, do you know how those demons appeared? I don't know. They suddenly appeared in the town. The soldiers in the town blocked the demons while arranging for the evacuation of personnel. Then why did you fall behind? Xiaolei was silent for a moment, then said, My situation is rather special. Why are you special? Because I am an impure person. The devil suddenly appeared and some people suspected that I summoned the devil. If I leave with them, the situation may be worse and I may be killed. That's not the case, you elves. Aren't we elves a race of truth, kindness and beauty? What's truth, goodness and beauty? Are you stupid? Zhang Yu always had the urge to beat up this naughty kid. Well, how can you not be pure? You are a child. How can you not be pure? Zhang Yu began to think in the wrong way. Although I don't know what you are thinking, but this impurity is different from what you think, because my grandfather is a demon summoner. He once summoned a powerful and evil demon. Later he was executed. My whole family has lived under the contempt of others. Our family is impure. Zhang Yu sighed. It seems that this kind of shit happens everywhere. Is it so fun to summon a demon? Why do people want to summon a demon when they have nothing to do? As an evil existence in the abyss, the demon is not a kind person who is willing to do good deeds. You don't seem to care? The other party had been observing Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu said, It's okay, your grandfather summoned demons. What does it have to do with you? If you summoned these demons I would care, but with your strength you can't summon them. But when I said these words before, Aunt Anna and the others were obviously a little unnatural. Although they were very kind, they must have been very wary of me in their hearts. But you are different. Zhang Yu was speechless. Why do you have the ability to see through people's hearts? No. Really? How come you are such a troublemaker? We will take you to a nearby city. Do you have any relatives you can go to? No. So what are your plans? Have no idea. Well, Zhang Yu really has no temper. Let Aunt Anna worry about these things. However, a demon summoner has appeared in his family. This may be a very big stain. It is a very bad thing both in the human capital and here. The demon summoner himself will definitely be executed. Even if his family is not executed, they will live under the contempt of others. In this special period, it is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. It is not impossible that Xiaolei was kidnapped. The more chaotic the time is, the more evil in the human heart will be magnified. The elves may be better than humans, but they don't seem to be much better. Afterwards they packed up the camp and Aunt Anna came over and saw the two talking. He smiled and said, You guys get along well. It seems that this kid likes you very much. Huh, really? Can you get in touch with your family now? Aunt Anna shook her head. There is no such method. My family is in the Elf King city. There is the most powerful defense system in the Elf Kingdom. Nothing will happen. Rich woman, let me hug your thighs. Aunt Anna rolled her eyes at her. How can I compare to you? I should be the one holding your thighs. Come to the fire and eat something. Can you walk? Do you want me to carry you? No need. After dinner they pitched 2 tents as usual. Aunt Anna wanted to sleep with Zhang Yu as usual, but she must have miscalculated this time because there was an extra Xiaolei who slept in the middle. It felt like a family of 3. Of course I had to be the father. Before going to bed, Xiaolei whispered something to Zhang Yu and then fell asleep. She must be really tired. This guy seemed to like talking to her. Was it because Aunt Anna was wary of her? Forget it, don't think about it. The next morning the 5 of them set out for the nearest city. Fortunately the demons are only in a few areas and have not spread everywhere. Because of the magic of healing, Zhang Yu's feet were almost healed in just one night. Of course his physical condition as a great knight was also responsible for it. They were cautious and vigilant along the way, moving forward quickly. After approaching the city they finally encountered the figures of the devil's servants. These were several terrible creatures like monkeys, all black and exuding the breath of the devil. Although I don't know how these demon servants wandered here, I should still bypass them. Get rid of them, you will deal with these 3 demon servants, Aunt Anna said. Let me see how good your combat ability is. Hee, no problem, it's as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Zhang Yu drew out his sword. As the sword left his body everyone felt a chill rushing into their hearts. This is an emerald green sword which is clearly the color of nature, but it has an unexpected sharpness. The edge of the sword cannot be seen, but just one glance at it will give them a feeling of indestructibility and unbreakable. What a good sword! What kind of sword is this? Aunt Anna's eyes lit up. She knew at just one glance that this was an extremely good sword. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, Sword of Hulunber. Forget it. Even though it may sound like I'm cursing myself, I really can't think of any good name, so I'll just use this name. It's better than being nameless. Sword of Hulunber. What a great name. Although he didn't know where to go, Zhang Yu still rushed out with the sword. Although these monkey-like monsters were very fast, Zhang Yu could still easily keep up. The long sword swept through without any hindrance, just like sweeping through clear water. Brush, brush, brush. Only 3 strikes were used and there was no blood stain on the sword, just as clear as it was at the beginning. It can kill people without being stained with blood. This is a good sword. Zhang Yu sheathed the sword handsomely and said with some pride, it was smooth and flowing without any unnecessary movements. My swordsmanship is pretty good, right? These enemies are too weak, they don't even have a chance to use my martial arts skills. Aunt Anna looked strange and the dwarf sneered, Lulu, you haven't even learned the basic swordsmanship of a knight, have you? This is just random slashing, but this sword is too powerful. If you give it to me I can easily kill these abyss servants. Where did you get it from? Where? A friend gave it to me. The word temple immediately came to their minds. She only had the strength of a great knight but no combat experience. She had never practiced even the basic swordsmanship. Her martial arts only had 1 double attack. However, she had space equipment and a top-notch long sword. She could open a portal and summon a dragon. Could this person be the princess of the temple? The daughter of the temple master? To some extent they can think so. What a good sword. It's really a good sword. I guess even my entire fortune can't buy such a long sword. And Anna said with envy, no, maybe even if our entire family's money is taken out we still can't buy such a sword. This sword is only second to the holy sword of the elves. The first sentence says I love him, but what does the last sentence mean? Only under the holy sword. Holy swords seem to be everywhere and every race likes to make a holy sword. In fact, they are all destroyed by the Hulunber sword. Zhang Yu had never heard of the elves' holy sword. What does the holy sword look like? Who has it? Of course it's in the king's hands. The one in the elf king's hand? Tisk, it's definitely not a divine weapon. If it was a divine weapon it would definitely not be hidden from the eye of the star network. What kind of holy sword is that? I can chop it up in a minute. Aunt Anna said, you can't do this, you don't have any basics. I have to train you urgently with this sword. You just need to practice the basic swordsmanship. Really, I don't know what you were doing before. I haven't even been born for a month yet. Zhang Yu said in his heart. This has to be put aside for the time being. The most important thing now is to get to the city. The closer they were to the city, the greater the probability of encountering demon servants. They even encountered a second-level creature, a true abyss demon, but it eventually died under the dwarf's fireball. When they arrived at the city they opened the gate and let them in after verifying their identities. The situation in the city seemed very serious and everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The elves were indeed a tribe that produced many handsome men and beautiful women, and none of these soldiers were ugly. Although there are many demons and demon servants around, they have not yet attacked the city. However, it is only temporary and the city is already prepared for war. After passing the inspection they breathed a sigh of relief and were about to enter the city when someone stopped them at the city gate. This is the general defending the city while the others are wearing ordinary leather clothes. He is wearing gorgeous white armor with some fancy carvings on it. In fact, they are just ordinary patterns, not magic props. In terms of strength he is also a great knight, which is considered to be an upper-level combat force among the elves. But he is just an ordinary general. A general-level commander should be a knight of level 3 or above. The general in charge of the city gate looked at them with sharp eyes as if trying to identify their identities. Of course he recognized none of them. However, when it was Xiaolei's turn, he stared at her intently, drew his sword after a moment and said angrily, "You are Glen's granddaughter and you are not dead yet?" Zhang Yu and his men didn't know what was going on. The general angrily said, "Come here, take him down." "Fuck." Zhang Yu also drew his sword and protected Xiaolei behind him. "What the hell are you doing?" The soldiers around them drew their weapons and prepared to fight against them. The middle-aged general blushed. "What a vulgar word, who are you? How did this sissy become a general? He is so old and still acting like a hypocrite." Zhang Yu has been in the business for so long and has never been afraid of anyone, although he is not afraid he cannot beat him. So Zhang Yu quietly took out a scroll, which was a few magic scrolls used to save his life and contained 8th level magic. If she gets angry, she will directly release the 8th level magic. I believe these guys will not be able to withstand it. Antana protected them, took out a badge and said, "General, I am Antana from the Deer family. This is my identity badge. We are not enemies. Can you put away your weapons first?" The other party checked it and waved his hand reluctantly, and everyone put their weapons back. Zhang Yu was speechless. He thought that the elves were kind-hearted people who respected nature, but he didn't expect that they were the same as humans and also had aristocratic practices. "Lulu, you put away your sword too." "Okay." Zhang Yu put away the sword, but the general was still staring at her. He probably saw that the sword in Zhang Yu's hand was extraordinary. "She is Glen's granddaughter, an impure person. This demon invasion might be related to her. You are from the Dill family and you should understand the danger. Now hand over the girl." Antana hesitated and Xiaolei grabbed the corner of Zhang Yu's clothes. Zhang Yu said angrily, "What does it have to do with her if his grandfather summoned a demon? Besides, didn't the old man die a long time ago? Aren't you ashamed to embarrass a little girl like this? Summon a demon? How can this little girl summon a demon when she doesn't even have the strength of the 1st level? Summon with her head?" The general's face was gloomy. "The terrible demon summoned by Glen brought great destruction. Is his family this girl and his parents are likely to have been marked by the devil. We let them go because we had no evidence before. In this special period, any dangerous factors must be controlled. Even if they are from the Dill family, they cannot protect impure people. If they resist, they will be killed on the spot." The opponent put his hand on the sword and the situation became tense again. Antana is also very upset now. She never thought that a general defending the city would actually know a little girl from such a remote town. Moreover, the demon summoned by her grandfather may be more terrifying than she imagined. Zhang Yu had a gloomy face and Antana was hesitating. Logically speaking, the knight was right about what the city defender said, and any uncontrollable factors must be controlled during this special period, but emotionally speaking, as the captain, it was impossible for her to hand over her men. Xiaolei behind him said, "It's okay, just lock me up first." "What nonsense are you talking about? You don't have a demon mark on your body. How can you hide it from my eyes?" "I am very familiar with those things. If it is the mark of the 7 demon gods of the abyss or the mark of their generals, then I really can't tell, but with your grandfather's ability, I don't think he has the ability to summon these beings." They obviously had never heard of the 7 demon gods of the abyss, but they just felt that they seemed very powerful. The demon mark is the coordinates left by the demon on a living creature. It is composed of magic power and is directly imprinted on the soul. Lulu is after all a clone of the original body, although he has not learned much about knights, but on the soul, even if it is a clone, at least he has the ability to sense. As a clone it may not have other abilities, but it must have the ability to detect demons. After all, demons are Zhang Yu's biggest concern. "Since we are not welcome here, let's leave. I believe this child is innocent, so this must be okay, right?" The general said seriously, "No, this girl must stay. Why not give our family some face?" Antana had already placed her hand on the hilt of the sword. "Do you think the people of the Dill family can do whatever they want? Today Haroon, stop it." An old voice interrupted the guy, and the general defending the city looked aggrieved. "Lord Elpha." The person who came was an old man with white hair and beard. Although he was quite old, he was only a 3rd level mage. He just looked intimidating. A 3rd level mage was not a low rank. The soldiers around him also greeted him Lord Alpha. The old man named Alan said with a smile, "The girl from the Dill family is right. You are making a fuss out of nothing." Zhang Yu sneered at the middle-aged uncle and said, "Sorry, the people of the Deer family can really do whatever they want." The general guarding the city glared at him. "You." Antana pinched Zhang Yu in a complaining manner, causing Zhang Yu to grimace in pain. "It turns out to be Master Alpha. Long time no see." The old man laughed and said, "It's been a long time since we last met. You were just a little girl this tall back then, but I didn't expect you to be a graceful young lady now. Your grandfather boasted to me a lot that you were the hope of the Dill family." Now it seems that the old man was not boasting. Aunt Anna felt a little embarrassed. What about the Deer family's hopes? Grandpa made that up, don't take it seriously. You guys come in first, Haroon. I should be able to use my name as a guarantee, right? If anything happens to this little girl, you can come to me. Harlan looked aggrieved. Of course, Lord Elpha. There was naturally no problem with the Lord Mage leading the way. There were not many people along the way. The whole city was under martial law due to this special situation, and most people were hiding at home. After Aunt Anna chatted about some family matters on the way, she went straight to the point and asked about the demon invasion. According to the old man's explanation, this demon invasion was also caused by a demon summoner. A demon summoner summoned an extremely powerful and terrifying demon. After this demon appeared, it summoned a large number of low-level demons and then created a large number of demon servants, thus forming a huge demon army. The situation in the north is not so bad. In the south, many demon servants have appeared. Most of the residents of towns and villages have moved to nearby cities. The kingdom's army has also been assembled and is now mainly concentrated in the Death Canyon in the south, which is the gathering place of the demon army. As for this site, it can only be regarded as the edge of the battlefield. It's only been a few years and already there's an army of demons? Zhang Yu secretly smacked his lips. Demons are indeed demons. Just summoning one demon has such a powerful ability, although they can counter-summon other demons. Fortunately, they cannot summon more powerful demons due to the influence of the rules. There are also restrictions on summoning demons. Otherwise, if they summon one demon and counter-summon it continuously, what will happen? The sky is full of demons. How can others play? Of course, if you open the Demon's Gate, there will be no such restriction, but the Demon's Gate is not so easy to open. Once the Demon Gate is successfully established, if there is no great god to take care of it, then this world will basically be a vassal of the Abyss. Fortunately, it is basically impossible for this world to open the Demon Gate, which is much more difficult than forging a divine weapon. According to the Star Network Eye's investigation, a 5th-level demon can cause such trouble, and who knows what a higher-level demon will do. However, it is not certain that the demon summoned is a 5th-level demon. It may be a higher-level demon. We must be careful about everything. Demon invasions seem to be more frequent in the Elf Kingdom, while they are not so frequent in the kingdoms of humans or orcs. In the Elf Kingdom, demon summoners summon demons every few years. Small-scale demon invasions occur every few decades. Large-scale invasions occur every few hundred years, and there was even a demon war thousands of years ago that almost destroyed the entire Elf Kingdom. The elves hate the demon summoners deeply, but for some reason the demon summoners just like the elves and only like to target them instead of others. Even the demons like to bully these pointy-eared creatures. I don't know why. Is it that the meat of elves tastes better? The city was now overcrowded, but the old man still arranged a place for them to rest. After settling down, they discussed their next itinerary in the room. "Captain, where are we going next?" asked the dwarf. Although his hometown was in the countryside, it was also next to the Elf King city. It was very safe now, so this guy was not in a hurry. The same thing happened to Aunt Anna. She thought for a moment and said, "Next I plan to go to the Death Canyon in the south. It's very dangerous. I want to ask you what you think." The dwarf said, "I will go wherever the captain goes and let those damn demons have a taste of my big fireball." Katie said helplessly, "Of course I followed the captain. I am a foreigner. If I stay here by myself, won't I be arrested?" Zhang Yu asked, "I also plan to go to that Death Canyon, but where is this child?" Aunt Anna hesitated. "Why don't you ask Lord Alpha for help first? Lord Alpha is a good man and it's okay to ask him for help." Zhang Yu felt that he was a little unreliable. This little brat was really a headache. His identity was so sensitive and he had no relatives or friends. Now it seemed that he would be beaten to death if he was left here alone. This girl was quite calm and sat beside and listened with a calm face. Zhang Yu slapped her head in annoyance. "Hey, don't you have any ideas yourself?" "I want to go to Death Canyon with you," said the little girl. "It's very dangerous over there. You are neither a mage nor a knight. We may not be able to take care of you during the battle," Aunt Anna said. "Yes, this little guy seems to be a burden, although he also holds others back. It doesn't seem to be that serious." "It's okay, you don't have to take special care of me. I feel this place is more dangerous than Death Canyon." While that does make some sense, the gatekeeper looks ferocious and has been obsessed with the little girl. It's obvious that he is not a serious person. Zhang Yu patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this girl." Aunt Anna glanced at her calmly. "You should take care of yourself first." "But if Xiaolei insists, it's not impossible, but remember you must obey orders in everything." The next morning they said goodbye to the old wizard and headed south to the Death Canyon. The journey was long and this time Aunt Anna was not in a hurry to travel. There were two reasons. First, Xiaolei was an ordinary elf after all and her physical fitness was far inferior to their great knights, so she could only move at a normal speed. Second, Zhang Yu's foundation was too poor and he had a good physical fitness and super weapons, so she had to teach Zhang Yu swordsmanship from the basics. The elf's swordsmanship is known for its dexterity, but the basics are still the same, so during rest time this guy would force him to practice basic swordsmanship. Although it is a bit hard, it is all worth it. At least if I create a melee clone again in the future, the results of my current practice can be passed on to the other party. If I continue like this, will I become an omnipotent super strong man in the end? Casting forbidden spells with my left hand and swinging sword energy with my right hand, it's exciting just to think about it. I've thought about it, now I'd better just practice hard. Zhang Yu seemed to be working very hard. Xiaolei was also smearing feces on the wall and training hard with Zhang Yu every day. They had never practiced this before, but Xiaolei's progress was much faster than Zhang Yu's, which made Zhang Yu very jealous. As expected of the elves, they are physically stronger than humans and their learning ability is also so strong. Except for their fertility, they are completely superior to humans. What you said, Zhang Yu is also an elf now? No, she is just an elf in body but still human in heart, so it is normal that she has poor learning ability. Yeah, Zhang Yu comforted himself. Can you blame me? I just put all my talent into magic. After a few days of teaching, Xiaolei's basic movements have become very standard. The next step is to keep practicing. Her main training now is still energy connection, which is a training for becoming a formal knight. As for Zhang Yu, he was still doing basic exercises. Aunt Anna was a little helpless. There were only a dozen basic movements. How come Zhang Yu hadn't memorized them after practicing for several days? Normally the trainer should not be attacked at this time, but Aunt Anna could not help but said dimly, Lulu, I really don't know how your teacher taught you. Could your teacher be a magician? With your learning ability, no knight would be willing to accept you. Although I'm a little stupid, my talent is top-notch, Zhang Yu said silently in his heart. Your talent is my talent, and if you scold me, you are scolding yourself. Well, although I don't want to admit it, your talent is indeed very good. You can be ranked in the top 3 among all the people I have seen. However, it is only your physical potential that is good. Your talent in learning is really a mess. This is the balance of nature. If a person is good at something, he will also have weaknesses in other aspects unless he is a true genius. Damn, this guy is so shameless to praise himself in such a roundabout way. However, it must be said that as one of the few elves chosen as a sample, this guy's talent is indeed very strong. Although he cannot be compared with creatures born with divine blood within the scope of normal creatures, this guy is definitely a genius. If nothing unexpected happens, it is basically certain that he will reach the 4th level in the future, but he has almost reached his limit. This world is just a pond, it cannot support sharks. After stopping and starting along the way, Zhang Yu has made some progress and Xiaolei has made even greater progress. Unfortunately, becoming a knight is not something that can be done overnight, and this little girl still has a long way to go in the future. After fighting various monsters along the way and stopping and starting many times, half a month later the 4 finally arrived at the steel fortress outside the Death Canyon. The Iron Fortress, one of the strongest fortresses in the Elf Kingdom, is located outside the Death Canyon. This fortress has the most powerful defense outside the royal city, but it also faces terrible monsters from the Death Canyon. Death Canyon is a place of death filled with the breath of death. It is the only place of death in the Elf Kingdom. It is filled with all kinds of undead spirits. It is similar to the Death Valley in the Norton Kingdom, and even the names are only one word different. The Death Canyon is a major concern for the Elf Kingdom. Several generations of elf kings have tried hard to bury the Death Canyon, but all have failed. The breath of death in the Death Canyon is too terrifying. In addition, due to years of war, it is filled with all kinds of terrible undead creatures. The continuous wars for thousands of years have not only consumed the power of death but also replenished the opponent with new breath of death. It is simply endless. Later this guy learned his lesson and built a fortress directly outside, constantly consuming the power of the Death Canyon. At the same time, the soldiers who died outside would not replenish the breath of death to the Death Canyon. Although this is a good idea, it is a pity that after 100 years of effectiveness no one knows what went wrong. The summoned demon used this place as its base camp. After taming this powerful undead, its strength is extremely strong. It is estimated that the Elf Kingdom is now in a lot of trouble. The Iron Fortress is very large and there are very few civilians here. Basically, there are soldiers from the Elf Kingdom, adventurers and merchants. The 5 people were discovered as soon as they approached the Iron Fortress. There are traces of war everywhere, blood and bones everywhere, but no corpses because the corpses have been used as raw materials for resurrecting skeletons. The defense system of the Iron Fortress must be very powerful. The closer you get, the more amazing it feels. This is a fortress. If there is a chance I will also make one for the main body, if nothing else at least it looks very domineering. They went through an inspection before entering the city. In fact, it was enough for Aunt Anna to show his badge. No one here would recognize Xiaolei. As long as he didn't say it, no one would know that she was an impure person. What does your family do? It seems like everyone knows you. Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask, although he had guessed that her background was extraordinary before. It now seemed that her family was far from being an ordinary elf noble family. The dwarf said, I didn't expect that there are still people who don't know about the Dill family. Don't you know about the 3 royal bloodlines of the elf kingdom? Royal bloodline? Why are there 3 of these things? Normally shouldn't there be only one? Zhang Yu looked confused. Are you an elf? You don't even know this. This is something even children know. Zhang Yu was speechless. I grew up outside, so it's normal that I don't know. The dwarf said the first elf king left behind 3 children who later founded their own families. Although the elf kingship is not passed down from father to son as descendants of the first elf king, they are naturally more competitive. 80% of the elf kings come from these 3 families, so they are also called the 3 major royal bloodlines. Zhang Yu said, it sounds interesting. Don't your 3 families have absolute control over the elf kingdom? Aunt Anna explained, it is definitely impossible to cover the sky with one hand, but it is true that they are more respected. The 3 major families are not parasites of the kingdom. Many great figures have emerged from them. Then will you be the next elf king? Aunt Anna shook her head. Impossible. The next elf king is Lord Iroh. Iluo? Zhang Yu seemed to have some impression, but he couldn't remember it right away, while the dwarf suddenly realized Iluo. It's true that girl is a real monster. It is said that she can communicate with the sacred tree. I remember that she is not a member of the 3 major families. She has a very ordinary background, but her talent is terrifying. She is about the same age as Aunt Anna, but now she is already a 3rd level knight. I'm not saying you're weak, I'm just saying that guy is a monster. The dwarf waved his hands repeatedly and Aunt Anna smiled and said, am I someone who gets angry so easily? You're right. Lady Iroh is most likely the next elf king. With her abilities, no one will have any objections even if she was born an ordinary person. How come such a powerful person didn't become a sample? Zhang Yu thought about it and she finally remembered. Damn, isn't this Luo one of those guys with divine blood? When using the Eye of the Star network to collect samples of top-level qualifications, he also discovered several guys with divine blood. However, to Zhang Yu, divine blood was nothing. Divine blood was inseparable and could not be copied and could not be used as a sample. Possessing divinity was like God had opened a back door for him. The ease of cultivation was even more exaggerated than that of a dragon. He could basically become stronger just by lying down. However, this world is too small after all. Even with divine bloodline, most can only reach the 5th level. It is basically impossible to go further. In the eyes of others he is the chosen one, but in Zhang Yu's eyes he just has a powerful ancestor. And this Iluo is even more special among the divine bloodlines because her divine bloodline does not come from the elves but from the blood clan of the abyss. In other words, this guy is the bloodline of a demon in the body of an elf. It is very interesting. Zhang Yu exclaimed, he is indeed a very interesting guy. I must get to know him when I have the chance. Aunt Anna looked alert. Lulu, what do you want to do? Do you know each other? That girl is very dangerous. It's best not to have any contact with her, Aunt Anna said in a very serious voice, contrary to her usual attitude. Danger? What's the danger? It's just a 3rd level knight. What's the big deal? Is the divine blood of the blood clan so great? Are you afraid of the divine blood of a group of creation titans in our family? Zhang Yu didn't know what kind of dangerous person Iluo was, but Aunt Anna's uncharacteristic attitude made her feel a little strange. Zhang Yu looked strange. Why? Didn't you respect her before? Why is she dangerous now? Aunt Anna frowned. Anyway, it's very dangerous. It may just be my illusion, but I still don't want you to come into contact with her. Zhang Yu smiled and said, it's okay if there's real danger. Will you come and protect me? Aunt Anna blushed slightly. The dwarf came over unwillingly and said faintly, it was obviously me who came here first. Go away, go away. Are you addicted to playing memes? Zhang Yu pushed her away. Playing a joke? What joke? What does it mean? It's nothing, just our dialect. Zhang Yu didn't know how to explain. Aunt Anna said, stop messing around for now. We are going to visit the elder of our family. He is one of the generals of the Iron Fortress. Maybe we can get some useful information from him. Wow, your family is so powerful. Isn't this considered doing whatever you want? Not really, it's just a coincidence. Zhang Yu looked unconvinced. The steel fortress was very large and it took them a long time to find their destination. Antenna's elder is an old man. Old men are rare among the elves because they do not age over a long period of time. They will only age rapidly when they are near death. So the uncle you see may be only 100 or 200 years old, or he may be 400 or 500 years old. Why doesn't this old man go home and enjoy his retirement but instead comes to the front line? The other party looked at Antenna with a happy expression. Antenna, you are finally back. Grandpa Gray, what's going on now? The old man looked around and quickly focused his attention on Zhang Yu. Hey, who is this girl? Is she your friend? Well, he is my teammate. I met him in the Norton Kingdom. Grandpa, please tell me the current situation on the battlefield. Don't be anxious, you're always so impatient. Calm down, those demons won't be able to attack us anytime soon anyway, the old man said as he took a sip of tea leisurely. By the way, little girl, what's your name? Where do you live? How old are you? Zhang Yu was speechless and Antenna was also a little embarrassed. Grandpa Gray was quite old and was particularly unreliable in doing things, but he was still very strong. He was one of only 7 4th level knights in the Elf Kingdom. Humans generally called strong people of this level holy mages or paladins. The Elf Kingdom is the kingdom of elves. After all, there is only one in the Norton Kingdom, but there are 7 in the Elf Kingdom and they are only the ones in the open. There must be more powerful ones behind the scenes. Antenna said helplessly, Grandpa Gray, the situation is so urgent now. Can we talk about these family matters later? No, I want to find out right now. Shiona's friends are my friends. Let me know what happened. I didn't even know about the emergence of such a talented young man in the elves. Zhang Yu said, my name is Lulu. I am an elf who grew up in the outside world, so it is normal that you don't know my name. Grown up in the outside world? An elf stranded outside? This is really rare. Your team is quite strong. It just so happens that I have a mission for you. Why did he suddenly give me a task before I even said anything? Is this old man a little demented? Antenna said helplessly, Grandpa Rig, you should explain the situation here first. We just came here today and don't know much about this place yet. Okay. My memory is not good at my age, so let me explain the situation first. This time the demons were caused by an evil demon summoner. The summoned demons were so terrifying that they destroyed countless towns in a short period of time. Even a few old guys like us were no match. Fortunately, the Elf King came with the holy sword and barely repelled the terrible demons, but he retreated into the Death Canyon, which was really a headache. Even the Elf King has taken action? How powerful is this demon? Antenna was shocked. The Elf King has not revealed his strength to the outside world. He is already very old and has existed as a mascot for hundreds of years. Usually many things are left to others to handle. People outside do not know this, but Antenna, as a descendant of the 3 royal families, naturally knows it. The Elf King is a truly extraordinary being, a terrifyingly powerful being who has touched the realm of God. He thinks so. His strength is among the top among all the Elf Kings from ancient times to the present. Even so, he merely repelled the demon, not killed it. How terrifying is the summoned demon? Could it be that a terrible war that destroyed the Elven Kingdom happened again just like thousands of years ago? Seeing his granddaughter's serious face, the old man waved his hands. Don't be too scared. Although the Elf King is also injured, the demon is more seriously injured. He will definitely not be able to take action in the short term. Is the Elf King injured? This is confidential. Don't tell anyone else. Top secret. This old man. The old man coughed dryly and continued, we have cleared out the surrounding demon armies some time ago. Now the number of demon armies outside has decreased a lot. We have also attacked the Death Canyon several times, but we didn't gain much. Now we don't know what the demon is doing in there. The undead creatures that originally acted only on instinct have now become orderly. It is very likely that the demon controls these undead. Next time, we will launch a larger scale attack, but before that we must first investigate the situation inside, so I would like to entrust you to help. Antenna asked, is there a shortage of manpower? You could say that the situation inside Death Canyon is much more dangerous than before, not to mention those below level 2, even level 3 will encounter danger. We have sent out a number of reconnaissance teams, but Death Canyon is too big to be explored. In addition, we recently received some noteworthy intelligence and we hope you can help us. Antenna hesitated. What's the benefit? Grandpa, although I am willing to help, it doesn't mean that my teammates are willing to help, so I want to ask first and then discuss it with my teammates. Benefits? Let me think. Do you still remember our family's heirloom treasure? An heirloom? Antenna looked strange. Grandpa Rig, are you thinking about that thing again? The old man looked very proud. Yes, that is a treasure passed down tens of thousands of years ago from the first Elf King. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a national treasure. No matter what it is, even a piece of stone, as long as it is labeled as tens of thousands of years old, the first elf king or the national treasure, it becomes mysterious. Indeed, everyone's attention was drawn to him when he said this. The old man said to himself, of the 4 treasures passed down by the first elf king, each of our 3 families took one. The most powerful and easiest to use holy sword is used as the weapon of each generation of elf king. There are no restrictions on the holy sword and anyone can use it, but the other 3 treasures are different. Only those recognized by the elf king can use them. Zhang Yu was a little speechless. What was going on? Was the treasure a sword stuck in a stone? Could he take it out and rule the elf kingdom? Or could he become a hero and defeat the devil and become the savior? According to the results of the previous scan, there is no artifact at all. It is just a magic prop at most. To be honest, the so-called holy sword is not as good as the one behind him. The treasure of our family is the book of the unbearable, right? Many elves know this. Are you saying that we will give the book to her after we complete the mission? Ahem, how is that possible? I mean, if you complete the task, I can let you flip through this book. If you can read what's on it, you'll be rich. Aunt Anna said, but no one has seen the contents since it was passed down. It's just a book with nothing written on it. I think maybe the first elf king is playing a joke on us. Kid, you have to believe in your teammates. I feel a very mysterious power from this child. Perhaps she is the person the first elf king is waiting for. He stared at Zhang Yu with a lewd smile on his face. Zhang Yu was shocked. It was incredible. This old man could actually see that he was extraordinary. Could it be that he had already seen that he was the son of destiny? Aunt Anna said helplessly, Grandpa, you have said this hundreds of times. Every year several people the first elf king is waiting for are discovered, but none of them are reliable. Shit, I thought this old guy was very good, but it turns out he was just guessing? I guess he would say this to someone who has good talent. Ahem, there are always times when we make mistakes, but that won't happen this time. You guys complete the task well and then let this little girl Lulu touch the book. Of course it's okay for others to touch it if they want to. The 4 treasures passed down by the first elf king have gone through tens of thousands of years and 2 of them have been lost over the long years. Now only the holy sword and the book of the unbearable are left. You definitely can't touch the holy sword, so this is a very precious opportunity. The book of the unbearable? It sounds a bit dangerous, but okay. Zhang Yu is indeed very curious. A treasure passed down from the first generation sounds very impressive. Maybe there are some interesting contents recorded on it? If you can get it successfully this time, then it's fine. If the other party doesn't show it, then let the real person come over and observe secretly. Zhang Yu said, it doesn't matter to me. It sounds like fun. The dwarf refused to give in. It's just Death Canyon. It's not like I haven't been there before. Katie said, I always follow the captain's arrangements. Xiao Lei definitely cannot go. She is not even a knight now. Going in would be a suicide mission. This is not the outside world. The name of Death Canyon is not given for the sake of being domineering. This is the real place of death. Then I'll stay here for now. The old man laughed. Very good, I will take care of this little girl for you. First, you can go without worry. Why does it sound weird? Well, there is something I want to confirm first. The most powerful demon this time is the one that was summoned and fought with the elf king, right? Are there any other demons? Even more powerful ones? The old man was stunned. Isn't it scary enough to be able to fight the king? If there are more powerful demons, won't our country be destroyed? It seems that there are no more powerful demons in the open. I wonder if there are any in secret. The old man said, by the way, your current strength is still a little dangerous, so I have arranged a teammate for you. Okay, come out and don't hide in the back. Zhang Yu looked at the room behind the old man thoughtfully. He had vaguely sensed it before the night. Although it was hidden very well with Zhang Yu's identity, he could naturally identify the breath of his greatest enemy. That is the breath of the devil. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the so-called next elf king. The hidden demonic aura is probably undetectable to a 6th level or even 7th level existence, but it cannot be hidden from Zhang Yu. A young girl walked out from behind. Ordinary elves either had long black hair or long green hair, and very few had long white hair. The one in front of him was the rare white-haired elf, and no one knew if it was due to the influence of the divine blood in her body. Aunt Anna, long time no see, the other party greeted. Aunt Anna's expression was a little bit unnatural. Long time no see, Lord Iroh. Enough said. Don't call me Lord Iroh, just call me by my name. Grandpa, Lord Iroh, are you going to join us? That's right, your strength is still a little lacking, and adding Iluo is the most suitable. Besides, Iluo happens to be alone without teammates. This mission is very important, so don't mind it. Aunt Anna was silent for a while. I understand, of course. Given Lord Iroh's status, it is an honor for our team to have you join my team. Grandpa, please explain the content of the mission. Yes, this information is very important, you must not spread it. The story started 3 days ago. A reconnaissance team detected unusual movements in the land of eternal sleep because the undead in the land of eternal sleep were too terrifying. Several members of their team were injured, so they didn't dare to get too close. I was worried that it was that abominable demon, so I wanted you to investigate the land of eternal sleep. Is very important, you should know this. Aunt Anna nodded, and seeing Zhang Yu's confused expression she explained, the land of eternal sleep can be said to be the core area of the Death Canyon. The breath of death there is very strong and the undead are also extremely powerful. It is said that the land of eternal sleep is the place where a certain god in ancient times fell. It has strange powers that we cannot understand, although there has been no other discoveries so far except the extremely strong breath of death. It is a place with an extremely strong breath of death. After all, if this place is also controlled by the devil, it will be very troublesome. The place where a certain god fell? Is it true? I didn't find it when I opened the Eye of the Star network before. Did I miss it? In fact, it is not impossible. After all, the area covered by the Eye of the Star network is too large and some sealed places cannot be seen through. If there really is a mysterious power hidden deep in that place, it is possible that it has been missed. The old man said, "That's right, so I need you to investigate. We couldn't do anything about the eternal sleeping land before, let alone now, so you just need to investigate and don't need to do anything else." I see. When do we leave? Although I would like to keep you for a drink, I still hope that you can leave immediately after resting for a while if possible. This old man. Well then, don't be idle since you are in such a hurry. Let's go. But I am really a busy person running around and being exhausted without any time to rest. It's better to be a real person sleeping at home every day, and the people under me are tired and distracted every day. Without any rest, after settling Xiao lay down, they replenished some dry food potions and other props and then set off. The group of people were silent on the way. After coming out of the steel fortress, Aunt Anna said, "Sir Iroh, you are more than capable of being our captain, and you are more familiar with this place than I am, so you can be the captain." Iluwa smiled and said, "I told you not to call me Iluwa anymore. If you keep calling me that, I will bring up your childhood stories." Aunt Anna's face flushed. "No, isn't it okay for me to listen to you?" "Ha, you should be the captain. After all, this is your team. I'm just a foreign aide. By the way, don't you introduce your teammates?" "No, they are my teammates now too," Iluwa said, and then turned his attention to Zhang Yu. Needless to say, the dwarf already knew all the intelligence about the other party. She could get a general idea of the situation of the werewolf tribe at a glance, but this strange elf, she couldn't see through it. A long time ago, Iluwa awakened the bloodline of the vampires and acquired a lot of inherited knowledge and mastered many powerful secret techniques, among which is an ability called Scarlet Eyes. With this ability, the opponent's origin, background, strength, abilities, and even soul can be seen clearly under these eyes. No one has any secrets. However, this ability was ineffective on this strange little girl. Even the Elf King could not resist the power of these eyes, but this little girl, she could not find anything from the other party. Her body was a mystery and she could not see the other party's soul. Her scarlet eyes completely lost their effect on the other party, as if they had become ordinary eyes. Zhang Yu appeared calm on the surface, but secretly he was very proud. "Are you dumbfounded, little fool? Don't think that the blood race is amazing. As the master of the temple, Zhang Yu probably knows more about the demons than the demons themselves. As one of the superior races in the abyss, the blood race has a lot of relevant information in the library." As soon as the other party glared at Zhang Yu, he knew that this guy used the ability of Scarlet Eyes. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be seen through, but who am I? Not only is there a defensive magic array arranged by the main body, but the soul has the protection of the temple in addition to the protection magic of the main body. What if you can see through it? Even if your ancestors come here, they can only see through this body at most, and the soul certainly cannot see through it. Hey Lord Iroh, why are your eyes a little red? Did sand get into your eyes? Iroh was a little embarrassed. Is there? Maybe. Aunt Anna looked at the two of them strangely and then began to introduce them. "This is Iraj Aham. I don't need to introduce Iraj in detail. He is a third-level knight and the future Elf King. I'm sure everyone has heard of him. You are already familiar with this little girl, so I don't need to introduce her. This werewolf sister is named Katie. She is good at healing magic and detection magic, although her combat power is not strong. Her auxiliary ability is first class. She is best at holy magic. This little girl, who is also from the elf tribe, is named Lulu. She is a great knight like me, but her foundation is relatively poor. It is better for you not to have too high expectations of her." Zhang Yu felt a little unhappy, but what the other party said was indeed right. "Hello everyone. Your name is Iroh, right? Then is your last name Dracula?" The other party's expression became obviously hard, and then he said nonchalantly, "No, elves like me who are of commoner origin do not have surnames." Oh, is that so? Zhang Yu began to frantically test the edge of being beaten. I thought you were from the Dracula clan. The Dracula clan? Is this clan very powerful? It's not a question of whether they are powerful or not, but that kind of a very rare family. They like to drink red things and have pointy teeth, although they think they are very good at hiding it. In fact, powerful people can recognize it at a glance. The whole family is very immature and always likes to do things that make people laugh and cry. Vampire? Don't say you are just an inheritor. The power of the vampires has not yet been fully exerted. Even if you are an orthodox vampire from the abyss, as long as you have not reached the saint level, I will knock you out and kidnap you without any discussion. Even though I am just a second-level weak knight now, there is a temple behind me. Iroh had lost her initial calmness and cold sweat had appeared on her forehead, but she kept smiling. It sounds really interesting. Is this a classification of the elves? How come I have never heard of it before? Strictly speaking, they are not classified as elves, but a race of demons from the abyss. I have a lot of records about this interesting clan at home. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. My house is quite big. If you get tired of looking, maybe I can catch a real Dracula for you to play with. Aunt Anna looked puzzled and asked, a race from the abyss? Aren't those demons? Can you catch demons to play with in your family? It's barely okay. Hey, don't look down on me. My family is much more powerful than your elf kingdom. Okay, I can't deny that, but you invited her to your house right after we met. Do you have any bad intentions? Zhang Yu said helplessly. Look at my eyes. Is that a look of evil intent? Aunt Anna stared at Zhang Yu's blue gem-like eyes and her face turned slightly red. That's obviously a look that shows he has something to hide. Iluo is indeed a little scared now. From childhood to adulthood, she has never told anyone about her heritage. Her heritage is indeed the Dracula clan. She only has a general understanding of this race. After all, it is a heritage separated by who knows how many years, but she is still very clear about this surname. Similarly, when the restrictions are lifted, her pupils will turn scarlet, her teeth will grow longer, and she will become a little strange and extremely bloodthirsty. This is also one of her abilities. She can gain strength from the blood of the strong. For this, she even killed her own people. On the surface, she is very kind to everyone, always smiling and willing to help others. She is hailed as the next elf king, but in fact she is a terrible demon who killed her companions, sucked their blood and destroyed their bodies. Iluo knows very well what kind of existence she is under, the body of an elf. And now I was pointed out by a guy without any psychological preparation. It was like you had been dressed as a woman for more than 10 years and everyone thought you were a woman, but one day when you were in class at a girls' school, a girl suddenly pointed at you and told others that you were a man, what your real name was and where you were born. This feeling of being suddenly picked out made her feel as if the sky was about to fall. If others knew that she had the blood of a devil and had killed her companions, she would be doomed. Kill her. This thought popped up in Iluo's mind, but when she saw the other party's half-smile, she suddenly became timid again. Even the scarlet eyes couldn't see through him. Was he really just an ordinary knight? And she just said that her family was more powerful than the elf kingdom, so where did she come from? Iluo was very frightened. The last time he felt this way was when he killed his companion for the first time and sucked his blood. While Iluo was in a state of confusion, Zhang Yu had already begun to consider whether to tie this guy back to the temple. As an elf, he has the blood of a demon and it is a very rare divine bloodline. He is also beautiful. It must be a very important specimen to bring back. There are many demons, but demons with divine blood are extremely rare. However, if I kidnap her now, I will definitely not be able to get away from the blame, and it will also implicate Aunt Anna and the others. I can give up my identity, that's fine, but it would be bad if I implicate Aunt Anna. Feelings grow over time. We have been friends for such a long time and she has helped me so much. How can I just turn around and sell her out? If I were to enter the Death Canyon and fabricate a truth that the other party was attacked by a powerful undead creature and left with no body left, I wonder if I could hide it from others. Iluo felt a chill on her back and the kind smile on Zhang Yu's face became unfathomable in her eyes. The Iron Fortress is not far from the entrance of Death Canyon. The purpose of the fortress is to block the entrance of Death Canyon. With their speed, they soon stepped into the Death Canyon. Sure enough, the breath of death was no joke. It's a pity that there are no talents specializing in the undead in the temple, otherwise it would be great to come here to practice. Wait, maybe it would be nice to use this place as a branch of the temple. If there are no undead, we can build one. If there are no high-end ones, will there be no low-end ones? Zhang Yu remembered that one of his brothers and sisters specialized in the undead system. This idea is very promising. We can just synchronize it with the main body and let the main body make the arrangements. The clone's thinking pattern is exactly the same as the original. If the clone thinks something is reliable, the original will definitely think it is reliable as well. Everyone be careful, let's save our energy and try to avoid fighting with the undead Ilo. You determine the route. Antenna began to give orders. Okay, everyone follow me. Illawa led the way in front, but because Zhang Yu was behind her she always felt a chill on her back. There's nothing much to say about the outskirts of the Death Canyon. The aura of death there is much weaker than that inside. The strength of the undead creatures is very weak and many of them can't even reach the first level, so they are like tanks crushing all the way without stopping. After it became completely dark they still could not enter the core area. Let's find a place to rest and continue tomorrow morning. It is very dangerous to move in Death Canyon at night. Good. After walking a short distance they found a small cave beside a mountain not far away. They didn't know if it was a resting place left by the predecessors. Illawa used his sword to expand the interior of the cave a little and used it as a place to rest at night. Set up the magic circle, make a fire, rest, drink water and eat dry food from the outside. There is nothing but stone walls, but in fact life and cooking are very lively inside. I'm so tired, I've been on the road all the time without any rest, the dwarf complained while chewing on his dry food. Aunt Ada said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this mission to be so urgent. I had planned to rest for a few days in the Iron Fortress. I don't blame you, Captain. By the way, how did Iroh come to the Iron Fortress? Did he come with the Elf King? Illawa still had a warm smile on his face. Yes, I came here to help. The dwarf looked envious. That's great, he is actually being trained by the Elf King. He will definitely be the next Elf King. You're kidding, it's too early for me. Besides, the elves are full of talented people. The next Elf King is just a joke. TSK. You are so modest. I have heard a lot about you. It is true that the elves are full of talented people. There is no one better than you in the entire kingdom. The dwarf remembered something and added hastily, of course the captain is only slightly inferior to you. You must work hard. Antenna said, you are right, he has reached the 3rd level at this age. Even the Elf King has not done it at this age. It is not only his cultivation but also his conduct in the world that deserves praise. Anyway, if Iroh becomes the Elf King in the future I will definitely have no objection. I estimate that 90% of the elves will not have any objection. Haha, you're kidding. Anyway, Lulu looks a little unfamiliar to me. He's about the same age as us and he's also a great knight. I should have heard of such a talent before. Liolio's situation is a bit special. Antenna was a little hesitant, not knowing whether she should tell her story. Zhang Yu didn't care. That's right, I have been living outside since I was a child and was adopted by my master. I only came out recently, then I met the captain in Norton Kingdom and came back with her. I see, the master who could teach a genius like you must be very powerful. Illawa began to inquire as if nothing had happened. My master is of course very powerful. Zhang Yu said proudly, of course my master knows everything. He knows everything that has ever happened in this world, referring to the temple. Don't you think he is amazing? It's too much to say you know everything. It's okay, it usually tells me some things about the abyss demons, such as some kind of guy with sharp teeth that likes to suck blood. Zhang Yu began to hint wildly. Ha! It has sharp teeth and sucks blood. Is there such a monster? Illawa broke out in a cold sweat. There was no way to chat that day. Yes, demons come in all kinds of strange shapes. Antenna looked at Zhang Yu with a puzzled look. Lulu, you seem a little strange today. You seem to be particularly interested in demons. Really? Haha, you guys should take a rest after eating. I'm going to take over the shift with Sister Katie. I'll be on guard in the first half of the night. Not very good. I'll go. You go to bed early. No, I can't sleep anyway. Zhang Yu will go to guard the door. If that guy doesn't want the matter to be exposed, he should come to me. If he doesn't come to me tonight, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Yu squatted at the door and waited for several hours until she became sleepy. At this time, the other party finally showed up. Lulu, are you sleepy? Let me take your turn. Illawa always has a faint smile on his face, which makes it easy for people to like him. Hey, you finally came out. Stop pretending. I was waiting for you. The blood demon blood in your body is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Zhang Yu wasn't in the mood to play any nonsense with her, so he got straight to the point. The other party laughed and said, Lulu, what are you talking about? What blood demon bloodline? Are you still pretending to be stupid? Didn't you observe me with your scarlet eyes before? Illawa finally couldn't hold back her expression. Her face was terribly gloomy. I don't know how you found out, but you dare to say these words in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? You can try it, Zhang Yu sneered. I really can't beat you, but just in case I'll show you something first. Zhang Yu lifted his hair up, revealing his smooth forehead. After injecting magic power, a strange pattern appeared. See? This is a very high-level defensive magic. Once I face a life-or-death crisis, or if I am killed, this defensive magic will erupt. As for the effect, I won't tell you in detail, you can guess it. Seeing that the other party remains silent, Zhang Yu smiled smugly. You can think that I am just trying to scare you. You can give it a try. Maybe it is just a coincidence that they saw through your identity and resisted the detection of the scarlet eyes? The other party showed a somewhat ugly smile. Well, Lulu, we are not enemies, right? And from what I have observed, you don't have any feelings for the elf kingdom, right? Let's keep to ourselves, right? Yeah, that's right. Since you hinted at me in front of me and didn't tell anyone else, it means you want to trade with me, so what do you want? Zhang Yu didn't think about the transaction. He just found out the other party's identity and thought it was interesting, so he teased her anyway. The other party couldn't kill him. If he wanted to, it would be a matter of thought to kill or capture her, so he just teased her. He didn't really have any purpose. Guess what I want? Ilua was angry. What the hell, this guy is too hateful. Thinking of Antana's attitude towards her, Ilua thought of something. She smiled and said, it's because of Antana, right? Why is it involving her? Iroh smiled and said, I've seen that a long time ago. Maybe it's because you know something about us, so you warned me not to get close to Antana, right? Don't worry, Antana and I are not that kind of relationship, although we can be said to have grown up together. We are just friends. If you feel it's inappropriate, I can stay away from her. Zhang Yu was a little confused. What was going on? Are you elves so bold? Might find it interesting if you two ended up together. By the way, did you misunderstand something? Aren't you warning me because you like Antana? Zhang Yu was speechless. How did you see that I like Antana? I only like women, eh? It seems to be true. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with Antana. Ilua was speechless and Zhang Yu said, you have killed people and sucked their blood. You don't have to hide it. I know more about the vampires than you do. How about becoming my little brother? You? Ilua looked at Zhang Yu sideways. Why I treated you badly when I was your subordinate? That's not what I meant. I just want to know, you warned me just because you want to take me as your little brother, right? There are so many people who want to be my little brother, but unfortunately it's just a clone after all, not as handsome and domineering as the real one. If the real one leads the general, this guy won't bow down to me? Now you look down on me because I'm only a second-level general, right? You can think of it this way. It doesn't matter what you do, but don't attack my friend. However, given your situation, it is most appropriate for you to join us in a peaceful way. If you refuse, someone will capture you later. After all, you have the blood of the Abyss Vampire clan, and it is an already revealed bloodline. You are probably the only one on the entire planet. We can't let you run around outside. You guys? So you're an organization? Yes, our name is SCP Foundation. We control, contain, and escape. Zhang Yu started talking nonsense. SCP Foundation? How come I have never heard of it? You guys. Anyway, you've been marked. I just happened to run into you, so I'm kind enough to mention this to you. Don't ask me anything else. I don't know anything. But aren't you afraid that I'll run away? Don't be afraid, just try to run away. If you fail, I lose. Zhang Yu didn't care unless the other party flew into space and ran to another world through the crack or sealed himself with a powerful magic circle. Once the eye of the star network was opened, it would be useless for her to hide anywhere. By the way, it is still possible to hide in the Holy Land of the Elves. If you can't find it, you can send someone to the Holy Land to look. The other party stopped talking and Zhang Yu yawned. I've said everything I need to say. You can think about it slowly. I'm not in a hurry now. I'll get rid of you and keep watch all night. I'm going to sleep. Ilua looked into the distance with deep eyes and no one knew what he was thinking. Zhang Yu didn't care. No matter how hard Monkey King jumped, he couldn't jump out of Tathagata's palm. After returning to the tent and preparing to sleep, Antana came over quietly. What did you two talk about at the door? It seemed like a long time. Nothing. Zhang Yu suddenly wanted to tease the girl and said mysteriously, Ilua told me some things about your childhood. You were childhood sweethearts, played together, slept together, and had a very good relationship. Antana was unusually flustered. Don't overthink it. She and I are not that kind of person. We are just good friends. Oh? Not that kind of relationship? Also, when you met Iroh before, you looked like enemies. Did something happen that everyone would like to see? A lot of things happened. We were really close when we were young, but we gradually became distant as we grew up because of our different philosophies. Although it's not nice to say this, I increasingly feel that Ilua is a bit dangerous. If possible, you'd better not have too close contact with her. How should I put it? This girl's intuition is really amazing. With the protection of the magic circle, people talking inside cannot be heard outside. The dwarf and Katie also looked confused. Captain, I think Ilo seems easy to get along with. Are you overthinking about the danger? Said the dwarf. I also hope that I'm overthinking. Never mind, I won't tell you about this, just pretend I never said anything just now. She sighed and went into the tent. Hey, that's my tent. Although I am now familiar with sleeping with Aunt Anna, I always feel that something is not right. Then again, I don't know if it's because of the lack of a certain component, but I don't have some strange impulse when I see something I shouldn't see. Could it be that the function is lost? No, that won't happen. It's probably because of their different identities. Zhang Yu was not worried about Iluwa attacking him at night and slept very soundly that night. The next morning Iluwa came over quietly when no one was around. I thought about it all night yesterday. Will my freedom be restricted if I join you? There will definitely be some restrictions, but it's not so bad for someone like you who took the initiative to surrender. As long as you are loyal enough, you will still have basic freedom of action. So have you thought about it? No, I still have some things to finish. Please give me some time. It doesn't matter, you can arrange it yourself, Zhang Yu said indifferently. Iluwa is very conflicted now, although it seems that this strange woman is just talking nonsense. She has pointed out his biggest secret, so Iluwa dare not act rashly. The appearance of this woman disrupted all her plans. The entire team was busy on their journey all morning, and later they even used some camouflage methods as they went deeper into the Death Canyon. Some demons that should not have appeared here also showed up. This was not good news. It seems that the demon really controls this place, otherwise these undead spirits and the demon would definitely fight. The undead hate all living creatures, and demons are also part of this group. Without a more powerful existence controlling them, they cannot live in peace. Iroh said, don't be too nervous. The aura of death in the land of eternal sleep is very strong. Even our elf kingdom cannot clean up that place, so the demon probably can't control it either. Aunt Anna looked worried. I hope so. Everyone be careful. If we find anything wrong, we will retreat immediately and go to the place where we cannot fight anymore. The inside and outside of the land of eternal sleep are two completely different worlds. Good. They entered the central area in the afternoon and reached the edge of the land of eternal sleep in the evening. The sky is extremely dark and the sun can never be seen here. The black aura of death in the land of eternal sleep has materialized, and wisps of black aura condensed from the aura of death are floating freely in the land of eternal sleep. There were no undead spirits to be seen. This was the territory of the strong low-level undead who entered the land of eternal sleep would be devoured by other undead spirits, not to mention the second-level undead like them. Even the third-level undead wouldn't dare to run around in there. It could be said that the land of eternal sleep was the most dangerous place in the elf kingdom. The place of eternal sleep is in front of us. It seems very quiet and there is nothing special about it. We should go in and take a look. Pay attention. We must try our best to hide our breath and avoid fighting as much as possible, Aunt Anna reminded. Zhang Yu comforted them. Don't be too nervous. I have some life-saving methods here. If you really encounter a place that is too powerful, I can also block it. Do you feel like you have set a goal? But it doesn't matter. I have so many 7th and 8th level magic scrolls in my arms, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Everyone's condition is not very good after entering the land of eternal sleep. The breath of death is the favorite of the undead, but it is very uncomfortable for living creatures. If you stay in such a place for a long time, the living will become the living dead. Iroh's face also looked a little ugly. It's very strange. I've been to this place before, but the density of undead here is too low. I haven't encountered a single undead in such a long time. This is really a bit abnormal. I have a bad feeling. Let's move forward and see, Aunt Anna said. The team moved forward again. After more than an hour, they were all uneasy. What was going on? If it was before, they would have thought it was bad luck if they encountered an undead, but now they were more looking forward to encountering an undead because this place was really abnormal. Oh no! Be careful, there are enemies ahead, Iluwa said. Suddenly her scarlet eyes were very useful for reconnaissance. Hidden! No, it's too late. As soon as Iluwa finished speaking, a black voice flew over from a distance and landed on a stone in front of them. A tall figure, a broken body, the wings behind him were like a black sack. His face was a little dark and his pupils were red. Although his face was very dark, his every move had an inexplicable sense of elegance, and he looked down at them. Another elf ran in. Aren't you all afraid of death? The other party spoke a language that others could not understand, but Zhang Yu could understand it. It was the language of the Abyss demons. Everyone be careful, this is a fallen angel from the Abyss, a member of the demon clan, good at curses and weakening magic, and possesses a strange curse power which can inject the curse power into other people's bodies through contact. We need to keep a distance. Using holy magic will have a little restraint, but it actually doesn't have much effect. The opponent's strength is only level 3, which is a lower level demon. As long as we are careful, it's not that we can't deal with her. She is very fast. And we can't run away, Zhang Yu reminded immediately. Several teammates were stunned and the fallen angel was also stunned. She could understand the elven language and at this moment she was furious. What's wrong with the lower demon? I will be promoted to the middle level in a few years. By the way, you know so much about the fallen angel clan. Who are you? Although he dare not say that he knows all demons, Zhang Yu definitely knows the common abyss demons. Fallen angels are one of the larger species among the abyss demons. I'm just an elf passing by. What the hell are you doing? Has the devil really taken control of the land of eternal sleep? Zhang Yu drew out the long sword behind him. The sword exuded a strong breath of life and the surrounding breath of death was actually driven away at this moment. Zhang Yu didn't know about this effect. It turns out that the Hulunber sword has such ability. No wonder the sword is so green. The other party also looked at Zhang Yu's sword with surprise. Good sword, very good, just right for me. Although the breath of life is disgusting, this small flaw doesn't matter. Zhang Yu had never seen such a shameless person. Others reacted quickly. The knights drew their swords. Katie released protective magic and the dwarf used his best fire magic, throwing fireballs like they were free. Then it was easily dodged by the opponent. The speed of the fallen angel is no joke. I am the main force. You guys protect yourselves and don't distract me, Illua said bluntly. Good. Although they were somewhat unwilling, but Illua was one level higher than the others and the strength gap was huge. If they rushed forward they would be hindered instead, so they quickly retreated their defense. The fallen angel didn't care. Coming from the abyss, she naturally looked down on the natives of these lower planes even if they were of the same rank. So what? Natives were natives. The magic power condensed into magic patterns behind him and the black energy turned into arrows and shot towards Illua. Illua had scarlet eyes and his insight was no joke. He dodged quickly, but that guy was so shameless that he actually flew into the sky. Irako was dumbfounded. He actually flew into the sky. How could this person be so shameless? In desperation she had to take out a longbow from the storage items. As a knight you must know how to use the bow and arrow, which is one of the effective means to deal with magicians. It's a pity that this kind of attack is okay against ordinary first and second level magicians, but it is obviously ineffective against the fallen angels born in the abyss. The two of them, one in the sky and the other on the ground, fought for several rounds before Illua was exhausted. Her attacks couldn't even break the opponent's magic shield and the opponent's attacks were continuous and she could only barely dodge them with the help of the Scarlet Eye. In trouble. Zhang Yu also looked conflicted. It seemed that he had to use magic to fight magic, but his magic scrolls were limited after all and it was a bit of a waste to use them on a small third-level creature. He took out the magic scroll from the storage item, picked and chose, and then took out a black scroll. What is this? Is this your way of saving your life? Aunt Anna was curious. Although she couldn't tell the origin of these magic patterns, she felt that they were extraordinary. Yes. Although it's a bit wasteful, there's nothing we can do. Our dwarf wizard is too weak to serve as a turret. Hey! The dwarf was unhappy, but what the other party said was not wrong, which made her very aggrieved. Illua, get out of the way, I'm going to use my ultimate move, Zhang Yu shouted loudly. After hearing the sound, Illua retreated quickly. Zhang Yu injected magic power into the scroll and began to lock the target. The fallen angel originally wanted to play with them, but when the power of the magic scroll began to show, she panicked. Even if others didn't know, she knew that the damn magic scroll actually sealed in 8th level magic. Are you kidding me? You're using 8th level magic to hit me? Am I crazy, or are you? I'm just a 3rd level low level demon. 8th level magic. That's right, Zhang Yu is now going to use a cannon to kill a mosquito. The original body prepared a bunch of life-saving scrolls, either 7th level or 8th level. He felt that those below the 7th level were not strong enough to save his life. Basically each clone would carry some. These scrolls were mainly made by several heroes and a small part was made by Zhang Yu and a certain husky. And the scroll in her hand now is the magic scroll made of black fog. Dark spell gaze of the ancient god. Zhang Yu muttered in his heart. Although I don't know whether the ancient god has any relationship with a weak-ship giant octopus, but who cares as long as it is useful. In the void behind the fallen angel, a huge eyeball suddenly opened. It had a strange vertical pupil and the pupil was a black burning flame. As soon as the huge eyeball appeared, Zhang Yu's body could not move, as if her soul was frozen. Not only her but also Illua, Aunt Anna and the others were unable to move or speak, as if even space and time were frozen. This was just the impact of external forces. The real target, the fallen angel, was even more miserable. She couldn't look back, but even though she didn't look back, she could feel the terrifying eyes behind her. Her body and soul showed signs of collapse. The fallen angel's heart was filled with fear. It was an existence more terrifying than a high-level demon. The black lines began to merge into her body, but she could not resist. After a moment her body had been entangled with many black lines. The black lines merged into her body and finally disappeared. At the same time a small black mark appeared on the back of Zhang Yu's left hand, the initiator of the magic. The huge eyeball disappeared and the fallen angel fell from the sky, hitting the ground with a thud. The others also regained control of their bodies, gasping heavily. This magic is used to catch people. It is a magic that borrows the power of some kind of existence. I don't know how Black Mist could perform such a strange magic. Isn't he worried about being noticed by some strange existence? But fortunately the huge eye only has some power and no consciousness. Lulu, what exactly is this magic? My teacher gave it to me. After using it I can completely control the fallen angel. Unless there is a strong person who is higher than this magic level, there is no way to remove this restraint. I know it's a bit wasteful, but there is no other way now. Aunt Anna was speechless. Lulu, what level is this magic? I don't know either. It shouldn't be low. It was not just low. Those so-called holy magicians could never produce such a terrible magic scroll. Could it be that it was handed down from ancient times? No, it shouldn't be. Aunt Anna felt that her worldview was once again impacted. Aunt Anna now had a conflicted look on her face while Ilu had a complicated look on his face. She was completely out of ideas now. This level of magic was absolutely impossible to resist. Even if she hid in the Holy Land or in the tree hole of the holy tree, there was no way she could do anything. How could such a foundation be so powerful that it could easily use such high-level magic? If it wanted to destroy a country, wouldn't it be easy? Although the magic just now seemed to have little destructive power, its power was definitely extremely high and its level must be not low. Seeing that the enemy had been controlled, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go and take a look first. Zhang Yu was not afraid. He ran to the fallen angel. Several teammates also surrounded him. They looked nervous and were on high alert. If the fallen angel made any unsafe move, they would attack instantly. However, this guy was lying there like a dead dog, giving them no excuse to attack him. Zhang Yu kicked her thigh. Hey, don't lie down, get up. There was no response, so Zhang Yu kicked again. Hey, hurry up. Hey, hurry up. Stop kicking me, can't I just get up? The other person got up with a frustrated look on his face. The 8th level magic was activated and she was unharmed. Then there was only one result, that is, she was no longer in control of herself. The strange power in her body was constantly reminding her who was her father now. To show you how that magic works, let me demonstrate it. He injected magic power into the mark on his left hand, causing the fallen angel to let out a sharp scream and fall to the ground. To put it simply, this magic has 4 main functions. The first is to make you feel extremely painful. The second is to directly control your body and deprive you of your will. The third is to monitor your situation. If you lie, I will be able to sense it. The fourth is to prevent betrayal. If I die, you will definitely die and your soul will be scattered. If I am not dead, I can subjectively make your soul scattered at any time. There are probably 4 functions, simple and crude. You get the idea. I see. The fallen angel looked aggrieved. Where on earth did this native get such a high-level magic scroll? It was too weird. Okay, call me daddy and let me hear it. Zhang Yu looked proud. The fallen angel's face turned red and Aunt Anna was speechless. This guy was still as unreliable as ever. Dad. Well, very good. It seems that you already know your situation. Then tell me everything you know, Captain, and Iroh, you can ask questions. Okay. The two looked at each other and knew what the question was going to be. At the same time, deep underground in the land of eternal sleep, in a strange underground palace. This palace was built underground. It is more like a huge tomb than a palace. In the hall in the middle of the palace there is a sarcophagus. Next to the sarcophagus stands a tall man with white hair, pointed horns, a strong body and a long sword behind him. This man is the culprit who caused this war, a demon from the abyss. He raised his head and looked upwards with a serious expression. What kind of oppressive force is this? It was very strange. He couldn't tell exactly because they were too far away, but from the feeling it was something very significant. The bull-headed man angrily slapped the coffin with his hands. Come out quickly, don't be so autistic. I can't beat that elf and I need your help. Come out quickly. The coffin didn't move and the bull-headed man continued to pat. You felt it just now, right? There was an extremely strong and strange force, although we don't know what it is. If you continue to shut yourself up, your last territory will be taken away by others. Come out quickly and I will give you the southern part of the kingdom, okay? Are you still not satisfied? The bull-headed man was furious. He had been nagging here for several days, but this guy still didn't move at all. If he could beat the other party, he would have opened the coffin and whipped the corpse long ago. You dare to say you didn't sense the breath just now? At this time a voice finally came from the coffin. It was a deep male voice. It's a very strange power. It definitely doesn't belong to the elves. What happened outside? The bull-headed man showed a happy expression. Just now my detection magic detected an elf breaking in, so I sent one of my men to deal with it. I don't know what happened. Hey, do you want to continue sleeping? No, the enemy is here. It's so noisy. Hurry up and get up. If you have any request you can ask for it. What's wrong with lying here and sleeping all day? I heard that you were once a powerful figure. Why don't you want to get back to the top? I guess I'm the only one who can help you in this world. Come on, let's join forces and this world will be ours. Coffin, you underestimate this world, not to mention the faraway places. The elf kingdom is not as simple as you think. TSK, what's so difficult about that? Aren't the elves centered around the holy tree? Although the holy tree has some strange powers, as long as we slowly pollute and erode it, we will naturally be able to break through its defenses after a period of time. What are you worried about? Coffin. Hey, don't be autistic again. Hey. In the outside world, the fallen angel told everything she knew. She wanted to lie at first, but was immediately discovered after being punished by Zhang Yu. She didn't dare to do it anymore. In the blink of an eye, she bought out the original owner. Don't think the demons are loyal guys born in the abyss. They are used to relying on the strong, and betrayal is common. There are some loyal ones, but they are very rare. Obviously, fallen angels do not belong to this category. The people who received the information looked solemn. I didn't expect there would be such a strange place down there. If that demon joins forces with the mysterious being in the land of eternal sleep, we'll be in danger. Antana looked a little anxious, but she didn't lose her mind. We have to go back and tell the higher-ups immediately. We can't go any further. Ilua's face was also solemn. As the inheritor of the blood of the abyss, she naturally knew the horror of the abyss. Indeed, we must go back. Lulu, what are you going to do? And how are you going to deal with this fallen angel? The fallen angel looked terrified. No, don't kill me. I am now your most loyal servant. I am good at all kinds of curses. Keeping me will definitely be useful. Please don't kill me. This guy is really scared of death. Is this expression fake? Zhang Yu said helplessly, don't worry, I won't kill you. Also, can you help me keep the matter about the fallen angel a secret? After all, that magic is too weird. If it gets out, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble. Antana nodded. Of course, no problem. You can just find an excuse to fool around with the fallen angel. Just say you managed to capture a second-level demon and tortured him to extract information. All you have to do is hide everything about the fallen angel. Okay, but Lulia, what do you want to do? Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment and said, the temple has issued a mission. I may not be able to go back with you. I will come back to find you after completing the mission. Of course, the mission and all that was nonsense, but she did have things to deal with. Team Antana naturally knew that Zhang Yu was adopted by the temple, but Ilua was confused. What is the temple? Isn't it a foundation? What's going on? Lulu, it's so dangerous here. What are you going to do? Let them take the message back. I'll accompany you, Antana said. Zhang Yu shook his head. It's an order from the temple. There's nothing I can do. I have to do it myself. Don't worry, I still have several scrolls and there are fallen angels here. There will definitely be no danger. Even if there is danger, I can still use the teleportation array to summon a dragon. Really, can't you take me with you? Antana seemed a little unwilling. Sorry. The situation is very urgent. It is too dangerous to stay here. Please go back quickly. Although she was very reluctant, Antana also knew that the situation was urgent and she had to pass the message back immediately. This was a matter of life and death for the Elven Kingdom. Okay, be careful when you come back. Go directly to the Iron Fortress. I'll be waiting for you there. Good. Zhang Yu watched them leave. After their team had completely left, Zhang Yu communicated with his original body and transmitted his recent memories back to him. His original body instantly understood the situation. In the temple, Zhang Yu was in a dilemma. According to intelligence, the current demon boss is a 5th-level demon and there is only one of him. He has not communicated with the upper level. The news was passed on by the other party's trusted subordinates who did not speak in the Star Network. I had not detected any higher-level existence before. From the current perspective, the reliability of this information is still quite high. The clone wanted to set up a branch in Death Canyon, which Zhang Yu thought was very reliable as it was very suitable for necromancers to practice. One of Zhang Yu's clones was a necromancer. His only worry was whether opening the portal would lead to the invasion of high-level demons. Forget it, this wretchedness is not a solution. If there really is a high-level demon, it will be discovered when the Star Network Eye is opened. There is no need to be so restrained now. Zhang Yu immediately called over the Death Warlock's clone. This clone of the Death Warlock was very strange. His sample was actually a normal life, but in order to practice necromancy, the clone was artificially transformed into a dead body after it was created, a kind of undead with a body. This body is very compatible with the energy of death, and its cultivation speed is the fastest among all the clones. With the cultivation of the temple's resources, it reached the 4th level in just 1 month, which is unique among the clones. However, there is no breath of death in the temple. After reaching the 4th level, the speed of cultivation becomes slower and slower. If it is placed in the Death Canyon, it would be most suitable. The necromancer's clone looks like a skinny man wearing a thick black robe. His whole body is hidden in the black robe, which is somewhat similar to the black fog. He exudes a strong breath of death. Living people will feel extremely suffocated and uncomfortable next to him and will instinctively reject his presence. After synchronizing memories with the other party, the clone knew what to do. The 4th level is still too dangerous in the Death Canyon. If you want to control that place, you can't always use scrolls. Zhang Yu called 2 more apostles. One is a black dragon from the dragon clan. The destructive power he possesses is the most destructive among dragons of the same level. The 5th level strength is definitely enough to be a helper. The other is an orc, a sheepman looted from the Orc Empire not long ago. This person is a woman, one of the few in the temple who is skilled in curse magic. She often deals with the aura of death. Although she is not an undead, at least she is not as abnormally averse to the aura of death as other people. This girl was not born in a good family. She was rejected by her tribe because she possessed terrible curse power. The tribe feared her existence, but they had to rely on her power to protect the tribe. I don't know if it was because she was exposed to too much death aura. This girl's personality was very contradictory, but her strength was still very strong, also at the 5th level. Everyone has arrived. Zhang Yu prepared some supplies for his clone and selected 3 suitable top-level magic props from the temple's treasury and gave them to his clone. Naturally, they would not refuse Zhang Yu's decision. They were very happy. After all, they had nothing to do in the temple and were bored now. The master finally arranged a task for them, which meant that they were useful. Human beings are such contradictory creatures. When the lamb was in the tribe, she hated people who took advantage of her, but in the temple she hoped that her master would use her more and let him see her value. It was a pity that no matter how she tried to make herself familiar to her master had no intention of using her. Now the opportunity had finally come. In Death Canyon. After Liolio's clone communicated with the original body, he felt relieved. The fallen angel asked curiously, "Master, what is the temple? Is it the force you belong to?" This guy changed a lot very quickly. Obviously he was weaker than himself and was just a native, but the fallen angel didn't show any resentment on his face. He called him master all the time and was very friendly. Zhang Yu looked at her speechlessly. "Why are you so skilled? How many masters have you had?" A few, just a few. Of course you are my only master now, and my loyalty to you is absolute," the fallen angel said with embarrassment. "Forget it, just wait on the side, it's none of your business right now." The fallen angel stood aside obediently. She was still very curious in her heart. What kind of existence could produce an 8th level magic scroll? Could it be that this place was a low magic world on the surface but actually a high magic world in secret? This shouldn't happen. After waiting for a long time, Lulu finally opened his eyes. At the same time, a black door opened quietly. It was the space door. A giant black dragon flew out of the gate, circling in the air for a week before landing. Then 2 figures walked out of the portal, one after another. The first one to come out was a girl with goat horns on her head, holding a long goat head staff in her hand. As her memory was synchronized with that of her original body, she naturally knew who this person was. Sonia, a sheepman girl who was good at curse magic, was followed by a man in a black robe. After the man in the black robe came out, he did not have any intention of coming over to reminisce the past but directly closed the portal. Lulu looked amused. "You must be Cece, right? Long time no see. My number is 66 and the other person is 44. This is fate." However, the other person's strength is already 4th level while this clone is only 2nd level. I feel ashamed just thinking about it. Of course this can't be blamed on me. After all, my original body was a mage, so it's normal for me to have a bonus in magic. If my original body was a knight, I would be level 4 now. Lulu consoled himself. Although both of them are clones, the clones will obviously be affected by some of the physical bodies. This is a relatively rare situation. There are only a few clones whose personalities are specialized due to their different bodies. These clones are basically caused by their special body structures. Cece is one of them. This clone has a calm and taciturn personality, but it doesn't matter. The essence of the soul has not shifted, and this deviation is within the allowable range. Cece had no expression on his face. He just nodded. "Leave it to me. From now on you just lead the way." "Okay. Why are you still standing there? Lead the way." Zhang Yu said to the fallen angel. The fallen angel made a bitter face. Okay. All the opponents they met along the way were knocked down. The one who did it was not Cece but Sonia. This girl was extremely proficient in curse magic. Compared with her, the fallen angel was nothing but trash. With just a touch of her staff the enemy would be in pain and unable to get up again. Along the way there was absolutely no opponent. The fallen angel was speechless. This guy was too powerful. Could curse magic be used like this? Is this the strength of the 5th level? And that black dragon, what kind of place is the temple? Why did so many masters suddenly appear? Soon they arrived at the entrance of the underground palace. There was nothing much to say. They just kept destroying things along the way. With 2 level 5 warriors as thugs, they could not meet any opponents at all. In case there really were higher level beings, they could also open a portal and call for help at any time. Moving forward, they came to the main hall of the underground palace. The fallen angel lowered his head and dared not look at the tall bull-headed man in the middle. Hey, you guys are here after all. I'm Kuchi from the Abyss Bull Demon Clan. What are your names? Let's not talk about the others for now. The pressure from that dragon was too strong. Kuchi knew that he could never beat it. Even though they were both at level 5, the gap was still huge. What the hell was going on? Where did all these ruthless people come from? Cece ignored it. He could tell the level of this minotaur demon just by looking at him. As for the one in the coffin, it should be slightly stronger. Xiaohei said angrily, Master, let me deal with this guy. It was not easy for his huge body to enter the underground palace, and the cramped environment aroused his desire for destruction. Is the clone considered the master of the apostle? This is really a question. Cece said, you don't have to call me master, just call me Cece. Okay. Demons on the opposite side, you should not be able to return to the abyss after being summoned here. Cece asked. You guys seem to know quite a bit. The Minotaur looked at the fallen angel standing next to him. He thought it was the fallen angel who leaked the information. Death Canyon will belong to our temple from now on. Now I give you 2 choices, either surrender or die. It seems that the person who comes here has bad intentions. Hey, why don't you come out? Your home is about to be robbed. The bull-headed man patted the coffin hard. At this time the person in the coffin could no longer be a coward. He pushed open the coffin lid and climbed out of the coffin. This is a tall skeleton, silver white all over, which looks very cool, as if all the bones in the body are made of silver. However, a small dagger is inserted into the skull and the dagger exudes a black aura. There is a red circle around the dagger which traps the black aura emitted by the dagger. Within the circle it looks like a circle is drawn on the forehead. The opponent's strength should be around the peak of level 5, but he was suppressed by the cursed power of the dagger. If he were given a few more years he would be able to completely expel the curse. That was why he ignored the demon. He had been working hard for 1,000 years, from completely sealing it to slowly squeezing out the power of the curse. Now he was finally at the last step, but here came a group of troublesome guys. The skeleton almost had the urge to vomit blood, as if he suddenly entered the sage state when he trembled for the last time. Now he only wanted to kill people. You want to rule this place? Fine, we the undead have always only worshipped the strong. As long as you defeat us, we are willing to serve you as our master. The bull-headed man looked depressed. Hey, I haven't said anything yet. Am I represented? The skeleton didn't want to pay attention to him. Cece said indifferently, sure. I will be your opponent and you two can fight together. The other party is only a 4th level one. How dare he dare to challenge the 2 of us? Shouldn't he send his men over? Does he look down on us? No, it is obvious that the other party is not an ordinary 4th level one. He has a trump card. Opposite them, Cece had already taken out a 2-meter-long black and thick staff. As the most powerful magic item in the temple, this staff can be said to be the best among the divine weapons. Once it is taken out, the black energy of death will automatically surround Cece. As soon as he makes a move, he uses the strongest undead magic learned in the temple. Push the wand firmly into the ground. 4th level magic, Death Space. Death Space, one of the most powerful undead magics collected in the library, has a domineering name and terrifying power. Although it looks like it is only a 4th level magic, it is a growing magic and can still be used in the holy level. Moreover, the power varies depending on the environment. In places with abundant holy power, this magic is probably not even as good as 1st level magic, but in this place with abundant death breath, this magic will be greatly enhanced. Endless breath of death was attracted, and with the magic wand as the center, the surrounding space began to distort and the environment began to be reconstructed. Cece's power was definitely not enough to cause changes in space, so he could only use the breath of death to move in the existing space. The decayed breath began to spread slowly to the outside, but the speed was not fast, and the dead space figures that existed in the gap between reality and nothingness began to appear. This is a black monster with a hooded head, no face, no limbs, only a misty body like a cloak. Four nightmare-like monsters are floating around Cece. These are the strange beings called virtual ghosts from the void space. Others don't know how, but Zhang Yu, who was in the death space, only felt that her life breath was constantly being deprived. Her strength began to become disordered, and she felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to vomit blood. In this space her strength was estimated to be less than the 3rd level, but it didn't matter. She took out her Hulunber sword in the plunder of life, and a small range around her was stopped. Although the range was not large, this sword was really restraining against the undead. The fallen angel also hurriedly leaned against Zhang Yu. There was no other way. Even she, who was proficient in curses, could not withstand the death space outside. Even if the other party was not targeting her, she could not hold on for long and could only lean on her master. Zhang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. On the other side, the Minotaur and the skeleton knew that something was wrong when they saw the death space appear. If they were in the outside world, they could run farther away and suppress it with long-range attacks, but where could they run to in this underground palace? There was no other way but to attack. At the same time, the skeleton used the 5th order magic death whip to test it. The whip, composed of black death aura, hit Cece fiercely. However, the whip began to dissipate quickly when it entered the range of death space, and the stable death aura quickly returned to its most original state. What is going on? The skeleton used some other death magic, but they were all cancelled. His face turned black. This magic was too shameless. It was simply the nemesis of the undead magic. Aren't you the undead magic? How can you restrain yourself? The bull-headed man also realized that something was wrong. No way, let's solve it with close combat. He roared, and the magic power on his body turned into black flame armor, and then he rushed into the death space without hesitation. As soon as he stepped into the death space, he felt his vitality beginning to fade away, and even his magic power was suppressed. He had to fight quickly and decisively. He rushed to Cece's side only to see 4 virtual ghosts rushing towards him. His sword flashed past, but the powerful slash that could cut even steel only grazed the opponent's body and had no effect on the virtual ghosts at all. The void ghost opened its huge fang-filled mouth from its void cloak and bit the Minotaur. The other 3 also bit him. The Minotaur screamed and fell to the ground, starting to twitch. The skeleton on the other side was not idle either. It directly summoned 3 undead creatures. These were his strongest subordinates who had fought with him in the south. The Death Knight, the Necromancer, and the undead archer worked closely together, and they could even take down a 5th-level existence. They were his most powerful killer. The Death Knight charges, the Necromancer starts to hide, and the undead archers use longbows to attack quickly. This is not over yet. The skeletons use magic bone armor to add protection for the Necromancer and undead archers, but the Death Knight does not have this treatment as he is already tanky enough, and the dead space will eliminate the effects of undead magic, so it is useless to add anymore. Cece on the opposite side also began to chant, and a strange figure appeared behind him. Stand, this is the enemy's stand attack. Lulu looked at the strange figure in shock. To some extent this thing was similar to a stand-in. It was a strange figure wrapped in bandages, a rankless magical protective spirit obtained from the temple. Most of the non-ranked magics are from the late stage. They are very weak in the early stage but very terrifying when they grow up. The guardian spirit needs to be constantly cultivated, and its rank cannot exceed that of the main body. It is very powerful and grows very fast with the help of the temple and the death space. Its abilities are increased several times. The death space and the guardian spirit are a perfect match. This is my last magic. If these 2 strongest moves can't defeat the opponent, then there is nothing else I can do but let the black dragon take action. Countless bandages shot out crazily, and the arrows that entered the space were blocked one by one, not to mention the Necromancer's magic, which was directly wiped out after the Death Knight came in. He was tied up like a dumpling with endless bandages. He could still struggle at first, but under the attack of endless bandages his resistance quickly faded. The death space continued to expand, eventually enveloping the entire hall, and Cece was the king of the death space. The death space is strange and powerful, but it requires the cooperation of the environment. This enclosed underground hall is undoubtedly the most suitable environment for the death space. In my space no one can beat me. In the death space the skeleton personally felt the horror and power of this strange space. He knew that he no longer had any chance. No matter what undead magic he used here, it would be ineffective. Now he had no means of fighting back. As for that ridiculous demon, he didn't know what it felt like to be surrounded by 4 monsters. Anyway, he definitely didn't want to try it. In more than 1,000 years he had never encountered such a weird monster. It was definitely not an undead but a monster that should not exist. What the skeleton thought was indeed correct. Void ghosts could not appear in any space. They were monsters that forever wandered in the cracks of planes. Only the dead space could create monsters that allowed them to exist for a short period of time. No one knows which monster created the magic of death space. The one who can reach the boundary of the plane is most likely a plane-level strongman. The skeleton did not let the bandages bind him. He groaned and knelt on one knee. We lost you or our master. I, the king of Death Canyon, finally succumbed to others today. Unwilling, humiliated, angry, and a mess of emotions filled his heart, but he understood that he had completely failed, and the two fifth-level warriors next to him were definitely not weaker than him. Their strength was far superior to his. Very good, I accept your surrender. CC released the death space. The four virtual ghosts who served as tools were driven out of this plane the moment the space was released, and the protective spirits behind them also returned to their bodies. The bull-headed man had lifeless eyes and drool at the corners of his mouth. In just a few minutes he was trapped in an endless cycle of death with a look of being played to pieces. Although he has never been attacked by a phantom ghost, according to records, a phantom ghost can cause living beings to fall into an endless gap between life and death, devouring the despair caused by the other party's endless reincarnation. If this continues for a while longer, this guy's soul will collapse directly. Only the most terrifying and insane magicians dare to come into contact with virtual ghosts. Is he okay? The skeleton said with a nervous look on his face. Although he didn't care whether he lived or died, this guy had been nagging beside him for so long, so he just asked casually. It's nothing, I'll be fine in a few days. After the death space was lifted, Lulu put away the sword with confidence. CC, what are you going to do next? First, stay safe and build an underground palace with strong defenses. Recruit powerful undead to protect it, then slowly expand the strength of the colleagues and concentrate on studying undead magic. How should I put it? It's just me, our thinking is so similar. It's a pity that Lulu couldn't enjoy the other party's research results at the moment of splitting the soul. The memory of the soul fragment was exactly the same as the original body, but the subsequent memory synchronization was just the clone simply transmitting memories to the original body. The original body synchronized the clone's will and some ordinary memories, and the content of cultivation would not be synchronized. After all, the clone was just a soul fragment and could not withstand such great soul pressure like the original body. A place filled with the breath of death is not suitable for living people to stay for a long time, especially Lulu. It was simply uncomfortable to stay in such a place. After completing her mission, she had no intention of staying here any longer. If everything is fine, I'll leave. First, contact me if you have anything else. I should be in the Elf Kingdom for a long time to come. Good. Lulu brought the fallen angel back to the ground. Although the ground was still filled with the breath of death, it was much better than the underground palace. Master, they are all from the temple. Aren't the people from the temple too strong? Lulu said proudly. Of course, the people in the temple are much more powerful. People like them can only be responsible for serving tea, water, and sweeping the floor in the temple, and they can't even guard the door. The fifth level can't even guard the door, so you, the master of the second level, can only. Lulu said with an embarrassed look. Ahem, how can I be the same as them? I am a senior intelligence officer of the temple. I am in charge of everything in the Elf Kingdom. Strength doesn't matter, it will naturally improve after a while anyway. The fallen angel wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Master, where should we go next? Return to the Iron Fortress, of course. But what should I do? If the elves in the fortress find out who I am, they will beat me to death. Don't worry about that, I'll ask my superiors to send a magic item that can hide your identity. Anyway, there are a lot of magic items in the temple's treasury. There must be one that is suitable for you. The fallen angel said nervously. Is this reliable? Certainly. Lulu contacted the main body, and the main body searched in the warehouse. Surprisingly, there really were props that could hide the aura. There were actually quite a few of these props, mainly because the intelligence system had a high demand for them. All the low-level ones were given to them, but some high-level ones were still here. Zhang Yu searched around and found a piece of jade. This jade was called Jade of Transformation. Its effect was to transform the wearer's appearance, body shape, breath, and everything else into that of a human. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to detect it unless it was at level 6. It was considered an advanced magic item and was completely sufficient for the clone. Unfortunately, this Jade of Transformation also has its own limitations. First, the wearer's body size and shape cannot be too different from humans. Secondly, the use of magic will destroy the state of transformation and reveal the truth. It is precisely because of these limitations that this Jade of Transformation cannot reach the level of top magic props. If it is refined again in the future, it is not impossible to make further progress. The magic item was sent to Lulu through the portal. Lulu took it, played with it for a while, and then threw it to the fallen angel. The fallen angel took it and put it on, then injected magic power into it. Her body shape began to change and soon she turned into an ordinary-looking human woman. Lulu was secretly amazed. As long as the fallen angel does not use magic, he will not be discovered under normal circumstances. Of course, this disguise is meaningless to Lulu as he can sense the essence of the devil. Let's go back to the city. They ran non-stop all the way back to the Iron Fortress without encountering any obstacles on the way, but they were stopped by the elven soldiers at the foot of the Iron Fortress. If it was Lulu, there would be no problem as she was a pure elf, but the same could not be said for the human next to her. In this special situation, any non-elf creature was forbidden to enter the Iron Fortress. Fortunately, she was just stopped. If she was caught directly, she would be dumbfounded. Lulu was dumbfounded. What should she do? How could she contact others without a cell phone? The soldiers obviously wouldn't help her pass on messages. She had no choice but to wait. On the other side, inside the temple, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. From the current point of view, at least no more advanced demons have appeared. The next step is to manage the division well. At the same time, his clone was driven out by him again. Not only that, Zhang Yu also started to make clones again. He wanted to make 1,000 clones, so 100 was not enough. The tense atmosphere surrounding the temple gradually dissipated and everyone was busy again, even the heroes. The current task was to assist Zhang Yu in obtaining samples for bodybuilding. Now the samples near the endless forest have basically been collected, and the next step is to go to places further away. Lilio's clone, who was far away in the Elf Kingdom, finally found someone willing to help. After waiting for most of the day after receiving the news, Aunt Anna left and took Lulu in with the Dill family as a guarantee. There was naturally no problem. On the street, although Aunt Anna was very happy, in her heart she had a serious expression on her face. Lulu, who is this? Ahem, she is a companion in the temple. The fallen angel also hurriedly said, yes, yes. Aunt Anna looked suspicious. I don't know how you disguised yourself, and even I can't see any clues, but it's obvious you are the fallen angel. Well, this is really embarrassing. Lulu didn't expect to be recognized. As soon as they met, it was obvious that the other party didn't see through the fallen angel's disguise but guessed it. Ha, you figured it out. You'd better be careful. This is an Iron Fortress after all. Once her identity is discovered, you will be in great danger. Don't worry, it's okay. Also, what's the situation in Death Canyon like? Lulu said, well, I'm sorry if you're asking about the alliance between the demons and the undead. I don't know the details and can't provide you with any information. Aunt Anna smiled and said, it's okay, let the people above worry about this. Iroh has already reported the situation to the Elf King. I don't think we will have anything to do next. We can't get involved in matters of that level. Iroh told me quietly before that the king might ask for external help. Foreign aid? Yes, the Elf King has a very good relationship with the Lord of the Sky City, so he should ask him for help. Castle in the sky. Lulu heard about a very interesting place. The city in the sky can be said to be one of the most mysterious places on the planet, but this mystery is only for ordinary people. In fact, they have already used the Star Network to scout the city in the sky several times. Combined with the information provided by the Dragon King, the city in the sky does not have many secrets. The city in the sky was created in ancient times by a very powerful wizard. The purpose of creating the city in the sky was actually to serve as a holy place for magic research. It floats above the sky and never appears in front of ordinary people. It is said that only the most powerful magicians are qualified to go to the city in the sky. The Sky City in ancient times was mysterious and powerful, but now the so-called City Lord is actually only at level 5, and based on observation their magic level is indeed a little higher than that of the kingdoms and empires on the mainland, but not much higher. Afterwards, the original body should arrange a clone to go to the Sky City. Although the strength of that place is average, it is a good place and the name sounds cool. Sky City, it sounds so powerful. With the current level of magic on this planet, it is definitely impossible to create a city in the sky. However, some magicians in ancient times were quite capable. But that's all. If Zhang Yu wanted to do it, he could do it too. However, this thing is a bit flashy as an aerial fortress. The main body is too fragile and the defensive magic is not strong enough. It consumes energy and floats in the air, making it just a target for him. The Lord of the Sky City is a handsome young man, right? Lulu asked. Aunt Anna looked puzzled. How do you know? I saw it once before by chance. It turned out to be that guy. If the two of them join forces, they might be able to defeat the combination of the Minotaur and the Skeleton. It's a pity that the boss of the Death Canyon has been replaced, and they will probably end up in failure if they enter the Death Canyon. Lulu doesn't need to care about this kind of thing, and he is not in the mood to care. It seems like there is nothing for us to do here now. When can we go to your house to see the treasures passed down by the first Elf King? Aunt Anna said helplessly. You are just thinking about my family's treasure, right? Ha ha, I do care a little. At least wait until things here are over. Wait for a while. During this time you should seize the time to improve your basics. Your basics are too poor. You can't even reach the 3rd level with your full strength. It's really too much. Okay. I'll look for the teacher when I get back and see if I can accept you as my disciple. Lulu looked surprised. Your teacher? Yeah, otherwise I can't teach myself. Don't worry, my teacher is very strong and will be more than capable of teaching you. Lulu didn't resist, but speaking of the teacher, there seems to be a loli in the temple who claims to be a sword saint. That guy has been staying at home to practice and has almost no chance to appear. 3 days later a young man came from afar riding a giant dragon. His appearance caused quite a stir in the Iron Fortress. This showy way of appearance made Lulu speechless and he wanted to catch the man and beat him up. And although this guy looks young, he is actually hundreds of years old and may not be much younger than the Elf King. After the two friends had an intimate conversation in the room, they set off for Death Canyon, wanting to completely hunt down the demon. Now the main force of the demons has been forced into the Death Canyon. If he can get rid of the demon this time, then the next step will be to directly command the army to rush into the Death Canyon and completely eliminate all the demons. As for the undead, they could never be completely killed in the Death Canyon, so he didn't hold out much hope. The two friends rode the dragon all the way and soon came to the land of eternal sleep. He soon spotted the figure of the demon, and standing with him was a silver-white skeleton. The Elf King's face darkened, knowing that this was the Lord of the Death Canyon. There were records of this existence in ancient books, and it was an existence even older than him. According to the records in ancient books, this being should be trapped in a curse and sleeping in eternal sleep underground. Now it seems that the curse has been lifted and he has even teamed up with the devil. The situation is not optimistic. The strength of this ancient being is unfathomable and he feels that he may not be his opponent. The two fell to the ground. The abominable bull-headed demon opposite them looked extremely pale, as if he had just recovered from a long illness. The Elf King was somewhat puzzled. Was the other party injured so badly before? It seemed not. The damn demon smiled. What brings you here? Sorry, I'm not interested in conquering the world anymore. I just want to farm here with Brother Skeleton. How about you two show some mercy and let us go? The Elf King held the elf holy sword in his hand and his fierce killing intent came at him. What exactly do you want to do? Have you joined forces? I guess so. I'm serious about what I said just now. I will withdraw all the demons back to the Death Canyon. We will keep to ourselves. What do you think? The Lord of Sky City said sternly. Demons from the abyss are always good at sweet talk. We don't believe a word you say. What is your purpose? The bull-headed man looked embarrassed. The reputation of the abyss has been damaged. Although we, the Abyss Demon Clan, have done many bad things, we always keep our word and never beat around the bush. Those who use sweet words are the devils. They are not the same species as us. The skeleton summoned his 3 undead generals. His curse had been lifted by the master. As a peak 5th level warrior, he was no match for these 2 5th level warriors. As for the bull-headed man, he could only watch the show from the side. The master has already said that if we beat him up he will lose his temper and then we can talk properly. Forehead. The Elf King caught an extremely strange word. Master? Did he hear it right? Master? Who is qualified to be the master of this person? That bull-headed demon obviously doesn't have this qualification. What on earth happened here? The battle has begun. The next day the Elf King and his good friend came back with bruised faces and noses. When they went out they rode on dragons in a cool way, and when they came back they hid in cloaks and came back quietly. The ancient lord of the Death Canyon was too strong. After the curse was lifted he had no burden and the two of them could not defeat him at all. After being beaten up he obediently agreed to the proposal of a truce and returned in disgrace. The opponent obviously had the strength to kill them both completely, but for some reason he did not do so. After returning to the Iron Fortress, the Elf King issued an order. The Iron Fortress continued to maintain normal alert and the army withdrew to the Elf King's city. As for the demon, it was announced to the outside world that it was temporarily unable to kill the other party, but it had been sealed in the Death Canyon. As soon as the news came out, the Iron Fortress was in an uproar. Although the demon had not been completely killed, the Elf Kingdom had won again anyway, and the entire Iron Fortress began to celebrate. The Elf King felt very aggrieved, but there was nothing he could do. He was also desperate that he could not defeat the opponent, but at least the opponent would not leave the Death Canyon and he would keep an eye on this place. Once the opponent showed any unusual movement, the Elf King would tell the entire human empire about the situation. This was a crisis for everyone, and I believe that the top humans knew the seriousness of this matter. By then, with so many people on my side, would we still be afraid of the two of them? I just hope things won't get that serious. As for the master mentioned by the skeleton, this is simply becoming the nightmare of the Elf King. It should just be to scare me, I hope so. Hoping that he would not become a sinner of the elves, the old Elf King felt very heavy-hearted. It was naturally a happy thing for most people that the war ended so quickly. The army began to withdraw one after another and Lulu followed Antana and the others north to the Elf King city. Xiaolei had nowhere to go, so she naturally followed them. As the capital of the Elf Kingdom, the Elf King City is the most heavily defended place. The legendary Holy Land of the Elf is located in the capital. When you enter, you can already see the huge tree in the center that towers into the sky. That is the sacred tree of the Elf Kingdom. According to legend, elves are born under the sacred tree. The sacred tree is the mother of all elves and also the spiritual support of all elves. The capital of the Elf Kingdom is very different from the capital of the human world. The capitals of the human world are basically huge cities, but the situation of the Elf Kingdom's capital is completely different. This city is more like a huge forest than a city. Most of these trees are very old, towering giants, and the elves basically build tree houses on the books. This is what is called the Elf King City. The previous cities were completely no different from human cities. Lulu was a little disappointed at that time. He didn't expect to see such scenery in the Elf King City. This is right, this is where the elves should live in fantasy. Antana, who was standing next to them, saw Lulu and Katie looking surprised. She smiled and said, "It's amazing, isn't it?" Many people are very surprised when they see the Elf King City for the first time. As far as I know, the area of the Elf King City should be the largest among all the kingdoms. How can they not be big? These are all huge trees. Moreover, these trees are not ordinary trees. They are all connected by a mysterious force. These trees seem to have life and exude a unique breath of life. These trees have their own consciousness. Although it is very weak, they do have their own consciousness. This is most likely influenced by the sacred tree of the elves. Every tree is an eyeliner, and at the critical moment every tree can form combat power. Of course, this is only limited to the Elf King City. There is no way to build such a defense system in the outside world. The Elf King City is said to have the strongest defense system in the Elf Kingdom. This is not because there are powerful elves here, but simply because of the Elf Holy Tree. The existence of the Holy Tree is indeed very interesting. I must go in and take a look when I come to the Elf King City this time. Moreover, the artifact Sunset Bow also needs the help of the Elf Holy Tree to be cast. Let's see if there is any way to find a breakthrough. If it doesn't work, it may eventually develop into military control. I hope it won't come to that time. The center of the Elf King City is the Holy Land where the Elf King lives and where the Elf Holy Tree is located. Although she wants to go and see it now, it is obvious that she is not qualified to enter the Holy Land. So let's go visit the Dill family in Antana first. The Deer family is located in the central area of the Elf King City. The area south of the Holy Land is where the Deer family lives, and they also live on various trees. When approaching the territory of the Deer family, one could clearly see the gigantic sacred tree of the elves and sense the surging breath of life emanating from the sacred tree. Arriving here, the fallen angel was actually very nervous. If she was exposed here, she would definitely be beaten to death. She began to lack confidence in the Jade of Transformation. In fact, Lulu was also a little worried. If she had known earlier, she would have directly thrown this guy into the temple. Forget it, since she has come here, she should not think too much and will just leave this guy in the Dill family. When they entered the residence of the Dill family, many elves along the way would call Antana Miss. It can be seen that Antana's status in the family is not low. The first people they visited were Antana's parents. Her parents seemed to be not much older than Antana, but they were actually hundreds of years old. Her parents were very kind and treated them to a good vegetarian meal. It was a pity that Lulu now wanted to get his reward, the legendary treasure passed down by the first Elf King. Antana seemed to know that Lulu was getting impatient, so she brought them to a small wooden house in the center of the tribe. This was a very rare wooden house built on the ground. It looked very old and no one knew what the wood was made of, but there was no sign of decay. After entering the Elf King City, it was the first time that Lulu saw a building built on the ground. At the door of the wooden house, the old man had already been waiting, his face serious. "You are here after all. Actually, you shouldn't have come. But we are here anyway," Lulu said with a serious face. "You know what it means to touch that thing?" "What does it mean?" The old man said seriously. "It means opportunity. Come in." This old man is really something. I don't know what he is thinking all day long, and he says all kinds of weird things. I followed the old man into the wooden house. The furnishings inside the house were very simple. In the middle there was a strange elf sculpture. This elf had no face and was holding something in both hands. It was a strange scroll made of some unknown animal's leather tied with a tattered rope, and the scroll was about as long as a forearm. "This is the Book of the Unbearable. How about it? Are you a little disappointed?" Don't be fooled by its plain appearance, this is a real priceless treasure passed down by the first Elf King, the old man said proudly. Except for the Bible in the hands of the Elf King, my family is the only one that has the treasure of the first Elf King. Lulu smelled something strange. Shouldn't this be a scroll? Why is it called a book? And the Book of the Unbearable sounds very dangerous. Well, it's a saying that has been passed down. Unbearable means that this is a force that ordinary people cannot bear. Only those who have the qualifications to become gods can bear it. Obviously no one has such qualifications so far. It sounds amazing. Has no one been able to master this book in such a long time? The qualification to become a god refers to divine blood? If so, then Iluel must be able to do it. She truly has divine blood even though it is from the Abyss Demon. Has Ilu tried it? Of course the little girl tried, but unfortunately she was still a little short of it. Could it be that the restriction is on the bloodline of the elves? There is too little information to analyze. Aunt Anna comforted him. Don't be too nervous. Although the name of this thing sounds scary, countless people have touched it since ancient times. I have touched it too, and I have touched it countless times. There must be no problem. The old man said angrily, this is a treasure left by the first Elf King. It is the most precious and supreme treasure in the Elf Kingdom. How can you call it this thing? Please be respectful. But it is something. There is nothing wrong with what Aunt Anna said. The old man was speechless for a moment, and then he said angrily, anyway, you guys try it first, but because it is a treasure left by the Elf King, only elves can touch it. Aunt Anna has already tried it, which means that only you two girls can try it. He pointed at Lulu and then at the dwarf. Katie was not an elf, so it wouldn't work. As for Xiaolei, she was not even a knight, let alone a knight. Katie didn't mind. She had known about this a long time ago. The dwarf volunteered, let me give it a try. What will the sign be if I succeed? If it succeeds, I don't know, because no one has ever succeeded. Of course, if there is no reaction, it means you have failed. Okay. The dwarf took a deep breath and grabbed the scroll. She looked a little nervous, slowly untied the rope and then opened it. Nothing happened. No golden light, no divine grace, nothing. Why is there nothing in this book? The old man looked calm. That means you failed. Next one. He didn't have much hope for the dwarf, but he felt that Lulu might have a little hope, but only a little. This little girl was extremely talented and had an indescribable feeling about her. She was different from ordinary elves. Lulu did not hesitate and went up to pick up the scroll. The scroll was a little cold, a bit like snakeskin. Before she had time to have other thoughts, the scroll began to emit golden light. Lulu opened the scroll and saw golden elven words beginning to appear on the scroll. Wow, golden legend. What's going on? What on earth happened? Lulu looked at the scroll in his hand with a strange expression while the others were already dumbfounded. What exactly is written on it? Lulu started reading from the beginning. What was written in it was naturally not the diary of the first generation Elf King, but a cultivation method. Lulu was very disappointed. It turned out to be just a cultivation method. If it was a diary, it would be more valuable. At least it could understand what happened in that era, but a cultivation method is really useless. The Elf King is very powerful. How powerful is that? He is definitely not a god, that is a saint. If he is a saint, there is no such concept as death of old age. As far as she knows, the Elf King did not die in battle but died of old age with the temple as a backing. What kind of cultivation method does he not have? Not to mention becoming a god, there are even breakthroughs to the world level. So the most precious cultivation method in the eyes of others is just a castle built by a child on the beach in her eyes. After reading it, Lulu found that there was nothing worth mentioning. He closed the scroll in disappointment and put it back on the shelf. After putting it back, the thing stopped glowing. What are you all looking at me for? You, the old man looked like he was about to have a heart attack. You actually successfully activated this scroll. I don't know how many years have passed since the first Elf King left this scroll. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of elves have come into contact with this scroll, but all failed. Everyone even suspected that this was just a joke played by the first Elf King. I didn't expect it to be triggered on such an ordinary day. How did you do it? I just touched it. I don't know what I did. Although the contents of the scroll are garbage, the scroll still has some research value and the material is really good. Aunt Anna grew up listening to the stories of the first Elf King and she was equally excited. Lulu, what exactly is written in this scroll? Sorry, I'm not really in a position to ask this question, but I'm really curious. Can you give me a brief description? It's nothing, just a training method left by the Elf King. It's useless to me. If you need it, I can copy it down for you. Useless? The old man shrieked like a duck. You say the cultivation method of the first generation Elf King is useless? Do you know who the first generation Elf King is? He was the first elf born under the holy tree, the god of the elf clan, and he opened up the continent of the elf clan. None of the later elf kings could reach the height of the first generation. He was a true god. God? Just kidding, it's probably only level 6 or 7. This level of existence is probably synonymous with God in the eyes of ordinary people. Even a 4th level mage dares to be shamelessly called a holy mage, so don't expect their so-called gods to be very powerful. Okay, I made a slip of the tongue. This cultivation method is really powerful. After practicing it, one can probably become a god. Not bad, not bad. It is worthy of being the cultivation method left by the first generation of Elf King. Seeing Lulu's perfunctory look, the old man's eyes almost popped out. Could it be that the person who opened the scroll should not have a sense of awe for the first generation Elf King? Impossible, this was too ridiculous. Lulu, come on, try again, the old man urged. Lulu picked up the scroll again helplessly. Sure enough, the scroll emitted golden light again and the words appeared again. When he put it down, everything disappeared as if everything just now was an illusion. When he picked it up again, the golden light appeared again. Lulu kept picking up and putting down things and the old man was getting overwhelmed. Stop playing, that's enough. It's okay, right? Well, wait, I'll call someone right away. Hello? The old man rushed out without caring. Lulu was speechless and Aunt Anna had a complicated expression. Although I knew you were extraordinary, I really didn't expect you to be able to use the Book of the Unbearable. It seems that you really have the hope of becoming a god. The dwarf looked jealous. I was here first. Xiaolei, Katie and the others were also surprised, but not as deeply as Aunt Anna. The former was born into an ordinary family and didn't know the existence of this thing, while the latter was not even an elf and could not understand the shock brought by the first generation Elf King. But no matter what, they all knew that Lulu was going to be awesome now. Soon the small wooden house was crowded with many old men. They were all of very high generation. Not only the Dill family but also some old men from other families came, and finally even the Elf King came. Lulu felt uncomfortable being stared at by a group of old men. As for Aunt Anna and the others, they had already been squeezed out in front of the many old men. Lulu performed a show with his hands glowing golden. It was terrible. 1/3 of the old men were so excited that they went crazy, hammering their heads and stamping their feet, howling like ghosts and wolves. 1/3 were motionless as if they were in a daze. The last 1/3 were much more normal, but their faces were flushed and they were shaking with excitement. The treasure passed down by the first Elf King, a treasure that has gone through countless years, is now finally emitting its own light. Even if the girl in front of him could not reach the height of the first Elf King, she could at least be called the most powerful Elf King. After the first Elf Queen, she would become a legend. Lulu felt a little embarrassed when being watched by others. Why can I activate this scroll? Is it because I meet certain screening conditions? What are these screening conditions? Lulu doesn't know. After all, she is a knight now and can't use the magician's reconnaissance methods. If the real body is here, it won't be like this. Then Lulu was worshipped like a giant panda. A few days later, the Elf King came over with an amiable look on his face to ask about his well-being, and his old face was almost smiling like a chrysanthemum. During these few days, he also roughly understood Liolio's past. He was lost in the capital of mankind when he was young and was adopted by the temple. He came out to travel after he became an adult and was met by Aunt Anna. The temple serves the Lord of all living things, a god whose name has never been heard of. Judging from Liolio's behavior, she is not a fanatic, so this is easy to deal with. That temple sounds like a small country temple and is not worth mentioning at all. As long as we spend a little time, we can naturally convert Liolio's faith. Afterwards, he invited Lulu to practice in the Holy Land. Her teacher was an old and respected senior. When he was young, he even made a name for himself as a sword saint in the Elf Kingdom. Later, he devoted himself to practice in the Holy Land. Lulu was actually quite helpless when he heard this title. There were too many sword masters. Because Liolio's situation is so special, the Elf King decided to let the old senior be Liolio's teacher. By the way, Aunt Anna's teacher is this senior. During Liolio's practice, Aunt Anna will accompany her to practice in the Holy Land. Lulu had originally planned to investigate the situation of the Holy Tree of the Elves. Now that he had such an opportunity, of course he would not give it up. Besides, it was a good opportunity for him to practice well, which was really killing two birds with one stone. Just when Lulu was recruited to study in the Holy Land in the distant endless forest and temple, Zhang Yu finally configured the rest of the clones and sent them on their way. Zhang Yu, who had been free for a long time, wanted to do something again. Summon the Grey Wolf through the core of will. From the perspective of outsiders, Grey Wolf is now truly second to none, holding the power of life and death over hundreds of thousands of people in the endless forest. After hearing Zhang Yu's call, the boy appeared in front of Zhang Yu in neat clothes with his grey hair neatly combed into a big back, his body upright and his attitude upright. He really was the butler of a butler. Master. The Grey Wolf looked respectful. I haven't paid attention to your situation for a long time. How are you doing now? Grey Wolf knew that his master was asking about the situation in his territory, so he said, Master, with the temple as the core, 4 cities have been built in the east, west, south and north. The 2 cities in the north and south are mainly inhabited by the sky demons and barbarians, while the 2 cities in the east and west are inhabited by a mixture of orcs and humans. Everything is going as planned. The schools and hospitals you ordered have all been built and put into use. Zhang Yu knew this. His young apprentice had already recruited a group of magicians with decent qualities into the White Tower. Now they were researching all kinds of strange magic topics in it. At this stage, Zhang Yu let them research freely as they couldn't be of much help with their current strength. How is the defense system I mentioned earlier being established? We have established a complete system. Any extraordinary creature that enters the endless forest's defense circle will be detected by us, and we will attack and intercept the invader within 10 minutes. If it enters the range of the sky eye, we can respond immediately. It sounds like it's okay. How about this? We have a meeting to discuss the issue of the defense system. Anyway, the heroes are back now. After Zhang Yu gave the order, the 9 heroes gathered in the hall after a long absence. In addition to the 9 heroes, there were several other main apostles, including Grey Wolf, Slime and Skeleton, the 3 giants who were the first to become apostles. Zhang Yu took a look and nodded secretly. Everyone was very strong. Even the 9th hero, Sword Saint Teresa, had reached the 6th level. 6th level? How long has it been? 1 or 2 years? It can only be said that they are creatures with divine blood. Cultivation is as simple as eating and drinking for them. Breaking through the saint level is just a matter of course, and it is not as troublesome as Zhang Yu. Do you feel that we are living too peacefully now? There is no fighting at all. Zhang Yu went straight to the point. At the beginning, we are all family and there is no need to engage in all those nonsense. The Archmage was indeed a smart guy among the heroes, and she reacted the fastest. Master, do you mean to find a kingdom or empire to practice with? No, that's not right. The kingdoms or empires on this planet are not qualified to practice with you. Do you want to open the seal of the demon rift and go to the world occupied by demons on the other side of the demon rift? This is a big step. It'll be dangerous if we get hurt. I mean, we can't be so lazy now. Why don't we hold a big drill? Big exercise? The 9 heroes were a little confused. That's right, since we don't have an opponent right now, let's be our own opponents. 5 heroes and apostles will be the attackers and the rest will be the defenders. We can also take the defense formed by ordinary people into consideration. What do you think of this proposal? The great wizard stroked his beard, although he felt that this kind of acting was not very meaningful, as all the heroes present had been through many battles and drills would not be of any use. However, considering that the master had never experienced a war, let alone a war, he had never even experienced a regular battle and lacked practical experience, so an exercise was still very helpful to the master. The same is true for these apostles. The Archmage smiled. Master, you are right, we are a little too idle. It would be nice to put on a show, but I think it is more appropriate to start a real battle. Stopping the show may not have much effect. Zhang Yu nodded. That's natural, just keep the casualties of civilians within a certain range. There are plenty of humans anyway. Besides, we should remind them what kind of enemy we are facing. The same goes for the apostles. These guys can be resurrected after death, so there is no need to show mercy to them. Train them hard. The heroes knew from the look of things that the master had obviously already made arrangements in his mind and was only raising the issue now to let them give their opinions. The Elf King Kiki asked, Master, how is this grouping determined? Well, my initial plan is this: I, Barbarian King Millet, Arrow Queen Rias, Holy Angel Nisha and Black Mist, whose true identity is unknown, will be the attackers. We will command all the apostles except the Grey Wolf, Skeleton and Slime. The others will be responsible for defense. Considering that I am the attacker, the defensive buildings of the temple will not be used during this period. Others, such as the group of small titans, will also be deployed by the defenders. What do you think? Zhang Yu added 4 heroes to himself, but in fact he counted himself as a hero as well. There is no problem with the grouping in terms of strength. The attacking side is stronger. After all, the Swordmaster is the last one summoned and now his strength is only level 6, which is a little weaker than his predecessors. However, the local defense system of the Endless Forest and the help of the Titans should be able to make up for some of the losses. Generally speaking, the attacker is stronger, but only to a limited extent. Coco was a little unhappy. Master, I also want to be the attacker. Ahem, what's the reason? Reason? Coco thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a suitable interface. She looked frustrated. The Archmage said, I think this distribution plan is quite suitable. The strength of the 2 parties is relatively evenly matched, but should we add some restrictions? For example, heroes cannot attack non-heroes. This is mainly to prevent some people from mowing down enemies. That's fine, but in order to prevent our image from being damaged, the attacking team will all need to change their appearance next. Both sides will adjust their own tactics and the show will begin in 3 days. Yes. After Zhang Yu gave the order, everyone started to get busy. As the attacking party, Zhang Yu was naturally the leader. He began to consider what tactics would be more appropriate, what organization name to use, where to launch the attack, etc. He pulled the heroes of the same camp to start the discussion. At the same time, the 5 heroes on the other side also started a heated discussion in a conference room. The topic they discussed was how to make their master lose the game with dignity. Obviously, it is absolutely impossible to let the attackers break into the temple, even if the temple's defensive buildings have been closed. Even if the attackers are led by the master himself, no matter what the reason is, the master will definitely not be happy once the temple is breached. Since you can't lose, you can only win, so how can you make the master not angry even if he loses? This requires skills. After careful discussion, everyone came to the conclusion that both sides fought with all their strength, and although the master was very powerful, his subordinates were slightly inferior and had to lose. However, how can we show that we are fighting with all our strength? If we deliberately let the master see through it, then we are flattering the horse's leg. Although the master had a slight advantage in strength, the great wizard and his men believed that relying on the temple's defense would clearly be more advantageous than the attacker. The defensive buildings in the temple cannot be used, but don't forget that there is also the sky eye for detecting buildings, as well as the temple's own defensive magic. Even if they really attack the front of the temple, they can't really break into the temple. They may be judged as losers when they reach the gate of the temple. Theoresia crossed her arms and looked disdainful. I don't think it's necessary to go through so much trouble. We can just fight head on. We can go easy on the master and go all out everywhere else. Winning or losing doesn't matter. We can find a way to make up for it later. If you're thinking about going easy before the fight even starts, what will the master think? And you guys are underestimating the master. As a sword master, this little Lolita Teresa will never let up. In fact, she is only at level 6 and her full strength attack won't have much effect. But it doesn't matter, the defense's shortcoming will be made up by the defense system. The great wizard stroked his beard. What you said does make sense. Maybe I underestimated you a little bit. However, the master has no experience in war and has never been in a battle himself. Don't underestimate the master. Even if he has never experienced a battle, he is the master of the temple and is no longer a child in your eyes. In the future, he will become the supreme master of this world and even reach a higher level. It's true that we were once at the plane level, but no matter what, our presence here means that we are just losers. If we indulge in the glory of the past, we will end up repeating the same mistakes we made before. Coco looked ashamed. That's true, we were a little too arrogant. The master is the master of the temple and the master of all of us. We should think about how to show all our strength so that the master can recognize us again, instead of thinking about how to flatter him. The old wizard looked ashamed. I was wrong. My thinking is still stuck in the past decade. We are all losers in the end. Pride and prejudice have corrupted me. Teresa is right. I am ashamed that I have fallen into the same vicious circle as before. Theoresia nodded. The Archmage's mindset is indeed somewhat habitual in catering to his superiors. May I ask, what was your former identity? Ahem, I used to be the steward of a certain plane creator. The butler of the creator? This identity is incredible. The old wizard straightened his attitude again. Next, let's discuss the tactics of defense. Good. While the old wizard and his men were fighting with all their might as if they were facing a formidable enemy, the attacking party led by Zhang Yu was also discussing something. However, the content of their discussion was not tactics but a series of irrelevant things such as their identities for external publicity, the clothes they wore, the organization's logo, slogans, goals, etc. The topics of the meeting went off the rails and eventually turned into a heated discussion of settings, so many of which could be used to write a novel. Finally, after roughly setting the target, Zhang Yu's offensive team and the apostles left the temple. The base camp was chosen to be located in the roaring mountains of the Norton Kingdom, which is one of the forbidden areas of the Norton Kingdom. It is said that a terrible dragon lives in the mountains. Only experienced adventurers and warriors determined to slay the dragon dare to set foot in it. Zhang Yu and his men entered the roaring mountains and beat the giant dragon up, leaving it with a lot of bruises on its head. The dragon obviously didn't dare to say a word. The settings that had been discussed with great effort before must naturally be strictly implemented. Zhang Yu is now the president of the Demon Council, composed of many demon summoners. The other 4 heroes are vice presidents and the other apostles are members of the council. The goal of the Demon Council is to summon ancient beings to bring destruction and rebirth to the world. The Demon Council is a real organization that actually exists. The Demon Council, which was planning something far away, was inexplicably blamed. Not only was the name stolen from someone else, but the logo as well. It was shameless to a certain extent. All members wore gloomy black robes and it really looked like the real deal. Now that the setting problem has been solved, the next issue is tactics. Zhang Yu has no intention of holding back this time. He wants to attack with all his strength. He was very familiar with the defense system of the Endless Forest, and he even had a way to bypass the defense system's detection system. In fact, the defenders probably anticipated this and did not hold much hope in the defense system built by mortals. Moreover, they had greatly miscalculated one thing. If they thought that Zhang Yu would be as conservative as before, they were totally wrong. He was going to play a big gamble this time. How can the Demon Council be without demons? So this time Zhang Yu planned to summon demons. By all members, really summon demons. Summoning demons is a forbidden magic on this planet and is even more of a taboo in the Elf Kingdom. Countless summoners have been lurking, eager to gain powerful strength from the abyss, but there is no doubt that they have all failed. Their final fate is to be swallowed up by the demons summoned from the abyss. It was not the devil that killed them, but their own greed. Now Zhang Yu was going to take action in this forbidden area. To be honest, Zhang Yu was very nervous. He was afraid that he would destroy the world. He Wu also has a very deep understanding of demons. When Zhang Yu put forward his idea, he was the first to object. Master, summoning demons is too dangerous. With our strength we will definitely summon a higher level demon. Do you think you can control the higher level demon? The existence of demons is too dangerous. If the abyss knows the existence of the temple, we will be in great danger. I really don't understand why you were so careful to accumulate strength before, but now you are suddenly like this. Ahem, so reckless. Zhang Yu looked mysterious. I also know how dangerous the black fog and demons are. I know this action is very dangerous, but compared to these risks, I don't want to maintain a peaceful environment all the time. Can a captive lion be compared with a lion that grows up fighting in the wild? When it grows up without any risk, it will gradually lose its claws and fangs, so I'm going to take a risk this time. Of course, the risk will be within a controllable range, and I don't want to die. Black Mist was silent for a moment. I have done a lot of research on magic arrays for summoning demons. I recommend using some magic arrays with restricted abilities. This type of magic array will sign a master-servant contract with the demon before summoning, and the summoned demon will be weaker than the master. It is much safer than those unstable demon summoning arrays. Zhang Yu nodded. Just do as you say. Just in case, I think the four of us will support you. We won't be involved in summoning demons so as not to summon too many powerful demons. You will be the one to perform the summoning with the protection of the temple. The soul will be safe. As for other aspects, the four of us will work together to set up a magic circle. As long as it is not a saint-level demon, we don't have to worry. Okay, then I'll go first. Let's start preparing now and start the summoning ceremony at 12 o'clock tonight. A lot of preparations need to be done before summoning the Holy Angel. Nisha and Black Mist are both proficient in various magic arrays. Based on the strength of the apostles, the two set up two magic arrays that are embedded in each other. The Holy Light Blockade set up by Nisha has a restraining effect on demons. With Nisha as the core and dozens of apostles assisting in controlling the magic circle, it is almost impossible to break through below the saint level. The outer layer of the magic circle, a shadow curtain covered by black fog, protects, isolates and supports the inner layer of the magic circle, greatly strengthening the inner layer of the magic circle. With the control of several heroes, even a saint can hold on for a while. The final summoning magic circle is arranged in the center of the two layers of protective magic circles. If the opponent dares to resist, he will be hit by countless holy lights. Everything was ready and Zhang Yu began the summoning ceremony. That night, more than a dozen dragon apostles were on guard in the air. Anyone who disturbed them would be destroyed by the dragons. There are many magic circles for summoning demons and the methods are different. The most common one is to communicate with the abyss through sacrifice. Zhang Yu and his team will naturally not use such a low-end summoning method. They use a magic circle bound by a contract and use the power of rules to make a contract before the demon arrives. There are three main types of contracts. One is a slave contract of absolute obedience, one is a relatively fair assistance contract, and the other is a dedication contract to make oneself a slave. The situations of demons summoned by the three contract methods are naturally different. After everything was ready, as the outer apostles injected magic power, two complementary large magic circles began to activate and the surrounding space became somewhat distorted. Inside, Zhang Yu injected magic power and used the first type of servant contract to summon. There will be a communication process before summoning. This process has 3 steps. The first step is equivalent to the resume screening mode. The summoner obtains the information of the devil and then decides whether to communicate further. The second step is the interview. If both parties can get along well, they can proceed to the next step. The third step is to formally sign the contract and start summoning. Zhang Yu began to sense the aura of demons. The degree of sensing varied depending on the strength of the summoner. Just like Zhang Yu, he could sense countless powerful auras, including those of low-level demons, mid-level demons and even high-level demons, but no holy-level demons. Zhang Yu looked down on the middle and low-level ones. These guys couldn't help much even if they were summoned, so Zhang Yu directly chose the high-level ones. However, as long as the other party sensed the existence of the slave contract, they would directly refuse. You want me, a demon, to be your servant? Are you kidding me? So Zhang Yu contacted people for a long time, but no one was willing to have an in-depth communication. These guys are so short-sighted. It is such an honor to be my servant. Many people envy it, Zhang Yu muttered in his heart. There is no other choice but to change it to an assistance contract. Although the binding force of this contract is a little weaker, it is barely acceptable. If it really doesn't work, summon it out and beat it until it obeys. After switching to the assistance contract, the number of responders suddenly increased, but the communication between the two parties was still very vague. Zhang Yu picked for a long time and was almost dazzled by the choices, so he decided to just pick a nice one. The souls connected, and the next moment a distant and mysterious voice appeared in Zhang Yu's ears. Summoner from the human world, do you want to borrow my power? The voice was cold, which was a bit inconsistent with the devil. The devil's voice was either terrifying, majestic, cold, or weird. This cold goddess was more like a bird person, like an angel. Yes, I need your strength. Can you tell me your name? Zhang Yu's standard demon language surprised the other party. It seems that you are a little different from those stupid summoners. I am from the Abyss Succubus clan, Shadow of Night Lilith. Human, my power will make the world tremble. He is full of Chinibu. It seems that many demons suffer from Chinibu. You're a succubus. I feel your fighting ability is average. You're pretty good at seducing men. They all seem to be not very good. Your strength is level 8. You look pretty good. Human, you. Forget it, let me summon someone to practice first. Zhang Yu made up his mind and completed the connection. As long as the other party agreed, she would be summoned to this world. Although he may feel that this human being is unreliable, he still does not want to give up this great opportunity to go to the human world. After hesitating for a while, he finally decides to respond to the call. The black light in the magic circle shot up into the sky, and a moment later a figure appeared in the middle of the magic circle. A blue lining, a gray jacket, short jeans, a red long knife on the waist, curved devil horns, long black hair, a playful devil tail swinging behind him, and burgundy pupils staring at Zhang Yu. This is a beauty dressed in earthly clothes. Zhang Yu was stunned. Brother, you also traveled through time? Time travel? What is that? Lilith looked confused. What's wrong with your clothes? This kind of clothing is quite popular in the Abyss recently. It is said that it came from the human world. It seems that you are familiar with this kind of clothing. Could it be that it came from your world? Zhang Yu felt that his common sense about the Abyss was gradually collapsing. The girl placed her hand on the hilt of the knife. Are you my summoner? That's right. Then let me see your strength. The red knife came out and a flash of scarlet appeared in front of Zhang Yu. The next moment Zhang Yu's figure appeared dozens of meters away. At the same time, the entire sky turned silver-white and countless sacred powers turned into long swords to cover Lilith. The red knife was like a dragon cutting through countless silver swords in front of it. However, these silver swords were endless and the whole world turned into silver, making it impossible to distinguish the direction. The red knife turned into a phantom to protect it. In the middle, Lilith was like a small boat in the stormy waves, dancing with the red knife. Rich divine power fills every corner of this world, and the divine strikes are endless and continuous. Outside the magic circle, several heroes immediately appeared next to Zhang Yu. Master, the succubus seems a little different. Succubus are basically curse wizards. How come a swordsman suddenly appeared? Millet looked puzzled. Indeed, but every race has one or two freaks, right? What do you think of her strength? Millet is the king of the barbarians, and even his brain is full of muscles. Although his IQ is not very good, his combat instinct is absolutely top-notch. Among all the heroes, only the swordsman Loli can compare with him in terms of combat. He is very strong, but he doesn't seem to have much combat experience. It feels like he is training for hundreds of years and is just going out for the first time. That's incredible. He attacked me as soon as he came out. It seems that I really need to practice hard, otherwise he will cause trouble in the future. But it seems that there is some discrepancy in our understanding of the Abyss. Zhang Yu was a little confused. Did the Abyss invade his hometown Earth? Otherwise, why was Lilith dressed like this? After all, Lilith was only an 8th level demon. How could she possibly be a match for the double formation? She was quickly stabbed and defeated. Several silver swords were stuck in her body, but with the terrifying physical strength of an 8th level demon, even if only the upper body was left, it was not a fatal injury. She half knelt and shouted angrily. How can you be considered a hero if you use a magic circle? How can you be so despicable? Come out and fight me in a one-on-one duel. Zhang Yu appeared in the magic circle. He sneered, there's no need to talk about chivalry with you abyss demons. Besides, the magic circle itself is part of the magician's strength. Do you still expect me to fight you? The other person's face flushed red and Zhang Yu's heart began to beat. What on earth was going on? Were all the demons of the abyss feminized? This shouldn't be the case. Wasn't the bull-headed man from the elf kingdom ahem? Now that I think about it carefully, that bull-headed man seemed a little unreliable and seemed to be a little different from the demon of chaos, evil and destruction in the records. If the demons recorded in the book are terrifying hungry wolves, then these two guys are huskies. Even so, you can't be so shameless. At least use magic to fight. Hee hee, what are you up to, you devil? Well, let's fight with magic. After saying this, Zhang Yu began to chant magic. Lilith was furious and rushed over to interrupt Zhang Yu's spell, but at this moment countless silver white swords swept towards her again. Soul whip. Ah. Soul whip. Ah. Soul whip. It hurts so much. Stop it now. Soul whip. Ah. A moment later, Lilith was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and her life weapon, the red knife, had been thrown aside. So far, the opponent's situation had been roughly understood. Several heroes stopped the magic circle, and a group of villains watched strongly. Nisha paid close attention to Lilith's condition. The damage to her body is not too severe, but the damage to her soul is quite severe. Her strength is still relatively high among 8th level demons. Millet, his fighting skills are passable, but he is too inexperienced. He is a rookie. Zhang Yu, who had an unhealthy mind, had some wrong ideas. Millet, really be careful of the impact. Millet? Zhang Yu, ahem, his strength is pretty good, but his temper is a bit bad. He wants to beat up his master as soon as he comes out. Black Mist, he probably just wants to spar with me. He has no killing intent. Of all the heroes, I am the most sensitive to killing intent, so I won't make a wrong judgment. Archery Queen Rias nodded. This succubus seems to be a little different from the ordinary one. She seems to have divine blood. The talent of the succubus clan is only average among demons. Legend has it that the royal family of the succubus clan can successfully break through to the saint level. Could this be the so-called royal family? Zhang Yu, then I have found a treasure, right? But this guy won't listen to me. Is there any good way? Nisha, we can do this using magic circles. We can place a magic circle on her body to restrain her and also place a magic circle on her soul. Then we can use curses to limit her power and use a magic circle to continuously extract her magic power, leaving only 10% of her magic power in her body. We can use mental magic to torture her soul every day, keeping her soul in a weakened state at all times. We can imprison her in a place filled with holy light and keep holy light chains running through her body at all times. Seeing Nisha saying these words seriously, Zhang Yu's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. Hey, you are an angel. Was it because your ideas were too avant-garde that you were driven out of heaven? Lilith couldn't pretend to be dead anymore. If she did, she would definitely live a life worse than death. None of the people in front of her were weaker than her, and the summoner was also an 8th level magician. Was I summoned to a higher demon world? How could this be so tragic? No, don't hit me. I am willing to surrender, Lilith said weakly. The damage to her body was still within the tolerable range, but the damage to her soul made her feel like she was dying. Ha! You are willing to choose to surrender? Is this true? I heard that you demons are famous for your sweet words. Zhang Yu looked unconvinced. That's obviously the devil. Nisha came closer. Master, I think it's safer to do it the way I tell you. No, How about signing a slave contract? Zhang Yu asked tentatively. At this time, Lilith became tough. Demons will never be slaves. How about I provide food and lodging? In the end, Lilith still did not agree to sign the slave contract. They probably thought that being a servant of tiny humans would be worse than dying. Therefore, Lilith could only be put under many restrictions and used as a toolman. We will use her as an offensive vanguard and then consider whether to destroy her. If she is used under control, she should not pose much of a threat. The people on this planet don't know yet that Zhang Yu, this jerk, has brought a big bomb to this world. This is an 8th level demon. If it weren't for the existence of the temple, this powerful demon would be enough to destroy the world. There is definitely no need to summon just one, but considering that the 8th level demon is too dangerous and Zhang Yu has had enough of the stimulation just now, Zhang Yu decided to summon 2 7th level demons next. A total of 3 is more than enough. If there are more, he will definitely not be able to control them. The first one was okay. He summoned a well-behaved fat man with a bull head. The fat man looked honest and had no dignity at all. After being beaten up by Zhang Yu, he was very obedient and signed a slave contract with him, becoming Zhang Yu's slave. Zhang Yu admired this kind of guy who knew the times very much, but Lilith on the other hand looked down on the fat man with a bull head. The slave contract is still very safe unless a world-class strongman takes action. Even a saint can only suppress the contract. However, a major mistake occurred during the last summoning process. The black light dissipated and a huge black dragon appeared in the magic circle. A huge amount of magic power rushed into the sky and the entire magic circle began to vibrate. Zhang Yu stared at the black dragon in front of him in amazement. You shouldn't be a 7th level demon, how can you be 9th level? The black dragon made a crazy sound and he ignored Zhang Yu's intention. As the summoner, foolish human, turn into ashes under my death breath. As soon as this guy came out, he wanted to spray Zhang Yu. Fortunately, Zhang Yu immediately left the range of the magic circle. The 2 magic circles had been activated and the angry roar of the black dragon came from the magic circle. Foolish human, you only know how to play tricks and watch the great Lord Ansel destroy this world. Roar, roar, roar. As the black dragon roared, the entire mountain range began to tremble. Zhang Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This guy is much scarier than a certain Dragon King. Adler, who had been controlling the magic circle, stretched out his big head, his dragon face full of grievance. Boss, I'm still here, okay? Ahem, I didn't see you. What's going on? Why did a 9th level demon appear? Nisha said seriously, this is probably what is called an uncontrollable situation during the demon summoning process. This is why summoning demons is called the most dangerous magic. Not only is the demon's ability uncertain, but even its rank may fluctuate. Don't hesitate, just act now, master. If something is wrong, please open the portal immediately and teleport other heroes in the temple over. Good. Several heroes attacked at the same time. The holy light in the magic circle became brighter. Countless holy powers turned into chains from the sky and swept towards the black dragon. This time the holy sword was not used. Instead, the magic circle was directly pushed to the extreme using more powerful holy chains. However, the black dragon's destructive breath was so terrifying that the holy light was shattered upon contact and even the magic circle became shaky. It was much more terrifying than Lilith. Zhang Yu was not idle either. He directly used his strongest magic, the 8th level magic soul prison. As Zhang Yu finished chanting, a slender birdcage enveloped the black dragon. The black dragon directly sprayed a breath of destruction at it, but unfortunately the indestructible breath of destruction passed through the birdcage directly as if the birdcage did not exist. The birdcage began to shrink and the black dragon began to use dragon language magic frequently. However, only soul magic could deal with the soul prison and he only knew one dragon language magic, and it was a defensive magic. The soul protection formed by black energy surrounded the black dragon and prevented the birdcage from shrinking further, but at the same time the black dragon's movements were also imprisoned in the birdcage. No matter how strong his physical strength was, he could not shake this slender birdcage. The products of the temple must be of high quality. The magic recorded in the temple is the highest essence of magic. Each one is extraordinary. The same is true for this soul prison. Unless the opponent uses soul power to destroy the birdcage, he will be unable to act. Unfortunately, this magic has a flaw, which is that it requires Zhang Yu's constant support. Once Zhang Yu is interrupted, the birdcage will also be affected. The stronger Zhang Yu is, the stronger the birdcage will naturally be. Seeing Zhang Yu controlling the black dragon, Black Mist left his position and flew directly into the magic circle to use his special moves. Black Fog Shadow World. Black Fog's body turned into black fog and became formless. An extremely dense darkness was born from the divine power. It was an absolute darkness that could not be explored or looked at directly. The darkness instantly swept over the black dragon and turned into chains that locked the black dragon's limbs and head. With a strong pull, the black dragon's proud head finally couldn't bear it and lowered down. At the same time, the other 3 heroes took action at the same time. Nisha directly used the divine power in the magic circle to cast the most powerful 8th level magic available at this stage, Holy Judgment. A huge hammer made of divine power fell from the sky and hit the black dragon's back directly. The black dragon fell to the ground shining with light. He roared angrily, but unfortunately no matter how loud he shouted, Zhang Yu and the others would not let up. The archery queen used a mysterious magic arrow skill which was so fancy and dazzling that it was indeed very powerful if it was a long-range sneak attack. Unfortunately, the black dragon used some defensive magic at this time which could not penetrate it at all. She switched to some kind of penetrating magic, but it was ineffective. The archer queen is good at roaming, sneaking, kiting and destroying units with low armor. She is not very useful against high-level thick-skinned guys like the black dragon. The barbarian King Millet jumped forward with an axe and started hacking wildly at a very fast speed. His body turned red like a cooked shrimp. He easily dodged the destructive breath of the black dragon in anger. The barbarian king's special ability is the crazy state. In this state he is not afraid of death. His speed and strength will be greatly improved. His current physical fitness is no weaker than that of a 9th level existence, and he is known as a mad dog on the battlefield. Under the crazy attacks of the crowd, the black dragon finally couldn't bear it anymore. One of his wings was chopped off by the barbarian king and there was a big hole in his head. Blood was all over the ground. His brains were beaten out. One of his eyes was shot out by the queen and several holes were poked in his body by the power on his body. The birdcage had been embedded in his soul, completely controlling the opponent's soul. His body was tied into a philosophical posture by chains formed by black mist and he could not move at all. Even so, the black dragon was only beaten half to death. Lilith and the Minotaur, who were watching the whole process, were sweating profusely. This was the Abyss Dragon, a 9th level existence, and yet it had been beaten into this state so quickly. Fortunately they had not been too arrogant just now, otherwise it would be even worse now. The black dragon said weakly in the devil language, "Damn human, you must pay for your actions. I Ansel will destroy you. You sound quite tough. This dragon is uncontrollable." Millet chop off his head. Millet's frenzy was about to pass and Zhang Yu decided to solve this dangerous factor immediately. You guys! How dare you! In the end this guy's head was chopped off by Millet. Even after his head was chopped off, this guy showed no signs of death for a while. It can only be said that he was worthy of being a member of the Dragon Clan. After being tortured for a while, this guy was finally killed completely. The other person's soul floated out, still wrapped in a birdcage, but some strange signs had begun to appear in his soul. "Damn human, even if you destroy my body you cannot destroy my soul. I will be reborn, and when I return it will be the time of your demise. I will enjoy your wails before you die." According to legend, the demon dragons of the abyss will never die. After the destruction of their bodies, their souls will undergo some strange changes and then be reborn as a dragon egg somewhere on their planet, gaining new life. The Dragon Clan is like an immortal cheat, which is very disgusting. Zhang Yu took action immediately and used a soul-destroying move, but unfortunately it failed. The soul of the black dragon laughed wildly. "Foolish human, I am invincible in this state. No one can destroy my soul, no one." "You are waiting here, what are you doing?" Zhang Yu sneered. "Since I can't destroy your soul, I'll try to see if I can mark your soul with the symbol of my temple. Now it seems that I succeeded." Zhang Yu can freely give soul marks to others and mark them as temple members. After the death of a temple member, the soul will automatically return to the inside of the temple. Moreover, it seemed that all the previous attempts were forced, so Zhang Yu tried it and it really worked. "What is this? No, that's not right. Damn human, what on earth did you do?" "Well, see you later. Bye." Zhang Yu sneered. The black dragon's soul was sucked away. Zhang Yu ordered the heroes to clean up the battlefield and he immediately used the portal to return to the temple. "I ran into the Archmage when I got back. He probably came here because he sensed the vibration of the portal." The old man looked nervous. "Master, what was that powerful demonic force just now?" "Ahem, I summoned it. Is there a problem?" "That's a 9th level demon." "You also ahem, but since Black Mist and the others didn't stop you, I think there won't be any problems." "Has the 9th level demon been killed?" "Yes, so I came back now to see what state his soul is in," Zhang Yu said and ran towards the soul altar. The Archmage stayed where he was. He soon realized what was going on. "I didn't expect the master to even summon the devil in order to win. I really underestimated the master." The master, who has always been cautious, turned out to be so bold this time. "If I don't prepare well, I will really lose miserably. Winning or losing is secondary. I just hope the master doesn't make a big deal." The Archmage felt a slight pain in his head. Zhang Yu hurried to the soul altar and checked carefully. Sure enough, the soul of Black Dragon was really in the soul altar. His soul was now in standby state, waiting for Zhang Yu to decide whether to rebirth him. All souls will go through this stage. If Zhang Yu wants, he can let him stay in this state. The human souls in previous experiments were all in a dormant state, but the Black Dragon was able to stay awake. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a 9th level Abyss Dragon, and it is indeed extraordinary. When Zhang Yu was spying on the dragon also noticed Zhang Yu. He said angrily, "Human, what have you done? What happened to my soul?" After becoming a member of the temple, he became one of them. Since he was one of them, he belonged to Zhang Yu from body to soul. With a wave of his hand, the other person's soul flew out from the altar and landed on Zhang Yu's palm. The palm-sized little black dragon is still very cute. No matter how the opponent roars and struggles, Zhang Yu can pinch it and even pry its legs apart. "Oh, it's a male indeed." The black dragon was furious. "Damn human, I'm going to kill you." TSK, don't you know your situation now? Your soul already belongs to me. Do you want to be reborn? Sure, but you have to get my consent. Impossible, no one can control the souls of my demon dragon clan. Even if you are a saint, this must be an illusion. Zhang Yu sneered. It seems that your mind is not very clear. It doesn't matter, you have enough time here to sober up. Zhang Yu ignored the opponent's roar and threw it directly into the soul altar. After coming out, he asked the Archmage to always pay attention to the situation here. Although theoretically it is impossible for the black dragon to escape, it is always a good idea to add an extra layer of insurance. Opening the portal and returning to the roaring mountain camp, the barbarian king had already lost his madness and lay on the ground with a pale face as if he was dying. Zhang Yu ignored him and he would slowly recover after a while. Nisha came closer. Master, what happened to the black dragon's soul? It has been imprisoned in the soul altar. Nisha was surprised. It actually works. You are worthy of being the master. You always think of things that we can't think of. No, I just had a sudden inspiration, haha. Zhang Yu himself was quite proud of himself. The soul altar of the temple really gave him too many surprises. Now it seems that as long as the person who died on the battlefield is labeled with the temple, his soul will belong to the temple. This ability is really too terrifying. Master, I think we can kill the succubus girl and then imprison her soul and torture her until she signs a slave contract. I think this method is feasible. Nisha did not lower her voice. In her normal state, she maintained her human appearance, so others always thought she was human. Lilith said angrily, "How can you be so vicious, woman? Am I the devil or are you the devil? I will never be a slave again. If I am a slave, I would rather die." Lilith would rather die than surrender, which is very different from ordinary demons. Her stubborn look is quite cute. Zhang Yu hurriedly laughed and said, "Forget it, don't worry about these things now. The most important thing is to win this battle. Lilith, do your best. Later I can decide whether to send you back based on your performance." Lilith's expression eased slightly. Zhang Yu said in his heart, "If you can defeat all the guardian heroes, I can consider letting you go back. If you can't do it, then there is nothing I can do. You should stay here and be a thug. I am also very curious about the succubus. When I have nothing to do, I will send them to the room to study them. If there is a fight, I will line up to be a thug." Yeah, Zhang Yu gave himself a thumbs up for his wit. Lilith, who had just started out, had obviously not seen the dangers of the world. She was obviously relieved after hearing Zhang Yu's promise. She secretly decided to behave well and then find a way to return to the abyss. The human world is not fun at all. I want to go back to the abyss. As for the fat man with the bull head and a silly smile on his face, no one knows whether this guy is wise but pretends to be stupid or is really stupid. Although the threat level has been much smaller and a slave contract has been signed, the cautious Zhang Yu still placed many restrictions on him. The defenders were also very nervous when they learned that Zhang Yu summoned the devil to assist. Zhang Yu could summon the devil, but they could not do so. No one except Zhang Yu would be allowed to do such a dangerous thing. The high-end combat power is already weaker than that of the attackers, not to mention the addition of a few demons. The lack of high-end combat power can only be compensated by magical means. The Archmage's proficiency in various magic arrays is definitely the best in the temple, and the Elf King also knows many mysterious magic arrays of the elves, which gives him a great advantage in the vast forest of the Endless Forest. Both parties were quietly preparing their own affairs, ready to give the other party a surprise. A few days later, in the South City. The atmosphere in the city has been very tense recently, with personnel being transferred frequently. All high-end combat forces have been jumped to various magic hubs. Although no clear news has been received, sensitive people still vaguely feel the coming of danger. In the morning, the sunlight was very soft and this emerging city began to move quickly on the streets. There was an endless stream of people going out to work, buying and selling goods and eating breakfast. At this time, a black spot appeared in the sky and the busy people had not noticed the abnormality in the sky. The black spot expanded rapidly like a drop of ink dropped into clear water. A huge red arm stretched out from the black hole, followed by the head, upper body, and lower body. This was a gigantic demon, huge and terrifying, with a hideous face and bloodshot eyes. The flames of hell were burning on its body. It held a huge flaming sword in its right hand and slammed its foot on the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble. Two bat monsters then flew out and landed on the shoulders of the fire demon on both sides behind him. Demons with wings on their backs flew out from the black hole in an overwhelming manner. Those are demons from the abyss, but the leading fire demon and bats only look scary. In fact, their strength is only level 6. They are demon cannon fodder summoned by Lilith. People began to flee in panic, and for a moment screams and cries merged into one. The fire demon crushed a house with one foot and swung his sword to burn everything. The moment the demon army appeared, the inner circle's defense system immediately noticed it. The person in charge of the defense system was the skeleton Momo, who quickly realized that the other party was using a short-distance teleportation magic circle. This magic circle is very responsible, but the existence of the 8th level can already be set up, and the inner circle has not had time to set up a device to limit space transmission. This weakness has obviously been captured by the opponent. The elite troops remaining in the South City took quick action. At the same time, the magic fortresses deployed near the South City all locked onto the enemies in the city. Grey Wolf has been paying close attention to the situation in the Endless Forest these days. When the demon appeared, he did not panic but immediately arranged for the residents of South City to evacuate, and at the same time immediately contacted the skeleton and slime for emergency support. In the city, amid cries and screams, a team wearing rabbit masks were the first to arrive at the battlefield. A member said in a trembling voice, "Captain, that is the Abyss Demon. Why would such a legendary, terrifying existence appear? Newcomer, if you haven't accepted the current situation yet, I suggest you go back and get married and raise children. Team 12 is not suitable for you," the captain's cold voice came. "I'm sorry, I lost my temper. Everyone stop the demons and buy time for the people to evacuate. Our support will be here soon." "Yes, Captain." The demons and barbarians had experienced far more battles than humans, and they quickly began to evacuate to a safe place. The first elite team of Umbu to arrive were already fighting with the rampaging demons. Their goal was to create enough chaos in the South City to draw enemy fire. 2 bats flew from the left and right, making strange sounds. Humans within the sound range fell to the ground one after another. They flew up and prepared to rush to the central area of South City, but at this time a strange energy cannon whizzed from a distance. This is a terrifying magic energy bomb mixed with destructive energy. Each shot has the power of 4th level magic. It is okay to deal with ordinary demons, but it is not enough to deal with 6th level demons. The bat demon easily dodged the attack of the energy bombs, but then more energy bombs whizzed towards them. The fire demon swung his sword and chopped off the incoming energy bombs one by one. In the distance, several small dots approached rapidly, and a terrifying sword energy cut through the sky and slashed towards the bat fiercely. This bat had one of its wings chopped off without anyone noticing. It roared angrily, but the broken end kept squirming, and soon a new wing grew out. 3 figures landed in a house not far away, and one of the blue figures looked depressed. "The master is too much. He actually created so many demons. This South City was built with great difficulty. Level 6. Can we defeat it? If you can't defeat them, just commit suicide. Now there's no one except the 3 of us who can stop them, so forget about getting support from inside," said a gray-haired man. The people who came were none other than the 3 giants: the external butler Grey Wolf, the head of the defense system Skeleton, and the head of the intelligence department Slime. Their diligent practice over the years has barely brought their strength to the 6th level. Although it has only been a short time since they entered the 6th level, with the help of advanced magic props it is not impossible for them to defeat these demons. The 3 of them lived in seclusion behind the scenes, but they never stopped practicing. It should be said that in terms of diligence they were the most hard-working group in the temple, much more diligent than those dragons, because they knew very well that only strength was the most important and everything else was empty. Possessing divine blood, they were already super geniuses, so it was not surprising that they reached the 6th level so quickly. They were very depressed to see that the defense system they had built before was completely ineffective against high-level enemies. But at least it can be used to deal with ordinary demon armies. Ah! It's Lord Grey Wolf, Lord Skeleton, and Lord Slime. We didn't expect these 3 to take action. An elite team responsible for blocking the demons saw the 3 giants with admiration on their faces. His companion's expression was much uglier. Even these 3 adults took action at the same time. I didn't expect the situation to be so serious. I have to work harder. Roaring Mountains. Zhang Yu and his friends were staring at the magic map. Zhang Yu rubbed his bald chin, looking confused. "Sure enough, the main force hasn't been deployed yet. I was planning to lure them out and stab them in the ass. Forget it, it's just a casual move." Nisha said, "It seems that the so-called defense system was also very ordinary. It can't even defend against this level of demon army. It seems that it needs to be upgraded." Lilith. "Yes. We need to sort it out afterwards, and then we will carry out the next step of the battle. We have more people than them, which is our advantage, so we will launch an attack from 7 directions at the same time. I don't believe they can block it at the same time. If they plan to hide in the temple to defend, we are not afraid either. Just follow the division we agreed on before. Now start the transmission." "Yes." The teleportation magic circle had already been set up. This kind of teleportation array was very troublesome to set up, and it took a long time to set up. Moreover, the coordinates needed to be set up inside first. It was impossible to use it as freely as a portal, but there was no other way. After all, Zhang Yu couldn't use the portal to cheat. The arrangement on the left was made by Black Mist, who sneaked in. The defenders were obviously unaware of Black Mist's tactics. Dividing the attack into 7 teams was an open conspiracy. If the opponent used the method of outnumbering the enemy and defeating them one by one, it would simply not work because their home base would be blown up, and Black Mist was not afraid of their onlookers at all. With Black Mist's strange ability, he could play with the 5 of them for several hours. The others also had their own means of saving their lives. Start teleporting. Everyone's figures disappeared one after another, and transmission waves appeared simultaneously in 7 directions outside the temple. After passing through the portal, Zhang Yu floated in the sky. He was facing due south. The temple was far ahead. The 7 teams took their positions and began to move towards the direction of the temple at the same time. Do you choose to defend together or attack separately? If you attack separately, you don't have enough combat power, right? Or do you choose to defeat them one by one? If so, we won't be able to catch up in time. We have prepared many means to delay time. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yu met his opponent. It seemed that they still chose to fight one by one, but are you mistaken? What's going on? In front of him was a fully armed team of 4. Teacher, we are very sorry to stop you here. Please look at how much we have grown recently. Sophia had a serious face, holding a huge staff, followed by the 2nd apprentice, the 3rd apprentice, and the youngest apprentice. Well, I really didn't expect it to be you 4. Sophia, you are only at level 4 now. Xiaobai and Belia are at level 5 and Vortigern is at level 6. That's pretty good. I didn't expect you to reach this level so quickly, especially Vortigern, who reached level 6 without making any noise. But with your current strength, can you stop me? Zhang Yu looked down from above. Although he was looking forward to the 4 disciples joining forces, he did not have time to check on their conditions now. At most he would take a look later. Sophia looked nervous. Teacher, please don't underestimate us. We have been preparing for this moment for a long time. Everyone activate the magic circle. The 4 magicians stretched out their left hands and brilliant silver light shot up into the sky. A huge magic circle instantly opened up from under their feet. The 4 of them stood at the 4 corners of the magic circle respectively. The complex patterns of the magic circle made Zhang Yu's scalp tingle. This is not over yet. The 4 of them took out a silver-white sword respectively and suddenly inserted it under their feet. The silver sword slowly sank into the magic circle and finally merged with the magic circle. The light of the magic circle became stronger and stronger. It's really good to use a magic circle to make up for the perception of strength. Even if you can't defeat me, at least you can hold me back. But don't forget, this is only a method that can be used when the gap is 1 level. When the gap is more than 2 levels, this magic circle is useless. Sophia's forehead was already covered with sweat and she seemed to be in great pain. So don't underestimate us, teacher. Please take a look at the magic we have prepared for you. Come out. Lord of Fire. Sophia waved her magic wand and countless flames condensed into a huge flame magic shadow. The Lord of Fire, the projection of the legendary Lord of the Fire plane, possessed a very terrible destructive power. However, this should be an 8th level magic. Zhang Yu soon realized what kind of magic circle they were using. This magic circle was very rare and even Zhang Yu only had a little understanding of it. It borrowed the power of others to forcibly perform magic far beyond his own level. This forbidden magic circle was extremely powerful, but the requirements were extremely harsh. Even he couldn't learn it. Why? Is this the power of a top student? But even so, as a teacher I will not lose. Zhang Yu stretched out his hand and a huge tentacle condensed by soul power rolled towards the chairman of fire. At the same time, in the north, Lilith met her enemy, a small girl with a long sword on her waist standing quietly on the ground. She had been waiting here for a long time. Is this his enemy? Has he been underestimated? After a quick glance, Lilith said calmly, my strength is at level 8 and you are at level 6. Each level is a huge gap and level 2 is already the gap between heaven and earth. Do you want to stop me? The little girl opened her eyes and a long sword came out from behind her. It was a snow-white sword, beautiful as a work of art. However, it was not just a work of art but a real killing weapon. As a swordsman, I should go all out when facing any enemy, no matter if it's an enemy weaker than me or stronger than me. It doesn't matter what kind of enemy it is, I only believe in my sword. Then there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, but now I'm going to let you see how dangerous this world is. Lilith drew out the red knife. Although her body hadn't recovered yet, it didn't matter. It was only level 6. 3 moves, just 3 moves would allow me to defeat this little guy. 3 moves are more than enough. The red knife was unsheathed and slashed towards the opponent with great speed and perfect power. There was no flaw in the movement, just like Lilith had practiced countless times in the abyss. Flash! The other party drew her sword, and her sword was so fast that even Lilith could only catch a glimpse of a silvery white shadow. I was hit. Lilith realized that she had been hit, and then she felt a sharp pain in her arm. A huge cut was made on her right hand holding the knife. How is this possible? This speed! I was the first to attack. Why was I the one who got hit? Film. Double hit. After 3 moves, the opponent slowly retracted his sword. Lilith looked at the figure in front of her blankly. Her body slowly knelt on the ground. There was a huge wound on her chest and blood was everywhere. 3 moves defeated, but why? Lilith looked confused. Who was that person? Teresa slowly put away her sword. In fact, these 3 strikes were the strongest, means her current body could use, just as she said, she used all her strength at every strike. After only 3 moves, the energy in her body has been used up and her muscles have been strained in many places. If the opponent doesn't fall down, she will probably lose. The mission is accomplished, so she packs up and goes home. As for support from other places, she is willing but unable to do so, so she will leave it to others. Teresa carried Lilith back. Even though her muscles were strained in many places, it was not a problem for her to carry a girl. In the northwest, the god of war Echo went straight to the barbarian king. These 2 muscular men liked close combat, and their fighting power was equally matched. There had been wins and losses in their previous competitions, but it was impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. In the northeast direction, the giant dragon Musra faced the Archer Queen. Although the Archer Queen was not strong enough in a one-on-one duel in the ring, she was definitely a good fighter in the wild with extremely fast speed and all kinds of strange reconnaissance and hiding methods. She was the strongest assassin and the strongest scout. Even if she could not be defeated, it would be extremely difficult for the enemy to catch her in the wild. The Archer Queen's life-saving method was second only to the Black Fog. In the southwest direction, Black Mist encountered the Archmage. Black Mist's abilities were very strange and ordinary heroes could not do anything to him, but the Archmage was obviously not an ordinary hero and he had made sufficient preparations. In the southeast direction, the 2 major supports finally faced off. The rebel of the Angel clan, the Holy Angel Nisha, faced off against the Elf King Kaka. This is the advantage of the defender. They can use the Sky Eye to detect the enemy's position and then arrange the opponent in a targeted manner. As for whether Sky Eye is considered a defensive building, it's hard to define anyway. Zhang Yu confidently classified it as a non-defensive building, so the Great Wizard directly borrowed the powerful ability of Sky Eye. The 7th team was composed entirely of apostles. Zhang Yu's newly recruited thug, the fatty with a bull head, also belonged to this group. They broke out from the east and did not encounter any enemies along the way until they were near the temple where they met their opponents. If you want to get through, you have to defeat a few of us first. The speaker was a huge monster, a titan. Several guys as tall as mountains cast huge shadows. It's only been a few years and the first batch of titans are already as tall as half a temple. If they were in the original world, they could easily wrestle with Ultraman. There are 4 in total. The eldest one, who was born first, has reached the 5th level and the others are at the 4th or 3rd level, and their sizes are also different, but just by standing there the terrifying aura is overwhelming. The strongest creature under the hero with the terrifying potential to break through to the plane level, the legendary titan with the ability to create the world, is now revealed before them. However, no one knew the terrifying potential of these titans. They only knew that they were the defenders of the temple, possessing huge, almost indestructible bodies and immense power. There were no legends about titans in this world, and they had only heard about these titans. Now they finally saw their true figures. High health and defense, extremely high magic resistance, great strength, slow speed, and no magic. This is the information they know. It is true that low-level titans don't even know magic, because at this time they are still children and don't need to learn any magic at all. At least they will learn their inherited magic when they reach a high level. It would be fine if it was just the titans, as so many people could definitely control them. However, the embarrassing thing was that the Archmage had set up countless magic traps and defensive magic outside the temple, which was really embarrassing. Adler was a 6th-order dragon, the former king of the Dragon Clan and the leader of this team. He roared, "Everyone don't panic, the 4 strongest people will fight and the others will disperse to investigate the magic." It was obvious that Adler was going to let them use their bodies to clear the mines. He roared and pounced directly on the strongest titan. The bull-headed fatty chose the 2nd strongest one, and the remaining 2 also chose their opponents. Boom! A poor boy was blown into the sky. Ah! A poor guy was cut in half by the wind blade. Fortunately, his companion gave him another blow, sparing him the pain. The situation on the battlefield is very bad. They want to investigate the magic traps, but with their strength how can they investigate the magic traps set by the 8th level wizard? Zhang Yu was always paying attention to the situation of his teammates. After sensing that Lilith was taken away by 3 swords, his face turned as dark as charcoal. He thought that he had to catch this guy back to the room and reform him. His strength was too weak. Even if the injury affected his status, the difference should not be so big. You are 2 levels higher than your opponent. It's shameful that he was eliminated from the battlefield in just 3 moves. An Adler. Originally I thought that with so many apostles gathered together led by the 6th level Dragon Adler and the 6th level Demon Minotaur they could at least fight against the heroes, but it turned out that they couldn't even beat the Titan who was born not long ago. And those magic traps, the Great Wizard is so insidious, it's too much. There is no way. This is the advantage of the venue. Zhang Yu landed on the giant octopus. The ancient god that was materialized by mental power had decent combat power. Materialization was not Zhang Yu's special move but only a regular move. The tentacles waving around looked very domineering. This magic was also contributed by the black mist. This guy seemed to particularly like dealing with certain ancient gods. I wonder if he would attract their attention. In the end, Zhang Yu even suspected that this guy was also an ancient god or an outer god in his previous life. The black fog is too mysterious. Although it is somewhat dangerous, some of his magic is still quite interesting, and according to him these magics only simulate those existences and do not borrow their power. They cannot be borrowed from such a distance, so it is very safe. Zhang Yu thought it made sense and had no choice but to believe this guy. It's almost there. After all, the gap in strength is there. Even if Sophia has surpassed her limit and used the 8th level magic, she is still no match for Zhang Yu. His Fire Lord is gradually beaten to a pulp by an ancient god. It seems that water still restrains fire. Sophia, it must be difficult for your current body to bear this power. That's enough. Your excellence is beyond my imagination. Even I can't learn this magic. You have done a great job. Sophia's eyes were red. After so long she finally got the teacher's recognition. She was the first student to become the teacher, but now she was the weakest and had the worst talent. She did not choose to take a shortcut by becoming an apostle, nor did she ask the teacher to help her get a more talented body. She reached this point through her own efforts. Even if you put in several times more effort than others and are still left behind by others, it is all worth it. Teacher, it's not over yet. Next, it's my last magic. Sophia opened her hands and there was a strange darkness in her hands. This is the magic of destruction. The magicians in the temple are different from other magicians. The magician training system on this planet is limited by their physical constitution and is divided into various factions. However, the temple is different. Their system is not affected by physical constitution. If the water magician studies hard, he can still make a big fireball. After using fire magic, Sophia was actually preparing to use destruction magic. No, she must be stopped. Soul Whip. The whip transformed from soul power hit Sophia fiercely. This move was extremely fast and did not require chanting. It could strike the enemy's soul while interrupting the opponent's magic. However, when the whip hit the opponent, it was blocked by a solid defense. Zhang Yu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This was the defensive magic he left for his students. He didn't expect that the opponent would use his shield to block his spear. No, soul whip can't break the defense. This is the 8th level magic, dark destruction. It's too late. A strange black energy was thrown out and Zhang Yu hurriedly used his life-saving method, the turtle shell. A strange protective shield composed of blue energy appeared on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu lay on the ground and the tortoise shell protected him. At this time, looking down from the sky, you will find a black dot appearing somewhere in Zhang Yu's endless forest, and then the black dot quickly expanded and turned into a black sphere. There was no sound, no movement, and everything that came into contact with the black ball was annihilated. The heroes fighting in various places also saw this extremely powerful magic. Unless one was blind, it was impossible not to see the black light rising into the sky. That's the direction of the master, right? Who is the master's opponent? He actually used this kind of magic. The black fog has turned into darkness and he is everywhere in this area. The great wizard stood there elegantly with countless magic circles spinning around him. He said with a smile, "Those are the master's 4 students. They should be the ones created by that little girl Sophia. Although these children have very poor talents, they have a terrifying talent in learning ability and sensitivity to magic. They can master 8th level magic with 4th level strength, and it is also a very difficult type. Do you know what this means? This is impossible." Yes, normally it is impossible. Even if the problem of magic power and mental power is solved, the huge gap in realm makes it impossible for low-level magicians to use high-level magic. But that child created a miracle and now she is preparing to give her master a surprise. It's a shock, right? The master will be fine. The various defensive magics arranged in advance should not be activated. The defensive magic I master is enough to block it, but what about the master's students? The great wizard said with a smile. It's okay, the master cares about them very much. They also have pre-arranged defensive magic on them, and the magic circle also has very strong defensive capabilities. Nothing will happen, however, since it has come to this. The battle on the master's side is over. Alas, we are probably going to lose this time on defense. Master's behavior this time was indeed a little unexpected, but you also exceeded our expectations. You actually sent all of master's students. You are really bold. They have something that none of us have. I just hope the master can see it. Cut. After the dark destruction, everything within a radius of several kilometers was wiped off the map. The range was so large that it almost affected the two nearby battlefields. This was an absolute map cannon. However, although this magic is powerful, its destructive power on a single target is only average. The turtle shell on Zhang Yu's body is not damaged at all. If it were at this destructive power, the turtle shell could probably withstand by life. The turtle shell is worthy of being called a turtle shell. Although the name is ordinary, its defense is among the best among the 8th level magic. The magic circle controlled by Sophia and the others had been completely destroyed, but fortunately this magic circle barely blocked the dark destruction, and even the defensive magic on Sophia and the others was not activated. The infield magic conversion magic circle has a long name and looks very ordinary, but its power is absolutely terrifying. It is one of the advanced magic circles recorded in the temple. The layout of this magic circle is extremely complicated and has extremely high requirements for the person who sets up the circle. This requirement is not about strength but requirements in other aspects. I don't know if the great wizard can set it up anyway. Zhang Yu himself has not learned it. After setting up the magic circle, several collaborators are needed to provide magic and mental support with each additional person. The requirements for the person setting up the circle are doubled and the burden on his body is also doubled. Zhang Yu couldn't even learn the magic circle for 2 people, but Sophia had already learned it for 4. This child may become a very remarkable person in the future. Zhang Yu walked to Sophia's side. All 4 of them had fainted with Sophia as the core and the most seriously ill. She had used 2 8th level magics with her 4th level body, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Blood was oozing from her body and the backlash of magic had damaged many blood vessels in her body. She was mentally exhausted and her soul was even in an unstable state. This girl, it's really too much. You have to kneel before the enemy falls, and this is not how you self-destruct. As for the other 3 people, they just had their magic power drained and their mental strength exhausted. They would recover after a few days of rest. Zhang Yu opened the portal and sent them back. As for Sophia, she was arranged in the infirmary and Zhang Yu gave her basic treatment. I could sense that Nisha and Coco were still casting magic. Both of them were auxiliary magicians, better at defensive magic than destructive magic. If the fight continued like this, the outcome would be unclear until next year. Zhang Yu directly used his willpower core to contact the 2 people and said angrily, "Stop fighting, both of you. If you want to fight, come to the infirmary." Zhang Yu opened a portal on the battlefield. The 2 looked at each other and had to stop the magic in their hands. They used the portal to teleport back to the infirmary. Seeing Sophia lying on the bed, Nisha was surprised. "Master, what happened to Sophia? Did you hit her?" Zhang Yu looked helpless. "Can I have done this?" She used the infield magic conversion magic array, and it was a 4-person magic array, and then she used 2 8th level magics and her body collapsed. I see. No, this child can actually learn that magic? I can't even learn this magic. This. Okay, stop talking nonsense and save Sophia. Coco flew to Sophia's side, checked her and said, "Master, don't be too nervous. This level of injury is indeed very dangerous, but don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem with me here. When it comes to medical skills, I think I'm better. Kiki, please come down quickly and don't get in the way." "You winged birdman, who are you calling a hindrance? My medical skills are 100 times better than yours. Not to mention injuries like this, even if the soul begins to collapse and only a piece of the body is left, I can save it. Oh, I don't even need to leave my body behind, just my soul is enough. I can do it too." Coco showed no sign of weakness. "Stop it, just do it quickly." Zhang Yu was rarely angry. "Yes, master." The 2 did not dare to argue anymore and hurriedly began to treat Sophia. With the 2 of them taking action, there is really no possibility of Sophia dying. In fact, even if she cannot be cured by accident, she can be resurrected through the soul altar with her current strength. Even if she is weak, it is no big deal. In fact, strictly speaking, the attacking side has won now, because no one can stop Zhang Yu now. With his strength, he can get rid of the magic circle set up by the Archmage in a little time. But Zhang Yu didn't do that. He wanted to see how far his heroes could go. The fight between the other few was evenly matched and there was nothing interesting to watch. The seventh team had already suppressed the Titan. After all, they were Titans and their defense was too amazing. Even if they were 1 or 2 levels higher, they could only suppress the Titan. It was impossible to hurt them. Most of the magic traps were destroyed by the stubborn apostles and the situation became clear. In South City, all the attacking demons have been controlled. South City is in ruins and many area troops have suffered casualties, but Zhang Yu did not feel sad. Feeling that the time was almost up, Zhang Yu used his will core to ask everyone to stop and go to the main hall for a meeting. Zhang Yu sat on the throne at the top. There were 2 rows of people sitting below him. In addition to the 9 heroes, there were also 3 apostles. It felt like an ancient emperor attending court. It seems that I won, Zhang Yu said. As usual, the Archmage, the heroic leader, spoke up again. We are so ashamed to have let you down. I am indeed a little disappointed. I thought the teacher could do better. Zhang Yu did not beat around the bush but told the truth directly. Although it was not easy for a great wizard to achieve this level under the disadvantage of high-end combat power, Zhang Yu was still not very satisfied. With the great wizard's magical attainments and Coco the Elf King, they should have an absolute advantage in the forest, but he made very little use of the venue. Coco had no intention of borrowing the venue but was sent out to fight. What's the difference between this and sending a nanny out for a melee? Although her opponent is also a nanny. I am so ashamed. The great wizard felt a little embarrassed. He was really not good at commanding the legion to fight because he had never done it before. As the steward of a former god, he was invincible in war and could solve every problem with magic. As for why the butler of the legendary god died? This is a long story. However, at least in this battle we discovered a lot of weaknesses. The first is the defense system. It seems to be meaningless. Grey Wolf, what do you think? Grey Wolf's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. Master, you are right. The power of the group is indeed very strong, but after the strength exceeds 2 levels the defensive effect will decline rapidly. The defense system is very complete but it cannot withstand the limitations of the operator. However, regarding this problem we actually have 2 solutions. Grey Wolf is worthy of being the external steward. When Zhang Yu raised the question, he had already thought of a solution. Oh? Tell me about it. The first direction is to increase the power of current magic items. For example, the current magic cannon only has a 4th order destructive power. If we can create magic items with higher destructive power, we can threaten high-level enemies, and it's not limited to magic cannons. There is a lot of room for improvement in the control system, aiming system and detection system of magic items. The second direction is to improve the strength of our subordinates. When their strength increases, they can naturally pose a threat to high-level enemies. Both directions require time. The former requires a large number of magicians to participate in research, and the latter limited by the concentration of magic power on this planet. Their strength growth rate is too fast, so we must use promotion methods. The improvement method designed by the Grand Mage before is feasible, but it can only be used on low-level subordinates. What we need are mid-level or even high-level subordinates. Zhang Yu nodded. Magic props do have a lot of room for improvement, but it won't happen overnight. We still have too few magicians. As for the second point, it's not easy to increase the concentration of magic energy. At most it's just a slight increase. It's impossible to increase it 100 times like the temple does. Even the saint level can't do it. It will take hundreds or thousands of years to expect the people under your command to become high level. What do you think? The Archmage said, Master, we can try to implement the second plan. We can set up magic condensation arrays in some special places to train mid and high-level magicians, but the most important thing is to focus on the first plan. Magic props do have great potential. Theoretically, we can research magic props with high-level magic destructive power provided that there are enough magicians involved in the research. I suggest that we directly control all the countries on this planet and then gather all the magicians together. Controlling this planet may sound crazy, but it is a very simple thing. For the temple, their strength is more than enough. Before, Zhang Yu was suspicious and did not dare to move. Now the whole planet has been searched several times and all dangers have been eliminated, so they can start to act. The great wizard's appetite is not small, controlling all the countries on the entire planet. I feel that this will be a very troublesome thing. Although ordinary people are not interested in it, Zhang Yu does not want to be the master of a planet, but he has to say that the proposal of controlling the magician is really tempting. Although he had begun to consciously train magicians, the number was still too small and it was simply a drop in the bucket. Zhang Yu said, we don't need to control ordinary people, but we can control magicians. You guys should come up with a plan for this matter. We shouldn't go too far. We just need to gather 80% of the magicians on this planet and then build various magic research institutes in the 4 cities to concentrate our efforts on overcoming the bottleneck of magic props. The Archmage felt a little regretful. It seemed that the master really didn't want to control the entire planet. Yes, Master. The outer magic defense system should be coordinated by you. Grey Wolf. Handle it in a low-key manner and don't make a big noise. Finally, don't use force. After all, talents are very valuable. Then let's talk about our internal problems, be it heroes or apostles. You all seem to have too much free time. Zhang Yu's eyes flashed dangerously. Several people looked at each other and Zhang Yu said indifferently, they eat and drink every day, take a walk and play. When they have nothing to do they don't look like they are working at all. The heroes are okay, they are relatively hard at training, but it is far from enough as for the apostles, let alone those lazy dragons just sleep every day, which completely wastes the apostles' powerful talents. Kiki was also angry. That's right, they really went too far, master, you have to deal with them properly. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. Kiki, you sleep as much as those dragons? Really? I was practicing in my sleep, there's no comparison at all. Coco looked guilty. In fact, to some extent this is true. Even when Coco is sleeping she can still sleep at the level of a human. Sometimes fate is just so unfair. For the future of the temple and to face the forces of the abyss that will appear in the future, we must work hard. The heroes must hurry up and practice. You know this better than I do, so I won't say much about your own practice plans. As for the apostles, they all have to get moving. The apostles' practice plans are arranged by Millet and the Queen of Archery. Their daily schedules must be filled up and they are not allowed to sleep until they are distracted. Yes, master. And there has been some progress with the elves. Get ready, I will go with you to the elves in a few days. Yes, Master. Ike and the Archer Queen were both excited. The former could finally try to make the first artifact and the latter would become the strongest in the temple after getting the sunset bow. Musla, you are an ancient dragon, so you should be pretty good at water. Master, although I am a dragon I am more accustomed to living on land. Zhang Yu waved his hand. Being underwater won't have much of an impact anyway, so I'll leave the exploration of the deep sea to you. You have two main tasks. The first is to explore the deep sea and the second is to find some materials that can be used to make artifacts. Yes. Although she didn't like the environment of the sea, Nuzira still carried out Zhang Yu's orders meticulously. Coco Nisha, there are many apostles to be resurrected next. You two will be in charge of this aspect. In addition, prepare some high-level recovery magic scrolls and defense magic scrolls. Draw 20 every day. 10 per person is not too much. Coco's face fell. 10 in one day. These were high-level magic scrolls and that was basically their limit. The master was really accurate. It looked like they couldn't be lazy anymore. Yes, master. Grand Mage, please continue with your previous research. This research is very important to us. If you need help, just ask Grey Wolf. Yes, master. The Grand Master studies the utilization and extraction of magic stone energy. Energy materials and information are the cornerstones of building a magical civilization and must be done well. Only a wizard at the Grand Master's level can make a breakthrough in a short period of time. Black Mist, I have an important task for you. This task may be dangerous. Black Mist looked calm. Please go ahead. You have investigated the demonic rift before, right? Yes, the seal of the demon rift is intact and shows no signs of being damaged. Then do you have a way to penetrate it without breaking the seal and reach the world on the other side of the demon rift? Black Mist thought for a moment and said yes, but it is not easy to penetrate without breaking the seal. It will take at least 3 months. 3 months? Barely acceptable. Then I'll leave it to you. After infiltrating, help scout the other side of the world. Zhang Yu sent out a signal that he would take action on the world behind the demon rift in the future. This was good news for battle fanatics like Millet, although the actual contact might still be a long way off. The other side of the demon rift is not an abyss but just a planet occupied by demons. There are many planets occupied by demons. For the current temple there is not much danger in contacting such a planet. Yes, master. Finally, it's Theoresia. I don't need to worry about you, just continue to train hard. Oh, you defeated Lilith in just 3 moves. I'll leave this guy to you, train him well for me. Theoresia nodded indifferently. Yes, master. Everyone has been assigned. No one should be lazy. My temple is a conscientious enterprise. 996 does not exist. Everyone works until they are distracted. I thought everyone was experienced and must have practiced very hard, but now it seems that is not the case, so I still have to remind them. Everyone, our enemy is the most powerful demon in the abyss. Don't relax just because of the piece in front of you. You must work harder and raise your strength to the 9th level as soon as possible. That's it for today. If there is any situation, feel free to contact me using the wool core. Yes, master, everyone said in unison. After Zhang Yu left, everyone left with bitter faces, especially Coco and Nisha. The two of them almost became high-level tools. After the order was issued, the entire temple became noisy except for a few apostles who were preparing to be resurrected. All the apostles were taken out for intensive training with the two devil coaches, the barbarian king and the archer queen. There was no way they could be lazy, and the dragons all went to wrestle with the titans. After Sophia opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Zhang Yu's approaching face, and she was startled. "Hi, you're awake. I'm sorry and ashamed that I cared too little about you. The little girl who followed me back then is now growing into a young girl." Zhang Yu sighed. It has been several years since he accepted Sophia as his apprentice, and Sophia is no longer the little apprentice who always pulled at his clothes. "Teacher, are you okay?" "No problem. With the means of the temple it will be difficult for me to die," Sophia said. "That's true as long as the temple isn't destroyed. This is where you belong forever, but that magic is really dangerous. Although self-destruction feels great, it will leave long-lasting damage to your body. You should know this too. Don't use it again." "But teacher." "No problem, you are not allowed to use it unless it is necessary," Sophia said pitifully. "Okay, teacher. However, it really exceeded my expectations. Even I couldn't learn that magic, but you actually learned it. Moreover, you performed an 8th level magic with the strength of a 4th level magic. This is such an incredible thing. You will become a super powerful magician in the future, even surpassing me." Sophia looked embarrassed. "Teacher, I'm just lucky. It's impossible to surpass you, and this magic also needs the help of Xiaobai and the other three. I can't do it alone. Besides, the stronger the strength, the greater the burden on the body. It can only be used at low and middle levels." Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Of course, otherwise when you are at a high level you can easily beat the saint level or even the plain level. How can others survive? You have already embarked on your own path in the study of magic. To be honest, I have nothing more to teach you." Sophia looked nervous. "Teacher, you don't want me anymore?" How could that be? You should take good care of your injuries now and come with me to the Elf Kingdom in a few days. It's quite fun there." "Yes, teacher." Elf Kingdom, Holy Land. Lulu had a really miserable time during this period because she could activate the scroll left by the first Elf King. She was regarded as the future star of the Elf Kingdom and was sent directly to the Holy Land to learn swordsmanship from an old man. Even this treasure, which was said to be the only one in the Elf Kingdom, was given to her to carry with her. To some extent, the people in the Elf Kingdom are quite generous. They actually gave this treasure to someone whose background they didn't know. Aren't they afraid that I would take it and run away? Although I have no interest in this thing at all. The one who taught the sword skills was an old man without a name. He refused to tell Lulu a name. Even when Lulu asked at the beginning, the old man was almost mad at Lulu. He was really confused as to how such a stupid guy could enter the 2nd level and even get the recognition of the Book of the Unbearable. This was too weird. But no matter what the result is, the cheaters can really do whatever they want. Lilio's body itself has top-notch qualifications, and he practices the most advanced cultivation method in the temple, which is much more advanced than the cultivation method of the first generation. Therefore, although he is stupid, his cultivation speed far exceeds that of the physical sample Antana. A few days ago, Lulu inexplicably entered the 3rd level, which made his teacher doubt his life. After spending some time together, she had a rough idea of the situation in the Holy Land. There are still masters in the Holy Land. There are several 4th level masters and one 5th level master who was his cheap teacher. It's just that this teacher didn't know how to take care of his body when he was young, which caused problems with his body. Now he needs to rely on the life force of the Holy Tree to maintain his life. Once he leaves the range of the Holy Tree, he will die immediately. The other prohibitions are also very common and can be broken by any apostle-level magician. However, it is useless even if they are lifted. As long as you are not an elf, you will be sensed by the Holy Tree when you step into the Holy Land. The truly powerful thing in the Holy Land is the Holy Tree. The Holy Tree is the source of the elves' faith. Legend has it that the elves were born under the Holy Tree and the first Elf King was the first elf born. This is most likely not a legend but true. The Holy Tree is very mysterious, and coupled with the elves' belief in it for countless years, this Holy Tree is already a god. In a sense, it's a pity that the consciousness of the Holy Tree is very strange. It is not known whether it is due to the lack of a way to become a god or for some other reason, but in short, it cannot enter the holy level. The Holy Tree is more like a container, like a wooden barrel filled with the power of faith, but it itself cannot use this power of faith. Lulu even suspected that the elves might be the sheep raised by some kind of existence for the purpose of collecting the power of faith. This is a common means of collecting faith. The elves are most likely being raised to roam free. She couldn't figure it out, so she had to leave it to those crazy magicians in the temple to study carefully. After confirming the situation in the Holy Land, she made a plan to let the main body come over. The Holy Tree has its own will, but it is only the simplest instinctive will. Non-elves who enter the Holy Land will be attacked by the Holy Tree. The Holy Tree cannot use the power of faith. Its own strength is between level 7 and level 8, but it is not known whether it has any strange hidden means. There is no other way but to improvise anyway. It is impossible to let the original body come here openly. One morning, which was the day she had agreed with her original body, Lulu found an opportunity to sneak under the sacred tree, a place where no one could see her. The sacred tree was as tall as a mountain. She did not sense the presence of other people, and then she took out a scroll and pressed it on the trunk. Strange patterns spread out from the scroll and circled around the trunk, making it look like the holy tree was tied with a belt. This is a magic scroll provided by the temple, specially developed for the situation of the holy tree. It has only one function, which is to temporarily block the perception of the holy tree, allowing Zhang Yu to be in a state of the Holy Land is very safe and there is no foreign invasion for a period of time. As for the teacher and several fourth-level elves, they will be left to the main body to deal with. The holy tree has been dealt with. Lulu began to communicate with the main body, then a small black portal appeared in front of him and Zhang Yu walked out of the portal. He didn't have to worry about the fluctuations of the space portal being sensed by others. Without entering a high level, he couldn't even perceive space. The two of them had already synchronized their memories, so there was no need to say anything and no need for anyone else to care. Zhang Yu confirmed the situation, arranged a way to hide his aura, then opened the space door and brought Ike and Sophia out. Your mission has been completed. Go back and continue to practice. Lulu curled his lips, thinking that he was really a tool to be thrown away after use. When he thought about it carefully, is that the case? Fortunately, the original body synchronizes its consciousness once in a while, otherwise the clone would have rebelled after a long time. After using the concealment magic, others will not notice that there are a few more people here. The 4th and 5th levels are really too weak, but the holy tree is a bit troublesome and needs to be dealt with in advance. Let's go directly to the tree. I will control the sacred tree and then set up a hidden magic circle so that the outside world can't find us. Ike, how big a place do you need? Ike looked around and said, I need the entire sacred tree. Please cover the entire sacred tree. The entire sacred tree? Are you sure? This sacred tree is so big. Ike nodded seriously. I'm sure, but don't worry, I'm just borrowing the power of the holy tree. I won't cause too much damage to the holy tree. At most, some of its essence will be lost anyway. It looks like there will be no problem from the outside. The source of the lost is still no problem? This is a fundamental injury, right? No problem? What about the future? Probably the holy tree will wither in 10 years, but don't worry, from the outside it looks like it is withering naturally and nothing unusual will be noticed. The holy tree is also a tree, so it is normal for it to wither. Zhang Yu always felt a little embarrassed running into someone's house and digging out their penis. Isn't this robbery? However, according to the records in the library, the holy tree will not die completely even if it withers, and it will leave behind its seeds, but the power of faith collected by the holy tree will dissipate if no one collects it. It is really troublesome. When the time comes, please help them collect the power of faith to avoid wasting it. Okay, I'll set up the magic circle and you guys wait for me for a few hours. Good. It is actually not that easy to set up a magic circle that covers the entire holy tree. This thing is too big, but there is still the help of the little girl Sophia. Her knowledge of magic circles is really not to be underestimated. Zhang Yu set up the magic circle an hour in advance. After the magic circle was set up, they could do whatever they wanted on the holy tree. As for the people outside, it looked the same as usual unless they personally walked into the range of the magic circle. But it doesn't matter, there is another layer of concealing magic circle inside. It will be fine as long as the other party doesn't climb up the tree. In the elf tribe, only a very few elves have the right to touch trees. Climbing trees is absolutely not allowed even for the elf king, so Zhang Yu doesn't need to worry. After the arrangement was completed, Zhang Yu and his companions used their means to fly up the tree. The holy tree was really too high and the flight took a long time. They landed on the top of the holy tree and there was a feeling of overlooking all the mountains. Moreover, due to the influence of the holy tree, although it was high in the sky, there was only a light breeze on their faces. This is such a great place. Next, Ike was responsible for creating the artifact Sunset Bow, while Zhang Yu and Sophia had their own research topics, which were the holy tree and the power of faith. The temple's library has many records about the power of faith, and things like the holy tree are also mentioned. Creating an intelligent race and then collecting the power of faith is a common method for those guys who believe in becoming gods to enter the plane level. The power of faith of the holy tree is full, but no one is collecting it. Maybe the creator forgot, maybe the creator died, or maybe the creator has already entered the plane level and no longer values this power of faith. But it has to be said that the appearance of such a thing still made Zhang Yu feel very uncomfortable. The best result would naturally be that the creator died, otherwise if he touched the other party's collection it might attract the other party's attention. Now that I think about it, it was a bit risky. Making a magic weapon is not an easy task. It is very normal to spend decades or even hundreds of years. Fortunately, the sunset bow obviously does not take that long. 1 year later. The top of the sacred tree. Over the past year, Zhang Yu and his group of people have been living in the trees and nothing major has happened in the outside world. Zhang Yu's strength has improved slightly, but Sophia's strength still remains at the 4th level. There is no way her own talent is really not good, although she is very good in other aspects. Zhang Yu's research has made good progress over the past year and he has a basic understanding of the sacred tree. If possible, he can also use the temple's life laboratory to create something similar. However, Zhang Yu has no plans to do so because he does not need faith to become a god. After a year, Ike's sunset bow finally reached the final step. The sunset bow has been fully formed. It is emerald green all over, looks small and has a very simple shape, just like a branch bent and tied with a rope. It is as simple as it can be, but Ike used all kinds of weird methods to make this thing for a year. Then comes the most important step, allowing the artifact to give birth to its own soul. Ike raised the sunset bow with both hands. The sunset bow emitted an emerald green light which quickly enveloped Zhang Yu and the others. One could clearly feel that the essence of the sacred tree began to flow toward the sunset bow. The branches were shaking and seemed to be wailing. Zhang Yu sighed. He had a good impression of the holy tree. After death comes rebirth. Sunset bow is your child. Don't worry, you will not die. The holy tree has a simple meaning. It seems to understand Zhang Yu's words. The leaves stopped shaking, but after most of the origin flowed into the sunset bow, a green light shot up into the sky. Unfortunately, after reaching a certain height, it was blocked by something invisible. The sunset bow began to transform from the inside out. At the same time, the old man who was guiding Lulu and practicing sword in the Holy Land raised his head in confusion. He stared in the direction of the holy tree and kept staring at it. Lulu felt a little guilty. Teacher, what happened? After a year of practice, Liolio's progress was also very fast. His strength had reached the 4th level and his swordsmanship had improved greatly. It was extremely difficult for normal people to advance in strength, but for Lulu it was as easy as drinking water. After just over a year, he had reached the level of those old guys. In the eyes of other elves, Lulu was simply a monster. But Lulu knew very well that this was nothing. The necromancer CC was already at level 6. His speed was not much different from that of the heroes. He was growing very fast, just like he had eaten fertilizer. That guy was the real freak. The old man looked away and said in confusion, it seems like something important is missing. It's very strange. Forehead. Forget it, it's okay, just continue practicing sword. Although this girl's talent for swordplay is really poor, her talent for cultivation is so terrifying. In fact, as long as her rank is raised, swordplay and martial arts are secondary. This girl will definitely surpass me in the future and even reach the level of the 1st generation elf king. This is what the old man thinks. Lulu said oh and continued practicing sword skills as if he was determined to leave the house until he reached the saint level. At the top of the holy tree, all the green light was retracted into the sunset bow. The sunset bow was also covered with natural patterns. It was like a baby sleeping in Ike's hands. Master, I have accomplished my mission. It took me a year to finally complete the sunset bow. Ike smiled widely. He held the sunset bow and presented it to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu picked up the sunset bow, felt the powerful fluctuations on it and finally couldn't help laughing. Yes, it's really great. In fact, strictly speaking, the sunset bow is still an overstandard weapon for them. If it is given to Zhang Yu, not even 1% of its power can be used. If it is given to the archery queen, it can probably exert 10% of its power. Only a saint-level weapon can fully exert the power of the artifact, but even if it is only 10%, it is enough to raise the archery queen's strength to a higher level. After possessing the sunset bow, the queen of archery is no less powerful than anyone below the saint rank. It's a good thing, really a good thing. Zhang Yu even wanted to collect the sunset bow and use it himself, but reason overcame greed. Holding this thing in his hand would simply bring shame to the artifact. Zhang Yu said dimly, Ike, the next artifact, no matter what the situation, I hope it is a staff. Okay. Ike scratched his head, hoping that he could find the materials for the staff with better luck. The sacred tree has finally completed its mission. There is still life force left in it. In the last 10 years it will condense its own seeds and then enter the next reincarnation. Zhang Yu patted the branches. Don't worry, we will come to see you in the future. Well, I won't forget the power of faith you collected. Although I can't use it, there will always be someone who can. If the holy tree had a face, it would be green right now. You robbers, do you want to come again? Are you human? After saying hello to Lulu, Zhang Yu lifted the magic circle and used the portal to leave. Lulu would later find an opportunity to lift the seal of the sacred tree. It would be as if Zhang Yu and his companions had never appeared, leaving no trace. The sacred tree will not change much in a short period of time. It will show signs of weakening. In the next 10 years it will die completely and produce seeds 10 years later. Generally speaking, it is not something unacceptable. After not coming back for a year, Zhang Yu's return naturally caused a small commotion. Seeing everyone's aggrieved expressions, Zhang Yu laughed. It seems that everyone has gained a lot in this year. Yes, I have gained a lot indeed. I work day and night without even having time to rest. The sunset bow has been completed and Zhang Yu handed it to the Queen of Archery. She was extremely happy. If nothing unexpected happens, the sunset bow will accompany her for the rest of her life. Zhang Yu checked everyone's progress in the hall. The apostles' strength had improved a little, but it was not obvious. In general, they were still useless and were just cannon fodder. On the demon side, Lilith has been trained to be very obedient. She usually follows Teresa closely and calls her master all the time. Although her strength appears to be unchanged, she has actually made considerable progress. As for her master Teresa, she has already naturally entered the 7th level, and it is estimated that she will enter the 8th level in 1 or 2 years. This is not a big problem. The strength of his clones has also improved significantly. The strongest one is naturally the Necromancer clone. He is the only one among 1,000 clones who has reached the 6th level. Combined with the unique environment of the Death Canyon, even if he goes to the 7th level, he will not be able to defeat him. Most of the others are at the 4th level, and a small number have reached the 5th level. Although they are all Zhang Yu's clones and have similar novice equipment, the difference in individual and environmental influences is really not small. The clones will definitely not yield any gains in the short term. Zhang Yu estimated that they cannot be relied upon within 100 years. They must at least reach the 9th level before they can be of any use. Then there is the heroes. It is much more difficult to advance from level 8 to level 9 than from level 7 to level 8. Therefore, the heroes still remain at level 8. It is estimated that it will take more than 10 or 20 years for them to advance to level 9. The higher you go, the longer the time span becomes. There is nothing that can be done about it. In terms of research, the Great Wizard has made considerable progress in the study of magic stones, and there are also many research institutions in South City. In the past year, the Grey Wolf has been dispatched, frequently luring back most of the magicians on this planet and keeping them here to conduct research. There was quite a bit of noise at the beginning, but these magicians were quickly suppressed by the powerful force of the temple and worked for the temple obediently. Now South City has become completely prosperous and is much more powerful than the so-called Magic City in the sky. Thanks to everyone's hard work, although the level of magicians did not improve, the quality of Mota's props did improve, and a variety of powerful magic circles, magic potions, etc. also appeared. Today's magic cannons can already reach the 5th level of destructive power. In addition, many strange weapons have been derived. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu is still not satisfied with it. 5th level? Don't be ridiculous. 7th and 8th levels are not enough. It must reach the 9th level. It seems that these magicians still need to work overtime. The collection of magicians from all over the world must have attracted the attention of many forces, but unfortunately Zhang Yu will not pay attention to them. You can do whatever you want, but if you dare to provoke me, I will let those dragons go to your capital and roll around. Because the temple is no longer as low-key as before, most countries have obtained some intelligence about the temple. Among them, the Holy Temple sent people to spy and were beaten up by the defending army, but the others did not act rashly. After learning that there were no high-level combat forces, Zhang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to these guys and simply left them all to Grey Wolf. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Yu's Lord of all living things temple has gradually penetrated into the surrounding kingdoms. Zhang Yu also vaguely feels the power of faith condensed in his body. Zhang Yu can't use this thing, but he can collect it first. Maybe it will be useful in the future. In addition, there is another person who did not return, and that is Black Mist. The black fog had already penetrated the seal of the demon rift and headed for the other side of the world. No one knew what the situation was like now. In fact, Zhang Yu was still a little worried. It stood to reason that with the black fog's ability, no one could stop him unless he was a saint. But what if a saint really appeared? How about using the Will Core to contact him? Never mind, let's wait a little longer. There's no need to be so impatient. For the next few months, Zhang Yu stayed in the temple to practice hard. Not only did he make some progress in his basic soul magic, but he also gained a lot of various other magical knowledge by synchronizing the will with his clone. After several months, the Black Mist finally returned to the temple. As soon as the black fog came back, Zhang Yu hurried to find him. How is it? Did you encounter any danger? The black fog was still hidden in the black robe and no one could see his true form. My subordinates are very safe. The other side is indeed a world occupied by demons. Moreover, the power level of the other side is much higher than ours. Zhang Yu immediately perked up. Good, tell me more. Across the Demon Rift is a world called Terra. It is a world of high magic, and even saint-level beings have appeared. Of course, saint-level beings are extremely rare. Hundreds of years ago, the Gate of the Abyss was opened and countless demons led by the 3 demon kings of the Abyss invaded this world. After hundreds of years of war, most of this planet has become the territory of demons. Hundreds of years of war, the strong of mankind have perished, but they have not done nothing. The Gate of the Abyss has been destroyed and 2 of the 3 great magics have been sealed. The remaining one is unable to fight for unknown reasons. However, this is already the limit according to my estimation. In a few years at the shortest, or even decades at the longest, humans should be completely extinct. The Abyss was so terrifying that even the saints couldn't defeat it. Besides, the name Terra always felt a little wrong. Zhang Yu asked again, what kind of 3 great demon kings are they? The level of the 7 demon kings of hell, or ordinary little demon kings? He's just a minor demon king. His strength is at most saint level. There are many worlds invaded by demons, but none of them are worthy of the 7 demon kings' attack. Only a very small number are worthy of the demon general's attack. The existence of demon kings is actually not uncommon in hell. Generally, those who occupy a large area of territory are called demon kings. Most of the demon kings have the strength of saint level. A small number are weaker than saint level, and very few are plain level. The 7 demon kings and the demon generals under the 7 demon kings are basically plain level, which is really daunting. However, there is still a problem here because demons appeared in the Demon Rift tens of thousands of years ago, but the information obtained by the Black Mist is that they only appeared a few hundred years ago. This is not right. It is very likely that the opposite Terra world is not the first time to be invaded by demons. It has happened before, but the scale was relatively small. The information Black Mist obtained was also relatively limited, and he was unable to find out information from tens of thousands of years ago. Explain the situation of this world in detail. Wait, I will call everyone here first. Zhang Yu called everyone over through the wool core and then began to study this Terra world. Everyone is very concerned about this matter. After all, it involves the Abyss and the devil. Even if it is an ordinary little devil, it is enough for the current temple to pay attention to it. Not only the heroes but also his own students and several important apostles were called over. After studying for a long time, we finally came to a conclusion. With the current temple we can withstand it. Even if the 3 demon kings come, if we can't defeat them, we can hide in the temple like a turtle and develop slowly. When everyone's strength reaches the 9th level, we can rely on the temple and may not be unable to defeat the demon king. If we can survive a little longer and wait for the temple to enter the holy level, we will have nothing to fear. However, just in case, it is better to seal the Demon Rift again to prevent accidents. Zhang Yu was silent for a long time, then said, I want to go to the Terra world across the way. As soon as Zhang Yu said this, an uproar broke out. Everyone was surprised. What had happened to the master who had always been so quiet? Why was he so radical? If it were in the past, he would definitely add 100 or 80 seals to the Demon Rift when he summoned the demon. Before he did the same, it felt like the master had become a lot more aggressive recently. No one knew what to say for a moment, so the Archmage asked, Master, can we guarantee that it will be safe to go to the other side? Can the portal be opened? In theory, it is possible. The world on the other side of the Demon Rift is Terra, which is actually just a planet. It does not exceed the scope of this plane. As long as it is in this plane, my portal can be used. That's not a problem. According to the intelligence, the 3 great demon kings will no longer be here. If you encounter a high-level being that you can't defeat, it's still okay to summon a portal, but Master, you definitely can't go there alone. At least you need a hero to go with you. He can also buy you time in critical moments. Coco jumped up immediately. I can go with the master. I have powerful auxiliary and healing abilities. It will be right to take me with you. Nisha said calmly, I think it's more appropriate to take me with you. As angels, we are natural enemies of demons. I definitely know a lot about demons. Coco looked upset. Why did this guy always ruin her career? Sophia and Xiaobai said together, I want to go too. The two looked at each other and Xiaobai said unhappily, Sophia went to play with the teacher for a year before, so it's my turn this time. Zhang Yu was speechless. Are you going out to play? You have something to do. And don't think it's fun to go there. 9th level demons definitely exist. With your strength you will be killed instantly, so forget it this time. Stay in the temple and practice hard, at least practice to a high level. The two of them immediately lost their temper. Zhang Yu thought for a while and then said, how about this? Nisha and Teresa will go with me this time, and Lilith, she is a demon after all, so she must know a lot. Of course, the prerequisite is that she must sign a slave contract with me. This combination is more suitable. Needless to say, Nisha is a rebellious holy angel and a standard nurse, while Teresa is a swordsman with amazing combat power. Warrior, mage and priest are a perfect combination. When it comes to warriors, Millet and Echo are obviously more suitable, but compared to the rough guy, Zhang Yu obviously prefers to act with the lowly girl. After all, the next journey does not seem to be short. Theoresia said seriously, Master, please rest assured Lilith will definitely agree to sign the slave contract. Are you kidding me? I am the master's servant, how dare you refuse to sign as my apprentice? Are you trying to climb over my head? The archery queen said, Master, do you want to take me with you? I have the sunset bow now, as long as it is not a saint-level bow I should be able to handle it. Zhang Yu shook his head, forget it, the sunset bow is a divine weapon after all, if we take it away and it attracts attention that will be bad, the three of us plus a demon are enough, you guys guard the temple well. Yes, Master. That's good, let's go back and prepare well, we will take most of the high-level magic props, magic scrolls and magic potions that we prepared earlier, that's it, we will set off in a few days, if there is anything you can still use the will core to contact me. Yes, Master. Coming out of the hall, Zhang Yu suddenly remembered something. Since the Terra world belongs to this plane, wouldn't it be enough to just go to the magic mirror and ask for information? His stupid head. Zhang Yu ran to the magic mirror and asked all kinds of questions, although the magic mirror didn't like to answer questions and would probably just turn down others' advice. It was the master after all, so he had to give it face. Therefore the magic mirror told it everything it knew. He knew everything that had happened in the world of Terra. As a result, Zhang Yu really discovered a lot of interesting things and was even more looking forward to the trip to Terra. A few days later, when everything was ready and after briefing the heroes, Zhang Yu and his group headed to the location of the demon rift. The Archmage and Black Mist accompanied them, and they would be responsible for lifting the seal and resealing it. If you want to come back, you don't need to trouble others, just open the portal, and as long as you leave the coordinates in the other world, it will be very convenient to travel between the two places in the future. The demon rift is located in a desolate place on the continent. I don't know if it's because of the ancient battlefield, but no one can be seen here. The sealing magic circle was not of too high level. It took the black fog 3 months to penetrate it. It was much easier to remove it than to penetrate it. It took them a few hours to break the seal, and a dark crack appeared in front of them. After we enter, you will seal this place again. Yes, Master. After taking a deep breath, the four of them stepped in. Only after they had completely entered did the Archmage reseal it. The function of the demon rift is actually similar to that of a portal, but the duration of this portal is almost unlimited unless special means are used. The crack will always exist. Zhang Yu was no stranger to teleportation, but in an instant they crossed the demon rift and came to a desolate land. The demon rift behind them still existed, but it disappeared after a while. It should be that the seal on the other side was completed. Zhang Yu tried it a little and was relieved after confirming that the portal could be used. If it couldn't be used, they could only unseal it later. Lilith had signed a servant contract with Zhang Yu 2 days ago. Although the little girl was a little unconvinced, she dared not disobey her teacher's orders. Although she was not convinced by Zhang Yu, she was a million times convinced by her teacher. The closer she was to her teacher, the more she understood how unfathomable he was. Although the temple was also unfathomable, it was not the same as her teacher. Now she has become the teacher's little fangirl. The teacher's strength is simply unbelievable, but the fragility of his body limits the teacher's ability to exert his strength. As for this master, well, he is also quite powerful. Zhang Yu looked around and said, this must be the death wilderness mentioned in the intelligence. Let's first find the nearest gathering place of humans and see what's going on. Nisha, what have you found? Nisha used a simple reconnaissance spell and said, Master, there are quite a few demons here, but none that are too strong have appeared. No human gathering places have been found within the reconnaissance range, but humans have been found. Oh? Which direction? Although Black Mist had drawn a simple map, it was useless in a wilderness without any signs. It would be best if there were humans. Go this direction. Lilith, use magic items to hide your aura. Good. Lilith has her own means of camouflage, which becomes even more perfect with the addition of magic props. Even beings of the same level cannot detect her true form unless extremely powerful means of detection are used. The history of the war between humans and demons is a tragic war song. Ever since heaven gave up on this world 100 years ago, the situation of humans has become even more miserable. Most of the planet has become a paradise for demons, and humans are huddled in small corners. The power of resistance has long been consumed and there is little left. The future is not optimistic and humans are on the brink of extinction. Although the High Priest has been advocating that the Savior will appear, most people have already disdained the so-called Savior. Isn't it boring after advocating for hundreds of years? The Savior is always mentioned every day. If he really exists, why hasn't he appeared? Many people have given up hope, but for most people, even if they die in battle, they would rather die on the battlefield. Krem's team is an ordinary member of Blackrock City, which is a fortress on the human border. In addition to preventing further invasion of demons, their mission is to gather intelligence and look for opportunities for counterattack. The Lord of Blackrock City is almost going crazy trying to take back the Death Wilderness. This used to be human farmland in the largest grain-producing area. However, after the war more than 10 years ago, it has been completely ruined. The blood of countless humans and demons has dyed the land dark red, and it has become a death wilderness. Krem's team consists of 3 people in total: a priest, a warrior, and a mage. It would be perfect if there was an archer or assassin responsible for reconnaissance. Their role is to go out of the city to scout the movements of demons. If demons gather, they must report to the city lord immediately. In addition to reconnaissance, it is also their job to eliminate demons within their ability. There are so many demons that you can never kill them all. They are endless, and it seems like you will never be able to kill them all. Their team has been wandering in the wild for 7 or 8 days without much gain and is now preparing to return to the city. Captain, there's a situation. The mage, who used Eagle Eye and could barely be considered a scout, warned everyone. This mage was a young man, and it was estimated that he had not been a mage for long. What's going on? Is there a powerful demon? No, they look like humans. They are approaching us. They are probably not demons, but their attire is a little strange. The captain thought for a moment. Since it's not a demon, let's get closer and take a look. Maybe it needs our help. It's good that it doesn't look like a demon. If it is a demon in disguise, it is most likely a high-level demon. They can't escape even if they run with their small bodies. A high-level demon really doesn't need to disguise itself as a human to get close to them. Soon they saw those people, and Krem understood what the wizard meant by strange costumes. There were 4 humans in total, 1 man and 3 women. The man was wearing a wizard's robe and had an ordinary look, nothing special about him, but the 3 women next to him were a bit unusual. One of them was wearing a white robe, long golden hair, and had a perfect figure. Although he was far away, he could still feel his extraordinary temperament. He looked very extraordinary. The other 2 were carrying long swords and looked like swordsmen, but their outfits were very strange. One was wearing a strange outfit, exposing his arms and thighs, and the other one was similar. The common feature of the 4 people was that they were all fair and tender, which was very rare in Blackrock City. Besides, what was he doing with his arms and legs exposed in the wilderness of death? Was he seeking death? The 4 of them approached, and the ordinary-looking man spoke in fluent mainland Chinese. Hello everyone, we are travelers from afar and we want to go to Blackstone City. Which direction should we go to get to Blackstone City? The man had a gentle smile on his face, and he didn't look like a bad guy. But what was a traveler? Did travelers still exist? Humans had been pushed into this corner. Hello, you are going to Blackrock City, right? We are just about to go back. You can come with us. The man was pleasantly surprised. That's great, this death wilderness is so huge it's really dizzying. This was a weirdo, no, a group of weirdos. The other people looked at her without any emotion in their eyes, even the woman in the white robe. She now really suspected that the other person was a demon in disguise. Clem asked with a vigilant look on his face, "Where are you from and what do you want to do in Blackrock City?" We came here from a hidden island in the mysterious sea. We were invaded by demons everywhere. Our island is too remote and small, so we luckily escaped the demon tide, but it was not easy to get here after crossing the ocean. These were naturally Zhang Yu's excuses. They were not very clever. The island he mentioned did exist. It didn't matter whether the other party believed it or not. If they trusted them, it would be the best. Everyone would save a lot of trouble. If they didn't believe it, it didn't matter either. In that case, Zhang Yu could only use some small tricks. You drifted here from the mysterious sea, so your strength must be very strong. I don't deserve it. I can only barely protect myself. I understand. Everyone, please follow us. Along the way, Krem talked about a lot of things with Zhang Yu. The other party really had a lot of knowledge, and his various experiences were quite surprising. Not only that, his strength was also very strong. They encountered demons several times along the way, but they were easily solved by the other party using magic. The magician in the team told her that the strength of this Sir Zhang Yu was at least intermediate level. After being surprised, Krem was relieved. Come to think of it, if he couldn't even reach the intermediate level, how could he have gotten here? Although his teammates didn't take action, they didn't feel weaker than him. It was a good thing that Blackrock City had added several masters at once. He just didn't know what the other party's purpose was, and they were unwilling to say it. They just introduced their names to each other. They were actually not too far from Blackrock City and arrived at the foot of the city in the evening. The walls of Blackrock City are very strong and tall. They are the tallest walls Zhang Yu has ever seen. The steel fortress of the Elf Kingdom is no match for this place. It can only be said that this is worthy of being a world for fighting against demons. Although he sympathizes with the humans in this world, Zhang Yu doesn't really want to do anything great, and he has never thought about saving the world. He came here for three purposes. The first is to hone himself. In addition to studying and researching, mages also need some fighting experience. The second is to collect magical knowledge from this world and see if there are any precious materials that can be used to make artifacts and plunder resources. The third is to get in close contact with more demons. Knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. One needs to be checked to enter Black Rock City, but it is only to check whether one is a demon in disguise. Anyone who is a human can enter and exit Black Rock City. Zhang Yu was a little nervous at the beginning. After all, Lilith is a real demon, and this is also a world of high magic. It would not be fun if he was found out. Fortunately, the inspection here was not that advanced, and they all passed it smoothly. Clem had a good impression of Zhang Yu. If you need any help, you can come to the Blackstone Hotel to find us. We will be there during this period of time. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, it's okay. The two separated after entering the city, as they were also in a hurry to report their mission. The atmosphere in Black Rock City is very heavy and depressing. Most of the people walking on the road are powerful, and there are ordinary people too, but they are relatively few. Putting aside other things, the concentration of magic in this world is 10 times that of our side. It is a really good place. If the temple is moved here, will the concentration of magic inside the temple be higher? But this kind of thing can just be thought about. The temple cannot be moved. Master, where are we going next? Nisha asked. Teresa was a taciturn person and Lilith was not talkative either. Along the way, Nisha and Zhang Yu communicated more. Let's visit the High Priest first. She is a legendary figure. Although she is not a saint, her status is no lower than that of the former saints. She is one of the highest ranking humans. She is always at the forefront of resisting demons. Although the city lord is the real commander, the core of everyone's faith is the High Priest. How can we not visit such a legendary figure? Zhang Yu took out the map. This map was much more useful in the city with many landmark buildings. He knew his location. Nisha asked, wouldn't this be a bad idea? After all, the High Priest sounds very mysterious and powerful. What if? It doesn't matter if humans are still fighting each other after reaching this point. I will accept it. Moreover, according to the intelligence, humans don't even have a saint level anymore. There is only one 9th level left. Although the High Priest is quite mysterious, his strength is only 8th level. His ability is the legendary prophecy system. To be honest, I am too curious about the prophecy system. There is no such magic as prophecy in his world. There are some records in the temple, but prophecy involves the rules of cause and effect, which can only be accessed by plane level. Therefore, there are only relevant records in the temple and no one can learn it. Therefore, Zhang Yu was very curious. How could an 8th level being have the ability to master the power of such basic rules? Is it because she is the High Priest that she is so confident that even the rules of the world have to give her face? Therefore, Zhang Yu was very curious, but he also knew that this High Priest was most likely just a person with a high level of eloquence, and it was unlikely that he could perform prophecy or something. No matter what, Zhang Yu hopes to be the first to visit this mysterious being. It was difficult for Nisha to stop Zhang Yu. She was not good at fighting, but her protective ability was first class. It was still difficult for someone below the saint level to take the master's life. Even if she was at the saint level, she could delay for a while. A former plane-level rebel in heaven, she possesses more methods than Zhang Yu imagined. It seems that there is also intelligence about heaven on this side. Nisha doesn't know whether the heaven here is related to the heaven she used to be in, so she will have to investigate it carefully later. Following the instructions on the map, they soon arrived in front of a small house. Zhang Yu was a little surprised that the High Priest of the human race lived in such a shabby little house. Is this the legendary master? He is truly extraordinary. I knocked on the door gently and heard a hoarse voice from inside. It was the voice of an old man. Come in. The door was not locked. When I opened it, I saw a mess inside. There were all kinds of potions, magic scrolls, and strange things everywhere. It was very messy. In the middle of the house, an old man was writing something. He raised his head, looked at Zhang Yu and the others for a while, and then smiled. Guests from afar, is there anything I can help you with? Is this the High Priest? He looks like an ordinary old man, but he is definitely powerful, about level 8, but not enough to pose a threat to them. Respected High Priest, hello. We have traveled across the ocean from an island in the mysterious sea. After arriving in Blackstone City, we came to visit you first. Zhang Yu was humble. After all, the man in front of him was an old senior. The old man laughed. You didn't come from the mysterious sea, but from the space crack on the other side of the death wilderness, right? You are from the world on the other side of the crack, right? Zhang Yu was speechless. His identity was exposed just by coming here? Although Zhang Yu had anticipated this possibility earlier, he was still a little upset to be exposed as soon as he showed up. What do you mean by time-space rift? I don't know? The old man smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, sir. We already knew about the world on the other side. It has a lot of connections with us, but the connection between the two sides was cut off after the passage was sealed on your side. It's called the demon crack, right?" "Okay, you're right, we did come from the other side, and we also understand the situation here. Are you planning to use that side as your backup? If you can't defeat us, then go through the cracks to our world." The old man said helplessly, "In fact, we did consider it. If it was 100 years ago when our human god had not fallen, we could forcefully open the seal, but we did not do that because the concentration of magic power in your world is too low, only 1/10 of this world, so unless it is a matter of life and death, we cannot give up our world. Therefore your world is our last resort when we are desperate." The old man did not hide his intention from them. He continued, "That was originally the plan, but our god fell so suddenly that the seal could not be lifted in the subsequent battle. We simply could not gather too many Ninth Order warriors to deal with the seal. One reason is that the battlefields are very tense, and the other is that without the god's help the Ninth Order warriors would need too long to wear down the seal. It might be easy to solve on your side, but it is very difficult on our side." Zhang Yu nodded to show his understanding. "It was like a bottle with a cap screwed on. It was easier to open from the outside, but it was not easy to open from the inside. This was the principle of sealing." The old man said, "I didn't expect that the seal would be unlocked again after such a long time. Moreover, the strength of the guests is far beyond my imagination. The concentration of magic power in the other world can actually give birth to such powerful masters. It seems that unexpected changes have taken place over there." Zhang Yu nodded. "Some changes have indeed taken place. So what are you planning to do now? Capture us? Force us to tell you how to open the seal? And then escape to our world?" The old man was silent for a moment, then said, "Please don't be nervous. No one except us old men knows about the space crack. We can't do anything to you in our current situation. Humanity has reached its final moment. If you are willing to take some of humanity with you, that would be the best. If not, we won't say anything. Please don't be nervous. Sit down and have a cup of tea first." The atmosphere was a bit tense, but Zhang Yu and the others still sat down obediently. They definitely didn't dare to drink tea or anything like that. What if they passed out after drinking it? The people in this world have suffered so much and have deep hatred for each other and have almost been forced into a desperate situation. Zhang Yu would not find it strange no matter what they do. The old man did not force them to drink tea but asked calmly, "Why did you come here? I believe you already know the situation here." "That's right. In fact, we came here mainly to accept your inheritance. Even if you are destroyed, your inheritance can be inherited by us. You can rest assured about this," Zhang Yu said shamelessly. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's impossible to get something for nothing. How about we make a deal?" "Oh?" Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows. Trading? Trading was what interested him the most. "The origin of magic in your world is actually us. You don't have to doubt it. The most fundamental foundation is actually the same. Although we don't know what happened in the past 10,000 years, our magic knowledge is definitely useful to you. You can stay here and learn from us, but in exchange, how about you help us resist the demons? Not only that, if mankind is completely destroyed in the end, you can also take away the human race's artifacts. What do you think of this deal?" Divine artifact. Zhang Yu knew about this. Combining the information obtained from the black fog with the information from the magic mirror, Zhang Yu had a lot of understanding about this divine artifact. The appearance of this artifact can be traced back to tens of thousands of years ago. It was forged by a god of the human race. Later this god died for some unknown reason, and this artifact was passed down. Although humans have produced several gods, there is only one divine weapon. This thing has been passed down as a family heirloom of the human race until now. Although the divine weapon is still there, it has no users. Even so, the divine weapon is the last resort of mankind. Before this, Zhang Yu had never thought of stealing the artifact. First of all, it had not been stolen for so many years, which meant that the artifact must have some special protection method. Secondly, Zhang Yu also had to save face. The neighbor's family was so poor that they were starving to death and they only had a little rice left to survive. You ran to their house and stole the rice. Are you still a human being? If you were also going to starve to death, there might be nothing you could do. The problem was that you had food and drink at home. It would be fine if you didn't help others, but you still stole their things? Therefore, Zhang Yu did not take that magical weapon as his target at the beginning. He just came here to communicate and learn. Now, after hearing what he said, it seems to be interesting. "You're not lying to me, are you? You're such a bad old man." The old man looked innocent. "We just met for the first time, right? What happened? I'm definitely not interested in artifacts or anything like that, but if you really want to give it to me, then I can't help it." The high priest had an uncomfortable expression on his face. "Hey, what does your indifference mean? This is a sacred artifact that has been passed down by the human race for tens of thousands of years. Do you understand that a sacred artifact is not a cabbage on the roadside? For countless years humans have only had this one sacred artifact. Being stared at by the high priest Zhang Yu sighed, well, I am a little tempted. The artifact must be very powerful, so what do you want me to do for you? Find help to eliminate the demons? If so, we are powerless. There are only a few of us who can fight in that world, and the demon rift will not open again in more than 10 years, this is certain. So if you want me to call for help or let you hide in our world, I can tell you clearly that it is impossible. The old man said, I didn't ask you to do anything, you just need to do what you can when the demons invade, such as killing demons to defend the city. I won't ask you to reopen the seal of the space rift. If you really encounter an enemy you can't match, it's okay to run away. Zhang Yu looked weird. Is that the only way? This is too easy. Why is this old man so weird? Is he trying to trick me? Nisha smiled, but it was unknown what she was thinking. Teresa was motionless like a statue, not to mention Lilith, who looked like a curious baby. These three guys are Zhang Yu's thugs and tools. They don't think about anything. Their brain capacity is probably about the same as mine. It would be great if there was a great wizard here. The old man is well informed and is not afraid of being cheated. But on second thought, it is unlikely that this old man can trick them as long as they stick to the bottom line and don't open the devil's rift. He can just walk away if something really happens. Zhang Yu is not a saint nor a hero who saves the world. The extinction of races is a common thing in countless dimensions. As long as the fire does not burn Zhang Yu, he will not act as a hero. Okay, that's no problem, but can you use prophecy magic? The old man nodded. That's true, but prophecy magic is something that even gods may not be able to master. The reason why I can use it is because my situation is special. I can naturally feel the fluctuations of fate. In fact, this is more of a talent of mine than a prophecy magic. Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes and sneered. Fate is a basic rule. Can it be easily triggered by others? Moreover, the other party did not have any divine blood. If he was said to have divine blood, Zhang Yu would still be skeptical, thinking that it might be an ability left by a great god from his ancestors, but this guy was just an ordinary human. The old man was not angry. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, you can just treat me as an ordinary old man. Zhang Yu took out a coin and covered it with his hand. In that case, let's verify it with facts. Tell me, is the gold coin in my hand facing up, front or back? The old man was speechless. Is the fluctuation of fate used for this kind of thing? I can only vaguely see a little bit of the future trajectory based on the current situation, but I am not omniscient. Okay, then tell me what the future direction of your world will be like? Before this, the future I saw was the destruction of mankind, which could happen in a dozen years or even decades. There are not many masters left in the human race, and even ordinary people can feel it. However, I saw a little change in this desperate future, only a little bit. However, after I felt the fluctuation of the space crack, this little fluctuation began to expand and the destined future began to become blurred. Perhaps you are the savior I have been waiting for? Zhang Yu shook his head. If this plot were put into a novel, people would probably criticize it. The savior is too old-fashioned. We are not interested in saving the world. If an enemy that we cannot resist really appears, we will just turn around and run. Do you believe it? The old man laughed and said, of course I believe it. Just treat what I just said as my old age and nonsense. The old man stood up and took a box from the side. I prepared this before. If you come to me, I will come to you. It contains the history of the continent, the magic system, an introduction to advanced magic runes, and some gold coins used in this world. Apart from that, you can always come to me if you need any help. Zhang Yu took the box, opened it, and looked at it. Thank you very much. This thing is really useful to us. In this case, we will visit again later. Goodbye. The old man smiled, which made Zhang Yu's face very happy. Zhang Yu and his friends left the small house. After walking for a while, Zhang Yu asked, Nisha, what do you think? I feel that there must be something fishy about this matter, Nisha said seriously, and Zhang Yu was speechless. Did you learn my joke? What's the joke? No, nothing. Tell me what's wrong. Nisha said, that old man, how should I put it? He seems a little too calm. Visitors from other worlds should be the only lifeline for this world. It is normal to use coercion, bribery, or emotional appeals, but his attitude is to help if you can, but forget it if you can't. This attitude doesn't seem right. After all, he is one of the leaders of the human race, but one thing is certain, he is not lying. Being able to see through lies is a trivial talent of the angels. Is that so? Never mind, let's just take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work, let's just run away. There's no way they can stop us with the portal. There are two ways to block the portal. The first is to block the space. If it is a saint who specializes in space and cooperates with a special artifact, it can be done, but ordinary saints cannot do it. After all, space is one of the basic rules, and it is not something that can be done casually. The second method is to seal or destroy the portal, but this method can only destroy fixed man-made portals such as the Abyss Gate, and the cost is not small. However, Zhang Yu's portal is the same as the demon crack. It is a portal derived from the basic rules. Zhang Yu doesn't know whether it can be destroyed, but it is definitely much more difficult than the demon gate. It can be opened and closed at any time, which is convenient and fast and not afraid of damage. Zhang Yu is not afraid, but the only worry is the first one. But according to the intelligence, the artifact of the human race has nothing to do with space. This information is the information of the black fog combined with the information of the magic mirror, which is absolutely accurate. Therefore it is impossible to control them spatially. The only option is to control them people. If you want to control them, the 9th level is definitely not enough. There are many soul magics that can attack souls, but there are very few that can control the opponent's soul, and they are only effective against low-level souls. Soul magic is very strange and extremely difficult to control. Zhang Yu estimated that if you want to control them, you must be at least at the saint level. No, even the saint level is not enough. Don't forget that we are protected by the soul altar. However, they don't know about the soul altar, so they might resort to some tricks on it. These people are very despicable, so let's see what tricks they can use. In fact, Zhang Yu was completely overthinking it. In the wooden house, the high priest had been in a daze after sending Zhang Yu and the other three away. In fact, his heart was far from as calm as he appeared. The old man had really grasped a life-saving straw. Everything just now was just a disguise. Now his mind was full of thoughts on how to borrow the power of Zhang Yu and the others. Although they are only at the 8th level, the high priest knows very well that they are the last hope of mankind. After thinking about it, all I can think of is playing the emotional card. Although the current situation of humans is rather embarrassing, the city is still very peaceful and there are no signs of the end of the world. We can only say that their leaders manage it well. In the hotel, Zhang Yu and his friends discussed the next course of action while eating. The final result of the discussion was to keep quiet and study the situation in this world carefully. Besides, Zhang Yu was very interested in the books at hand. The magic system is pretty average, definitely not as good as the temples, but the runes are quite interesting. The temple has simple records of runes but no detailed content. All the magic in the temple is the backbone, and runes are a derivative and deformation of a magic circle and later became its own system. This thing does not exist in the original world, so Zhang Yu was completely addicted to it after discovering it. Runes, this is a good thing. If this knowledge is sent back to the temple, it may not have much impact on the strength of the temple, but it can improve the level of low-level magic props at this stage. Magic props are a combination of magic arrays and magic materials. If runes are added, there may be many surprises. As for waiting and seeing what happens, Zhang Yu really did wait and see. He stayed in the hotel for a month without going out. However, Nisha and the others went out for a walk, fought demons, collected intelligence, and made some name for themselves. After all, the strength is there and it is not easy to hide it from others, so Zhang Yu doesn't mind. After a month in the world, Zhang Yu has almost understood the basic rune system, but if he wants to master more advanced content, it will be impossible without years of research. However, it is totally worth it. Just when Zhang Yu was about to ask the high priest for some other rune-related books, the high priest came to visit him in person. The two sat opposite each other and Zhang Yu poured him tea. The high priest drank a few sips of tea leisurely and then said, "I have something I would like to get rid of your help with." "Oh, please tell me." "We will certainly help if we can." Zhang Yu felt embarrassed to refuse someone else's free stuff. "It's like this, we are planning to take action against Mirror City. You know Mirror City, right?" Zhang Yu nodded. "As for Mirror City, of course I know about it. It is located in the center of the Death Wilderness and was destroyed when the demons invaded before." "What do you mean by taking action?" "Of course we have to take it back. However, it's not just Mirror City, there's also Sure City. These two cities are far away from each other. As long as we take them back and use them as bases, there will be hope for taking back the Death Wilderness. You also know that the current stalemate is a slow death. We need some hope, so I hope you can help take back Mirror City and we will handle Sure City. Of course we will also assign troops for you to command." Zhang Yu had a headache. "Are you kidding me? You guys are taking too big a step. You're thinking of counterattacking as soon as I got here. Do you really think of me as your savior?" The old man laughed and said, "Of course, this is just my suggestion. It's okay if you don't want to do it. We won't force you. If you are willing to help, I am willing to give you advanced rune knowledge." "Love is waiting for me here?" The old man's smile looked more and more like an old fox, but Zhang Yu also understood the principle of no pain, no gain. If he wanted to gain the other party's knowledge, he should do something. Moreover, Zhang Yu had planned to gain some experience. With two approaches, he had double the happiness. "Okay, I can give it a try, but I don't need any subordinates or anything like that. Besides, we're just giving it a try. There's no guarantee of success." "Of course I will send you the advanced knowledge of runes later as well as the information about Mirror City." "Good." Not long after, the high priest asked someone to send a stack of books over except for one book containing various information about Mirror City. The others were all books related to runes. Elementary Rune Construction, Volume 1. Well, not bad. Zhang Yu nodded. The first volume was as thick as a dictionary. It was indeed very substantial. Then came the second volume, the third volume, and so on until the 10th volume. Zhang Yu's face turned black. Was he kidding me? There was only such a huge pile of elementary runes, and the 10th volume might not even be the end. How could this thing be so long? There was no other way but to learn slowly. Zhang Yu had a vague feeling that he might be cheated. Over the next few days, Blackrock City became bustling with activity, and all the professionals were summoned together, as everyone knew this was the beginning of organizing manpower to prepare for a counterattack. This kind of thing would happen every few years, and although most of the time it would end in tragedy, no matter what, they would keep trying to take back their land, no matter how difficult it was. The turmoil outside has nothing to do with Zhang Yu. He is an outsider. Naturally, Nisha and the others were very happy. They were getting rusty from staying here all the time. As for Teresa, although she did not show any reaction, she touched the hilt of her sword more frequently. It was obvious that these guys were already hungry and thirsty for war, and were all war maniacs. Zhang Yu asked Lilith quietly, "Lilith, you are going to attack your own people later. What do you think? If it is inconvenient, it is okay for you to stay in Blackstone City." Lilith rolled her eyes at her. "What do you mean by fellow demons? The abyss is much bigger than you can imagine. Demons are always at war with each other, so there's no such thing as not being able to kill fellow demons. However, the abyss has changed a lot in the past few hundred years. The demons here should all be old demons from hundreds of years ago." "Well, maybe. But the controller of Mirror City is a 9th level demon who is said to be very powerful. According to intelligence, he should be an undead. Do you think we have a good chance of winning? If it was the 8th level, he could easily beat the opponent, but if it was the 9th level, it would be a bit troublesome. To be honest, if it was before, Zhang Yu would never provoke such a troublesome opponent. He would only fight when the wind was favorable and he knew both himself and the enemy. But I came to this world to hone myself. If I continue to be the same as before, what is the effect of the training? Besides, there are so many safety measures. What is there to be afraid of?" Zhang Yu was a little worried, while Lilith was overconfident. Lilith said, "Don't worry, there will be no problem at all. Not only is Mistress Nisha naturally able to restrain the undead, but it is not difficult for her to kill a 9th level undead with her full strength. With the two of us, it won't be a big problem." Zhang Yu was speechless. "What do you mean by adding the two of us? Don't put us on the same level. I'm much stronger than you." Lilith curled her lips. "He is obviously just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He has strength but lacks combat experience." Zhang Yu was not happy. "What do you mean by strong on the outside but weak on the inside? Come over tonight and I'll show you what it means to be experienced in combat." Lilith looked strange and Zhang Yu was still a little surprised, only to hear a gentle voice behind him, "Master, you have a lot of combat experience. In that case, can you invite me to watch?" When Zhang Yu heard the voice, he broke out in a cold sweat. Turning back, he saw Nisha standing behind him with a smile on her face. "Ha, just kidding, just kidding. I should hone myself well for this operation. Lilith is right, I lack practical experience." "So scary? Is this the strength of a rebel angel?" It is said that this girl left heaven with a smile on her face and chopped all the angels who arrested her into pieces. Although those angels did not die in the end, this guy's horror can be seen. He is a rebel of the angels, a demon in angel's clothing. "Master, please stop saying weird things. Lilith is still a child." Lilith said proudly, "Did you hear that? I'm still a child. Aren't you ashamed to say such weird things to me? You are shameless. Child? You?" Zhang Yu was not convinced. Lilith looked to be in her early 20s, which was definitely not the right person for a child. "Why no? I'm only over 300 years old. Am I not a child among us succubus?" Zhang Yu sneered, "That's incredible. You are too anxious to grow up." Nisha interrupted the two people's bickering. "Hey master, the operation is about to begin. The high priest will arrange a guide with decent strength for us. Do you think we should control his soul and make him your slave? After all, he may be a monitor sent by the high priest." Let's not do that. Let's wait and see. Apart from the spacegate, there's nothing else we can't expose." "Okay, then the battle plan." Zhang Yu said, "Whatever plan is used, just hack and kill your way through and then kill the boss. This is the battle plan." Lilith smiled and said, "That's really your style." Wait, why do I feel like you're mocking me? No way. I've studied with the teacher for so long and finally I have the opportunity to show my skills." Lilith was excited. She had already seen the scene where she killed a 9th level undead with 3 moves and the teacher patted her on the head and praised her. "Sure enough, my talent is the strongest." Zhang Yu was too lazy to pay attention to the girl. She ordered, "Let's prepare ourselves first and then we can act together when the time comes." "Yes." 3 days later everything was ready. The first team led by the High Priest and the City Lord attacked Shur City, and Zhang Yu and his team were the second team to attack Mira City. The reason for this arrangement was that Shur City was more dangerous than Mira City. Many professionals were suspicious of the second team. They were going to attack Mira City with only a few people? Was this a joke? Or were they just pretending to go around Mira City and then go home? Although the High Priest had been enshwanching that Zhang Yu and his team were super masters from the mysterious sea, others did not believe it, and Zhang Yu could not go out to show his strength. 3 days later all the teams were assembled and the group finally set off. However, the first brigade has several hundred people while the second brigade has only 5 people. This huge disparity in numbers is really strange. The second team, in addition to Zhang Yu and his group, sent an archer as their guide. His 7th level strength was definitely high, and among professionals there were only 5 or 6 people at the 8th level in Blackrock City, and there was not even a single one at the 9th level. This 7th level archer was a young girl with a gloomy face. All the way it was not known whether the High Priest was going to use a beauty trap, so he sent out a young girl. However, it was obvious that her appearance was also at the bottom of the team. Well, it's not that Zhang Yu doesn't mind gender, and it doesn't matter whether the other person is good looking or not as long as the other person doesn't cause trouble and works hard. There is no evidence that there are demons wandering in the Death Wilderness. The city is where the demons gather. The 2 cities are like nails nailed to this land. As long as the nails are pulled out and the wandering demons are slowly cleared out, the Death Wilderness will naturally be cleaned up. The group concentrated on their journey along the way, and any demons they encountered were eliminated with just a few arrows from the archer Zhang Yu, and the others didn't need to take action at all. Their speed was extremely fast and they had arrived at Mira City in the afternoon while the first team had only gone halfway. This is the advantage of having a small number of people. They are all elites. Mira City, once a prosperous place for humans, has now become a residence of demons. The demons did not destroy the city but simply used it as their lair. Demons are not wild beasts. Seeing the former Mira City shrouded in an endless breath of death, the archer's face was gloomy. Although he had always had a gloomy face, it was even gloomier now, like a horse's face. Master Zhang Yu, this is Mira City. What is your action plan? Go in through the main gate, fight your way to the palace in the middle, and then kill their leader. Well, this is just like the game, only the weak will engage in conspiracies and tricks while the strong will just push forward smoothly. The archer looked strange. Are you kidding? She was assigned this task with a lot of resentment in her heart. She wanted to join the first team and fight to her heart's content rather than being assigned to the second team as a guide, although the High Priest had told her that these people were very powerful. So what if they were 1 level higher than her? This was war, not a one-man game. She suspected that the second team was only used to attract the attention of the powerful undead and prevent it from launching a sneak attack on Blackrock City when the city was empty. This kind of thing had happened before. Last time they failed because of the sneak attack by the 9th level undead, so this time they learned their lesson. In other words, the second team was carrying out a diversion mission. However, no matter how unwilling you are, it is of no use, as this is the order of the High Priest. Zhang Yu felt that this archer was a bit annoying. He just asked him to lead the way. Why was he talking so much nonsense? He didn't expect him to fight. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Do you think I'm kidding? It doesn't matter, your mission has been completed. You can go back first. If you are scared, you can wait here. We will take you back later." The archer blushed. "Please don't joke with me. Although I am not as strong as you, I can still contain you from a distance. I am not a useless person who will hold you back." "There is no doubt about it. You are really a useless person who is holding us back." As a well-educated person in the temple, Zhang Yu would not say such hurtful words. He was silent for a moment, then said, "It's up to you, but let me make it clear first, we will not be distracted to take care of you when the battle begins. I'm not kidding. If you fall behind, we will abandon you." This was the first time she was accused of being a dragon. Which previous action had she not been the most impressive? Although she was very unconvinced, the High Priest's warning was still fresh in her mind. She could only suppress her anger and said, "I understand. You can ignore me and fight to your heart's content." Zhang Yu nodded. "Well, everyone get ready to start the new land." Having followed their master for so long, they naturally knew that Zhang Yu would say some strange words from time to time. Although they had never heard them before, they could guess the meaning. There is no need to set up any formation, just charge in head-on with Lilith as the vanguard, Lilith, Wymi, and the others as the back row. Teresa stays by Zhang Yu's side to protect him, and she will also take action when encountering tough enemies. After Zhang Yu and his gang rushed into Mira City, they immediately attracted the attention of the demons in the city. No, to be more precise, it was the undead who occupied this place, and naturally all his subordinates were undead. Suddenly, headless knights, skeleton warriors, undead archers, skeleton mages, undead ghosts, and all kinds of strange undead creatures rushed towards them. No matter which world they were in, undead creatures hated living things extremely. This was their nature. Zhang Yu's most powerful clone is a necromancer. Whatever the original Zhang Yu knows, he naturally knows. Not only that Zhang Yu knows a little about almost all branches of magic. As his clones become stronger and stronger, he will know more and more, and it is possible that he will eventually become an omnipotent and omniscient god. Of course, only Zhang Yu can do such a thing. With the soul altar, he can withstand the soul pressure brought by the clone. If other people do this, either their souls will be separated and unable to merge, or the mental pressure will be too great and cause the soul of the original body to be broken. After Zhang Yu led the team into the city, Nisha started with a protective magic. The holy power surrounded everyone and prevented the erosion of the breath of death. As a pioneer, Lilith naturally cannot sit idle. After learning from Teresa for more than a year, this guy has indeed made considerable progress. His sword moves are clean and neat, and no matter what kind of enemy it is, his soul core will be hit by one sword. Seeing his subordinates working so hard, Zhang Yu could not sit idly by. He used fire magic, and the flame energy coiled around them, transforming into a huge flaming python that swept away, rampaging all the way, and the low-level undead were directly burned to ashes. But it was just a low-level undead. Just as Zhang Yu's intelligent fire python was killing everyone, a huge black energy directly penetrated the fire python's body. A huge figure rushed down from the sky and landed heavily in front of them, just like a falling meteorite. It was a huge armored warrior covered in black, but it was just armor, and there was a strange dark green flame inside. Chains burning with green flames were wrapped around him like a python. Haha, human, I finally see a human, now go die. The armored monster laughed wildly and waved his hand. The black energy turned into a huge skull which directly penetrated the void and flew towards Zhang Yu. This is a high-level undead, level 8. I encountered this enemy right after I came in. Zhang Yu stretched out his hand and pressed it, and a huge spider web-like protective shield appeared in front of them. The black skull hit the protective shield and made a strange sound, but it could not do anything to the protective shield. Human, you are quite strong. The great Lord Akasham admits that you are an opponent, but I will be serious from now on. The armored monster stretched out his hand and took out a pitch-black sword from behind. He was a warrior, and throwing magical energy occasionally was just a side job. Master, leave this enemy to me. Lilith's face looked a little serious, and this time she actually called Zhang Yu master, which was very rare. Can. The red knife was unsheathed, leaving behind a shadow. Clang. The two knives collided, producing sparks. The armored monster continued to attack fiercely, and his two swords, one red and one black, kept crossing, emitting sparks. This armor is quite powerful. He must have been a famous warrior when he was alive. Teresa commented on the side. Some powerful warrior's armor will undergo some strange changes after death, and they will become some kind of powerful undead, but the probability of this happening is extremely low. I didn't expect to encounter one today, and one that is quite powerful. There won't be any problem, right? Zhang Yu asked. Lilith is still very strong, you can trust her. All right. Haha, not bad, not bad. You, a mere human, actually dare to draw your sword against me? Then let me teach you what real swordsmanship is. The armored monster opposite sneered, pressed down his long sword. Black energy covered the sword, and then he drew his sword. The black arc of light formed a straight line and slashed towards Lilith with terrible destructive power. Magical. Lilith's body became blurred and the knife hit the afterimage directly. The black slash passed over the illusory body and hit the building behind. Along the way, both the undead and the buildings were cut in half by the black energy. The black-haired weirdo was a little angry and he slashed frequently, sweeping around like a storm. However, Lilith was too fast and he couldn't hit her at all. Zhang Yu was also very surprised. Teresa, how many of your 9 moves has she learned? As a sword saint, Teresa naturally has her own tricks. Her sword skills are very simple. Apart from the few moves she learned in the temple, there are the 9 styles. The 9 styles were the foundation of her life in her previous life. Illusion and Flash, she has barely mastered these 2 moves. That's not bad. Zhang Yu nodded. This guy's talent is still good. Zhang Yu's own clone was unable to learn such advanced martial arts at the beginning. He only learned the double attack and then went out to play. Although he has made considerable progress now, he still has a long way to go before learning the 9 styles. I don't know what happened to that girl in the elves. Hey, what's going on? Isn't that girl me? Seeing that his moves always missed the target, the armored monster screamed as if he was stimulated. He jumped several meters away, dodged Lilith's attack, and raised his sword high. Flash! Lilith drew her sword with incredible speed, and no one present except Theoresia saw her sword. A red shadow flashed and Sophia appeared behind the armored monster, holding the hilt of a red knife in her hand with a look of regret on her face. The speed of the flash was extremely fast, but because it was too fast she couldn't fully control it. She was clearly aiming at the soul core in the opponent's head, but she missed the target. A straight crack appeared on the chest of the armored monster, the crack slanting downward. If it were a human, the body would have been cut in half at this moment. Unfortunately, this was an undead creature. If this guy had a face, it would be twisted and angry by now. How dare you hurt the great Lord Akasham? Even the boss didn't hit me, but you dared to hit me? I will kill you. Anger did not take away the armored monster's reason. He drew his sword again, and this time he used his most powerful skill. The huge amount of energy was completely condensed in the black sword, and the black sword was already burning with a dark flame. It's really shameful we haven't been able to get rid of even one human being after half a day. A gloomy voice was heard. At the same time, a strong and cold spell wave spread throughout the entire venue, and countless frosts swept in like a tide. Two strange figures came from a distance, one black and one white, two undead spirits posing as the black and white impermanence, and it was the white undead that launched the frost attack. Countless ice is spread everywhere. The temperature around them suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees, but when the frost reached them it was blocked by a bright light and could not advance an inch. It's a disgusting divine power, the black undead spoke. The armored monster yelled, "Leave this swordsman to me and the others are up to you." The long sword chopped down and Lilith used flash again. This move was very taxing and his body couldn't sustain it for more than a few moves. On the other side, Zhang Yu and Nisha attacked at the same time. Since the opponent used ice, they must use fire. 6th level fire magic, the melting pot. The huge flame force continued to swirl, covering the two undead, one black and one white. The 6th level fire magic was stronger in his hands than the 7th level. The temperature rose rapidly, but Zhang Yu knew that this move could not hurt the enemies inside at all because they were at level 8. Nisha used the holy blessing and a huge power appeared in Zhang Yu's body, and the holy power turned into huge white wings. This is Nisha's specialty. Although the two big chicken wings are really criticized, there is no other way. Many magics of the angels will make use of wings. It doesn't matter whether they look good or not as long as they are powerful enough. The sacred power surged into Zhang Yu's body and Zhang Yu felt that he was fine again. Come out, big octopus. The sacred power turned into huge magic power for Zhang Yu to drive. A huge black shadow of Zhang Yu appeared when Zhang Yu stretched out his hand. The huge octopus tentacle rose from the ground into the sky, destroying everything in front of it. No matter what it was, the undead, the buildings, or the land. Countless Zhang Yu's tentacles swept across most of the city, turning everything into a mess. The undead souls were broken and wailing. Nothing could resist the huge power. Even the black and white undead souls were cracked by the huge octopus tentacles. It's like slapping a fly. Those below level 8 can't handle it at all, and even those at level 8 can only barely hold on. As for the armored monster, when Zhang Yu created the opportunity, Lilith seized it and pierced his soul core with one knife. The poor armored monster died at the hands of Lilith. Looking at everything around him being crushed into pieces, Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. As an 8th level magician, the giant octopus was already very powerful. With the assistance of Nisha, this move definitely reached the destructive power of the 9th level. It's a pity that the holy blessing only has a one-time effect. If it were permanent, it could raise one's strength by 1 level. Unfortunately, it's only a one-time increase. Even with Nisha's strength, it would take a long time to readjust after using it once. This move is really good. Zhang Yu was very satisfied with the destructive power of the giant octopus. Although it was not as perverted as Sophia's, Zhang Yu was already very satisfied. Although the black and white souls managed to survive the attack just now, their situation was definitely not any better. They were terrified, but Zhang Yu had no intention of showing mercy and was determined to kill them while they were sick. Soul destruction. The first move was a sure kill. If the giant octopus had a powerful AoE range damage, then the soul destruction was a powerful single target damage, even if it was not amplified. Now the power of this move was extremely terrifying. The powerful soul power instantly destroyed the soul core of the black soul and directly beat the opponent to pieces. The white guy didn't escape either and followed the sisters into the sky. Most of the enemies were killed in one wave, but half of the city was also destroyed. I don't know what the high priest's expression would be afterwards. No matter what, it was enough to be able to take it back. The archer was already stunned. What kind of magic was this? Could it be that this man's strength was at the same level as the guardian? How could this be possible? He should be at the 8th level, right? But what on earth was going on just now? Nisha said with a smile on her face, "You are worthy of being my master. Soul magic can only exert its greatest destructive power in your hands." Haha, of course. Ahem, Lilith, are you okay? Lilith said, I'm fine, but the battle just now also put a lot of pressure on my body. Maybe I can't go through such a battle again. Zhang Yu waved his hand. It doesn't matter, we didn't expect you to defeat the boss anyway, you've done well enough, let's move on. Lilith was speechless. Is this how you comfort others? At the same time, in the deepest part of the palace, a giant skeleton was sitting on his skeleton throne and sleeping. When the giant octopus appeared, he was instantly awakened. Afterwards, he witnessed the rampaging octopus hand and the death of 3 of his generals, and the skeleton touched his bald head. What's going on? What's wrong with these humans? Are they here to cause trouble for me? Damn it! How dare they? The big skeleton gnashed his teeth. He only had 5 generals under him, and now 3 of them were killed in one fell swoop. This was embarrassing. Moreover, the opponent didn't look like he was using his full strength, and he didn't even take out his staff. What was he doing? Was he mocking us? The big skeleton's white face turned completely black while the other 2 generals stood aside carefully and did not dare to finish speaking. The means displayed by the human just now were definitely not weaker than those of the boss, and they did not want to rush out to die like those 3 idiots, so they had to be cowardly when they had to be cowardly. The big skeleton knew that the enemy was very powerful, so he didn't let his men go out to die. The loss of 3 of his men was already painful enough for him, and the remaining 2 had to be protected in war. It is not the generals and soldiers under his command who decide the outcome, but the strongest one. If the strongest person at the top loses, then the battle is lost. Subordinates who are lower in rank than him cannot decide the direction of the battle unless the strongest fighters on both sides die together. The big skeleton was very confused. When did humans produce strong people of this level? If I remember correctly, the old guy who was called the Guardian should be guarding the north, and these people don't look very old. They are definitely not the Guardians. It's really weird. Masters are not leeks that grow up one after another. Where on earth did these guys come from? It's strange. If humans have such power, they can't hide it. I really couldn't figure it out, so I gave up fighting the skeletons and called my men to meet the enemy. I couldn't just wait in the palace, right? What if the palace was destroyed? The big skeleton walked out of the palace with his little brothers, and soon the human team appeared in front of him. Who are you? There was red soul fire in the skull's eyes. Although they were all skeletons, this guy's aura far exceeded that of the little skeleton in his own family. He was worthy of being a 9th level strongman. My name is Zhang Yu. Either submit to me or choose death. Zhang Yu said this. As usual, it is not known whether it was because of the temple, but Zhang Yu wanted to take any powerful guy into the temple when he saw him. As for whether he would listen or not, haha, Zhang Yu was not worried at all. What could a 9th level person do? As long as he joined the temple, his soul would belong to Zhang Yu. The soul of a certain demon dragon was still in the soul altar. He could take it out and manipulate it whenever he wanted. Human, I have to admit that you are really brave. You are the first human who dares to say this in front of me. Have humans forgotten the fear of death? Let me show you the true power of the Lord of Death. This guy is actually very ashamed when talking about the Lord of Death. This name was given to him by humans. With his small body, he certainly cannot bear such a name, but there are no outsiders anyway, so it doesn't matter if he uses it. Lilith burst out laughing. Lord of Death. Where do you want the Death Knight to put his face? You, if the skeleton had a face, it would have turned red by now. The Death Knight who controlled death was a plain-level powerhouse whose strength was only second to the 7 demon lords of the abyss. If he knew that I dared to call him by this name, my bones would probably be torn into pieces. Damn human, you dare to provoke me, you all go to hell. A cold light flashed in the big skeleton's eyes, and he directly recited the ancient syllables. Sizzle. Groups of black mist-like skulls continued to spread around him. It's the soul of extreme evil. The master actually used this move. These damn humans are dead. No one can survive this move. The 2 younger brothers who didn't dare to take action in the back finally found a chance to show their presence and began to act as commentators. This is 9th level magic. These vicious souls will devour every living being, devouring their bodies and souls without leaving anything behind. This is also the big skeleton's specialty. He must have been extremely angry, so his first move was a big one. As soon as the surrounding death aura touched the misty skeleton, it was immediately absorbed at a rapid speed, and the temperature at the scene continued to drop. Haha, this is my signature spell, Soul of Evil. Die in howling in pain. The giant skeleton let out a roar that sounded like it was hit by 20 feet. Just the power of death. Nisha showed disdain on her face but quickly adjusted her mentality. Although the opponent's strength might be average, she was no longer the super strong person who beat up the angels in heaven. A sacred light was surging all over her body, and this rich holy light almost completely blocked her figure. Divine protection. Nisha whispered, and the holy power expanded rapidly, enveloping them like a cover. Hiss. Wherever the divine power went, the breath of death continued to dissipate, and only the extremely rich divine power remained in the cover. Nisha floats in the air, maintaining her divine protection. Within this range, the enemy's undead magic will be greatly weakened, even the 9th level magic. After the skull rushed into the range of the sacred protection, it let out a shrill cry. Although it did not dissipate immediately, it quickly wilted as if it had run naked into the sun in the middle of summer. The entire skull became listless. They ran out screaming and coiled around outside miserably, not daring to come back in. The big skeleton was horrified. Such a strong divine power. It is impossible for a human to do it. Who are you? Are you one of those birdmen of the angels? No, how can this be possible? Those birdmen should have already left this world long ago. Ha! Zhang Yu sneered, then used soul magic to test his opponent. Soul destruction. The strange magic power quickly invaded the soul of the big skeleton. Although Zhang Yu now mastered many magics, soul magic was his basic magic and the best magic he mastered. The big skeleton was indeed a 9th order strongman. He reacted immediately. A strange wave directly destroyed the magic structure of the soul destruction, and the soul destruction that had been invincible before was blocked. Damn it! The big skeleton summoned his big bone staff. Zhang Yu was slightly stunned. This thing was a top-level magic prop. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was also pretty good. Well, he could collect it. I'm going to kill you. Come out, angel of death. The power of death gushed out from the magic wand. Zhang Yu didn't even watch it and used soul destruction again. The big skeleton's body paused. Although it was not hurt by soul destruction, the magic it was casting was interrupted. He was furious. What are you two looking at? Come on. The two younger brothers beside him came to their senses at this moment. There was no other choice but to go for it. They rushed out, and Teresa on Zhang Yu's side finally made a move. She was very fast, and her first move was a killer move. The knife flashed, and after a few moves the two brothers were kneeled. The big skeleton was stunned. What on earth is wrong with this world? Aren't his brothers at the 8th level? Even if he could deal with them, he couldn't do it so quickly. What the hell are these people? Theoresia sheathed the sword. Master, my body has almost reached its limit. While this guy is a real woman for 5 seconds, her sword skills are amazing, but her body limits the use of her sword skills. Generally, her sword skills will wither after a few seconds of bursting out. Although the time is short, the lethality is extremely terrifying. Zhang Yu didn't expect this guy to be able to defeat the boss, so he had to do it himself in the end. Okay, leave it to me from now on. Zhang Yu took out a scroll from the storage space. I have to admit that my current means are unable to cause any harm to the giant skeleton. In this case, I can only borrow the power of my companions. Magic Scroll, Holy Guardian. The scroll was activated, and the sacred power in it gushed out. A winged sacred guard appeared in front of Zhang Yu. This was not over yet. Zhang Yu directly used 3 of them. The big skeleton cursed. Do you have any shame? What do you mean by using a magic scroll? Damn it! If you dare use magic to fight back. Only a fool would fight you. If you have the guts, use a magic scroll. Zhang Yu cursed. You? 8th level magic scrolls are not common items. Generally speaking, magicians need to have a high level of scroll making skills to make scrolls, and they must also have extremely high attainments in the magic they make. Under normal circumstances, only 9th level magicians who specialize in magic scrolls can make 8th level magic scrolls, and even then they can only make 7th level magic scrolls. The big skeleton didn't know much about magic scrolls, not to mention an 8th level one. He couldn't even make a 7th level one. After all, everyone has their own expertise, and he really had no talent in this area. However, for heroes, the only thing that limits the level of magic scrolls is their own level. They were all world-class masters in the past, and their magic scroll sideline has already reached the maximum level. There is no pressure for an 8th level person to create an 8th level scroll. The 3 holy guards rushed over and were about to smash the big skeleton's head with a sledgehammer. The big skeleton waved his magic wand, and a pair of strange giant skeleton hands directly grasped several holy guards. Hell, level 8 magic is useless to me. Damn, you actually dared. Zhang Yu started using the magic scroll as if it was free. Curse of weakness. Malicious rebound. Holy blessing. Dark prison. Natural erosion. Holy explosion. Various 8th level magics were thrown at the opponent's face as if they were free. Most of them were sacred and natural magic. After all, most of them were created by Nisha and Coco. The big skeleton had been bombarded by countless magic spells after being blessed with the holy blessing. Zhang Yu used soul destruction again. This time was different from before. After being blessed with the holy blessing, Zhang Yu's magic destructive power was almost the same as the 9th level magic. The other party let out a scream and finally he couldn't hold on any longer. His soul was severely damaged. Good boy, he's finally injured. After using the holy blessing again, Zhang Yu felt his body in great pain. Holy blessing was indeed a good thing, but his body could no longer bear it and most of the magic power in his body had been consumed. Big bald guy, this is my last magic. Eat my soul and destroy it. The strange magic power once again invaded the big skeleton's body and his soul began to crack. Although he used protective magic, he was still unable to resist the erosion of this power. His soul finally couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. His body began to crack bit by bit and quickly collapsed under the impact of the holy magic. Did we win? Looking at this scene, the archer who had been following behind had a dazed look in his eyes. Well, we won, but there's still some work to do. Zhang Yu activated a magic scroll again and several black chains appeared out of thin air, then rushed away and soon tied up a strange thing. The chains were quickly pulled back, then kept circling and condensed into a strange black jar. This strange magic is naturally a magic scroll made by black mist. His strange methods are endless and most of them are strange magic dealing with souls and summoning. Zhang Yu held the jar in one hand and a terrified voice came from the jar. What do you want? Damn it, even if you destroy this soul I won't die. It's useless. Zhang Yu grinned. Of course I know, don't forget that I am a magician who is proficient in soul magic. You should have left the seed of resurrection by cutting the soul. You should be a small part of the original soul. Now if I destroy this soul in my hand, will the you resurrected by your seed still be you? This is a headache-inducing problem. Resurrection is resurrection, yes, but it is different from the resurrection of the black dragon. The black dragon's soul is protected by its own divine bloodline and its origin will not be destroyed. Instead it will be reborn somewhere in a very strange way. The big skeleton obviously does not have such means and the resurrection method he uses is very common among the undead. In fact, it means sealing the soul fragments in a certain place and synchronizing one's own body with the soul fragments at regular intervals. If there is no synchronization for a long time, the seal will be lifted and the soul fragments will begin to execute the backup plan that is resurrection. The memories are definitely the same, but soul fragments are soul fragments which are a little different from the original body. Zhang Yu couldn't tell the specific difference. Perhaps it is related to the future advancement to the saint level. This method of resurrecting with soul fragments is actually quite good. No matter whether it is yourself or not, at least you feel like you have been resurrected. Seeing that the big skeleton was silent, Zhang Yu laughed. Hey, I wonder if you have heard of the magic of the soul summoning. What is soul summoning? I don't know. The big skeleton's voice trembled. What's going on with this person? Are you the devil? Zhang Yu sneered. With your mentality, how did you become the boss? Boss? Oh, I still have a boss. Let me go immediately. My boss is a saint-level demon. If he knew I was dead, he would definitely avenge me. Although I don't know who you are, you will definitely not be able to resist the power of the abyss. As long as you let me go, I will pretend that nothing happened. What do you think? Do you think I'm the same as you? You idiot! How dare you? Forget it, I won't waste my time talking to you. As long as I have control of your real body, I can either use soul summoning to find your fragmented clone or just mark it and send it to play with the dragon. The big skeleton was terrified. He naturally knew the magic of soul summoning. After all, he had done some research on soul magic. Soul summoning magic had no destructive power. Instead, it was used to collect other soul fragments based on the soul of the main body. Even if it was sealed, it could be found. This magic was specifically used to restrain the resurrection of fragments. He didn't expect that this kid even knew this. As for what the mark was, the big skeleton didn't know, but it was definitely not a good thing. You, what on earth are you going to do? What? He. Zhang Yu left a string of meaningless laughter, then sealed the jar with his backhand, making it unable to make any sound. If it was a soul in its prime, it would naturally not be able to trap it, but this guy only had a little original soul left, which was more than enough to trap him. The big skeleton's minions saw that their boss and his last two favorite generals were killed, and the rest all ran away in terror. The middle and high-level undead were beings with awakened wisdom, so their escape was expected. Zhang Yu was too lazy to care about it and just let the high priest clean up the matter himself. Nisha, what do you think of my performance? Zhang Yu asked. Nissa was silent for a moment, then said, although I want to say that you are a true genius for defeating a 9th level warrior with the strength of an 8th level warrior, but it would be better if you could defeat the enemy without using dozens of 8th level scrolls next time. Nisha had a resentful look on her face. These scrolls were made with great effort by her and Coco, and she felt sad to see them being used like this. Next time I must rely on my own strength to defeat the 9th level enemy. Several of his men looked at him strangely, and Zhang Yu coughed and changed the subject. Okay, the boss has been killed, let's go in and search to see what good stuff this guy has collected. The collection of the big skeleton must belong to me. This is my reward. After all these years of doing evil, there must be a lot of good things, right? But even if you are rich, you are definitely not as rich as the rich. Let's not talk about anything else. The 7th level and 8th level scrolls are piled up like a small mountain. I just want to ask if you are afraid. The boss and his 5 men were killed on the spot. The remaining minions could no longer pose a threat after entering the castle. Zhang Yu directly used reconnaissance magic to conduct a full-range search. The big skeleton probably didn't expect that this day would come, so he didn't hide his collection. Zhang Yu took a quick look and lost interest. Some common magic props, low-level magic scrolls, and some research on undead magic. Zhang Yu was somewhat interested in this. Some other rare materials were okay, but that was it. This guy is extremely poor, and the most valuable things he has are probably his skeleton and soul. Even though it was very ordinary, Zhang Yu was still very frugal and put it away. Maybe it would be useful in the future? Anyway, the space in the storage ring was large enough, so there was no need to worry about not being able to fit it. After packing up, Zhang Yu took out a small cube. It was a silver-white cube covered with fine magic patterns. This thing was used for remote communication, but it could only be bound one-to-one and could not be as powerful as a mobile phone. Zhang Yu didn't mind the discomfort of the big skeleton's throne. He sat down on it, crossed his legs, took out the magic cube and injected magic power into it. Soon there was a response from the other side. High Priest, where are you? The High Priest's voice came from the cube. We are about to arrive at Shur City. It will take more than an hour to get there. What's your progress? Have you arrived at Mira City? Yes, the big skeleton and his 5 men were killed, and a small number of other undead were also killed. Now I am sitting on his throne. What should we do next? Can we just go back? There was a long silence. Hello? Can you hear me? Why aren't you talking? Is the signal bad? Ahem, you are not kidding. Are you saying that you have already recaptured Mira City and even the Lord of Death is dead? That big skeleton does call himself the Lord of Death. There was another silence. When Zhang Yu was getting impatient, the High Priest said quietly, thank you very much. You can return to Blackstone City first. Can. There's nothing to do here, so pack up and go home. After returning to Blackrock City, they still stayed at home. Considering that it was not cost-effective to stay in a hotel, they directly spent money to buy a small house. The houses in this world were very cheap, and basically only the cost of the house materials was counted. A few days later, the 1st Brigade also came back and brought back exciting news. The demons in Shur City had been wiped out, although nearly half of the professionals were killed or injured. As for Mira City, the High Priest later sent people to investigate, and the result was naturally the same as Zhang Yu said. The Lord of Death in Mira City was dead. The High Priest then realized that Zhang Yu was not joking. When the news came out, the entire Black Rock City was boiling and everyone was cheering. They had not heard the news of victory for too long. Blackrock City was filled with cheerful sounds for the first time in a long time, but Zhang Yu didn't care. The joy belonged to them, and Zhang Yu buried himself in the huge pit of runes as usual. Zhang Yu's name also began to spread in Blackrock City. He never went out, and Teresa was also a homebody. When Lilith and Nisha went out, they were always stared at with awe, and they enjoyed the feeling of being admired. Zhang Yu didn't need to get involved in what happened afterwards. Basically, he would send people to the 2 cities to clean out the demons and then use the 3 cities as bases to clean out the demons in the Death Wilderness. There were only these 2 nails in the endless wilderness, and it was only a matter of time before the remaining demons were gone. A few days later, an old man came to visit Zhang Yu. This old man was the only 9th level person in the human race. He was also known as the Guardian. The human race's current artifact was kept in his hands. It's quite frustrating to say, before the demon invasion, the magic civilization of this world was extremely prosperous. There were dozens of 9th level strongmen, and there was also a holy level person who was called a god. After hundreds of years of war, after the demon invasion, the holy level people of the human race have fallen, and there is only one 9th level person left. Heaven has even given up on this world. However, the demons were also greatly weakened. 2 demon kings were sealed and 1 demon king was missing. The demon generals under them fought on their own. After losing the leadership of their boss, many 9th level demons became complacent after occupying a piece of territory, which also gave humans time to breathe. The old man and the young man whispered in the room all night. The next morning the guardian came out of Zhang Yu's room with a red face. I thought they had done something extraordinary in the room. In fact, they just made a deal. The content of the deal was that Zhang Yu helped them resist the demon army, and in return he gave Zhang Yu the human race's artifact. It has to be said that this is a big deal. It's a divine weapon. After mastering the divine weapon, the 8th level has the strength to fight against the 9th level. It is a weapon above the holy level. To be honest, Zhang Yu was tempted. He used his will core to contact several heroes in the temple. After discussion, Zhang Yu decided to agree to this matter. That was a sacred artifact that had been passed down by the human race for countless years, but he was willing to give it away? This guardian was really courageous. In fact, if you think about it from another perspective, you will understand why do humans still hold on to the artifact when they are about to perish? Why not use it to exchange for the hope of human continuation? And if the devil cannot be defeated, Zhang Yu will also let the remaining humans move to his own world. This is the promise made by Zhang Yu. Humans have possessed the artifact for countless years, but it has never been lost or taken away by the enemy. There must be a deeper reason for this. It is very likely that even the saints cannot take away the artifact, and they must have a deep understanding of the artifact. As for whether the artifact would be tampered with, Zhang Yu was not worried because Ike would help check it if they could even hide it from the eyes of the former plane-level strongman, the super blacksmith who had the ability to forge artifacts. Then Zhang Yu had nothing to say. In fact, Zhang Yu and the heroes have considered this matter carefully. The artifact is definitely worth the risk they take, but there are now 2 ways to obtain the artifact. The first is to slack off, help out occasionally, and take the things away as the heir after the extinction of mankind. According to the agreement with the high priest, the other party will definitely not refuse when the time comes. This time may take decades or even hundreds of years. In case a super genius who changes the world suddenly appears, the artifact may never be obtained. The second way is to sign a contract with the other party and take saving the world as your mission. The advantage is that you can get the artifact immediately, and your subordinates' training and fighting in this world will also be greatly improved. The disadvantage is that there will be certain risks, and it is not impossible to be wiped out when encountering a strong opponent. After comprehensive consideration, they chose the second method. Risks exist, but the benefits are also very substantial. In addition to the magic weapon, the growth of their subordinates is also very important. The concentration of magic power in this world is 10 times that of that side. For ordinary people, the speed of cultivation will definitely be greatly accelerated. After things were settled, the guardian went to prepare for related matters, and Zhang Yu also contacted the temple and asked the Archmage and Grey Wolf to arrange manpower. The magic power of this world is so strong, so let's treat it as training. Although the strength of a group of subordinates is relatively weak, they win in numbers. 10 days later, in front of the human holy elephant in the center of Blackrock City, Zhang Yu signed a contract with the guardian. The Archmage Black Mist and Ike had already been picked up by Zhang Yu using the teleportation array. On the day of signing the contract, the square in the center of Blackrock City was packed with people. They didn't know much about Zhang Yu, they just knew that he came from a place called the Temple and that Mira City was taken back by him as for using the human artifact as a price to exchange for the other party's help. Some agreed and some opposed. In short, there was a lot of discussion and some even started quarrels and fights. But this decision was made jointly by the guardians and other human masters. It would be useless even if they quarreled with each other unless there was unanimous opposition. In front of the human holy elephant, Zhang Yu and his group stood on one side, and the human side led by the guardian and the high priest stood on the other side. After the time was up, the other side showed the contract. The contract is a magic contract with contractual power. It is the same kind of thing as other rule contracts such as slave contracts and assistance contracts. The content of the contract was told to Zhang Yu 10 days ago. Zhang Yu also asked the heroes to study it carefully. There is no problem with the content. The content of the contract that the other party has taken out now has not been changed, and there will be no tampering with the scroll. However, they still checked it carefully, and after confirming that everything was correct, Zhang Yu and the guardian both left their soul origin marks. After the contract was established, it began to burn. Zhang Yu felt that there was a strange constraint in his soul. It was a very magical feeling. If he violated the contract, his soul would be irreversibly damaged, and it would be impossible for Zhang Yu to remove it with his own means. However, the mark of his soul altar seemed to be above the mark of the contract. Even if he really violated the contract, he would not die. As long as the temple was not destroyed, he could be reborn. It felt like cheating. The temple is a product of the source world, and its rules are of the highest level of power. Given the rules of this world, this situation is expected. Of course, it's better to keep this kind of thing to yourself. There's no need to speak it out. After the contract was completed, the guardians summoned the human race's artifact according to the agreement. This is a magic wand which is a little taller than Zhang Yu and about 2 meters long. It has a thin black wooden stick at the bottom and an abstract sheep's head at the top. The two horns are very large and look very beautiful. This is the human race's sacred artifact, the whisper of the world that has been passed down for countless years. It is protected by the human race's countless powers of faith and passed down from generation to generation. Now it's time to hand it over to you. The Guardian side used his soul mark and a complex and lengthy spell to remove the restrictions of the Whisper of the World and then handed it over. Without Zhang Yu's instructions, Ike took over the Whisper of the World directly. Ike was a real big boss. He had made at least a dozen artifacts and no one knew how many he had handled. He used some secret methods to check it before handing it to Zhang Yu. The Guardian looked at him with some surprise. Although the people behind Zhang Yu were only at level 8, they were more mysterious than others. If they really thought he should win, but he probably wouldn't be able to keep them, they would be the strongest helpers for the human race. Zhang Yu held the World Whisper in his hand. It was a little hot. Of course, this was not because it was warmed by Ike and the others, but because of the material of the World Whisper itself. He left his soul mark on it. Zhang Yu did not perform any other restrictive operations. This was enough. The Guardian said, "If you need it, I can provide you with the secret method. As long as you operate it properly after using the secret method, this artifact will belong to you forever and no one can take it away. Although the soul mark can be removed if it is taken by an expert, it will take a certain amount of time to erase the mark." Zhang Yu said, "That's fine. If I don't even have the qualifications to protect her, it only means that I don't deserve to have her." Henry Zhang held up the World Whisper and cheers resounded throughout Black Rock City. The Whisper of the World fell into Zhang Yu's hands, which also meant that the contract was officially completed. Zhang Yu could no longer abandon this world casually and could no longer look at this world from the perspective of a passerby. The fate of the world was already linked to him. Of course, this is just the opinion of most people. If they knew that Zhang Yu had something like a soul altar and could use a rebirth to lift the restrictions of the contract, they would probably cry to death. According to the agreement, from now on the North will be handed over to you and we will be responsible for completely taking back the endless wilderness and restoring its former vitality. The pressure in the North is greater than that in the South. The Guardian who lost the artifact cannot withstand the North, so they can only hand over the North to Zhang Yu. From then on they can focus on the South. Although they have lost the artifact, the pressure is reduced by more than half and they also have hope of regaining the land. "No problem, we will set off for the North tomorrow. If there is any situation you can always ask for our support." The High Priest and the Guardian saw that Zhang Yu had swept away his previous laziness and showed endless fighting spirit. "It looks like we're going to have to do something big." By introducing the power of the temple into this world, the Guardian truly changed the fate of the world, and the High Priest became more convinced that Zhang Yu was the savior predicted and that the future has undergone tremendous changes. The tragic fate of mankind's extinction has changed. When Zhang Yu appeared, there was only a glimmer of hope in the destructive future, but now the future has become bright. Even if the opponent is only an 8th level existence, the temple he represents will completely change the world. After returning home, Zhang Yu asked Hui Ling to arrange people to come over. After several years of development, the population of the 4 cities in the Endless Forest has exceeded 1 million and the proportion of mages and knights among them is very high. However, not everyone would come at once. Zhang Yu asked Grey Wolf to mobilize the personnel first. "Let's leave out the apprentices and the first level ones and integrate all the people who are willing to take the risk above the second level. 2/3 of the apostles in the temple would come. As for the titans, forget about them. There would be no use for these guys to go on the field now." After arranging things at the temple, Zhang Yu took out Whisper of the World in his room. This artifact-level magic wand can greatly increase the destructive power of magic, and the greatest increase is in fire magic, which is a bit embarrassing. If it is soul magic, it would be fine. But what bicycle, there is only such an artifact-level magic wand in the 2 worlds. Zhang Yu doesn't like other magic wands, but the artifact can bring him a huge improvement. Artifacts have spirits. The sunset bow will slowly give birth to its own spirit after its birth, and the Whisper of the World must also have one. Zhang Yu can feel the soul hidden in it, but unfortunately the other party doesn't seem to want to pay attention to him. No matter how Zhang Yu tries to persuade him, the other party just won't show up. Zhang Yu has no choice but to contact the Guardian. The Guardian told him that the spirit of the Whispering World was very shy. Although it existed, it never came out. The Guardian had been with the Whispering World for hundreds of years and had never seen the spirit, so he didn't think too much about it. However, although the spirit didn't come out, it didn't hinder its use. The artifact could fully exert its power. Well, it turns out that the spirit of the weapon has such a unique personality, it doesn't matter if it doesn't come out as long as it doesn't affect its use. The next morning, Zhang Yu and his group left Blackstone City and headed north as agreed. Zhang Yu now has two choices. One is to take over the large defensive city in the north, the other is to capture another demon-occupied city in the north and then use that new place as a base. Zhang Yu likes to start from scratch. It is far more convenient to take over a city by himself than to take over someone else's business. It is a town with nothing. Zhang Yu can freely paint it with his own colors. As a branch of this world, it is safer to start from scratch. A day later, Zhang Yu and his gang arrived at the former northern city Nordguo. This was once a big city of mankind carrying human civilization and super combat power. It was a strategic location in the north. It was a pity that the human race was defeated in a war decades ago and was occupied by demons. After losing this place, mankind also lost the vast plains behind. Previously, the Guardians were basically confronting Nordguo in the north. They dreamed of taking back this strategic location, but unfortunately they couldn't do it. Even with their magical guardians, they could only barely resist the attacks of the demon lords in Nordguo. It was completely impossible to take it back. But this does not mean that Zhang Yu cannot do it. Zhang Yu's strength is not as good as the guardian, but he has heroes under his command. To be honest, if a fight really breaks out, he is no match for these heroes. Both of them are at the 8th level and he has grown up slowly while they have recovered their strength to the 8th level. As former plane-level powerhouses, even if their strength dropped to level 8, their strength was still far beyond that of ordinary level 8s, and they could even escape unscathed when facing level 9 masters. With so many heroes joining forces, Zhang Yu is still very confident. As long as he can retake this place, it means that Zhang Yu will become the gateway to the north and resist the most violent attacks from the demons. Soon Zhang Yu, who was somewhat inflated, led a group of men to excitedly resist the city of Nordguo. As one of the most famous cities among humans, Nordguo is huge and its city walls are tall and mighty. Even after experiencing fierce war decades ago, it still remains intact. The city walls are permanently engraved with defensive magic and have extraordinary defensive power. If it weren't for the cooperation of demons inside and outside, it might not have been possible to attack it. Even now, the city's defense system is still in operation. Although we have fewer people on our side, each of them is talented, it is difficult to break in from the outside, so Zhang Yu thought of a way, which is to let the Black Fog sneak in, then dismantle Nordguo's defense system, and then they rush in. When the time comes, just open the door and go and start fighting until you reach the boss. If you can't beat it, call for reinforcements. If you still can't beat it even with reinforcements, then retreat strategically. This is Zhang Yu's plan. After receiving the order, the Black Fog turned into a shadow and headed towards Nordguo. It was able to penetrate even the seal of the demon rift. The defense system of this city is no longer China's. If it was controlled by humans in the past, it might take some time, but it would be no problem for the demons. After occupying this place, this guy used this place as his lair, and the defense system only used basic automatic defense. They simply did not have any more advanced control capabilities. By the way, is the land price in the abyss particularly high? Why do these demons all like to occupy the land and claim to be the king? They are just like those guys who can't afford to live in the city center and move to the suburbs. 10 minutes later, news came from the Black Fog in the city that the defense system had been lifted. All the magic weapons defending the city were useless and the gates could be opened at any time. Very good, the first step has been completed. The next step is to enter the city and kill the enemy. Zhang Yu asked Lilith to be the vanguard. Lilith took the lead and rushed to the city. Ordinary demons could not block her sword at all. Then the city gate opened directly. The demons finally reacted, but it was too late. Zhang Yu, holding the Whisper of the World, directly used the 8th level magic Lord of Fire. The projection of the Lord from the plane of fire appeared in this world. Although this magic was learned not long ago with the blessing of the Whisper of the World, this magic already has the destructive power of the 8th level peak. I don't know if it was to form a CP with Zhang Yu's Lord of Fire, but the Archmage summoned the 8th level water magic, the Frost Lord. A giant made of frost was summoned. The projections of the two lords led the way on the left and right. The demons on the road were either burned to ashes or frozen into ice sculptures. Demons below the high level had no resistance at all. It was probably because there had been no enemy invasion for too long and there were no high-level demons stationed on the city walls, so they directly killed their way into the city. After the projections of the two elemental lords cleared out a wave of ordinary demons in the city lords' defense forces finally arrived. This is a team composed entirely of high-level demons. All members are level 7 abyss demons numbering more than 200. The team leaders are 10 level 8 demons. Each of them is ferocious. As expected of Nordguo, the number and strength of the demons are much stronger than that of the small place of Mira City. One of the leading demons yelled, "Damn human, you actually came here to die." You. The one who answered him was the flaming greatsword of the Lord of Fire. They were so furious that they had nothing to say and just started to fight. The magicians used magic to suppress the two lord projections while the demon knights rushed forward for close combat. The two overlord projections that were like gods descending from heaven just now have finally been restrained. Unfortunately, there are more than just two projections waiting for them. Zhang Yu and the Archmage began to chant at the same time. Zhang Yu summoned octopus tentacles as usual with the blessing of the artifact. The power of the octopus tentacles was still a little inferior to the 9th level. The degree of increase was not as great as Nisha's sacred blessing, but it was enough. The Archmage used extremely difficult space magic, freezing time and space. It is obviously impossible for the Great Wizard to truly solidify time and space with his current strength. He can only solidify the time and space in this small area. The movements of these demons suddenly slowed down as if they were slowed down several times, and then they were faced with an overwhelming beating from countless tentacles. A few stronger demon knights rushed up to them, but they were facing Ike holding a giant sword. Ike was the legendary god of war with extraordinary combat experience and was proficient in various fighting methods. The demons that approached were chopped to the ground like melons and vegetables. With Echo guarding in front, it was basically impossible for them to get close to the two mages. Not only that, Nissa also used holy defense and summoned holy guards. Their team was like an army under the combined force of the two magics. Only half of the demon defenders were killed and the rest were staggering and difficult to control for a while. The demon generals at the back felt something was not good. The strength of these enemies was beyond their imagination and they were simply not able to deal with them. Just when they were thinking of retreating, endless black fog suddenly surged out from the ground and quickly wrapped around them. These guys realized that they might not be able to escape. The city lord far away in the center of Nordguo had obviously noticed the situation here. Instead of clapping his men to come over one after another to die, he flew out of his nest and rushed towards them. This is a magic dragon, a very huge magic dragon. Its spread wings cover the sky and the demonic energy rising into the sky seems to pollute the entire world. This is a member of the magic dragon clan, the same as the one trapped in the soul altar, and this one is bigger and stronger. The opponent's strength has reached the peak of the 9th level. My goodness, this is the enemy that the Guardians have to resist in the north. Indeed, if there is no artifact, the Guardians will be beaten to death. This dragon is too powerful. Before the dragon arrives, a terrible breath rushes towards them and the faces of the heroes present become very serious. Before the other dragon arrived, a terrible breath of destruction came towards him. Turtle shell. Double defense. Zhang Yu and Nisha attacked at the same time, and the defensive magic they used combined with each other to form a powerful turtle shell. This turtle shell was stronger than the normal one and it was called the double turtle shell. The breath of destruction sprayed onto the turtle shell and was firmly blocked by the turtle shell. The roar of the evil dragon rolled in. Human, why is that old man's artifact in your hands? Are you the new guardian? No, I'm just a human magician passing by. I got this artifact by trading with the guardian, Zhang Yu said coldly. The strange black thorn suddenly pierced into the heart of an 8th level demon wizard, ending the enemy's life, and the black fog appeared. The dragon is about to arrive. It's too late. We must clean up the battlefield immediately. The Grand Master and Zhang Yu agree. There is no time to delay now. Nisha gave the Archmage a divine blessing and the Archmage used his special move, Space Shock. The 7th level demons in the range were torn apart by this move, and the 8th level demons were not much better, and even if they did not die, they were seriously injured. The power of this move is considered extremely strong among the 9th level magics, and ordinary demons cannot resist it at all. The dragon roared angrily, "Human, you are seeking your own death." The magic dragon flew over and the dark abyss fire sprayed towards them. The dark abyss fire had amazing destructive power. Zhang Yu immediately used the double turtle shell to block in front of everyone, and even the black fog hid in the defense range. The dark fire of the abyss sprayed onto the double turtle shell and the turtle shell shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. This move can't last long. The opponent's abyss fire is too strong. The Archmage and Black Mist attacked at the same time. 8th level curse magic mental disturbance. A strange power invaded the dragon's head. He heard some strange whispers. His mind began to fluctuate violently. His body gradually became out of control and the fire of the abyss quickly weakened. Most of the magic of the black fog is related to some ancient existences. It is weird and mysterious. Even the dragon cannot withstand it. Afterwards, the wizard who had finished chanting used the 8th level magic multiple gravity. Dozens of times the gravity was applied to the dragon and his body became heavy instantly. He began to fall rapidly, but he regained control of his body before hitting the ground. The 9th level subversion dragon was too powerful and had adapted to the two control magics so quickly. Fortunately, the demon fire had been stopped. Ike and Teresa rushed out from the left and right. Their target, the dragon in the low sky. They burst out at the fastest speed like two lightning bolts. The dragon was no pushover either. It swung its claws and its dark claws shot towards the two of them. Oh no! It's dangerous. Zhang Yu couldn't react at all, but these two people were indeed masters of close combat. If it were Zhang Yu, he would definitely not be able to dodge and could only use his turtle shell to resist. They dodged this move at the critical moment and the black claws drew several long grooves on the ground. Nissa then finished her chant and bestowed her divine blessing upon the two. This magic is really useful. If you add it to a mage, it will enhance his magical ability. If you add it to a warrior, it will enhance their physical fitness. This magic is probably the top magic among angels. The speed of the two men increased again and they quickly approached the dragon. The goal is to kill the dragon. Nisha bestowed divine blessings on both of them at the same time, so she no longer had a hand free to bless Zhang Yu. But it doesn't matter, I can bless myself. After using the scroll to bestow a divine blessing on himself, Zhang Yu directly used his best move, the super powerful magic soul destruction that did not require chanting. The soul destruction, which was as powerful as the space shock, directly hit the dragon under the dual blessing of the world's whisper and the holy blessing. The soul destruction was still at the 9th level, but the dragon's body stiffened, then strange cracks appeared on its body and it fell down. Ike and Teresa seized this golden opportunity and attacked at the same time without any hesitation. They directly used their strongest killing moves. 32 heavy blows. The giant sword was like a dragon and 32 times the power was integrated into this sword. Then it chopped fiercely on the opponent's neck, cutting directly in half. The devil's blood gushed out and he immediately drew his sword and fell down. The next moment a long knife slashed along the wound again. Knight style, cut. The dragon's head was chopped off. Both the 32 blows and the 9 styles severance placed a huge burden on their bodies. Ike's hands were shaking constantly and Teresa immediately became weak because she was forced to use this ultimate move. Even though his head had been cut off, the dragon was not dead yet. A strange black energy surged out from the broken end and reconnected his head. The dragon screamed, "Damn humans, all of you go to hell. Oh no, this dragon is too weird." Zhang Yu immediately used his strongest turtle shell. Nisha used double defense and the archmage used energy barrier. Two black ropes were wrapped around Ike and Teresa, pulling them back at an extremely fast speed. The next moment the angry dragon burst out with huge energy and the destructive power formed a huge storm that swallowed everything, just like the end of the world. The huge death storm destroyed everything around it. The energy barrier of the great wizard was directly destroyed in less than 3 seconds. Although the defense of the double turtle shell was comparable to the 9th level magic, it would not last long. In the emergency, the reliable black mist once again used mental disturbance to forcibly terminate the opponent's magic and the death storm quickly dissipated. I was too careless. The vitality of the 9th level magic dragon is too strong. It didn't die even after its head was chopped off. So was everything just now in vain? No, that's not the case. The dragon just used a secret method to survive. His situation was very bad. After a burst of power, he quickly declined. If he couldn't be killed by casual attacks and his physical fitness was so strong, how could others survive? How could those gods survive? The dragon was furious when he saw that his ultimate move, which he had been preparing for a long time, was broken. If looks could kill Zhang Yu, and the others would have been killed tens of thousands of times. Damn human, just wait for me. Lord Mephisto will definitely come back. As he said this, he was about to fly away. Unfortunately, the people below obviously would not let him escape. Black Mist took action, first tying up his body with countless black ropes, then the great wizard used binding magic. Finally Zhang Yu, who had finished chanting, used the soul prison to directly trap him. The black dragon roared angrily, "What are you going to do? Don't think you can trap me like this. My Abyss Dragon clan has the ability of immortality. Don't even think about trapping me. Let me go quickly. I can forgive you for this matter." This guy's words must not be believed, and the words of letting bygones be bygones are just for show. Zhang Yu sneered and said, "I know the abilities of your demon dragon clan. The last guy who told me that he was immortal, guess what he is like now? You? Hey." Zhang Yu didn't waste any words and directly hit him with the soul mark of the temple and then said, "Don't hold back, kill him. It's useless, I'm invincible." The dragon said arrogantly, although he felt a strange mark on his soul. He obviously didn't realize his situation. "The day I resurrect will be the day of your demise. Just wait for me." Even with everyone working together, this guy still failed to turn the tables and was beaten to death on the spot. The dragon in soul state glared at them fiercely, but before he could say a few harsh words, a strange pulling force came and he finally showed a horrified expression. However, before he could say anything, he was swallowed by the strange power and his soul completely disappeared from this world. In a strange foggy space, two short and fat dragon souls were staring at each other. "Cousin? You must be Mephistopheles' cousin. How come even you? Cousin." Why are you here? Where is this place? Hey! Where are those damn humans? The first dragon had a strange look on his face. Cousin, stop shouting, I've been here for more than a year, don't get excited, just listen to me and tell you slowly. The cousins were reminiscing about the past in the soul altar while in the city of Nordguo. Zhang Yu collected the body of the magic dragon. Several of the magic dragon's subordinates who came from afar saw this cruel scene. They wanted to run, but these terrible humans had already set their sights on them. Zhang Yu walked forward. There are 3 level 8s and a bunch of level 7s. This guy has quite a lot of subordinates. A tall demon who seemed to be the strongest said hurriedly, "Don't be attacked first, Lord Dragon has already." This tall demon has pointed teeth and looks like a bat. He should be a member of the Abyss Vampire clan. Yes, you have seen it. If you want revenge, do it now. While our magic power has not yet fully recovered. The young Blood Clan member suddenly laughed. Then there is only one answer: I will be loyal to you. He knelt down and the 2 8th level people beside him were shocked. You, how dare you? Soul destruction. With the blessing of the Whisper of the World, the power of soul destruction was extraordinary. One of them had his soul destroyed by Zhang Yu on the spot and died completely, while the other was touched next to Lilith. Lilith seized the moment when the other was careless and used her ultimate move, stabbing the other to death. Feeling that his 2 companions were dead, he lowered his head. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Yes, you are very interesting. Didn't you sign a slave contract with the dragon?" No, this is also the rule set by the 3 demon lords before, because once the master dies in a war, all the servants who have signed a slave contract will also die. This chain reaction is too terrifying on the battlefield, so slave contracts are not allowed even now. Well, if you want me to trust you, then sign a slave contract. Zhang Yu stared at him. If he dared to say no, Zhang Yu would immediately use soul destruction to kill him. As the smartest of the demon dragon's subordinates, the young Blood Clan member has the reputation of a steward in the city. He is the only 8th level demon who can manage among the demons under the demon dragon, who only know how to fight and kill. Therefore he is usually favored by the demon dragon. Although it was a great shame for a demon to recognize a human as his master compared to his own life, the humiliation was nothing. As for the previous master, forget it, don't think too much about the dead. Although the dragon can be reborn, judging from the situation just now, the dragon's rebirth may have been destroyed by some unknown means. In other words, the dragon is most likely really dead. The young vampire immediately signed the slave contract and became a slave of Zhang Yu. Now Zhang Yu already had 3 demon slaves. One was Lilith, one was the young vampire in front of him, and the other was the fat bull-headed man who stayed in the temple. Very well, what's your name? The young Blood Clan man came close to Zhang Yu with an attentive look on his face. Master, my name is Weikai. Are you a fan of Kamen Rider? What are fans? What is Kamen Rider? The other party was a little confused. He didn't know, but Lilith knew, because to Lilith the demons that invaded this world were mostly predecessors from hundreds of years ago, so it was normal to have a generation gap. Well, forget what I said. Since you are very familiar with this place, the first task I will assign to you is to clean up this city. Those who surrender can stay, but those who resist will be killed. Now that the demon dragon was dead, he was the only one left at the 8th level, and most of the 7th level demons were also dead. He looked serious. I will do it as soon as possible. Very good. Before that, let's clean up the dragon's lair first. He is much stronger than the big skeleton and must be much richer. However, Zhang Yu was still disappointed. It was true that the dragon clan liked gold, silver and treasures, but those so-called gold, silver and treasures did not help Zhang Yu improve his strength at all. The only things that were somewhat useful were a few top-level magic props and a few basic materials that could be used to refine artifacts. Everything else was just goods piled up in the warehouse. Although I don't need them, my subordinates may be able to use them, so I put them away. While Zhang Yu was reorganizing Nordguo, the Grey Wolves were also actively recruiting people. There was no concealment in the recruitment content. It was written very clearly that they would go to another world and face endless demons as enemies. They would most likely die at the hands of the demons and would not have the chance to return to this world. They could bring their families with them to another world, but it was not recommended because the other world was very dangerous. The reward for going to another world is that the applicants will become outer members of the temple, and the concentration of magic power in the other world is 10 times that of this side, so the speed of cultivation will have a huge leap. Requirements: level 2 and above. This recruitment announcement was promoted simultaneously in 4 cities, and it undoubtedly caused a huge sensation. Over the years they have gradually understood what kind of existence they are: loyal to the Lord of all living things, the master of the endless forest, the supreme existence of the temple, the supreme existence named Zhang Yu. As soon as the recruitment order came out, the Church of All Living Things had the strongest response. These poor guys were thriving in the 4 cities, and they had also developed in the cities near the endless forest, but they were still a civilian organization. Even though they were named the Lord of All Living Things, from the perspective of those above, they had the attitude of do whatever you want, I neither support nor oppose. When they went too far, they would be warned. In other words, the Church of All Living Beings that serves Zhang Yu is actually an unrecognized wild child. Now that they finally have the opportunity to become an adopted son, how could these guys not go crazy? As a result, all those who have reached the second level in the church apply to go to another world. They will not only establish the Church of All Living Beings here, but also in the opposite world. The prestige of the Lord of All Living Things will spread throughout the world, and if one becomes a peripheral member, wouldn't that mean one is one step closer to the temple where the Lord of All Living Things is? If someone in the church is lucky enough to become an insider in the future, then the Church of All Living Things will be truly formalized. Unlike the crazy church, other people are much more rational. Mages and knights who are pursuing higher levels choose to go to another world. For them, a higher realm is more important than their own safety. Most of those who want to start a family or have concerns choose to stay here. Most of the apostles in the temple still chose to go to another world. After all, there were only a few who just lived a life of eating and waiting to die. Moreover, for those who possessed the red jade, the cultivation speed outside was still the same as that inside the temple. The magic concentration in the other world is 10 times that of this world, and the magic concentration in the temple is 100 times that of the outside world. If it is impossible to carry the ruby and it is not a mandatory requirement, most people will still choose to stay in the temple. After all, the magic concentration here is high. A week later, the list had been finalized, the personnel had been assembled, and both worlds were ready. Inside the temple, Sophia has packed all the things. Not only her, but Zhang Yu's other 3 students have also prepared their things. They also want to go to another world and follow Zhang Yu, although it is very comfortable here. But after all, the teacher is not here. She always felt like something was missing when she was not with her teacher. Her teacher did not take her with him when he went to another world, and Sophia secretly complained to her teacher a lot. Everyone gathered in the open space in front of the temple. It was so bustling and lively that the group of giant dragons had no place to stand and could only fly in the sky. The Grey Wolf was a little envious, to be honest. He also wanted to follow his master. Unfortunately, as the external butler, he also had to maintain the defense system here, and Zhang Yu would not let him leave. 2/3 of the apostles were selected within the temple in the 4 cities. Except for the churches, only about 1/3 of those who met the requirements chose to go to another world. In fact, this ratio was already very high, with high risks and high returns. The recruitment order was written so scary, but still 1/3 of the people responded to the recruitment, which was really good. However, the purposes of these people are not the same. Some of them want to be the outer members of the temple because the magic concentration on the other side is 10 times that of this side. Some of them want to be the outer members of the temple, and a small number of warmongers want to be the outer members because there are demons to kill on the other side. No matter what, they have now gathered together and embarked on a journey of no return to another world. Except for the apostles who know everything about the situation, everyone else is very nervous. Grey Wolf contacted Zhang Yu with the core of will. Master, everything is ready. There are 81 apostles, 3,000 ordinary combatants, 4,500 people with their families, and enough supplies for these people to use for half a year. We are ready to set off at any time. 3,000 second level and above fighters would be enough to overthrow a kingdom if they were placed outside, but in the eyes of the temple these were all cannon fodder. If Zhang Yu had not valued the growth potential of these people, he would not have brought these burdens with him. Level 2? In this other world, level 2 were completely newcomers. To clear out demons, they had to be led by mid to high level professionals. At least they had to wait until they became mid-level professionals before they could be of some use. Very good, I will open the portal now. A black gate opened out of nowhere. The gate was very large, nearly 500 meters long and about 20 meters high. It looked like a black rectangle placed on the ground. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Hurry, don't just stand there, go in quickly, the Grey Wolf shouted. Everyone suddenly woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly pushed carts loaded with various supplies into the black portal. Hurry, 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 those behind catch up immediately. Grey Wolf was giving orders loudly on the side, and the scene was a little chaotic. On the other side, the person in charge of receiving the goods was Uchi Yumi. This guy was indeed a talent, and he did things in an orderly manner. After all humans were teleported there, Zhang Yu closed the portal. After solving the accommodation problem, these people began to control the city's defense system. In the past, those demons would not use the human race's sophisticated defense system at all, but they are different. After hearing that Zhang Yu had conquered Norjvo, the Guardian was so happy that he gave Zhang Yu all the information about Norjvo. 1/3 of the soldiers teleported over were selected as the defense force mainly responsible for reconnaissance and use of the city's defense system. The others formed their own professional teams to clear out the wandering demons. In fact, with their strength going out would basically be suicide, so they need a suitable person to be the captain, and the captain would naturally be the apostle in the temple. The apostle's strength is above the intermediate level, so there will be no danger if they are careful. The dead silent Nordguo became lively because of the arrival of visitors from other worlds. Zhang Yu was able to relax after a long time and stayed at home every day to study the rune system with a group of magicians. Integrating the rune system into current magic weapons will be a huge breakthrough. After all, a person's energy is limited, so it will be much better if there are more people. Not only the humans from the other world, Zhang Yu later used the portal to teleport hundreds of clones here. They will continue to accumulate strength in this world. Time passed quietly after introducing humans from another world. Zhang Yu did not cause trouble for other demons in the past year. Instead, he calmly consolidated his current strength. The concentration of magic power in this world is 10 times that of the other world. The low-level magicians and knights have made great progress. Half of the second-level magicians have successfully entered the third level, and a small number of the original third-level magicians have entered the fourth level. Among them, there are even fifth-level geniuses. The apostles have also made progress, but the progress is relatively much smaller. After all, the higher you advance, the harder it is to advance. It is not uncommon for someone like Zhang Yu to have been silent for more than a decade. Not to mention entering the saint level from the 9th level. Some people cannot reach that level in their entire life. A year may seem a bit long to ordinary people, but to a magician it is just a very short time. Nordgro has undergone tremendous changes compared to before. It is no longer a demon's lair but a big city of humans. Not only these alien visitors but also many people from this world have moved into Nordgro. After all, Nordgro was famous for its safety before. Although they were reluctant to admit it, most of the natives believed that Zhang Yu was more powerful than the Guardian and more qualified to use the artifact. The previous voices of opposition had long since disappeared. After all, Zhang Yu took back Nordegvo after getting the artifact and the Guardian. Although they did not have much respect for the Guardian, Nordegvo was lost in his hands and had never been taken back since then. Now Zhang Yu has surpassed the Guardian and become the strongest of the human race. Whether they come here because of its reputation or because of Nordguo's past glory, this place attracts a large number of professionals. In a sense, this may be the safest place for humans. In Nordguo, the most central place is the temple where Zhang Yu is. This temple is naturally not a real temple but a replica of a building, probably a branch. The apostles usually live in it, and some of the most advanced magic research is also done in the temple. Surrounding the temple are several tall wizard towers which share the various tasks issued by the temple and assist the temple in completing various magic research. Then there is the Church of All Living Beings, which is a church that believes in Zhang Yu. Nearly half of the people in Nordguo are believers of the Church of All Living Beings. Fortunately, with Zhang Yu's control, the Church of All Living Beings has not developed into an institution for a few people to make money but a very relaxed church. It's probably like, since it doesn't cost any money, it's okay to believe in it, and if you feel it's boring in the future you can always quit. It's quite like the various hobby associations in college. In addition to the wizard tower and the church, there are also meeting halls, hospitals, advanced magic and martial arts schools, and other buildings. Further outside are some shops, hotels, residences, and other buildings. In several mage towers, many mages were going in and out like ants. They were busy with the tasks assigned by the temple every day and had no time to rest at all. Sophia, your idea of creating an army of the undead is quite interesting, but in the eyes of the people in this world, the undead are almost equivalent to demons. Wouldn't it be a big deal if we created an army of the undead? Moreover, I doubt the role of the undead. How much combat power can these bone dregs have? In a laboratory of the temple branch, Zhang Yu said to Sophia, holding the plan Sophia gave him in his hand. Zhang Yu was a little overwhelmed. Sophia always had some strange ideas and was about to become a mad scientist. Generally speaking, the summoned undead are limited by the strength of the summoner and the quality of the summoning materials. For the latter, you can use the corpse of a demon as the material is acceptable. For the former, I remember that the most powerful clone of the teacher is a necromancer. Why not send it to this world? As for the problem you mentioned about other people's opinions, I think it is not a problem at all. Haven't you already captured demons? What does it matter if you create undead? Is there anyone in this world who can restrict you? Sophia's appearance now is almost the same as it was a year ago, except that she has grown a little taller. The little girl has grown into a graceful young lady and her strength has reached the 5th level. This cultivation speed is already very good. This undead army plan was something she came up with in her spare time from research as a side job. After she had the good idea, she immediately gave it to Zhang Yu. Before Sophia had come up with some strange plans such as the undead bomb plan, the landmine plan, the plan to use demons to eliminate demons, etc. Most of them were fantastic ideas and difficult to implement, but to be honest, this one might really be realized. Zhang Yu was very satisfied with Sophia. She was the one Zhang Yu was most satisfied with among the 4 students, but to be honest, Zhang Yu himself could hardly keep up with her, thinking genius was really scary. Zhang Yu said helplessly, "That's not true, I'm not invincible either, and my clone his strength has reached the 7th level, but the 7th level is just a higher level of cannon fodder. Cece's cultivation speed is really outstanding, it feels faster than that of a hero." Zhang Yu even doubts whether his rank will surpass his in 10 years or so. The appearance of such a freak among 1,000 clones makes Zhang Yu feel helpless. What if one day he made a frostmourne and came to find me? Giving him an army of undead, it sounds like digging my own grave. Sophia said, "Level 7 is barely enough, and this plan cannot be completed in 1 or 2 years. It will take at least 3 or 4 years. With your clone's cultivation speed, it will definitely reach level 8 by then. With the support of an endless army of undead, the strength of an 8th level clone is definitely not weaker than that of a hero." Sophia's words were indeed very touching. The memories had been synchronized and Cece had shown no signs of rebellion. If he could get another heroic helper, it would definitely be great news for Zhang Yu. "Okay, I'll think about it carefully. If we carry out this plan, we'll hand over the eastern part of Nordguo to Cece and let him transform it into a land of the dead, right?" "Yes, in this way there will be no threat from the east, not to mention the human forces in the south. We only need to face the pressure from the east and north. Not only that, the undead army can make up for our lack of cannon fodder. You can't let the peripheral members of the temple be cannon fodder, right?" "Well, your idea is really interesting. If Cece can give it some support, it will play a very important role in the future. I hope you will consider it carefully." That's all for now. If you have no questions, I will go to the library first. I still need to look up the relevant content of the A-field magic circle. Zhang Yu nodded. This girl has been madly studying the rune system and the contents of the E-field magic circle recently. It seems that she wants to create a new magic circle based on this magic circle, or to improve this magic circle. The E-field magic circle was what Sophia used during the rehearsal. It was a super magic circle that allowed her to gather the power of several people and use magic across 4 levels. It was a magic that only belonged to geniuses, and even Zhang Yu could not learn. Sophia has been studying this magic for several years, and the rune system has given her new inspiration. "Okay, take care of yourself." "Yes, teacher." As Zhang Yu's student and eldest disciple, Sophia has attracted much attention from the outside world. Not only that, even the heroes like this stubborn and hard-working little girl very much. Zhang Yu has never had children, so Sophia is almost treated as a little princess in the temple. It's a pity that Sophia is only interested in magic and doesn't pay attention to other things. She spends her free time in the library or laboratory. There are even many daring young people who want to approach Sophia, but they are all driven away. Even her friends are sternly rejected. Therefore Sophia gradually got the nickname "the girl who married a magician," but Sophia herself didn't mind. Fortunately, this nickname didn't have any discriminatory meaning, otherwise Zhang Yu would definitely catch the guy who made trouble and hang him on the city gate to bask in the sun. After finding some information in the library, Sophia hurried back to her laboratory. In addition to herself, there were several assistants assisting her in her research. After Sophia hurried back, she began to explain her ideas. The assistants did not dare to neglect and started to take notes immediately. They were also used to Sophia's impetuous personality. We all know the 3 core elements of the A-field magic circle: soul synchronization, magic resonance, and magic combing. The complexity will increase sharply if more people are added to the fusion. Soul synchronization and magic combing are currently unknown, but the idea of using runes to form magic resonance is feasible. If magic resonance, one of the 3 core elements, is allocated to the rune system, the difficulty of the A-field magic circle will be greatly reduced. However, the matching and carrying capacity of runes have always been a big problem. I just came up with a few new high-level rune combinations. Let's study them first. If they are feasible, we can conduct experiments. Sophia posted several rune combinations. Mia's eyes seem to be emitting stars. What a wonderful combination! You actually put so many seemingly unrelated magic runes together, and they are all high-level runes. Aren't you afraid of blowing up the temple? Even apprentices know that the combination of several unknown runes requires constant contact and trial before they can be matched. If I remember correctly, these combinations of yours are all new combinations that have not been recorded, right? Mia is one of the new apostles who was promoted from ordinary peripheral members this year. She is very talented and has reached the 5th level in strength. After being baptized as an apostle, she has leaped to the 7th level. Her strength surpasses that of many dragons and is directly on the same level as the Dragon King. I remember that Zhang Yu went out of his way to joke with Adler, and the Dragon King was very angry. Adler said with a solemn oath, Why do you always blame me? I have also worked hard, okay? Give me another year or two, I will definitely break through to the 8th level. What's the point of reaching the lower level quickly? I will be fed up if someone can reach the higher level so quickly. Zhang Yu secretly took note of it and decided to go find him when Cece broke through to the 8th level to see how he would eat it. Ahem. Sophia just smiled faintly. Yes, if I can do experiments little by little and pair them with 100 magician assistants and spend more than 100 years, these combinations can be verified. Mia. But we are out of time. If we go any slower we will never see the teachers back. Experimenting slowly is the dumbest way. These combinations are what I calculated. I can't say the accuracy is 100%, but at least it's 90% accurate. 90%? Are you kidding me? I've never heard of any other calculation method for rune matching. Have you ever verified your so-called method? Mia knew that she was a very radical and adventurous magician, but she was nothing compared to Sophia. Sophia's current actions were like experimenting with gunpowder without any protection, and if she wasn't careful she would blow herself up. I don't know what Lord Zhang Yu was thinking. He actually let her do such a dangerous experiment in the temple. Can Lord Zhang Yu's students do whatever they want? It seems it really works. Sophia lined up the tables with a serious look on her face. I am very confident in my calculations. I asked the teacher to review them before and they are very feasible. Mia looked frustrated. Well, you are great. It is great that you have a great teacher. Seeing that Sophia said so, Mia naturally did not dare to have any opinions. The other assistants were trembling at the sight of the two big guys as assistants. They were not as strong as Mia, nor did they have such a high status. They were just peripheral personnel. However, those who can come here are carefully selected and each of them has good talents in runes. Sophia began to assign tasks and everyone began fusion experiments using the combinations she proposed. There are tens of thousands of runes and each rune alone has no effect, but when several dozens or even dozens of them are combined together some strange changes will occur. Therefore runes are also called the words of the creator. It is very dangerous to combine runes rashly. At the least the structure of the runes will be destroyed and the precious rune materials will be damaged. At the worst a serious explosion will occur. However, someone has combined a combination with very powerful explosive power and used it as the core of a magic trap. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. There are countless combinations of runes. The magical civilization in this world is very developed. After countless years of research, the combinations of 2 or 3 have been almost figured out, but most of the combinations of more runes are still a mystery. Generally speaking, except for a few unique high-level runes will have corresponding basic runes. As the name suggests, basic runes have some basic abilities of high-level runes. If you want to study high-level runes, you must first use low-level runes to observe the combination. If everything is normal, then switch to high-level runes for observation and research. This process generally requires an observation period of 1 or 2 weeks, during which various tests are required to ensure the stability of the combination and related functions. If there is no problem with the basic rune combination, you need to do a trial contact before switching to the advanced runes to prevent accidents. The fact that there is no problem with the basic runes does not mean that there is no problem with the advanced runes. It can only be said that there is a higher probability that there will be no problem with the advanced runes. The rune system of this world was figured out bit by bit, all by guessing, trying one combination after another. Although this was a stupid method, they had no better choice. Sophia skipped this step. After studying the rune system for nearly a year, she designed a calculation method that can evaluate the stability of rune combinations. Although it sounds unreliable, this method has been verified and the accuracy has been improved through continuous trial and modification. It is naturally impossible to use high-level runes to conduct experiments. This method is too dangerous and inefficient. This guy came up with a better way, which is to get the rune combination through calculation and then let Zhang Yu go to the magic mirror to verify it. As long as it is something that objectively exists in this world, he can explain it. Although humans do not know what consequences this combination will produce, the magic mirror knows, because such a combination exists somewhere in the vast universe. Of course, if there is no such combination in the universe, it is completely new and has never appeared since the birth of the universe. Then the magic mirror does not know. He will only answer this kind of question if Zhang Yu asks him if there is a way to double his magic power or if there is a way to let him use holy magic. The magic mirror will not answer. It is okay to ask about objective things, but if you ask the magic mirror to help him research, the magic mirror will refuse. Even if such a combination does exist, the magic mirror knows it but will not answer. The reason is, information that hinders the owner's growth cannot be disclosed. This is quite interesting. The magic mirror is like a teacher. It will give you some ideas but will not give you the answers directly. There was no way Zhang Yu couldn't threaten him and threaten to smash the mirror or something if he didn't tell him. Therefore, generally speaking, people just ask whether this rune combination will be difficult to explode, what effect it will have, etc., but that's all. So through this method Sophia derived thousands of new rune combinations and also modified and verified her own calculation model with an accuracy rate of at least 60%. In fact, he had already secretly asked the magic mirror about this combination in his hand, and there would be no problem, otherwise even she would not dare to do this in the temple. In fact, most of the other assistants in the laboratory knew that the rune combination taken out by Sophia would not explode, but Mia, who was new here, didn't understand it. While Sophia continued to try new rune combinations in the laboratory, Zhang Yu rarely walked out of the laboratory. Master. Buchi Yumi was wearing a butler's dress and standing by meticulously. This guy was dressed quite decently. Since signing the slave contract, Nehai quickly put himself in the right position and devoted himself to assisting Zhang Yu in handling various matters. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a professional butler. Nordegwo has been managed in an orderly manner over the past year, all thanks to Nehai. The few demons that were recruited were incorporated into Utsumi's subordinates and were usually subject to various restrictions. Although the demons were very cruel, that was only towards their enemies. Although they would occasionally fight among themselves, at least they would not kill their companions and eat their flesh. After the change of position, these demons did not cause any trouble, but because of the terrible reputation of demons in this world, these demons can only live in the dark. The only demon who shows up in the outside world is Nehai. Master, this is something that the human guardian just sent over, please take a look. Zhang Yu nodded. The guardian had already contacted him using magic props because this matter involved some special props. The guardian just gave a brief explanation. Many other things could not be explained in words and needed to be delivered by someone. I didn't expect that I would have to go back just after leaving the laboratory. Zhang Yu took the box and returned to the laboratory helplessly. Sitting in his seat, Zhang Yu placed the box on the seat. The box was covered with the guardian's soul mark. Any disassembly operation would cause the soul mark on the box to be destroyed, so there was no need to worry about someone disassembling the box on the way. When I opened the box, I found a thick notebook, a ring, and a fragment of something unknown which seemed to be some kind of metal. According to the information previously passed by the Guardian, this notebook should be intelligence information about the elves. The ring is the identity of the Covenant, and as for the metal, actually the Guardian didn't know he got it from the elves back then, so he simply gave it to Zhang Yu. Yes, it is indeed the elves. In fact, the elves in the other world are most likely just a derivative of this world. The elves in this world are the root. Before the demon invasion, the magic civilization in this world was very prosperous, dominated by human civilization. In addition, there were many other races, and the elves were one of the strongest races. When the demons invaded, the races on the continent put aside their grudges and united to form the Terra Alliance to fight against the demons. This ring was the identity symbol of the leaders of various forces within the Alliance. The human race has 3 in total, in addition to the one in Zhang Yu's hand. The other 2 are in the hands of the Guardian and the High Priest respectively. The Terra Alliance, which was established to resist the demon invasion, finally fell apart after persisting for over 100 years. Many races on the continent were exterminated by the demon invasion, and most of the strong men of each race died. However, the demons did not stop there. Only a few elves left their land and went to the birthplace of the elves and then sealed themselves in the hope of preserving the elven bloodline. Zhang Yu found it strange. Could it be that all the elves were born from trees? The elves in this world seem to have their own sacred trees. Then again, if there were sacred trees, could they create another artifact? Zhang Yu began to focus on defeating the holy tree of the elves, but the holy tree in this world must be much stronger than the original world. After all, the concentration of magic power in this world is so high. The Guardian sent these things over. One reason was to acknowledge Zhang Yu's status, and the other reason was that he hoped Zhang Yu would go with him to the sealed place of the elves to see if all the elves had died. If not, maybe they could be used and pulled out to fight. After 100 or 200 years of recuperation, it should be enough. These guys shouldn't be so stupid as to think that the demons can't see them if they bury their heads in the sand. Zhang Yu was not very interested in the elves, but he was very interested in their sacred trees. It would be great if he could get another artifact. We already have weapons, now we just need tops, bottoms, hats, rings, necklaces, and yes, shoes. We need to prepare all of these. Zhang Yu fantasized about having a lot of magical weapons on his body and then going in and out of the demon pile 7 times, casting high-level magic as if it were free. The thought of it made him feel beautiful. Of course, this is just Zhang Yu's own fantasy. Artifacts are very precious, they are not everywhere like in some games. Artifacts are weapons that only gods are qualified to use. The human race has only one artifact in tens of thousands of years, and it is the kind that has been passed down from generation to generation. This undoubtedly explains the problem. In fact, only Zhang Yu, who is at the 8th level, has a divine weapon, and many saint-level beings don't even have a divine weapon. If I really wear a set of magical weapons, I don't know if I will be attacked by jealous demons. It feels like this thing has a natural function of mockery. By the way, the demons also have a divine weapon which was sealed away by a certain saint of the elves at the cost of his life. If there is a chance, I can try to get it back and play with it. If we can go one step further in the future, we can build a divine weapon room in the temple to display divine weapons. Zhang Yu fell into wild thoughts again. After discussing with the heroes, Zhang Yu finally decided to make the trip. When Sophia heard that Zhang Yu was going on a long journey, she also followed him. She meant that the current research had reached a bottleneck and perhaps the elves would have some inspiration. While this reason is very powerful, in addition, for the sake of his own life, Zhang Yu brought Black Mist and Nisha with him. Both of them have first-class ability to protect their lives under the saint level. Zhang Yu can easily defeat them with the help of magic scrolls and the Whisper of the World. Even if they are at the saint level, the two heroes working together could probably buy them some time to escape. A few days later, they set out for Mira City, where the Guardian was. Mira City was conquered by Zhang Yu. Its development was very ordinary and no one lived there. There were only some soldiers stationed here. There was no other way, as there were too few people except for businessmen and professionals. No one would come to such a dangerous border. The soldiers saluted along the way. As the controller of the human race's artifact, Zhang Yu's fame is now no less than that of the Guardian. The palace of the Big Skeleton was once used as an office. Zhang Yu saw the high priest inside. As for the Guardian, it seemed that he was not here now. Zhang Yu was shocked when he saw the high priest. "What's wrong with you?" Sophia frowned when she saw the state of the high priest. Although the high priest at that time looked old, that was only on the surface. In fact, he was in very good health. After all, he was an 8th level magician. However, he looked even older now, and not just on the surface. His entire body exuded the smell of death and decay, as if he had half a foot in a coffin. For an 8th level magician, physical weakness is nothing. A powerful magician can even switch his body. A warrior relies on his body to survive, while a magician relies on his soul. Not only was the high priest's body decayed, but his soul was also extremely weak. He was like two different people compared to before. "What happened? Did someone get hurt by some demon?" "It's nothing. It's normal to be attacked when spying on God's realm with a mortal body. I don't have much time left, but I don't regret it. At least I see hope for mankind." The high priest's body and soul have decayed to the limit, but he doesn't look sad. "If you are talking about prophecy, then even gods cannot touch it. Only plane-level beings who can truly touch the basic rules of the world are qualified to touch it. Although I don't know why the high priest has this ability, I feel that the price is not small." "How could this happen? Wasn't everything fine when you used the prophecy before?" "Yes, vague prophecies are fine, but if you want a more accurate prophecy, you will have to pay a huge price. I have only used it twice in my life. The first time was when I was young and I immediately became old after using it. The second time was not long ago. I will use it on you the second time, but it is worth it." Zhang Yu felt a little complicated. The prophecy system was really a headache. After all, no one wanted to walk a path planned by others. "So what did you see?" Not only Zhang Yu but also Nisha, Heiwu and Sophia were very curious. Nisha and Black Mist were well aware of the power of prophecy, and it was hard for them to believe that a human who was not even a saint could have access to such power. The high priest smiled bitterly and said, "The so-called future is just a deduction based on the current situation. Even if I pay the price of my life, the future I see is still quite vague. I only see the legion you lead driving the demons out of this world, that's all." "Well, this kind of future seems to be expected, but it is unknown whether this prophecy is really seen through the power of rules or just a guess in the shell of prophecy." The high priest was a strange man but also a respectable man, and he had no right to dictate the choice of the high priest. "Ha kid, just do what you want. You guys are going to the elves later, right?" "I can't go with you. The Guardian is in the underground laboratory. He will come up in a while. I'll go back and rest first." Ahem. The high priest coughed violently and the attendant beside him hurriedly came up to support him. Zhang Yu sighed and said, "Okay, you should also pay attention to rest." The high priest left and Zhang Yu and the others waited in the living room. "Nisha, do you think ordinary humans can really master the power of prophecy? If not, what does what happened to the high priest matter?" Nisha thought for a moment, then replied, "There is nothing absolute in this world. Some extremely rare divine bloodlines do have some prophetic power, but that's all. The future is ever changing, and what you see is just one of the possibilities. You don't have to worry about it." Black Miss said, "That's true, no one can control the future, not even us in the past. Maybe the Creator can do it, but in my opinion it is very foolish to cling to prophecies and the so-called future." The black fog looked down on the high priest. Zhang Yu sighed. This kind of illusory thing was indeed something that made people care about it. They didn't have to wait long, and soon the guardian hurried over. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. I just arrived not long ago." The high priest's body. The guardian sighed. This is his own choice. He tried to use a power that did not belong to him just for peace of mind. The guardian said, "This time we are going to the sealed place of the elves. I have already sent you the information before. There should be no problem." "No, I've already checked it out and I'm ready to go." 3 days later, on an island in the east. It was morning when we landed on the island, and the sun had already risen in the sky. "This place looks like a deserted island." Zhang Yu explored it but found nothing. Even the demons disliked this deserted island. On the island several figures were standing on the beach. In addition to Zhang Yu and his group, the guardians also brought 2 people. The strength of these 2 people was level 8, and they were probably not unknown among humans. Zhang Yu didn't know these 2 people, but he remembered their names when he introduced himself before, and also wrote down the magic they were good at, so let's call them Follower A and Follower B for now. "This is the sealed place. It's very secret. After the elves retreated to their birthplace, they sealed it up. Their birthplace is a small world fragment attached to the Terra world, just like a small puddle next to a river. Although it is independent of the river, there is a gap to exchange water with the river." Zhang Yu was very surprised. "It's a very clever sealing method. I couldn't even detect the existence of the seal." The elves are an ancient race. After all, their average strength far exceeds that of humans. They are only outnumbered by humans. I don't know how they are doing after so much time has passed. "You should have a way to get in, right?" "Of course, everyone, please follow me." A group of people followed the high priest using wind magic, and they came to the highest peak in the center of the island. This is the highest place on the island, with huge blue stones underfoot. After sealing it, if no special means are used, the elves cannot sense the outside world, but basic substances such as air, water and magic power can still be exchanged with the outside world, so don't expect them to come out to greet us. The ring is the key to the birthplace of the elves, because many races disappeared in the disaster. At that time the human race was the main force in the war, so they stipulated that as long as 2 rings of the human race were used, they could go to the birthplace. These guys are really troublesome. In fact, I doubt whether they can still help now. If you are not strong enough, it doesn't matter if you contribute the sacred tree. Zhang Yu said. Secretly in his heart he still cared about other people's trees. "All I can say is that at least we need to get some high-level help. That's enough," the guardian said, and began to use the magic he had left behind to prepare to open the seal. As magic power was injected, their rings emitted a faint white light, and traces of a magic circle gradually appeared under their feet. This is some type of teleportation array, a weakened version of the plain teleportation magic array. It can be used to teleport to the attached space, usually as an entrance and exit to the attached space. Nisha, who was well versed in magic circles, spoke up, and Zhang Yu dispelled his concerns. The guardian looked at Nisha in surprise. Although he knew that several high-level beings in the temple were extraordinary, he did not expect that the other party could see through the details of the magic circle at a glance. With the opening of the teleportation array, the situation of the sealed land gradually came into view of everyone. The dependent space can also be called a secret realm, and its area varies in size. If some space-based saints find the right place or materials, they will have the opportunity to open up independent space. Generally speaking, the so-called things attached to the inside of the space are all separated from this world. The saints cannot create things out of thin air. This is something that only the Creator can do. They just took a shortcut and separated some space from the original world. It is said to be separated, but it is still tightly attached to the original world. Once it is completely separated, this small world will gradually fall apart. The dependent space in front of us is vast. Although we have not entered it yet, we can roughly estimate its size from various signs. They are just using this space and have no ability to control it. It is said that heaven is actually also an attached space, but this attached space is very strange. It is not attached to a certain world but to the source world. The same is true for the abyss. In terms of area, heaven is much smaller than the abyss. Although the area of heaven is smaller than that of the abyss, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can estimate. It is precisely because of the special nature of these 2 places that their traces can be found in many planes. The space that is attached to the source world is amazing just by thinking about it. I don't know how the Creator created it. It feels more troublesome than creating a new plane. If he has enough strength in the future, Zhang Yu also wants to create a dependent space. If there is an attached world as support, there will be many advantages in the war with demons. It's a pity that this thing is not easy to make. It is impossible without the saint level. Even if it is the saint level, one must be proficient in the space system and have suitable materials and locations to open it up. We can look forward to the time when the Archmage is promoted to the holy level in the future. After breaking the seal, a group of them stood in the middle of the teleportation array. A white light lit up and soon they disappeared into the teleportation array. After they disappeared, the teleportation array quickly dimmed and finally disappeared as if nothing had ever happened. When Zhang Yu and the others came to their senses, they found themselves standing on a wide altar and a woman floating in the air was staring at them. This is a ghost, a very strange ghost. His strength is as high as the 9th level and he possesses a strange power. It seems that he has some connection with the altar. Zhang Yu cannot say for sure without careful study. Outsiders. Who are you? The woman looked at them calmly. Dear guardian of the elves, I am Elka from the human race and this is Zhang Yu, the holder of the human artifact. We are here to visit His Excellency the Elf King according to the agreement. Elf King? Do we have to choose a king as long as there are elves? Zhang Yu said in his heart. The ghost in front of him is the guardian of the elves. But she doesn't seem to know the guardian of the human race. That is to say, when the demons invaded before, this elf ghost did not participate in the battle. Is it because she can't leave here? Otherwise, facing the crisis of demon invasion, there is no reason for the elves not to use this high-level combat power. Please use your rings to identify yourself. Zhang Yu showed the ring to the guardian. After a moment the ghost said, Yes, I have informed the Elf King that you must stay here and are not allowed to leave the altar. This guy. Are the elves so arrogant? They have already verified their identities, but they still treat guests from afar like this. If I hadn't been thinking about your sacred tree, I wouldn't have bothered to come. By the way, is there still a chance to see the sacred tree under such circumstances? Zhang Yu was a little worried. He seemed to be in a palace now. He couldn't see the outside, but he noticed sharply that the concentration of magic power here was about 2 levels higher than that of the outside world. It was estimated that this place used a super large magic circle to condense magic power. But Zhang Yu didn't care. Similar magic array temple branches were set up in the wizard tower and the magic concentration of the temple itself was 10 times that of this world. Just 2 floors. A moment later an elven woman came over. She was wearing a green long dress, a small crown on her head and an emerald green wand in her hand. Fortunately the crown was not green, otherwise it would have been green from head to toe. This woman looks to be in her 20s or 30s with 9th level strength, which makes her seem a little stronger than a guardian. The wand in her hand is actually a divine weapon. While I have read the information before, the elves also have a magic weapon which is passed down from generation to generation as a symbol of the Elf King. The history of their magic weapon is even older than the Whisper of the World in Zhang Yu's hand. To be precise, this person should be called the Elf Queen. Although she looks young, she is actually 1,000 years old and a super old woman. My ally, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Yeah, I thought I would never see you again. The guardian had a smile on his face, but he actually despised these guys who fled from the battlefield. If he didn't need their strength, he would definitely curse them. The Elf Queen's attention quickly focused on Zhang Yu. There was no way around it. The Whisper of the World in his hand was too eye-catching. It was the human race's artifact. Is this the new guardian of your human race? Asked the Queen. Could it be that this young man in front of her was the new guardian of the human race? No, could he be called the Human King? The Elf Queen began to have wild ideas. This young man was dressed very ordinary and he did not look dignified and serious as a superior should be. He was just like a young boy. No, just a young boy. His strength was only at the 8th level. Could such a person become the guardian of the human race? The Elf Queen was very confused, but Zhang Yu said nothing and had no interest in this old woman. He probably couldn't snatch the artifact from the other party, so he had to find a way to contact the sacred tree. The young elf behind the Queen also looked at them with curiosity. The guardian said with a smile, Yes, Mr. Zhang Yu is indeed the new guardian of the human race and the real pillar of the human race. The situation is more complicated now. Do we have to discuss it here? The Elf Queen hesitated for a moment and said, Sorry, Lord Guardian, please lift the restrictions. They are trustworthy allies. The ghost then lifted the restrictions on the altar and the Elf Queen said, Dear guests, please follow me. Led by the Elf Queen, they walked out of this place. It was very spacious. Outside the place they had been before was just a temple. As soon as he came out, Zhang Yu saw the towering sacred tree of the elves, which was taller than the one in his original world. The scope of this subsidiary space is not small. Naturally, it has no sun, moon or stars. The alternation of day and night is controlled by magic. Their sky is a space barrier and the top of the elf sacred tree is touching the space barrier. This thing truly stands tall and upright. My goodness, if we extract the life breath of this sacred tree, what kind of artifact can we create? I don't know if there is any way to secretly extract it. But I feel the probability is not high. This world is not the original low magic world. There are still masters of the elves. It is impossible to cause destruction under their noses. Everyone followed the elf queen, attracting many curious gazes from the elves along the way. Some middle-aged and elderly elves who were hundreds of years old knew that they were humans and looked at them with fear and disgust in their eyes. They have experienced war before, and the emergence of humans may very well mean that war will start again. Being so cowardly, they certainly do not want war to start again. There is a palace built under the sacred tree of elves. This is the palace of the elf king. The house is beautifully built and the magic patterns on it are also very beautiful, but the defense, Zhang Yu quickly labeled it as having too low defense. As the palace of the elf king, its defense is even lower than that of the temple branch, which is really ridiculous. In the hall, the elf king sat on the highest elf throne while Zhang Yu and his companions sat below. Some old elves were also there. They all had cold faces and glared at Zhang Yu and his companions. Zhang Yu was a little annoyed. What was wrong with these guys? If you didn't know, you would think they saw their enemies. Did the human race wipe out their entire family? Elk, can you tell me what the situation is outside now? Said the queen. Although Zhang Yu is the guardian now, the queen still trusts this former ally. The guardian sat upright in place and began to slowly describe how the situation outside had changed over the past few hundred years. The expressions of the old elves opposite him looked funny, sometimes blue, sometimes white, like a face-changing monster. Zhang Yu and the others sat quietly nearby, just as if they were listening to the guardian telling history. Although Zhang Yu already knew this history, the guardian's voice was full of ups and downs, giving it a sense of storytelling, and soon the hall was filled with a tragic atmosphere. As expected of a guardian, apart from anything else, he is really good at speaking and is very good at creating an atmosphere. If I were to do it myself, I would probably only be able to say a few dry sentences. Zhang Yu praised the guardian in his heart. After all, he seemed to be the guardian of the human race now. Zhang Yu couldn't change his words even though he kept calling him the guardian. Zhang Yu just sat there and listened, and gradually the other elves gradually understood what he was going to do. After all, weren't they here to ask for help? The story has been told, and then the guardian began to get to the point. He praised Zhang Yu and made him the greatest genius in tens of thousands of years, the savior of mankind, the savior of the world, the enemy of demons, and the most handsome man in the world. He even made Zhang Yu feel ashamed. Except for the last one, the previous ones really praised him too much. Seeing Zhang Yu nodding frequently beside her, Nessa was speechless. Her master was still as thick-skinned as ever. However, except for the last one, the first few could barely be considered as such. As for his talent, although it is average, but with the existence of the temple, the so-called talent is actually nothing to him. As long as you own the temple, even a pig can stand at the top. If you can't defeat them, you still have so many heroes under your command, you can just hide in the temple during the fight. Anyway, the promotion of the temple depends on the origin of the world and has nothing to do with the strength of its owner. The two sides argued for a long time, and in the end everyone looked at Zhang Yu strangely. During this period, the guardian even proposed some confusing things like marriage between the two tribes, letting the queen marry Zhang Yu. As soon as this was said, this guy was almost beaten to death by those old guys. As for Zhang Yu, it was even more impossible for him to agree. First of all, he didn't need to sacrifice anything for anyone. Secondly, if such a bloody plot really happened, he would probably be scolded to death. Well, if she is an elf princess and is very beautiful, it is not impossible to sacrifice her. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, the queen said, "Stop arguing." The scene instantly became quiet. Although the elf queen looked peaceful and elegant, the elves were inexplicably tactful and no one dared to say a word. The elf queen said, "I also understand your situation, but you also understand the situation of the elves at their peak. The elves numbered nearly 100 million, but now there are only 1 million people left in this birthplace, only 1% of the peak population, and this is the result of nearly 200 years of recuperation. The previous elf king died in battle. The patron saint of the elves sacrificed himself to die with the enemy's demon king, and almost all the 9th level strongmen perished. When they retreated to the birthplace of the elves, there were only a few 100,000 people left. We have paid a high enough price, so I'm very sorry I can't do anything that may cause the extinction of the elves." The guardian said, "Now the demons are weak and the human race is showing signs of counterattack. This is a good sign. If we don't do anything now, there will be only two futures. One is that we completely wipe out the demons. Do you think you elves are qualified to return to Terra? The other is that the last resistance humans are exterminated and the outside world is completely reduced to the demons' territory. What can you elves do?" Are you expecting a strong elf to counterattack in the future? Or do you plan to hide here forever? The demons cannot detect the existence of this secret realm now, but that doesn't mean they won't be able to detect it in the future. The Guardian's words were already threatening. You elves have made great sacrifices, but we humans have definitely made more sacrifices than you. We have been resisting until now, not to mention those extinct races. I acknowledge your achievements, but now the demons are also no longer as strong as before. After cutting off their rear support, they have no reinforcements. 2 of the 3 great demon kings died and 1 was sealed. The demon's artifact was also sealed, and most of the generals under the 3 demon kings also died. The rest fought on their own, and most of them did not think about making progress after occupying a place. This is our last chance. The Guardian sighed. If it was before, I wouldn't have come, because I know that even if you guys take action, our hope is slim, but now it's different. We have Mr. Zhang Yu. Why are you involving me again? Zhang Yu sat there motionless, looking like a good boy, but he was actually thinking, MMP, it turned out that this guy pulled me over here just to use me as a bargaining chip? The Elf Queen stared at Zhang Yu and fell into deep thought. The Guardian's eyes lit up and he felt that there was a chance, so he began to strike while the iron was hot. Although Mr. Zhang Yu's strength is only at the 8th level, that's because he is young. Mr. Zhang Yu, if possible, can you tell me your age? The Guardian did not look down on Zhang Yu because of his young age, nor did he act like an elder. Instead, he placed him on the same level as himself and showed him great respect. After all, the more he understood the true power of the temple forces represented by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu scratched his head. To be honest, he didn't know how old he was. He was in his 20s when he traveled here. He had been living in the temple for 10 years and then he went out to hang out. Nearly 10 years, right? I can't count, but it should be about the same. About 40 years old. I never thought that I'm already an uncle. An uncle sighed. There was a moment of silence in the hall except for the little girl Sophia, who among the people present was not hundreds of years old. 40 years old was probably just a fraction. The situation of heroes was more complicated. They were abnormal creatures. These guys were even more incredible. They practiced later than Zhang Yu but soon surpassed him one by one. Ahem. The Guardian broke the silence. Mr. Zhang Yu is quite powerful and his subordinates are also elite soldiers and generals. They easily defeated the powerful enemy that I couldn't defeat even with my divine weapon. Now as long as the Demon King doesn't show up, no demon can defeat them. Yes, that's true, but that doesn't mean we can defeat them, right? If we can't defeat them, turning around and running away is also considered. No demon can defeat us. The Guardian said this with great standards. The Guardian is now saying everything in a positive way just to make the elves feel that there is hope for mankind. Zhang Yu didn't expose it as he is now a bargaining chip and doesn't need to say anything. The Guardian could clearly feel that the other party was somewhat persuaded. The Guardian took another step and spoke. Besides, we didn't ask all of you to go out. Low-level elves are your future, so it's understandable that they stay in the place of birth, but mid-level and high-level elves can help us resist the demons together. I believe that with your help we will be more successful. I dare not say that we can eliminate all the demons within a few years, but at least we can recover some territory. The Elf Queen did not respond but asked Zhang Yu, Sir Zhang Yu, you are not a native, right? To be more precise, you are not from this world, right? Well, how did this guy know? The Guardian had never mentioned Zhang Yu's identity before, neither the other world nor the temple, where Zhang Yu was intentionally downplaying this information, but the Elf Queen was so keen to notice it. The other party became suspicious and Zhang Yu did not play deaf and dumb. To be honest, the help from the elves was dispensable to him. Zhang Yu was not interested in the uncontrolled power, otherwise he would have gone crazy looking for trouble with the demons and then laid the soul mark of the temple without thinking. The soul mark of the temple is like a zombie virus. Once you are infected, there is no way to escape. You will either become a subordinate of the temple or suffer eternal torture, and even death is impossible. Of course, this happens when the opponent has no ability to resist, probably just like conquering an elf in a certain game. It is not easy to mark the opponent when his soul has defensive abilities. The souls of the 2 dragons before also thought that they would be resurrected immediately, so they swaggered and revealed their souls. Under normal circumstances, the mark can only be made by making the minced meat open his soul voluntarily or by making the opponent lose his will or ability to resist. This sounds difficult, but it is actually not that difficult to achieve. After all, Zhang Yu is a professional mage of the soul. If Zhang Yu wanted to, he could continue to attack the demons, hit the symbol of the temple, and then use the rebellious demons to attack the demons and continue to attack and conquer. It would probably take no more than a few years for him to conquer the world. However, Zhang Yu did not do so because it was a thankless task. Even with the mark of the temple, Zhang Yu did not dare to say that he was completely confident about these demons. The mark of the temple was just a mark. After the other party died, the soul returned to the temple, and that was all. It was impossible to monitor the other party's thoughts. Therefore Zhang Yu did not do so. Who knows if those demons will attack him madly? What if they attack him? As for signing all the slave contracts, this is also impossible. The slave contracts are also limited and cannot be signed without limit. Of course, if a high-level demon is willing to surrender, Zhang Yu would not mind wasting a precious slave contract to sign him. Therefore, in Zhang Yu's eyes, the nature of these elven masters is the same as that of demons, and they are all uncontrollable forces. Therefore Zhang Yu did not care whether the other party helped or not. Even if they did, Zhang Yu would throw it all to the guardian, as he did not need it. How did you know that? Do the three big words outsider are written on my forehead? Zhang Yu stopped pretending to be deaf and dumb and spoke. It feels a little different, so I made a guess. Please allow me to guess again. You are from the world on the other side of the space rift, right? A long time ago, humans, elves, and even many other races went to the other side of the world, but because the concentration of magic power in the other side of the world is too low, it is basically a desert, so we don't care. But even so, we have left behind a magical heritage. The elves planted the seeds of a sacred tree. I hope there will be some changes in the future. However, no, the low concentration of magic power means that it is difficult for people living in that world to grow to a high enough level. Therefore, that world is in a semi-abandoned state, and no one here is willing to go to the other side. Tens of thousands of years ago, a small-scale demon outbreak seemed to affect the other side, and then the space-time gate was sealed by the other side. We didn't care, and at that time many people even forgot about the space rift. In the eyes of the higher-level beings in this world, this is equivalent to the box hanging a small lock on itself. Adults can use tools to knock the lock open, but children cannot open it. It will. Therefore, the higher-level beings in this world did not touch the seal and kept it locked. This can also prevent others from accidentally entering the space crack. It has been going on like this hundreds of years ago. The demon frenzy broke out. Of course, at the beginning we certainly didn't think of hiding and giving up this world. Instead, we started a war we thought we could win. With the fall of the saint rank and the death of the high-ranking people, we realized that we might be doomed. At this time, we began to consider a way out. The box buried in the corner of history, that is your world, was placed in front of us. We wanted to use your world as the last refuge, even if the concentration of magic power there was very low, but there was no way. However, when we thought about it, we found that we could no longer do it. The adults who could open the lock had died in the war. Children with a certain amount of power needed to gather many people and spend a certain amount of time to open it. At that time, we had no way to summon so many masters back from the front line. As a result, this matter was dragged on, and the longer it was dragged on, the less capable we became. In the end, we completely lost the ability to open the seal. Then we returned to the sealed land. In fact, the nature of this place is not much different from yours, and the concentration of magic power is very high. We are very satisfied with it, so no one thinks about the other world. However, I happen to know about this matter, so I guess you came from there and through the space crack. Zhang Yu smiled and said, I didn't expect there was such a history. You were right, I came from there, but the space crack has been sealed. Unless we completely expel the demon, the seal of the space crack will not be unlocked. Let me tell you first, it's useless for you to threaten me. The Elf Queen said, why would we threaten you? We don't care as much about that world as you think, but I'm curious, has the concentration of magic power in that world increased? Probably not. There are only 1/10 of them in this world, and even the intermediate ones are only a handful. If that's the case, then how did you achieve this level of strength? You can't raise a whale in a pond. Even if you have the qualifications to be a whale, you don't have the upper limit of growth because of the environment. So I'm curious, how did a whale as big as you grow in a pond in another world? What kind of weird words did the Elf Queen say? Why was the metaphor so weird? Zhang Yu really couldn't answer this kind of question. He couldn't possibly reveal the situation of the temple. Zhang Yu doesn't like others to pry into his secrets, no matter who it is. Maybe it's because my talent is so strong? That's why I'm growing so fast. I think we should end this topic here. No matter what, this is how I am now. It's better for you not to delve too much into my situation. The Elf Queen smiled and then said mysteriously, I suddenly feel that the proposal just now seems to be quite good. That is the one about the marriage between our two tribes. Zhang Yu had a weird expression on his face, and he didn't know how to describe his mood. Should he say he was eating shit? I can't really say, because the Elf Queen was still very beautiful and her family must be rich, but no matter how rich they are not as rich as us. She was a little older, but 1,000 years old was not too old for them, and eternal life was not impossible to achieve. Therefore Zhang Yu's mood is very complicated now, just like holding a piece of feces like candy in his hand. It is definitely edible and delicious, but it looks very disgusting overall. He still refuses it. But it was not Zhang Yu's turn to refuse. The Elf Queen smiled and said, of course I'm joking. Well, I admit that your proposal is very attractive. Hey, you changed the subject so quickly. Just now I was talking about eating shit, you just skipped the topic of marriage with a joke? The Elf Queen said with a serious face. I have to admit that we do have hope of victory. We can send out the masters of our tribe, but before that you have to do us a favor. If you succeed, our mid and high-level masters will go out to resist the demons together. If we fail, we will also send people, but only a small number of high-level tribesmen. Please forgive my selfishness. Our elves can no longer bear a greater blow. We are different from you. After the demons are expelled, you may be able to recover most of your strength in 1,000 years, but our population cannot even triple in 1,000 years. Although he wanted to fight for it again, the other party seemed very determined. There was nothing to say. The interests were clear. The guardian said, please speak. We will consider it carefully. One of our elves is cursed. If you can remove the curse, we will fully help you fight against the demons. The guardian was surprised and asked, just one of our tribesmen? His underlying meaning was that if it was just one person, then if he couldn't be cured, then just give up. In today's world, death really wasn't a big deal, let alone one person. Even if it was 10 or 100, as long as they threatened the race, the guardians would give up without hesitation. The Elf Queen acted as if she didn't understand and said, it is indeed one. What is the identity of this tribesman that you value him so much? Is he a member of the royal family? Or the next elf king? Neither. The child is a little special. He just has an ordinary background. Don't make random guesses. The guardians were not very confident about the curse that even the elves could not handle. They felt that this was going to be bad. Could this be a tactful refusal? Oh, forget it anyway. At least some help was obtained. Even if it was not much, it was still a help for the human race. We will try our best. The guardian was unsure, but he had to put on an appearance of trying his best. The Elf Queen didn't seem to care. They knew each other well, and the Elf Queen knew that this old guy was most likely helpless. But this is not necessarily the case for this mysterious young man. Led by the Elf Queen, they came to a remote place in the secret realm, far away from the elf holy tree and close to the edge of the secret realm. Unlike the vibrant outside, this place was a dead place with messy stones and no life at all. No plants could be seen here, let alone animals. Even cockroaches cannot survive in this place. There is a small wooden house in the middle of this place. If it were not for the lack of the breath of the undead, Zhang Yu would have suspected that this was a forbidden place of death. The child lives in this wooden house. She has been carrying a strange curse since she was born. It is a death curse. Anyone who gets close to her will be corroded by death. Her parents died from this death corrode. In fact, this curse is very similar to the death entanglement in curse magic, but this curse exists innately and is much more powerful. It will not affect the child herself, but only the people nearby. We can't do anything about this curse, so we can only place the child here. It was strange. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't the child be beaten to death? Although it sounded a bit cruel, it was actually a very normal thing in the past. Some strange children were even treated as the birth of the devil and were dealt with. This child was even more incredible. Wherever he was put, people would die. How cruel would it be to keep him alive? Are the elves really so kind? If they were born noble, it would be fine, but it was obvious that they were not so. Zhang Yu felt that there must be some big secret here. With their strength, these death auras will not affect them in a short time, so there is nothing to worry about. They just walked in. The Elf Queen knocked on the door and the door opened, revealing a smart eye. The position was a bit low. Maybe the other party was not tall. Your Majesty, is there anything I can help you with? A crisp voice came from the other side. The person was hiding at home but had no intention of opening the door. He seemed to be very alert, just like a little squirrel. The Elf Queen was a little embarrassed. She smiled and said, little ghost, these are the doctors that my sister invited. They want to check your condition and then treat you. Little ghost? Who came up with this name? Could it be her parents? They are really talented. It's like someone named their child Ghost in China in the previous life. Could they have a grudge against each other? Also, you call yourself a sister. You are so shameless. Calling you grandma is an understatement. However, women seem to have a mysterious sensitivity to age. Of course, the name Ghost may also be because after this guy showed his ability, other people gave her a nickname and over time it became a name. The other party seemed reluctant and whispered, can you not check it? I don't think my illness can be cured. Just let me stay in the room quietly. The Elf Queen smiled and said, little ghost, don't give up hope, okay? Don't you want to get out? Don't you want to see the beautiful world outside? Don't you want to make some good friends? The other party said quietly, no, the queen is not me. After all, I am not interested in what you said. It is already a very happy thing for me to stay here quietly and have a full meal every day. I think it is completely enough. Seeing a doctor is very painful. Zhang Yu almost laughed out loud when he heard this. This naughty kid, whatever the adults say is what he wants. Does he deserve to be punished? But I have to say what this guy said makes sense. It seems that the elf queen is not as good to her as she imagined. It can be seen that she is very resistant to the outside world. However, no matter what, they didn't beat you to death on the spot, so you should still be grateful. The elf queen was a little embarrassed. She explained, "Don't say that. These people are important figures of the human race. They will definitely have a way. Open the door quickly." The other party was silent for 4 or 5 seconds and finally opened the door of the house. This is a short girl. Although she looks small, she may be older than Zhang Yu. No, it is hard to say because the situation of the elves is very special. The shelf life of lowly can be long or short. She may grow to the size of an adult in her childhood and then remain young in most aspects of her life. She will only age rapidly in the last few years. Therefore, it is unreliable to estimate their age based on their appearance, which is undoubtedly a sad thing, but it is not absolute. Some people look like children in their childhood. This situation does exist, but it is not so common. I'm thinking a little too far ahead, so the lowly in front of me may not be lowly but grandma. Zhang Yu couldn't help but shudder, thinking of a terrible creature named Xiao in his previous life. However, the elves and humans cannot be confused. No matter what, she is a real lowly. To sum up, the Lolita in front of you may not be Lolita, but she is Lolita in the eyes of others. That's it. This guy was wearing tattered clothes and had a dark face. There were 2 black horns growing out of his head. The horns were small and black and seemed a little different from those of a devil. However, it was still easy for others to associate her with the devil. In fact, this girl herself did not have any devilish aura, only a strong aura of death that was almost taking shape. This is not the kind of death power of the undead, but comes from a curse. After approaching the other party, Zhang Yu sensitively felt that some kind of curse power was quietly invading his body, omnipresent and silent. Even the defensive magic on his body did not work. The only thing that worked was the 8th level soul protection, which was a defensive magic circle engraved in the body. However, this magic only protects the soul and the body is still being eroded by the curse. Fortunately, the degree of erosion is very small and it doesn't matter even if it lasts for a few days. Otherwise, Zhang Yu would have turned around and ran away long ago. Even so, this is already surprising enough. This was not a curse released subjectively by the little girl, but her true self was cursing those around her at all times like a radiation source. Several heroes noticed it, but Sophia didn't. She just observed the little girl curiously. The little ghost said timidly, "Do you need me to do anything? Do you want me to take off my clothes?" Zhang Yu couldn't help it. "How did you check before? Are you elves so disgusting?" The elf queen asked with a half smile. "Why is it obscene? Do you have any thoughts about children's bodies?" Why is this guy so annoying? Is it them or me who is disgusting? Well, actually, Zhang Yu himself couldn't figure it out, seeing that everyone was looking at him. Zhang Yu coughed dryly. "No need to take off your clothes, it's fine like this." Oh. In order to divert the embarrassment, Zhang Yu took the initiative to ask the guardian, "Sir Guardian, what do you think?" The guardian stroked his beard for a long time, then said slowly, "I think there must be something strange about this child." Zhang Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "You old man have also learned to play memes, right? Who doesn't have 7 orifices in his body? Isn't this nonsense?" The guardian couldn't just sit there and do nothing. He used some advanced detection magic, but of course he found nothing. This curse was very strange. The guardian stroked his beard in distress. "I'm not very good at curses, but if this child comes to our place, I can organize some magicians who are proficient in curses to help check it out." The elf queen said bluntly, "That's not necessary. The little ghost can't leave here." "Huh? Why is that? This child is only at the 2nd level, which is very common no matter where she is." The elf queen seems to care about her. Could it be that this child's father is the previous elf king and a powerful monster is sealed in her body, so she is emitting a curse unnaturally? This child is not an ordinary child but the nuclear bomb of the elves? She looks a little dark. Is her father's nickname Black Flash? Zhang Yu's thoughts diverged quickly and he soon ran out of the service area. "Why? Is this child so important to you elves?" The guardian asked Zhang Yu the question that puzzled him. The elf queen said expressionlessly, "Of course, every member of the tribe is my relative. I can't let them be taken away by outsiders." Wow, these are all nice words. This child is actually a nuclear bomb. Even if you are very scared and worried, you can't throw it away because it is a deterrent. If you think in this way, everything makes sense. Since it is used as a deterrent, why do they want to remove the curse? Is it because the elf queen knows that it is impossible for humans to remove the curse, or is it because removing the curse will not affect the deterrent power of this guy? It shouldn't be. These elves are weird and don't look like good people. The guardian smiled, but in fact he had already cursed in his heart. "I am not a curse type person. How can I solve it?" If you don't let me take her away, how can I break the curse? Break it with my head? But when he thought about it carefully, the elves had not had any clue for so many years, and even if he was brought back, there would be no way to solve the problem in a short period of time. With his experience, he had never heard of or seen such a curse. So the guardian looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu had no expression on his face, but his eyes told the guardian, "Why are you looking at me?" "It's useless to look at me, I don't understand what's going on." The guardian obviously did not understand Zhang Yu's thoughts from his little eyes, but just placed his hopes on Zhang Yu, a man who could create miracles. In fact, Zhang Yu felt that the guardian seemed to be a little too dependent on him, thinking that he knew everything. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. After all, what Zhang Yu had done in the past year was really appalling, so it was reasonable for this guy to misunderstand. Although the other party's idea is not wrong in a sense, Zhang Yu really knows everything. He has 9 former plane-level powerhouses under him and sunglasses who claims to know everything. Naturally, the problem in front of him is not a problem. Zhang Yu currently has 2 solutions to this curse. The first is to ask the magic mirror, which should be able to tell him. After all, this is not a question that will hinder the owner's growth. The second is to ask the heroes. There are so many heroes and each of them is talented. There must be someone who knows something. Zhang Yu pretended to check it, then nodded. "I think I have a clue. Black Mist, can you speak for me?" "Black Mist? Boss, you can't show off like this, I'm not interested." But since Zhang Yu called him out, he had no choice but to stand up. If anyone among the heroes knew about this curse, then Black Mist's probability would be the highest, because Black Mist is a master of curses. However, this situation has little to do with the curse. Black Mist nodded pretentiously. The body hidden in the black robe seemed to be just a shell. No one knew Black Mist's true face. Anyone who tried to test Black Mist, although they would be fine, they could not get his true appearance no matter how they tried. So Black Mist also had the code name of Unknown True Face. Black Mist was very proficient in curses, he said. "As expected of you, Master, you have figured it out. In that case, let me explain it on your behalf." Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it, whether it was the little ghost or Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was also very curious about what he had seen. Black Mist said calmly, "As we all know, when beings at or above the saint level give birth to offspring, they will pass on divine blood. The divine blood is difficult to detect when the offspring is at a low level, but as the power grows, the power of the divine blood gradually emerges. In addition to allowing people to practice at an extremely fast speed, the divine blood also hides a little bit of the inherited power of this ancestor. If you are lucky, you may be able to obtain a trace of the inherited power from the ancestor's blood." Everyone else was confused. What did it mean to be well known? How come we didn't know about it? What was divine bloodline? Except for a few people, others did not know about the divine bloodline. As the queen of the elves, she still understood the secrets involved. This part was also a secret among the elves. Her expression became serious and her gaze towards the black fog became a little different. Black Mist continued. "As one's strength increases, some powers are gradually awakened. This is actually a form of protection for future generations. However, in rare cases, for some reason, the power of the divine bloodline is stimulated prematurely, causing a series of changes. This is not a good thing. With low-level strength, one cannot control this power. In this case, one will either cause the power to run wild and burn out like a candle, or use the power and end up being swallowed by it. If the inherited power is relatively mild, then the inheritor's body can barely keep from collapsing. However, this premature power cannot be controlled, so it will be in a state of continuous stimulation. I once encountered an enemy who was emitting self-healing waves all the time. He was obviously low level, but he used power close to the saint level. However, he was barely hanging on and needed to constantly use some high-level props to make up for the consumption of his body. In addition to constantly emitting self-healing waves, he could do nothing at the same time. His own cultivation stagnated due to the consumption of bloodline power. Therefore, premature stimulation is not a good thing in most cases." He paused and continued. "So the little girl in front of us is a person of divine bloodline who activated the power of curse too early. Curses are much more bizarre than other pure powers. In many cases, the requirements for cursed sacrifices are relatively high and the requirements for one's own strength are not high. In addition, the inherited power of this little girl was not completely activated, so she was able to survive. The probability of this happening naturally is still very low, so I think the possibility of it being activated artificially is higher." Zhang Yu also knew a lot about divine bloodline. He was misled just now and his mind was full of curses. He never thought it was related to divine bloodline. After hearing what He Wu said, he realized what was going on. There is some truth in this, but how did Black Mist determine that the other party's divine blood was stimulated too early? The other party has divine blood, and it is not rare for elves to have divine blood. For example, the elf queen in front of him is the owner. The divine blood of the elves should have something to do with the holy tree. It is basically a force of light. This death curse is obviously the opposite of the holy tree. Could it be that this girl, like a certain elf, has acquired the devil's divine bloodline? Everyone fell silent trying to understand Black Mist's words. The Elf Queen said, our ancestors did have a saint who was proficient in curses, but that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Only some of the oldest books have relevant records, so I don't know if this child is that person's descendant. Even if it is, as you said, it should be naturally stimulated. No one in our elves has such an ability. Black Mist smiled and said, yes, no one can do it, let alone you. Even I can't do it without paying a certain price. It's not that easy to stimulate the divine bloodline. Why does this sound like he is bragging? The queen asked, in that case, what do you mean by man-made? You can't do it, but your ancestor can definitely do it easily. The Elf Queen asked in confusion, so you think the little ghost is the ancestor? No, how is that possible? He is a figure who has lived for tens of thousands of years. How could he still be alive? The little ghost looked at them silently. Black Mist shook his head and said, no, the little ghost is a little ghost from body to soul. She is the descendant of your ancestor. Before his death he cursed his bloodline. We don't know the specific content, but the little ghost stimulated the power of her bloodline when she was born. This is definitely not a coincidence, but the plan of your ancestor for tens of thousands of years. This is too unbelievable. If you say that this girl is the reincarnation of that ancestor, or that the soul of my ancestor still exists in the world, this statement is more credible. But to say that it has been planned for tens of thousands of years so that my descendants tens of thousands of years later can stimulate the blood power at birth, this is really hard to imagine. How can such a thing be done? Even if it can be done, what is the purpose? Although the Elf Queen looked unconvinced, she was shocked in her heart. How could he know this? How could such a thing be seen through just a few glances? Was he just guessing? He Wu was actually not interested in these things. If Zhang Yu hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have said a word. Black Mist said indifferently, how can I know what your ancestor's purpose is? I am just telling you what I know. Of course, it is also possible that this girl has encountered a very small chance of self-awakening. However, the probability of self-awakening is only 1%, and the probability that your ancestors have done something is as high as 99%. I can only say this result, whether you believe it or not, is none of my business. As for the verification method, I don't have it now, so you can regard it as my wild imagination. The Elf Queen was silent for a moment, then asked with a complicated expression, no matter what the reason is, this is the result now. Do you have a way to solve this curse? There is a way, that is to seal her divine bloodline. This power depends on the bloodline, and once the bloodline is isolated, the power will naturally dissipate. However, sealing a person's divine bloodline requires a huge price, and it is not so easy to accomplish. When the seal is completed, the other party also loses the help of the bloodline and becomes immortal. You must understand this. I think that the help of the elves is not worth the price the temple has to pay. Of course, everything is decided by the master. This guy Zhang Yu said helplessly, what is your purpose? What's the point of spending such a huge price to resolve the curse? This girl is just an ordinary member of the tribe. Her curse has not reached the level of a natural disaster. Can't we just isolate her? Even if she is really out of control in the future, it is not impossible to send her away. So what is your purpose? Facing Zhang Yu's aggressive questioning, the Elf Queen did not intend to answer directly. This involves some secrets of our elves. We need the little ghost to maintain its strength while no longer emitting the power of death meaninglessly. Is there a way to do this? Zhang Yu said, there is a way. If the bloodline power is stimulated too early, it will be uncontrollable. As long as her strength reaches a high level, she will naturally control this power. At that time, she will not unconsciously emit the power of death. In addition to sealing the bloodline, this is the only way. After all, it's the same as nothing. At this time, He Wu came to Zhang Yu and whispered a few words. Zhang Yu was stunned, then understood, and then looked at the Elf Queen with a weird look which made the Elf Queen look uncomfortable. What's going on? Did he already know? No, that's impossible. Zhang Yu nodded. The Black Mist's intelligence-gathering capability was truly amazing. It had already begun collecting intelligence quietly when entering the Holy Land of Elves, and the other party hadn't discovered it yet. After learning the reason, Zhang Yu was suddenly enlightened and speechless. The reason why they valued this little girl so much was not because she was the daughter of the Elf Queen, but because this little girl was a sacrifice used to try to forge a divine weapon. When she showed this power, she was noticed by the high-level elves. They were well aware of the potential of this force. In just a few years, the power of the curse had been growing stronger. However, energy was conserved, and the other party was emitting curses all the time, which meant that the speed of cultivation was being slowed down. After so many years, they were still at the second level. Their strength is still too weak for a sacrifice. They need to at least wait until their strength reaches a high level. The method of forging divine weapons was left by their saint-level ancestors tens of thousands of years ago, and they have no ability to modify it. Under normal circumstances, for descendants with bloodline to reach a high level, only a small part of it can be stimulated. If they want to reach the standard of sacrifice, they must release the bloodline power in advance to have enough death power when they reach a high level. As a saint, he did not want to be a sacrifice himself, so he designed such a method. Others are cheating their fathers, but this guy is cheating his descendants by stimulating the bloodline in advance. He can release the bloodline power to the maximum extent and then use it as a sacrifice to cast a sacred weapon when it is at a high level. This guy is really a genius. These old guys look so sanctimonious, they just pretended not to believe it. It seems that they have known about this for a long time. These guys, the elves, are really sanctimonious. It is an insult to the artifact for such a guy to possess it. We must rescue the artifact if we have the chance. In fact, this information was also just discovered by Black Mist while they were chatting. A shadow clone of Black Mist was investigating their forbidden area and discovered some secret information. What's wrong? Is there any problem? The Elf Queen looked at Zhang Yu with a smile, and Zhang Yu curled his lips. If they really tell the truth, the other party might attack them, although he is not afraid Zhang Yu will not do such a thankless task. No problem, the situation is just as we said just now. The decision is up to you, that's it. The Elf Queen said, I understand, we will consider it carefully and give you a reply later. The little ghost is very tired, let's let her rest for a while. Everyone left this remote little house and the little ghost's figure disappeared into the darkness again. She silently watched Zhang Yu and the others leave. After leaving, Zhang Yu and the others were arranged to rest. Then the Elf Queen went to check the laboratory, but everything was normal with no signs of intrusion. Was it because she was overthinking? Was that guy really that powerful? He just took a casual look and restored the truth. This kind of person is really terrible. It was a mistake to let them contact the little ghost. However, there is no way if this continues. The little ghost will never reach a high level until he dies. Although resources have been allocated to the little ghost, it is still not enough. Really, why didn't the ancestors think of a better way? It's not easy to find a bloodline stimulator, but because of the bloodline stimulation it can't reach a high level. Isn't this just shooting oneself in the foot? It is absolutely impossible to seal the bloodline without the power of bloodline. It is impossible to serve as a sacrifice. However, is there no other way besides sealing the bloodline? If the growth rate is much greater than the power used to release the curse, then there will be no such problem. However, the current elves obviously do not have the ability to allow the little ghosts to significantly increase their training speed. There might have been some way before the demon invasion, because the elves were very powerful at that time. If the damned demon had invaded a few hundred years later, the result might have been different. This is a dead end, but the Elf Queen is unwilling to give up. On the other side, Zhang Yu leaned lazily in his chair and several other people from the temple forces stood aside. Sophia said, Teacher, what's the situation with that little ghost? Uncle Black Mist has already found out what's going on. Zhang Yu nodded. Hey Wu, tell me what you think. Black Mist immediately explained the information he had found, and everyone was speechless after he finished speaking. Although this kind of thing is somewhat unacceptable from a moral point of view, from the perspective of profit, this is a very good deal. Most people think it is a good deal to exchange a high-level expert who may become a saint in the future for a divine weapon. Whether it is the elves or the humans, there have been more than one or two saints in tens of thousands of years, but there is only one divine weapon, and it is only a possible saint. Even if you have divine blood, you may not be able to become a saint, so this is a perfect deal. If Zhang Yu wanted to, he could have tinkered with this technology. There were some related records in the temple's library, but Zhang Yu did not do so. First, it took too much effort and was very luck dependent. The waiting time was also very long and very troublesome. Second, this method was too disgusting. Zhang Yu had not yet reached the level where he needed to break the lower limit to gain power. As for magical weapons, there will always be some in the future and everyone can have one. Sophia's expression was a little complicated. Teacher, do you think this method is appropriate? From a racial perspective, it's definitely appropriate. This is a very cost-effective deal, but from a personal perspective, I really hate this approach. What do you think? Black Mist had no expression on his face. In fact, it was unclear whether he had a face or not. It doesn't matter, it's okay to do it if I have the chance. If I have to plan this specifically for a divine weapon, I won't do it. Nisha said with a smile. It is indeed a very interesting method. It would be great for me to try it out if I have the chance. If you stand in the long river of time of tens of thousands of years, you will find that the life and death of a living being is so insignificant that it is not even worth a splash of water in the long river. I don't reject it, of course. If the master doesn't like it, I will definitely not do it. As a subordinate, I must not do things that the master doesn't like. Zhang Yu was speechless. Hey, aren't you an angel? Why are you talking like a devil? Black Mist is a dark existence. You are an angel, but you are darker than him. Sophia also knew that she was a little naive, so she stood aside and said nothing. Zhang Yu said, "Don't think too much, this is someone else's choice, it has nothing to do with us. You don't want to save that little girl just because she's cute, do you?" Sophia shook her head. "I'm not a teacher, I don't have any special feelings for little girls." "Isn't it a bit strange? How can a normal person like me always be misunderstood? And I am your teacher, your words will hurt my teacher." Zhang Yu said quietly, "Sophia, isn't the teacher a very upright person in your eyes?" Sophia was stunned for a moment and said, "Of course the teacher is an upright person and also my most admired idol. I will always follow in your footsteps. It is very normal for you to like young girls very much. Who doesn't like cute little girls? Well, the first half is fine and it doesn't matter if you don't explain the rest." "Teacher, then you don't care about that little girl, right?" "That's right, this is someone else's family affair and we outsiders don't need to interfere. It's wrong to impose your self-righteous justice on others," Zhang Yu explained. "Yes. The teacher is right. Okay, everyone go and rest. But be careful and don't let your guard down. After all, this is someone else's territory and the elves are not as good as we think." "Yes, master, teacher." Everyone left the room and Zhang Yu lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Zhang Yu and his companions stayed here for the next few days, but there was nothing to do. It was too troublesome for the elves to make a decision, so Zhang Yu wanted to slip away. In the past few days, Black Mist has also secretly investigated the holy tree here. This world is worthy of being the birthplace. The holy tree is much more powerful than the original world, and this holy tree has truly given birth to its own will. Even Black Mist was almost discovered, so it is not feasible to attack the holy tree unless you attack here by force. This is undoubtedly sad news. One night 3 days later, Zhang Yu suddenly woke up from his bed. Not only him but all the high-level beings sensed the terrible fluctuation. Only the middle and low-level beings continued to sleep without noticing it. "What's going on? It's from the direction of the little ghost. Such a strong power of death, what happened?" Zhang Yu quickly joined the others. He Wu had a serious look on his face while Sophia was sleepy and didn't know what had happened. Black Mist said, "Master, the information my surveillance clone just sent back is that there is something unusual happening over there with the little ghost. For some reason that little girl suddenly burst out with a death aura far beyond her usual level." "Is it man-made? Did the elves do it?" "No, no one had approached her before then." "What's that?" "It's very likely that she caused it herself. After the death force erupted, she disappeared from surveillance." Zhang Yu's face looked a little strange. "Black fog, are you sure? Did it disappear? Disappeared right before your eyes?" Black Mist was also very ashamed. He was just a low-level child, but he couldn't even keep an eye on her. This was too embarrassing. "Master, something is strange. She suddenly burst out with a strong power of death, and then the power continued to spread and covered the area. This power blocked my sight and then she disappeared. I think it's more likely that she ran away on her own," Black Mist added. "Run away by yourself? How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible. I have to leave spies in many places, but I haven't found the other party yet." Zhang Yu said helplessly, "Forget it, let's not think about it. This matter has nothing to do with us. The elves should be the ones who should be worried. However, if this guy really did it himself, it would be amazing. Forget it, let's go back to sleep and wait and see what happens." However, Zhang Yu's idea was good, but there was no chance to wait and see. Not long after the power of death broke out, the Elf Queen brought people to surround the house they were in. Obviously, they believed that the disappearance of the little ghost was related to them. Although he was speechless, Zhang Yu also understood their thoughts. The little ghost lived here all these years and was fine, but when you came he disappeared. Whose fault is it if not yours? Do you think you are the protagonist? Wherever you go something goes wrong? They came here angrily in the middle of the night. Zhang Yu was helpless seeing that they were fully armed. The guardian walked to the front and said, "Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding here. If necessary you can search our room. As guests of the elves we would never do such a thing to dig our own graves. As an ally of the elves you should have confidence in your allies." Zhang Yu curled his lips. "That's right, we are not fools." The Elf Queen stared at Zhang Yu with a cold expression. "Now that the little ghost is missing we will thoroughly search the birthplace and you will be under surveillance. I hope you don't mind. Of course we will also check your rooms to prevent blind spots. If we make a mistake in the end we will apologize sincerely." "Are you kidding me? I came all the way here just to be monitored?" Zhang Yu was unhappy and the guardian said with a smile, "I understand. We will not leave our residence during this period. If you need any help you can also ask." "I'm very sorry," the Elf Queen said as she sent people in to check. At the same time she arranged for personnel to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire birthplace. It can be seen that she attaches great importance to the little ghost. Seeing Zhang Yu standing aside with an unhappy look on his face, the guardian came over. Sir Zhang Yu, I'm very sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. I can only say that our luck is too bad that such a thing can happen to us. Now we are on someone else's territory and we have to put the overall situation first. I know the severity of the situation, but it's really troublesome. After they checked, they naturally found nothing. The Elf Queen left silently while the few people who were monitoring stayed with serious faces, and it seemed that they did not trust them at all. Zhang Yu was too lazy to argue with these guys. If he hadn't just opened the portal and left for the sake of the guardian, why would you chase after him if you were so powerful? These guys were just too self-righteous. Logically speaking, the little ghost was always emitting the breath of death. This was a very obvious phenomenon. The little ghost could not control this power. She should be as obvious as a firefly in the dark. However, she could not be found. Could it be that this girl found a way to block her own power? The elves searched for 3 days but couldn't find even the little ghost's hair. It was as if the girl had suddenly evaporated, and the Elf Queen was anxious and furious. And this was not the worst situation. It was not until the morning of 3 days later that a strong breath of death erupted from the holy tree of the elves. The black breath rushed straight into the sky. Starting from the top of the tree, the energy of death quickly infected the holy tree. It was as if someone had poured a huge amount of ink on the top of the tree. The holy tree of the elves quickly turned black from top to bottom. The holy tree that exuded the breath of life actually began to rapidly change towards the direction of the breath of death. Now they finally knew where the little ghost was. They didn't know how she managed to get to the holy tree and polluted it. The holy tree of elves is the core of the elves' land and the foundation that supports the secret realm. It can be said to be the pillar of this world. When the holy tree began to turn black, everyone panicked and the entire elf land began to become chaotic. The breath of life quickly turned towards the direction of death, and in a very short time the holy tree of elves was transformed into the holy tree of death. The strong breath of death corroded everything around it. If this continued for a few days, the entire secret realm would become an uninhabitable land of death. The Elf Queen led her people to the top of the elf sacred tree. Under normal circumstances they were not allowed to climb up the elf sacred tree, not even the Elf Queen. However, they could not care less now. Zhang Yu and the others looked in the direction of the elf holy tree. Zhang Yu was secretly amazed that a green tree turned into a black tree in such a short time. Was it really done by that little ghost? This is too amazing. The elves were in complete chaos and the guardian hurried to find Zhang Yu. Sir Zhang Yu, you can see the current situation. The elves are in big trouble. We must be ready to evacuate at any time. We cannot leave through the elf teleportation array without the approval of the Elf Queen, but now is an emergency. If things get worse later, we must be prepared to break through by force. The guardian had a gloomy look on his face. He was really depressed. He had originally planned to recruit a group of capable helpers from the elves, but he didn't find any helpers and he might even lose his life in the process. It was a typical case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. This is really, the guardian really wanted to slap himself. It was okay for his old bones to be buried here, but if Zhang Yu and the others were also buried here, it would be the end of the world for the human race. Not only was Zhang Yu the strongest power of mankind, but also the artifact in his hand. Now the artifact was not protected by multiple layers like before. Once it was left here, it would really be left here. He absolutely cannot stay here. Compared to the guardian, Zhang Yu himself had nothing to worry about. The portal could be opened at any time and no one could stop him from leaving. Zhang Yu did not mention the matter of the portal to the guardian as his relationship with the guardian was not that good yet. It was clearly daytime, but the sky had gradually darkened. The power of death was corroding the world. On the top of the sacred tree of the elves, a pair of huge black wings slowly opened as if a terrifying demon from the abyss was awakening. My goodness, the little ghost is directly absorbing the power of the holy tree and transforming the power of the holy tree into the breath of death. Zhang Yu had no interest in the little ghost before, but now he is very curious. How did this child achieve this level? She is only at the 2nd level. Moreover, the elf holy tree is an existence that has awakened its own will. It cannot be regarded as a tree but as a person. Even the Elf Queen was rejected when she climbed the tree. How could the little ghost be allowed? Is her status higher than the queen? This is definitely impossible. Zhang Yu and his friends, as well as the guardian and his 2 followers, were all watching at the residence. They couldn't take any action unless the other party asked for help. Otherwise, what if it caused misunderstanding? The elf masters who were monitoring them were also extremely anxious. Gritting their teeth, Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh and said, your queen and some other masters should be fighting with the unknown existence on the top of the elf holy tree. You can go if you want to help. I promise that if there is no threat to us, we will stay here. The leader of the guard team looked like a young man, but only he knew his exact age. He said with a look of resentment, isn't it all because of you? You humans are the source of the disaster. If it weren't for you, how could the elves have encountered such a disaster? This guy looks upright. How could he slander someone's innocence out of thin air? This disaster has nothing to do with people like us. Hey, please stop slandering us. What have we done? You just put a big hat on us. Zhang Yu didn't want to be accused of something for no reason. Oh, who else could it be but you? When you came, the disaster happened, no need for explanation, I won't believe it. Wow, this guy is really a talent. Well, if you think about it carefully, it may really be related to them. Maybe the little ghost has been planning this matter for a long time, because the appearance of Zhang Yu and others has brought forward the little ghost's plan. After all, outsiders like Zhang Yu seem to be good at taking the blame. At least they can attract some of the elves' attention. This is a rare opportunity. If I think about it carefully, I might have been used by that kid. Damn. This naughty kid deserves a beating. The situation is getting worse and worse. Although the Elf Queen has gone up and even used the elves' artifacts, she seems to have not been able to suppress the energy of death. The huge figure begins to solidify, and the aura it reveals is weird and powerful. Although it's not the saint level, this feeling is not good. Zhang Yu asked quietly, Black Mist, did that little guy use up the power of faith of the elves? Others also knew the information about the elves after the artifact was cast. The information about the elves' sacred tree was also sorted out and stored in the library. Black Mist also had a serious expression. It looks very much like that huge figure is absorbing the power of faith. They are totally asking for trouble. Zhang Yu nodded. The power of faith is not something that everyone can use, only believers can use it. For example, the power of faith condensed in the temple of all living beings can only be used by Zhang Yu, and the holy tree of elves is the faith of the elves, so the power of faith can only be used by the holy tree of elves. In other words, it was the holy tree of the elf that took the initiative to help that strange demonic shadow condense. How strange. Why did your majesty rebel? The holy tree of elves represents the spiritual beliefs of the elves and is in existence at a higher level than the elf king. If the holy tree of elves wants to replace the elf king, the elves will definitely not have any objection. It is such a noble existence that is rebelling. Black Mist, can you tell who that demon is? Is it a demon? It doesn't look like a demon from the abyss. I'm ashamed that I can't recognize what kind of creature it is. Zhang Yu nodded. He didn't recognize her either. Nessa said faintly, she looks a bit like the Angel of Death. Angel of Death? Is there such an angel? It was the first time that Zhang Yu heard such a term. The library of the temple was very powerful, but it did not contain all the information in the world, otherwise the library would not be able to contain it. Nisha explained. Fallen angels are fallen angels. As the name suggests, most angels use divine power and a few use other elemental powers. Angels of death use the power of death and curse, but angels of death rarely exist in heaven. First of all, ordinary angels are unwilling to come into contact with this kind of evil power. Secondly, the angels are extremely repulsive to this power. Angels who are found to have come into contact with evil power will either be killed or expelled, although there is no distinction between good and evil power. Angels are unwilling to admit that the power of death and curse is a neutral power. When talking about the angels, there was obvious sarcasm on Nisha's face, and it can be seen that she has a lot of resentment towards the angels. The angels escaping into the abyss are fallen angels, and the ones using the power of death are angels of death. Both are traitors to the elves. When ordinary humans use curses or the power of death, their appearance usually does not change, but angels are different. Once they use the power of death, their wings will turn black. At the same time, they will have some other features such as horns growing on their heads. Look. Zhang Yu and the others looked in the direction that Nisha pointed, and it was indeed the case, although I can't say it's 100% the angel of death. The probability is at least 90%. No, to be precise, this is the energy construct of the angel of death. It was constructed using the template of the angel of death through energy. Energy constructed angels of death? The angel of death sounds powerful, and the energy constructed one is even more powerful as the archenemy of the abyss. The name of the angel race is also resounding in many planes in the game. The only angel encountered is Nisha, but this is not a game, so perhaps the influence of the angel race should be considered. The figure of the angel of death continued to condense and finally almost condensed into a solid entity. Its huge black wings covered the sky and the sun, and ordinary people were like ants in front of it. Although the Elf Queen had used the Elf tribe's divine weapon, she was still quickly suppressed. Zhang Yu estimated that the guy would soon ask for help from him. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were defeated. No, it was already imminent. Sure enough, soon an old man flew over using magic. This old man was an elder of the elves. He usually followed the Elf King, and they had met many times before. At this moment, this guy looked very embarrassed. He rushed over and said directly, "My allies, I believe you have seen the current situation. That shameful traitor has polluted the entire sacred tree by some unknown means. Now I beg you to help after the matter is over. The elves will definitely reward you handsomely. There are only two people who can decide things here. One is Zhang Yu and the other is the Guardian. No matter what, the Guardian is the one leading the team on the surface. The Guardian also heard what Nisha said just now, the Angel of Death. Anything related to angels is extremely difficult. When the world was invaded by demons, they also received assistance from the angels, so they also have some understanding of the angels. Of course, the so-called aid was only a small part, and for some unknown reason they withdrew not long after. Zhang Yu looked at the Guardian, meaning that you decide this matter. The Guardian was silent for a moment. At this time the battlefield had changed. A strange force of death turned into a spear and pierced through the body of the Elf Queen. She was at a disadvantage before, but now she was completely defeated. It was unknown whether the Elf Queen was dead or not. The old elf was completely panicked and the Guardian shook his head. It seems that the situation has reached its worst point. Unfortunately, even if we take action now, it will be useless. Our strength is not much stronger than yours. Are you just going to watch the elves perish? Besides, we are now in this secret realm. Do you think it is so easy to activate the teleportation array? Once this place is completely destroyed, you will not be able to leave. No matter what, as long as you are willing to help us, we are willing to fully cooperate with you to resist the demons afterwards. Seeing the panicked elven elders, Zhang Yu did not have much sympathy. After all, even if they really helped, it would not have much effect. Even the elven queen was crushed. The Guardian was now unable to do anything. He said helplessly, even if we are willing to help, we can't do much. But what should we do if this goes on? We must at least get the Elf Queen back. The Holy Land is destroyed, but as long as our elf race can pass on, there is hope. The elder's expression looked a little scary. The Guardian looked at Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang Yu, what do you think? From the perspective of interests, they didn't need to provoke such a powerful existence. Although they could escape at any time with the portal, it was always bad to avoid complications. However, from a rational point of view, it was not appropriate to watch the destruction of the Holy Land of the elves. Moreover, even if they took action, they might not be able to defeat this huge angel of death unless Zhang Yu could bring a few more heroes over. He was a little confused at this time. Nisha leaned close to Zhang Yu's ear and said a few words. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up slightly and then he nodded and said, "Of course, the elves are our allies. We will never abandon our allies at any time." The other party looked suspicious. If it was an ally, why didn't you help earlier? But this couldn't be blamed on others. It was the elves who first monitored the ally. Well then. Thank you for your help, elven warriors. Here, come with me to aid the queen. Yes. Zhang Yu and his companions also used magic to quickly rush towards the holy tree of elves. As for Sophia, she was left behind. With her current strength, she could not be of much help. The group quickly approached the holy tree of the elves. The closer they got, the more they could feel the power emanating from the terrifying angel of death, which was even more terrifying than the evil dragon from a year ago. Fortunately, at least the opponent has not reached the saint level yet, otherwise Zhang Yu would either have to gather all the heroes to beat him up or just run away. There is no other way. Fortunately, at least it's not at the saint level. On the top of the holy tree, the huge angel of death has completely controlled the holy tree. The black tentacles of death swept over the elf queen. The lives and deaths of others were already unknown. Only the elf queen used the magic weapon to barely hold on. Your Majesty, we are here to support you. Before the guardians arrived, a loud roar was heard. Zhang Yu was speechless. Why is this guy a mage? Wouldn't it be better for him to be a warrior? Why are you yelling so loudly? Are you afraid that others don't know you are coming? After entering the battlefield, the guardian started with an 8th level thunder magic lightning storm test attack. However, the lightning that was enough to turn ordinary people into charcoal did not cause any reaction on the angel of death. The angel of death is so huge that humans are like ants in front of him. He is a giant that stands tall and upright. Only the holy tree can support his body. Zhang Yu also began to use his skills. You can use tentacles, right? Coincidentally, I can too. He directly used the octopus tentacles and countless tentacles grew out of the angel of death. However, these tentacles were shattered by the strong power of death within a second. Sure enough, the 8th level magic was completely ineffective against this guy. The Elf Queen's condition looked very bad. The elves didn't have many masters in the whole battle. Basically, only the Elf Queen holding the artifact could fight. The others were just tickling. She was almost at her limit at the moment she was stabbed by the black spear just now, and her body was on the verge of collapse. You, if it really doesn't work, at least please help take away some elves. The elves cannot be exterminated here. Her condition looked very bad and her body was faintly turning into energy. Don't worry, at least there are still your people in the other world. Zhang Yu sneered and then said to Nisha, "Nisha, follow your method and start acting." Yes, master. Although the angel of death is terrifyingly powerful, its body is condensed after all and is far less controllable than that of the magic dragon. As a former plane-level powerhouse of the elves, Nisha knows a lot about the angel of death. The angel of death in front of us is actually a pure energy structure. It has a core. It is impossible to defeat it from the outside, but it will be different if you invade the core. Others have no idea how to deal with this huge energy structure of the angel of death, but Nisha is different. She knows where the core of the angel of death is. Your Excellency, the Guardian, your people will cooperate with the Elf Queen in the frontal battle, and we will go around and attack from behind. Okay. The Guardian's face was serious. He actually didn't know what Zhang Yu's battle plan was. He thought that the other party was not attacking without a purpose. He just ran away. If he couldn't win, the angel of death was strong but not fast. The Guardian has already begun to prepare ninth order magic, while the two followers beside him can only guard and resist simple attacks. The angel of death was so big that it was difficult for him to clear away the mosquitoes flying around at Zhang Yu, and the others quickly went around the back of the angel of death, probably at the lower back. This is the path to the core. Unfortunately, I have to maintain the passage for you, so only you and Black Mist can go in. No problem, but shouldn't the core be in the head or heart? What is the operation of the defensive midfielder? Nissa wondered. This is an energy body. Why does it need organs like a brain or a heart? Isn't it the same everywhere? That seems to be the reason. No more nonsense. Help us open the passage. Yes. Nisha began to use magic, and after a moment a white passage was opened. Zhang Yu and Heiwu did not hesitate and rushed directly into the passage. The white passage was surrounded by a breath of death that was so thick that it became tangible, mixed with a terrible curse power. If Zhang Yu was eroded by these energies, he would be in big trouble. It's really dangerous. They were extremely fast, like an arrow heading towards the core of the angel of death. In just a moment they rushed to the core of the angel of death. This was a large space in which there was something similar to a heart, with countless black pillars extending from the heart in all directions. I used the wool cord, agreed Nisha, and she closed the channel. After all, it was a considerable consumption to maintain the channel all the time. The heart slowly opened like a flower bud, revealing a tiny figure inside. It was indeed that little guy. The little ghost now is very different from before. There is not much change in appearance, but there has been a huge change in temperament. The little ghost before looked a little dull and autistic, but the little ghost in front of her is indifferent, making it impossible to see what she is thinking. How do you know the location of the core? Do the elves have relevant records? This is impossible. The little ghost had a puzzled look on his face. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Of course not. I am not one of you elves. You have absorbed the power of faith of the elves, right? Where is the consciousness of the sacred tree?" The little ghost looked indifferent. It's okay to tell you that his consciousness has dissipated and the power of faith was also absorbed by me. I will become the god of the new world. Hearing the little ghost say that he wanted to become a god, Zhang Yu couldn't help but laugh. You want to become the god of the new world? The last person who said that is dead. If it were really that easy to become a god, then being a god wouldn't be that valuable. This kid must have reached the late stage of Chinibu. Although I don't know what happened in detail, it is hard to imagine that the consciousness of the holy tree just dissipated like that. Although the holy tree is not at the holy level, its strength is definitely not weaker than the 9th level. It dissipated just like that. There must be a deeper reason behind it. You can't become fat with just one bite. With your 2nd level strength, you swallowed so much faith power and still want to become a god? You are definitely overthinking. You are not dying of bloating thanks to your bloodline power. If you continue in this state, do you believe you will not survive for more than 3 days? The other party stared at Zhang Yu, but Zhang Yu was not afraid and continued. Power has a price. Controlling this level of power with the strength of the 2nd level is no different from determining the power of blood in advance, and it is even more serious. Who told you these methods? Didn't he tell you these? The little ghost was so angry that he said, "Shut up, at least I have gained the power to break my fate. I have no grudge against you. If you turn around and leave now, I can spare your life, otherwise you are still my enemy." It doesn't look like he has completely lost his mind. The other party converted the power of faith into the power of death for his own trend. Although the means are very simple, this method is very powerful. Moreover, the death angel constructed by this energy is also very exquisite. It is a very valuable magic. If the energy can be further compressed instead of being so bloated, then this method may not be useless. Zhang Yu certainly does not have such a huge energy source, but energy that is hundreds or thousands of times weaker can still be produced. We don't need to make such a tall angel of death to attract attention, and a smaller one that is hundreds or thousands of times smaller can also be used. Zhang Yu's gaze towards the little ghost became fiery. No matter what, this girl must be brought back, and then the method of constructing the angel of death can be obtained. If this method can be mastered and even optimized, it will be a great help to the temple. The little ghost was frightened by Zhang Yu's fiery gaze. What do you want to do? Zhang Yu showed a friendly smile. Nothing. Do you want to come to my house with me? My house is quite big. You can do whatever you want. If you get bored of staying at home, you can go out and hang out. I will never restrict your freedom. Of course, I am not a pushover. As long as you tell me how to use the power of faith and construct the angel of death, it will be fine. How about that? What, brother? That's disgusting. Do you think I will believe you? Zhang Yu looked embarrassed. She actually dared to say that I was disgusting. This little girl was so soft that she wanted to be hard, right? It seemed that she didn't understand the situation at all. The little ghost just waved his hand and the surrounding death energy began to riot. Although the inside was not as strong as the outside, the little ghost was still not easy to deal with. Even the elf queen, who possessed a magical weapon, could not gain any benefit here. This was why the little ghost looked calm. Unfortunately, the person standing here was not the elf queen. Zhang Yu immediately said, "Black mist, suppress her." Black mist immediately used magic. Although the death energy nearby was controlled by the little ghost, Black mist could still borrow some of the power. He was a master of curse magic. Compared with the condensed death energy outside, the death energy inside was easier to control. Countless death energies turned into ropes and swept towards the little ghost, and Zhang Yu began to chant, preparing to use the soul prison, which was the most powerful soul magic he currently mastered. The little ghost instinctively knew the target. Although the opponent was very powerful, unfortunately he didn't know how to use any high-level magic. The death spear that almost killed the elf queen looked powerful, but it was actually just a second-level magic. It just looked particularly terrifying in the opponent's hands. However, without the drive of the energy incarnation, the spear of death in his hand only had a destructive power of about level 7 at most. Although raising the level from level 2 to level 7 was already terrifying, it was nothing to Zhang Yu and the others. The attack was easily blocked, the body was restrained, and the soul prison trapped the opponent's soul. Now the little ghost was like a canary in a cage with no means of resistance. The little ghost was still a second-level mage in nature. After shedding the terrifying outer shell of the angel of death, even if she had the 9th-level power inside, she still couldn't pose a threat to Zhang Yu and the others. Her methods were too simple. Seeing the little ghost trapped in the black cage, Zhang Yu felt that he was too cautious with the opponent's strength. He did not need the help of black fog to suppress it. So now can we have a good talk? The little ghost now no longer had the arrogance she had just now. Zhang Yu brought her down to earth with just a few simple moves. It seemed that her previous killing spree outside was just an illusion. What are you going to do? The little ghost finally showed a look of panic on his face, but it was too late now. He's just a naughty kid who suddenly gained powerful strength. Although he looks stronger than the dragon, it's very easy to find his weaknesses when the fight really starts. Ha! Now you no longer have the right to choose. Zhang Yu stopped talking nonsense and directly sealed the opponent's magic power. Then he opened the portal and threw the opponent in. Zhang Yu had already instructed Ike on the other side to take charge of receiving and controlling this little girl. After losing the little ghost the core of control, the angel of death began to quickly disintegrate. Her body, like a rotten statue, was now rapidly collapsing and disintegrating. Not only the angel of death, but even the holy tree beneath her began to crack. The sacred tree is collapsing, and for the elves this is tantamount to the collapse of the world. Zhang Yu and his companions returned to the outside world and witnessed with their own eyes the destruction of this extremely powerful being. This situation was reasonable. Nothing could be achieved overnight. This huge angel of death seemed extremely powerful, but its essence was extremely fragile. Once its core was destroyed, its entire body would immediately collapse. The elves watched helplessly as their faith collapsed. How tragic it was. Zhang Yu would not care about what these people were thinking. The holy tree of elves had collapsed and this secret realm had lost its support. Soon it would begin to collapse. What they have to do now is to leave this place before the secret realm completely collapses. Falling back to the ground, the distraught elf queen found Zhang Yu. She was no longer as dignified and calm as before. Did you see the little ghost? Is it really her? The elf queen seemed to still hold out a glimmer of hope, and Zhang Yu nodded. It was her for sure. I have no other choice but to kill her. I hope you understand. The elf queen was in a daze for a while. She didn't know what she had been doing for all these years. No, now was not the time to think about these things. The collapse of the elf holy tree also meant a more serious problem. The secret realm would soon collapse without support. Zhang Yu insisted that the little ghost was dead. It was none of his business whether they had doubts or not anyway at this moment. As long as the other party was not mentally damaged, they would not question Zhang Yu. You two please help us complete the migration of the elves. The previous unhappiness was entirely my personal fault. I hope you will not vent your anger on the elves. The elves are willing to compensate us later. Now the elves have already. Zhang Yu said, there is no need to say anything else. Quickly activate the teleportation array to send the elves out. I will have our people come to assist you in your migration. The Guardian said, I will also make arrangements here. Time is very tight. Please act immediately. How long will it take for the secret realm to begin to collapse? I don't know. Even the Elf Queen began to become at a loss. Then start taking action immediately. Good. They immediately asked the Guardian of the Elves to open the teleportation array. The Guardian of the Elves was a ghost that was integrated with the teleportation array. He could not leave the teleportation array too far, otherwise he would have run out to help long ago. After this secret realm collapsed, the Guardian of the Elves would also collapse. The portal was opened successfully and the elves were arranged to be teleported out. Some stubborn guys shouted that they wanted to perish together with the elf holy tree, which made Zhang Yu speechless. If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, forget it. Time is tight now, and who can care about these guys? The situation in the elf secret realm is very chaotic now. Fortunately, Zhang Yu and his gang are keeping the situation under control. The guys with normal brains are being teleported away in an orderly manner, while the ones with abnormal brains are being knocked unconscious and thrown aside. There is still time to consider taking them away. If it is too late, just let them stay here and accompany the secret realm to destruction. If you want to die, that's fine. There are so many people who want to live anyway. Not to mention the elves crying for their parents. On the other side, the little ghost was controlled after being teleported over. Her current situation is very bad. Rashly controlling such a powerful force is a huge damage to her body. Not only her body but even her soul began to weaken. If the situation continues, the little ghost will suffer a physical collapse and eventually die in a few days. Now that the little ghost has been freed from the power of death, he has fallen into a coma. The opponent's situation was very complicated, and even Ike and the others had no good solution, so they could only use conventional methods to maintain the little ghost's life first and wait for Zhang Yu to return before doing anything else. If it really doesn't work in the end, you can consider marking the other party with the symbol of the temple so that even if her body and soul collapse, she can still be resurrected under the protection of the temple. After the holy tree fell, the collapse of the elves' holy land was visible to the naked eye. First, various cracks appeared in the sky, then there were earthquakes, the land collapsed, and the whole secret realm was filled with the breath of death. The teleportation array continuously teleported the elves and some precious information of the elves. The rest of the useless things were thrown away as much as possible. Time was very tight, so only a small amount of things like food were taken away. 3 days later, the secret realm finally reached its final moment, except for some stubborn old men and some tribesmen who didn't want to live. Everyone else had been transferred away on the teleportation array. Zhang Yu, the Guardian of the Elves, and the Elf Queen watched the secret realm move towards its final destination. Zhang Yu did not hastily offer any words of comfort. The Elf Queen was now seriously injured and had not slept for the past few days. Seeing that the sky had begun to fall, the Guardian of the Elves said, "It is time for you to leave. I will follow the Holy Land into destruction. You still have a long way to go." The Elf Queen didn't speak for a long time, unable to even say goodbye. Then the Guardian of the Elves activated the teleportation array and they were teleported away. In the outside world, countless elves were looking in this direction. The Elf Queen looked at the teleportation array under her feet. After a few minutes, the patterns of the teleportation array collapsed and dissipated, which also meant that the secret realm opposite had completely collapsed. First there were a few suppressed cries, and then the cries began to spread rapidly and soon became a continuous cry. The elves knew very well that their holy land had finally disappeared completely. In this situation, Zhang Yu did not say anything obscene but left quietly. The forces of the temple and the Guardian have already sent people over because so many people need to be transferred. Zhang Yu is worried that the demons will intercept them, so he asked Ike to lead the apostles to support them. He is not afraid that the demons will take advantage of the emptiness of Nordguo and attack there. The combination of the wool core and the portal made Zhang Yu not afraid of the tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. No matter where the enemy appeared, as long as he left his coordinates, he could rush there at any time. As for the Guardians, their lineup is much inferior. There is no way around it. Their situation is much more complicated than that of the temple. Although a series of events have exhausted the elves as the backbone of the elves, the Elf Queen cannot fall down now, and all the elves are watching her. The tribesmen have temporarily settled down on the island. Some masters in the tribe have cooperated with the reinforcements to set up a defensive magic circle on the island. However, it is not so safe here and may be discovered by demons at any time. There are still some powerful and strange demons living in the seabed. In addition to demons, there are also some strange native creatures. In fact, modern humans have long given up on the ocean and know nothing about the conditions on the seabed, but they are still very aware of the dangers of the ocean. The three giants got together to discuss and finally decided to let the elves go to Mira City and a nearby city whose name Zhang Yu had never heard of. The human race would give those two places to the elves. The Guardian was a little more cautious here because these two places were next to his influence. With the addition of the elves, the pressure from the south was further reduced. Zhang Yu didn't care about these, but the Elf Queen said that she would send a team of senior professionals to Nordguo to assist Zhang Yu. Although Zhang Yu looked down upon this aid since the other party had proposed it, Zhang Yu agreed to it. After all, one more so-called aid would not matter. It is not easy for the elves to leave the island. After all, it is an isolated island, isolated overseas. There are currently 3 action plans. One is to use large flying props to send the elves over, but most of these flying props are of strategic significance, very expensive, and the quantity may not be sufficient. The second option is to use sea vessels. This method is cheap and affordable, but the threats in the sea are an important part that cannot be ignored, and the speed is relatively slow. The third method is to use a large short-distance teleportation array. The advantages of this solution are obvious. It is safe and fast, but the difficulty is that the materials used to construct the teleportation array are very precious. In addition, it is very difficult and requires some time to arrange. Of course, if a great wizard takes action here, the speed will be much faster. After all, the great wizard is very proficient in space magic. The three of them murmured for a long time and finally decided to choose the third option. Safety is the most important thing, and the elves really can't afford to lose any more people now. Zhang Yu directly asked the great wizard to come and assist. As for himself, he didn't know much about the teleportation array anyway, so there was no point in staying here. If he really encountered a strong enemy, he could just use the will core to contact him. It didn't matter whether he stayed here or not. After finding an opportunity, Zhang Yu activated the teleportation array and returned to the temple branch. The first thing he did when he returned was to find Ike and confirm the situation of the little ghost. Ike is a professional blacksmith, not a doctor, so he left the little ghost alone. After stabilizing its condition, the little ghost is still in a coma and his health is very bad. If the seal on him is lifted, the little ghost will quickly decay. Just because they have no way doesn't mean others don't have it. Zhang Yu opened a portal and pulled the Elf King Coco from the headquarters of the temple in another world over. Coco looked depressed. They were having a lot of fun here, but they left her to look after the house at the headquarters. It was really too much. Zhang Yu felt a little embarrassed by Coco's stare. Okay, stop looking at me like that. After we build the cross-border teleportation array, you can come over to play anytime. But can't your portal be opened at any time? Well, don't ask so many questions, kid. You will understand when you grow up. Kiki looked disdainful. Zhang Yu coughed and said, by the way, I didn't ask you to come here to chat. Look at her. Her name is Little Ghost and her situation is quite complicated. Zhang Yu told Kiki in detail what happened to the elves and Kiki's face became serious. This situation is not easy to deal with, but there are solutions. It just takes a long time to properly treat it. Could this guy be saying this on purpose just because he wants to stay here? No, that shouldn't be the case. After all, the great wizard can't do anything about it. It can't be cured so easily. Okay, since there is a way to cure it, let's try it. I'll trouble you later. Coco said happily, of course, but before that we need to do a thorough physical examination of her body. Just do whatever you want to do. I will certainly support you here. Coco spent most of the day on this inspection and the result was not much different from the original material box, but after a careful inspection she made a new discovery. What? Are you saying there is a soul hidden inside this girl? Zhang Yu looked surprised. That's right. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will understand. How could she, a mere second-level wizard, have the ability to destroy the entire holy land of the elves? And the Angel of Death is obviously not a magic that she can master. There must be someone behind this. Zhang Yu said awkwardly, of course I know this, but I didn't expect that there would be a soul hidden in her body, and I didn't even discover it. Coco explained, that soul is hidden very deeply and its state is very strange. It is not a simple soul possession, but more like it is sealed in the blood. Sealed in the blood? As a magician specializing in soul magic, Zhang Yu has a profound understanding of the soul. This strange method does exist. Some ancient beings can be resurrected in their descendants at the right time. This sounds very simple, but it is extremely difficult to operate if you are not careful. You may lose your soul. There is another reason this method requires extraordinary strength and can only be done by a saint. Even if one is a saint, one must have extremely high attainments in the soul to seal a trace of one's own soul into the blood. At least Zhang Yu does not have such means at all now. This method is extremely powerful but also extremely risky. Without external stimulation, it is very likely that the person will fall into a permanent sleep or even have their bloodline suddenly cut off in the middle. Therefore, most people are not optimistic about this method of resurrection. Unexpectedly, I would actually meet one. Zhang Yu immediately thought of the little ghost's ancestor, the ruthless man who came up with the idea of sacrificing living people to obtain the artifact. Could this be his conspiracy? Zhang Yu was confused. He had planned to ask the little ghost everything when he woke up, but it seemed that it would take quite some time for him to wake up. However, since the little ghost could make such a big noise, it means that the soul in the other party may have signs of awakening, at least regaining some consciousness. Zhang Yu really couldn't understand why he wanted to use his offspring to be reborn, so why did he still have to come up with a magic weapon plan? Isn't this disgusting? Could it be that the premise for him to restore his will is that his offspring can awaken their bloodline abilities to a greater extent? If you think about it this way, it is not impossible. In any case, a former saint is still very important, even if the other party is not even a residual soul now. If you want to separate this soul, others may not be able to do it, but Zhang Yu as a professional can find a way. What he cares about now is whether it is useful to separate the soul that has been there for tens of thousands of years and whether it will benefit him. Zhang Yu pondered for a long time and finally decided to give it a try. First of all, he didn't need to worry about the degree of danger. There was nothing to be afraid of the residual soul of the former saint. Even if it was a complete soul, they were not afraid. If the saint couldn't defeat it, he could still deal with the soul of the saint. Moreover, with the protection of the soul altar, he was immortal. Seeing that Zhang Yu remained silent for a long time, Cuckoo asked carefully, "Master, what are you planning to do?" "I want to pull the soul out of her body regardless of whether it is useful or not. At least this is a valuable practice opportunity. It is almost impossible to encounter such a magical individual again." Zhang Yu made up his mind. Although it was a little dangerous, it was not life-threatening, so Zhang Yu decided to give it a try. Although Coco is not a soul mage, she knows a lot about souls. She understands the complexity of this method. Simply put, she does not think that Zhang Yu can do such a thing now. But this is not so easy to do. Although he may have his own will, his soul is not a real soul. After all, it is a strange existence attached to his bloodline. It is too difficult to separate it. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "We can't do it by ourselves, but it is possible with the power of the altar." Coco was a little confused. Altar? Are you talking about the soul altar in the temple? Does the soul altar have this function? Of course not. The soul altar only protects and resurrects the soul but cannot separate the soul. If you mark the little ghost's soul and then kill her, only the little ghost will be resurrected and the hidden existence will disappear completely. I'm talking about the altar of this world. If you have studied the history of this world, you will know that there are several interesting altars in this world, but most of these altars have fallen into the territory of demons. Coco was a little embarrassed. "I just know some history, but I haven't heard of the altar." Zhang Yu continued, "In the history of this world, altars were basically left behind by the saints. Many of them retained their divine power, although we don't know what their purpose was. Many of the remaining altars have been destroyed. Among the remaining altars there is an altar called Soul Appeal, which is quite interesting. Legend has it that it was left behind by a powerful saint-level necromancer tens of thousands of years ago. This mage is proficient in soul magic. I also study soul magic. I have always wanted to go there to take a look, but unfortunately I didn't have the chance. Now is the perfect time and we can solve the two things together." Coco was a little worried. "Is it okay to do this? Is it dangerous?" "It doesn't matter with Coco by my side. It will be fine. Even if a saint-level soul shows up, I will beat her up." Coco said confidently that although Coco was useless in frontal combat, she was extremely strong in assisting and protecting. "Okay. Then we'll set off again after the elves have settled down and the little ghost has recovered a little." Nothing special happened in the next month. The demons did not stop the elves. It was not known whether it was because they were no longer interested in this place or because they were plotting some big conspiracy. In fact, after Zhang Yu captured Nordguo, the demons stopped moving. Even if there is no movement, we cannot let our guard down. The elves settled down successfully and the little ghost woke up soon after. With Coco's long-term treatment by his side, the little ghost is not in danger of life, but it will take at least a year for his body to recover, which is the recovery time under normal circumstances. If he could obtain treasures such as the life core, this time could naturally be greatly shortened, but the probability was low. Even if Zhang Yu really obtained such a treasure, he would have to hide it himself. After waking up, the little ghost was silent for a long time and gradually accepted the current situation. Although the current situation did not seem to be very good, it was at least much better than the elves. She relaxed after a long time. As for Zhang Yu's questions, the little ghost couldn't answer them because the angel of death, the help of the holy tree of elves, and all the other things suddenly appeared in her mind, and no one told her. The little ghost thought it was knowledge inherited in her blood. In fact, it is not wrong to say so. There are indeed many powerful creatures that will leave inherited knowledge in their blood, such as dragons and titans, but this girl's bloodline obviously does not belong to this kind of inheritance anyway. It is right to put the blame on her ancestors. After learning that the elves' Holy Land had been destroyed and the elves escaped alive, the little ghost's mood was actually quite complicated. Her goal was to use the power of the Holy Tree to break the shackles of the Holy Land and escape. She did not think about destroying the elves' Holy Land. After the will of the Holy Tree inexplicably collapsed, the little ghost realized that something was wrong, but at this time she could no longer stop. What this girl did was definitely wrong, but Zhang Yu had no intention of sending her to the elves to apologize. This little girl was still very useful. First of all the knowledge in her mind had to be brought out. The little ghost was very clear about her situation. If she refused, Zhang Yu had 10,000 ways to get it out himself, so she was very tactful and contributed her knowledge. Zhang Yu was very satisfied with her performance. This is a good girl. You will have to pay for your past mistakes slowly in the future. It is better for you to recuperate first. This child is really a hot potato. Now if those who have joined the elves know that this girl is in their hands, they will probably attack them like crazy. After all, the little ghost is a sinner who brings destruction among the elves and is the biggest traitor of the elves. Although the elves hate the little ghost very much, what they are going to do to the little ghost is not very noble. After obtaining the relevant knowledge, Zhang Yu and the great wizard immediately started researching. It is indeed possible to energize the angel of death, but the limitations are too great. They simply cannot get such a huge amount of faith power. It is a complete waste to use so much faith power to construct the angel of death, just like using gold to press a kimchi jar. Waste. Although this part of knowledge is too simple and crude, the core is still very valuable. Reducing the size, finding alternative energy, and reducing energy are the topics they need to study at present. If the final effect is good, they might be able to get a few energy warriors. A month later, the research progress was not very significant. It seemed that this plan could not be accomplished overnight. The little ghost's body had recovered a little. At least she had no problem moving normally. Zhang Yu then set his sights on the soul hidden in her body. Several heroes also agreed with Zhang Yu's idea. From all aspects, this soul has a high research value and perhaps a lot of information can be obtained. After getting everything ready, Zhang Yu brought Nishikoko, Black Mist, and the Archmage. These four heroes knew a lot about souls and were proficient in various protective measures. With these four heroes plus himself, they were not afraid of even a real holy soul, let alone an incomplete holy consciousness. After staying for a month, Zhang Yu once again gathered several heroes and set off in a hurry. Although Sophia was very envious, there was no way he could take her with him this time. After all, there would be some danger this time. The location of the Soul Appeal altar is in the heartland of demonic forces, a place called Skeleton Canyon. This is where the legendary necromancer is buried, and it is also where the Soul Appeal altar is located. Even though the demons occupied this place, they did not cause any damage to it. After all, demons and the undead are one family. The five of them set off with the little ghost. They used magic to hide their bodies and rushed all the way to their target. 2 days later, they arrived at the Skeleton Canyon. Skeleton Canyon is a canyon, but it is actually more like a huge crack, as if someone cut a huge gully in the wilderness. The bottom of the canyon is full of bones, some of which are human, some of which are demonic, and some of which are animals. This place is also suitable for the practice of necromancers. Before the invasion of demons, this was a holy place for necromancers. It's a pity that after the demon invasion there is no trace of human beings here at all. Only some powerful undead creatures live underground. Ordinary people will definitely be beaten to death if they go down there. Even demons are the same. Coco, who represents nature and life, instinctively rejects the smell of death. If I wasn't accompanying my master, I wouldn't want to stay in a place like this for even a moment. It stinks. It's not that smelly, but the smell of death is indeed very strong. I can ask my necromancer to come here when there is a chance. Speaking of the undead army plan proposed by Sophia before, although I intend to implement it, I have been too busy with so many things recently that I have forgotten it. After I finish dealing with things here, I can go back and try it again. Everyone protect yourselves, we will go down once you are ready, Zhang Yu ordered. Yes. Zhang Yu's own protective magic is more than enough, and so are the others. As for the little ghost, Coco takes care of him. This kind of environment is not a dead end for her bloodline, but rather a very suitable place for cultivation. It's a pity that her current body can only be used for recuperation and she can't even cultivate. After getting ready, Zhang Yu took the lead and flew into the canyon, followed closely by the heroes. After entering the Skeleton Canyon, the smell of death became even stronger, but for some reason, even though the smell of death was so strong, the number of undead was extremely small. In this situation, there should be undead running all over the place. As a result, they flew for most of the day and only encountered a few undead. However, the undead they encountered were all high-level undead, and each of them was very powerful, not to mention ordinary professionals. Even the guardians had to be careful. Unfortunately, they encountered Zhang Yu and his gang of evildoers, and they were suppressed instantly when they met. This is incredible. Although there are few undead, they are warnings when they appear. This is very abnormal. This canyon of bones seems to be hiding some secrets. They rushed along the way, and although they encountered some undead, there was no powerful enemy that could stop them. Before they knew it, they had reached the depths of the skeleton canyon where the soul appeal altar was located. Here everything is empty. The white bones that were seen everywhere before are no longer seen, and there is only a white altar in the middle. However, if you look closely, you will find that the entire altar is made of bones, and the bones are extraordinary. At least they are all high-level undead. Although the altar is very old, it still emits powerful energy fluctuations. There are strange runes on the bone altar. These are very advanced runes. The revealed parts are just the simplest protective parts. The real core is not exposed. I didn't expect that the copyright awareness in this world is so strong. Zhang Yu wanted to open the altar and take a look at the core part, but at least he had to wait until the work was done. Apart from anything else, these core runes alone made the trip worthwhile. In the center of the altar there is a strange bone statue. This is probably the legendary holy necromancer. Even though tens of thousands of years have passed, his bones are still as white as jade for future generations to admire. To be honest, Zhang Yu found it hard to understand this guy's thinking. He was dead, but he also exposed his bones for others to see. What kind of mentality was this? Wasn't he worried that someone would urinate or spit on his bones and carve XX was here? The skeleton is kept very intact as a whole, and no one has tried to destroy it over the years. It stands quietly in the middle of the altar with its hands empty, as if holding something. However, he had nothing in his hands. Perhaps he had held something before, but it was taken away by someone. Is this the soul appeal altar we have been looking for? Coco stared at the skeleton. The breath of the undead made her feel disgusted. However, the archmage and Black Mist seemed very curious. They studied the altar under the skeleton's feet. As for the skeleton, they were not interested in it. It was just a holy skeleton. This thing might be of some use to the undead mage, but it was of no use to them. Zhang Yu followed them and inspected it carefully. It was found that the protection measures of the altar were indeed very good, and it was impossible to deduce its core rune structure from the outside. Before the action, the little ghost had already been told what they were about to do, and he was also very afraid of the soul in his body. After all, there was another person hidden inside his body, and no matter who it was, he would feel uncomfortable. What should I do? Zhang Yu said, you just need to stand in the middle of the altar. We will take care of the rest. Legend has it that the soul appeal altar can detect the deepest existence of the soul. Before the demons invaded, the wizards in this world used the soul appeal altar to perform many tricks. We may not be able to find the soul hidden in the little ghost by our own strength, but we can definitely rely on this soul appeal altar. The little ghost stood obediently on the soul altar. The main people who took action this time were Zhang Yu, Nisha, Black Mist, and the archmage. Coco was temporarily responsible for vigilance. They did not use the altar rashly, but instead cautiously set up a number of defensive magic circles before attempting to take action. With the protection of these magic circles and Coco's presence, the 9th level beings would not be able to attack for a while. You have to think about the backup plan no matter what you do, otherwise it will be dangerous if you encounter an emergency. The 4 people stood in 4 directions, and the little ghost in the middle was very nervous. Start! As Zhang Yu spoke, everyone injected magic power into the altar under their feet. This altar required a lot of magic power. After a moment, a translucent black light shield slowly opened from the middle of the soul altar, protecting the entire altar and the little ghost inside. The little ghost in the center of the altar fell into a deep sleep and a daze. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered a successful activation of the soul appeal altar, but with this power it was obviously not enough to awaken the remnants of the holy order hidden deep in the blood. Follow the plan and use soul magic. Archmage and Nisha provide assistance, Zhang Yu ordered. Zhang Yu and He Wu used soul magic on both sides of the altar, while the Archmage and Nisha began to strengthen the effects of the altar and soul magic. Buzz! Under this tremendous pressure, the altar seemed to be trembling slightly. Its black light shield continued to grow thicker, and the black breath of death was so strong that even the human figures inside could hardly be seen. The entire altar seemed to come alive and began to tremble. This concentration of death aura should be enough. Zhang Yu no longer hesitated and used the key magic. With the injection of crucial energy, the thick aura of death inside seemed to undergo a qualitative change and began to shrink rapidly towards the skeleton in the middle. The skeleton was very strange, and bright red blood began to flow from its body. The white skeleton turned into a bloody skeleton. A ray of blue soul fire appeared in the skull. Zhang Yu had not expected such a strange situation. How could soul fire appear? Could this skeleton be resurrected? How is this possible? If this thing can be resurrected, I will eat all of Coco's cakes when I go back. When Zhang Yu sensed the soul fluctuations, he fell silent. Coco's pastries seemed delicious, but she always hid them and had a bitter face every time she ordered some. The Archmage warned Master. I think we'd better calm down. This altar is obviously not as simple as it seems. It might be a trap left by the former necromancer. After all, it's really hard for a saint-level necromancer to die. Zhang Yu nodded, agreeing with this statement very much. Not to mention the saint level, even a high-level necromancer can maintain his immortality unless he encounters a powerful alien. Legend has it that the saint-level necromancer in front of him died at the hands of a powerful enemy of the elves. It is indeed a bit strange that the soul altar has been preserved for tens of thousands of years without being destroyed. This is indeed not good. I know what you are worried about. If this guy is really resurrected, do you think we can deal with him? Zhang Yu asked meaningfully. The Archmage said calmly, no problem. No matter what kind of being it is, it will not be able to reach its peak state after resurrection, even if it is a necromancer. Moreover, the magic arrays we set up are not only for the outside world. Even if it really comes back to life, we can suppress it. I just think that the Master should be a little more careful to avoid being ambushed. I understand. Now is the critical moment. If we postpone it, we will have to prepare for a few more days. No matter who disrupts the plan, I will never forgive him. Let's do it now. Yes, Master. Everyone no longer held back and went all out. Countless black lights merged into the little ghost's body under the pull of the soul altar. A figure was pulled out of the little ghost's body. This step was very easy, as the little ghost's soul could not withstand such power at all. However, their target is not the little ghost. Keep increasing your efforts. Thin beads of cold sweat had already appeared on Zhang Yu's forehead, and soon another vague voice came out of the little ghost. This is a weak soul, only as strong as a fist-sized immortal. Extremely weak, not even 1% of the strength of a small ghost soul, without even a face, just a piece of soul essence. However, this piece of soul essence actually began to expand under the stimulation of the powerful force of death and finally turned into an elven man. Why did you wake me up, stupid? What's going on? The man wanted to pretend to be 13 at first, but soon found that something was not right. That's the target. Start sealing. Zhang Yu took out a top-level magic item which was specially designed to seal the soul. Although it could not permanently seal a holy soul, it was no problem to seal it for 10 days or half a month. Moreover, the man in front of him was so weak that he would never be able to get out unless Zhang Yu asked. As Zhang Yu chanted, the spell, black tentacles stretched out from the magic props. Judging from the situation, this thing should be made by Black Fog. He likes to deal with all kinds of tentacles. Ah. No, you, what are you doing? Don't do this, we can talk it out. Ah, with a scream from the elf man, he was sucked into the magic prop. Things developed a little more easily than expected. I thought this guy could make some trouble, but when I thought about it carefully, his will might have just awakened not long ago. How could such a fragile soul exert much power? As Zhang Yu and his team sealed the elf man's soul, the soul fire in the skeleton's eyes quickly went out as if nothing had happened. Zhang Yu sent the little ghost soul back into her body. She was very weak now and was still sleeping. The energy on the altar gradually faded away and everything returned to normal. The skeleton turned into a white skeleton again, just like what they saw when they first came. Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The matter has been resolved. It went more smoothly than I expected. Moreover, it seems that we were given a saint-level soul as a gift. The Archmage also nodded with a smile, and Zhang Yu looked in the direction of the skeleton. Why do you think you can get away with it? By pretending you didn't see it? There was no movement. Zhang Yu was like a psychopath talking to a sculpture. He sneered. The Grand Mage's words just now were more of a reminder to you than to me, because it was indeed a little subtle just now. If you sabotage it, it may not be dangerous to us, but this operation will definitely be sabotaged, so we warned you. Don't think we didn't notice it, right? As people who are proficient in soul magic, your soul fluctuation just now is more obvious than a firefly in the dark. The other party remained unmoved, as if everything was Zhang Yu's illusion. Zhang Yu sighed. Everyone take down the skeleton and seal it, then remove the protection of the altar and let me see what its core looks like. Yes, Master, said the black fog, and summoned several large tentacles which stretched out to wrap around the skeleton as if preparing to pry it off the altar. You don't go too far. The skeleton suddenly spoke. The soul fire in the skull burned again and 2 lines of blood and tears flowed down his eye sockets. What on earth are you doing? You've already used the soul appeal altar and I was very well behaved and didn't sabotage it. I even pretended that I knew nothing. Why are you still doing this to me? A man's voice came out of the skeleton and it was filled with deep grief and indignation. Seeing the other party speaking, Zhang Yu smiled proudly. Yo, you must be the holy level necromancer from tens of thousands of years ago. You finally speak. When did you regain consciousness? Zhang Yu asked with a smile. The skeleton was silent for a while, then said unhappily, I have never died, I am just in a sleeping state. When someone approaches the altar I will wake up and observe them. If someone wants to destroy the altar I will control the surrounding undead to protect it. Moreover, I myself carry a powerful curse, and no one who wants to destroy the altar will have a good end. Don't doubt it. The fact that I have existed for tens of thousands of years is the best proof of this. Black Mist said there are indeed traces of curse magic on the skeleton. The strongest one is the saint-level death-slaying. But the core of this curse is now completely ineffective and cannot be activated. There are also several 9th-level curse magics. We can still handle them in our situation. The energy used to activate them is saved up in normal times. Now we can only activate one curse at most. If you are afraid of pain, it is very simple to crack it. We can just grab someone and let him trigger the curse, and then we can take action. Black Mist's attainments in curses are definitely not low. In fact, he had already identified the power of the curse on the skeleton before. This thing is like a trap, it requires energy to trigger. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that much energy now. You guys didn't go too far. After all, he is a saint, and who knows what strange tricks he may have. Zhang Yu did not want to start a war, so we said we don't want to do that either. How about this? We will get some information from you and you tell us everything and we will let you go. What do you think? Don't doubt it, we are definitely not good people. We will do whatever we say to get rid of you after you have done your job. Coco on the side said quietly, it's quite impressive that the master said this with such pride. Haha, that's not bad. The skeleton said helplessly, after all, you are one of the people who can tell that I am not dead after all these years. If you have any questions, just ask. Just consider it a reward for you. Although this skeleton is a necromancer, he does not have the gloomy temperament of a necromancer at all, and his mind is quite simple. Well, first question, if you are not dead, why don't you leave here? With your strength it shouldn't be difficult to leave. The skeleton said in a gloomy voice, of course I can leave anytime if I want to, but I made a promise with that elf guy that year that I will stay here forever unless she comes to pick me up one day. I will never leave. Zhang Yu was confused. Is that elf girl your wife? No, it's not. Then why are you so obedient? Besides, you know the current situation, right? Humanity is being invaded by demons. Why are you still hiding at this critical moment? The skeleton said in a gloomy voice, the human race's situation has nothing to do with me. I have done enough for the human race when I was alive. Now I just want to stay here quietly. As for why I am so obedient, it's nothing. This is an agreement, and it's not just for the agreement. More importantly, it depends on me. I will consider ways to surpass the saint level. Zhang Yu was frightened. Surpassing the saint level? This was an incredible idea. As far as Zhang Yu knew, there had never been a plane level existence in this world. This meant that this guy had figured out a way to break through on his own. Is it reliable? Do you have any idea? The skeleton said honestly, no, I don't have any idea at all. I don't even know if I can break through to the saint level, so how can I go further? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even if I think about it until the end of time. What if I suddenly get an epiphany one day? This guy has a good attitude. Well, since you want to stay here, we can't force you to move away. I wish you success soon. Yeah, I'll try my best. Zhang Yu was really speechless at this moment. A wave came from the core of Wool. It was Ike from the branch requesting a connection. Ike, what happened? Master, something is wrong. Something has happened to one of our apostles. Zhang Yu was stunned for a while. Something happened to the apostle? What happened? Zhang Yu didn't react for a moment. This was the first time he heard of something happening to the apostle in all these years. He felt heavy-hearted. An apostle was missing for a day. After he came back, the temple's defense system found something wrong, although the guy himself knew nothing. According to the inspection, someone used magic to control him. Although the apostle himself was not harmed, our information may have been leaked. Intelligence leaked. This is undoubtedly the worst news. The one who can control the apostles without letting them know must be of high rank, and not just ordinary high rank, but probably close to the 9th rank. The situation is not good. We will go back immediately, Zhang Yu said to the people next to him, and then ordered Ike through the Wool Core, control the apostle and put the branch on alert. We will rush back immediately. Don't act rashly. Bring all the apostles back and then check if there are other people under control. Yes. When Coco and the others saw Zhang Yu's gloomy face, they guessed that something was not going well. Only after Zhang Yu's explanation did they realize the seriousness of the matter. The apostles knew a lot about the temple, and it was very dangerous that their information was stolen. Fortunately, they didn't know about some of the core buildings of the temple, which was a blessing in disguise. They hurried back to the temple branch. As soon as they came back, Zhang Yu ordered Ike to call the apostle who leaked the information. Compared with the information leaked, the remnants of the Holy Soul are nothing. In the hall of the temple branch, Zhang Yu met this apostle. This apostle joined the temple later. He was a human from the neighboring world. He had not been in the temple for very long. His current strength remained at the 4th level, ranking last among the apostles. The other party had a look of horror on his face. In fact, he knew roughly what had happened and was very nervous at the moment. The big guys in front of him were big shots who were usually not seen. Zhang Yu sat in the main seat of the hall and the other heroes stood on both sides. Black Mist, Archmage, the two of you check each other's brain and soul to see if there are any signs of being manipulated. Yes, Master. He Wu's research on the soul is not much less than Zhang Yu's, and the great wizard's attainments in soul magic are only relatively weak, much stronger than others. The two began to use magic to examine the apostle, who accepted the examination very obediently. After a moment, Black Mist said, Master, the apostle's brain has indeed been manipulated and a piece of his memory has been sealed. The means of sealing is very sophisticated and it is absolutely impossible to detect it normally. The apostle looked nervous and knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Zhang Yu said indifferently, Is there any way to unlock the seal? Black Mist said, If the Archmage helps me, the seal can be removed in half an hour. Half an hour? That sealer is definitely a master. Zhang Yu said, Then do it. The two worked together and the seal was broken. Half an hour later, the apostle's sealed memory emerged from his mind. He was surprised and then said in horror, Master, I remember. I was controlled and revealed some information about the temple. I didn't mean it. Don't worry, tell me what happened from beginning to end in detail, starting from before you met the enemy. Zhang Yu's face was calm, but he was actually a little uneasy in his heart. The information that he relied on most, the temple, had been leaked. No matter who it was, Zhang Yu would not let him go. The apostle trembled and said, It's like this. Yesterday morning I and two teammates took on the mission of clearing out the demons. This mission is just to clear out the monsters near Nordguo. We have completed it more than a dozen times before and the danger is not high. However, this time something unexpected happened. That night, far away from Nordguo, we encountered a group of demons. The leaders of these demons were several mid-level demons. We couldn't defeat them and decided to retreat. During the retreat, I got separated from my teammates. I carefully set up a defensive magic circle in a cave and prepared to rest here. The apostle showed a horrified expression on his face. Then I saw a figure, a strange black figure. He completely ignored my defensive magic circle and walked straight in. I couldn't see his face, only a scarlet eye. My brain began to lose control, but my consciousness was very clear, as if someone had taken over my body. He started asking for my name and I told him uncontrollably. Then he asked me where I was from and what faction I belonged to. I told him I was from the other side of the world and that I was an apostle of the temple. I swear I didn't mean to do that. If I could control myself, I would not reveal any information even if I died. This is all because of that demon. He controlled me. Zhang Yu said coldly, Go on, I will judge whether it is intentional disclosure of information or not. Yes, Master. After I told him about the temple, he was not surprised. He might have known about the existence of the temple through other people. He asked me what the temple was like and who the boss was. How strong was he? How many fighters did he have under his command? I told him that the only master of the temple was the 8th level magician Zhang Yu, who had 9 powerful beings under his command. Below them were the apostles and 4 powerful titans. Below the apostles were ordinary peripheral members. There were more than 100 apostles and their strengths were between the 4th and 6th levels. Then he asked me in detail about the 9 heroes and the master. However, I didn't know much about the heroes. I only knew their professions, so I only revealed their names, titles and professions. As for the master, I only revealed his name. He asked about the specific contents of the temple and I told him everything I knew, including the library, laboratory and other buildings. Then I also leaked information about our situation and the purpose of coming to this world. The other party looked nervous and Zhang Yu remained silent for a long time. First of all, it was certain that the other party would not know the information about the soul altar and the magic mirror, because the apostles did not know these things. Even if they used the soul altar when they were resurrected, they did not know what it was and could only attribute its function to the temple. Even so, you revealed a lot of information, Zhang Yu asked. Have all the apostles returned? What's their situation? Ike said, The others were not controlled. I also used detection magic to check the area around the temple branch and found no trace of them. Either they are good at hiding or they have already left. Black Mist, you restrain his other 2 teammates and then interrogate them carefully to see if there is anything we have missed. Go now. Yes, Master. The black fog took the pale apostle away. His life would not be in danger, but this period of time would definitely not be easy because the black fog would most likely use soul magic to spy on his soul. His 2 teammates were also unlucky. What do you think of the description just now? Can you guess who the enemy is? Several people shook their heads. The Archmage said red eyes are too common in the abyss, they can't be used as key information at all. The spell to control the brain is very sophisticated. First we need to rule out the warriors. There are many demons in the abyss that are good at control, such as the succubus. However, to achieve this it is likely to be a 9th level existence. Zhang Yu was not blindly confident just because the other party was only at the 9th level. This strange method was really hard to guard against now that the other party knew the existence of the temple, the existence of the other world, and that they had the ability to teleport. What would he do next? Capture the master of the temple and find a way to open the door to another world? Not sure, there is really too little information now. Zhang Yu needs to investigate carefully to at least know who the other party is. Zhang Yu said, "The current situation is very bad. Heroes should not leave this city in the future. If you find a dangerous enemy, contact me immediately with your will core. The previous Death Angel technology will be handed over to the Archmage. I will do my best to investigate the enemy's situation. I hope everyone can be prepared. The war may come soon." The Great Wizard said, "Master, please rest assured, leave this matter to me. You must also be careful since the other party has obtained your information. They are likely to attack you, therefore you must take safety measures when you go out. Bring a few heroes with you so that you can take care of them in case of emergencies." Of course, Nessa and Coco will follow me for the time being. We will go to the place where they appeared and investigate carefully later. Yes, Master. As long as the other party did something, there would definitely be a trace left there. Kiki is the most proficient tracker among the heroes and she will definitely find that little clue. Not long after, Black Mist provided a simple confession. It was impossible for the apostles to betray. If they did, the temple would also sense it, so what he said should be true. He clearly marked the time and place where he met the demon. So if I go there in person, will I be exposed? Facing this unknown enemy, Zhang Yu was really unsure, but thinking that Nisha and Coco were following him, Zhang Yu regained his confidence. Even if I can't win, escaping will definitely be no problem. Next, Zhang Yu first sent a few peripheral member teams to investigate in the form of a mission, but they did not get any useful clues. It seemed that the demon had left afterwards. Zhang Yu and Nisha disguised themselves as ordinary adventurers and Coco hid in Zhang Yu's pocket. Zhang Yu decided to go and see the situation in person. The three of them carefully approached the place where they encountered the demon. After arriving, they began to check. Unfortunately, there was no trace of the demon around. In that cave there was no trace of the demon left. "Coco, you come and try." Finding no trace of the enemy, Zhang Yu asked Coco to come out and help. Coco flew out of the pocket. As the Elf King, she was the darling of nature and could get help from all the plants in the forest. Although there were no plants nearby, she could still find some traces using stones. Coco began to chant an ancient spell, and like singing, little bits of wonderful light began to seep out of the surrounding soil and rocks. These light spots gathered in the middle and turned into a lovely light elf. Of course, it only looks like one, but it is not a real elf and it has no consciousness. Coco flew to the light elf, reached out and tapped its forehead. The light elf suddenly dispersed and then a 3D projection-like scene appeared. It was the situation when the apostle encountered the devil a few days ago, perfectly reproduced. This ability is indeed very powerful and very convenient for tracking enemies. However, after all, it is a reproduction of past scenes and cannot really take you back to the past, so Zhang Yu and the others can only watch a pantomime. There was no way to know what they were talking about. The strange figure was about 15 meters tall, definitely a dwarf. Among the demons there was a ball of black mist inside his hat with only one scarlet eye, showing he was controlling the apostle with some strange means. No, there was no way to see the other party's true face, and the other party did not reveal any information. After asking for some information, the other party sealed the apostle's memory and then turned and left. After he left the cave, he completely merged into the darkness and no trace could be found at all. Damn it! How could this guy be so wretched? He didn't get any information. The only thing he knew was his height. It was not difficult for a demon to change his height. Even his appearance could be changed. The only thing that didn't change was his soul mark. It was a pity that he couldn't see his soul mark in this situation. As for the smell, anyway, the Elf King, who had the most sensitive nose, didn't find anything. He was too careful. Zhang Yu was very distressed. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Coco comforted him. "Master, don't worry, although he has hidden his body, I will definitely recognize him if I meet him again." "But you couldn't even see the other person's face. How did you recognize him?" Kiki smiled and said, "Maybe it's a natural ability. Anyway, I have confidence in it. After all, we never use faces to distinguish others, but hearts. It doesn't sound very reliable. There's nothing we can do. If you can't even track Coco, then the others can't do it either." Zhang Yu was helpless. Now we can only expand the search area and look around to see if we can run into him. This kind of person shouldn't be an unknown person. At worst, we can just visit the powerful demons around one by one. Zhang Yu's words were a little lacking in confidence. Now that the information about the temple had been leaked, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be more dangerous situations in the future. It seemed that he had underestimated this world. After all, it was a high magic world and the appearance of some powerful enemies was inevitable. He returned to the temple somewhat depressed. Not long after he came back, a worrying news came. According to the information from the intelligence system, the demons in the north had begun to gather on a large scale. The large-scale gathering of demons means that war is coming. Demons will not use tactics such as feinting to the east or the empty city plan. They will only gather powerful forces to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. On the contrary, they will not act rashly if they are not sure. When Zhang Yu received the news, he took a few deep breaths before calming down. What's going on recently? Ever since I went to the Canyon of Bones, bad things have happened one after another. Did that skeleton curse me with bad luck? No, how could this be possible? What's going on? Did that red-eyed demon go to the north after gathering intelligence and now he's teaming up with other demons to attack the temple? The news was very accurate. Zhang Yu thought about it for a while, then ordered the entire city to enter a state of war alert. At the same time, he arranged for personnel to go to the north to investigate the situation and also pay attention to the movements of nearby demons. The apostles were ordered not to leave Nordguo without special circumstances, and at the same time to strengthen Nordguo's defense system and let the Archmage conduct a thorough inspection of the defense system here to see if there are any loopholes or room for improvement. As Zhang Yu gave the order, the entire Nordguo became panic-stricken and some timid people even secretly left Nordguo. Nordguo has lost its usual tranquility and the number of tasks in the professional center has begun to increase significantly. Sophia, I heard that our information was stolen by a red-eyed demon. Is this true? Xiaobai, who had not been seen for a long time, came to find Sophia. Xiaobai grew very fast and was very tall. Now he is half a head taller than Sophia. Sophia nodded. That's right, so you should stop running around and stay in the temple. But the real trouble now is the demon army in the north. I suspect that the red-eyed demon is in the demon army and is very likely the leader of the demon army. War. The war in this world is much more serious than that in the past because it is a war between humans and demons. In hundreds of years of history, war means a large number of human deaths and a large area becomes the territory of demons. Even though Xiaobai has full confidence in the temple, he can't help but feel a little nervous when facing a real war. The war between humans and demons actually took place in ancient times, but the invading demons at that time were very weak and did not attract the attention of humans at all. It was not until more than 300 years ago, when 3 holy-level demons joined forces to invade, that humans truly realized their own weakness and understood the horror of these abyss creatures. During the war between demons and humans at its most brutal, it even affected all humans on the entire continent and almost all alien races. Many races were destroyed and even the holy ranks of humans and elves fell on the battlefield. The intensity of war has dropped a lot compared to 300 years ago. The saint level has long disappeared and even the 9th level is very rare. Xiaobai said seriously, Sophia, are you going to participate in the war this time? I mean, not staying with the teacher but facing the strong enemy by ourselves. Sophia was frightened by Xiaobai. She said hurriedly, don't mess around, there are still many strong people in this world. It's different from ours. With your strength you are not even enough to show off their teeth. Don't run out and seek death. Of course I won't run out for no reason. I just said that we should do something within our ability, such as completing some tasks issued by the professional center and joining the war team to help the teacher a little. No, the teacher has already said that we are not allowed to leave Nordguo. Sophia said righteously, if you are so free, why don't you go to the library and study hard? Otherwise practice seriously. Your current strength can't help the teacher at all and you will only hinder us. Okay. Xiaobai left with great regret. Sophia was also a little confused. She had been studying the combination of advanced magic runes for a long time, although she had developed a calculation model for the rationality of the combination and had the help of a magic mirror. The research progress was still frighteningly slow. It's too slow. I wonder if I can get some inspiration from the devil. It is said that runes were first learned by humans from the devil. Really, the devil army came at this time instead of earlier or later. Can't they wait until I figure out the rune combination before coming? I can't help the teacher in any way now. If the runes can be researched, I can at least help a little, really. Sophia was in a bad mood, so she simply put down what she was doing and went out for a walk. After coming out of the temple branch, Sophia discovered that Nordguo was different from before. The gates of Nordguo were tightly guarded. The elves, who were rarely seen at ordinary times, were obviously more numerous. There were fewer civilians and more professionals. Overall, the defense of Nordguo had become stronger. These professionals should have come to support. Although there are a little more people, no matter they are ordinary people or professionals, there is a strong sense of heaviness and numbness on their faces, especially the natives of this world. Most of them who came from another world are nervous. Although they have been here for more than a year, they still have not experienced a large-scale war. Fortunately, after all this is Nordguo, and there was no trouble. Instead, there were several priests from the Temple of All Living Things who were comforting the professionals on the street, taking the opportunity to publicize the glory of His Highness Zhang Yu, the leader of the Temple of All Living Things. Now there are also 8th-level professional strongmen who can guide the war experience when joining the church. Sophia knew this 8th-level strongman. He was an indigenous person who followed his teacher. He first joined the Church of All Living Beings, and later his teacher gave him a place as an apostle. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to break through to the higher levels. After becoming an apostle, he still remained at the 8th level. However, his strength had increased significantly, and it was estimated that he would be able to break through to the 9th level in a few years. With such combat power, he is one of the top few among humans. He is also one of the 2 deputy bishops of the Temple of All Living Beings. He is also one of the few apostles who extremely admires his teacher. Well, it's actually quite a headache. Since no one stopped them, it meant that the other party's behavior was still within the prescribed range. As for the power of faith, the Church of All Beings has been established for so many years, and the teachers have only collected a tiny wisp, less than 1/10,000th of what the Holy Tree of the Elves has collected. Sophia was very skeptical. Would the Church of All Living Things be able to use it after hundreds of years? The speed of collection was really too fast. Of course, this was also related to Zhang Yu not expanding the church. He was actually mainly studying the power of faith and did not expect to break through the saint level with it. Nordguo is actually not small. It has all kinds of buildings such as inns and taverns. After all, there are many guests now. One reason is the increase in outsiders, and the other is that everyone hopes to relax a little now. There will be no such opportunity when the war really starts. On the contrary, the professional center with added tasks seems a bit deserted, and the tellers at the counters now have nothing to do, which seems very bleak. Those who should do the task will go out, and those who should not do the task will not come. Sophia will not take the task because she will not leave the city. Since the teacher has already explained it, as a student she will naturally not disobey the teacher's intentions. Sophia has always been a good student and has never done anything out of line. This is why Zhang Yu was very confident in her. As Sophia was strolling around, she thought of her teacher. It seemed that the teacher was not ready to implement the undead army plan that she had proposed to him before. If she had started preparing for it before, it might have been useful now. However, she also understood that the teacher could not be blamed for this matter. After all, he was first pulled to the elves, and when he came back he was busy dealing with the little ghost. Then the intelligence leaked and the demon army attacked. He really had no time to think about anything else. Sophia! A surprised voice came from the side. Turning around, it turned out to be his assistant Mia. She had taken leave for personal reasons these days. I didn't expect to meet her here. Mia, why are you here? Mia smiled and said, I'm just out for a walk. My friend went out of town on a mission a few days ago, so I came to see if I could run into her. As for you, you usually don't leave the lab or library, so it's rare to see you outside. Although Mia and Sophia are superiors and subordinates at work, they are as carefree as friends in private. This is mainly because of Mia's carefree personality. Others, even the apostles, are respectful to Sophia. After all, she is the master's eldest disciple and is deeply trusted and valued by the master. There aren't so many intrigues and bullshit inside the temple, but the relationships between superiors and subordinates still exist. Mia is the type of person who is carefree and not fussy about details. Sophia also likes her assistant very much, and it is easy for her to get along with her. Your friend. She's the girl you mentioned before, the one who grew up with you and studied with you. After you came to Nordegvo, you entered the temple while she went on adventures outside. Mia often mentioned this friend when